Bow, bow, bow.
Oh, it really is. We're fired up, baby. June 24th, 6:05 a.m. It's a Tuesday. We don't have a game to react to for the first time in a long time. But you know what? That's okay, because we got a lot on our plate today. I say good morning to you, Joe Shasky, Carter, Sam, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, doing what you got to do this summer. If you're on vacation, you're driving around, you got up early with the kids, you're taking a walk, you know where you can find us, that free Odyssey app, or on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long, all week long, courtesy of First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. There's a lot to get into today, Joe. Where would you like to start as I say good morning?
Good morning, and there's nothing like a little misty morning.
Love it.
When you wake up. My allergies were on point yesterday, and they were attacking me so hard that I ended up sleeping pretty well yesterday. Did a little bit of that, it's like a NyQuil Sudafed thing, like where you put it into tea, and I mean, you want to talk about a concoction that knocks you out. Woo! Anyway, that being said,
shout out Stephon Diggs. I
woke up this morning, and I'm just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. You said, hey, there's no games today. And there's certain things that I see that I can't click out of quick enough. And one of them is Brandon Aiyuk right now. And look, I like Brandon Aiyuk, the player, a lot. I don't know what he'll end up becoming after this knee injury.
I'm with Brandon. What's going on?
Well, apparently, Brandon Aiyuk is very, very, very active on social media. Of course, always. And anything this guy does right now, it's met with me. To me, it lands in my lap where it's like, oh my God, I just don't want to hear from you. And this isn't like a shut up and dribble rant. That's not where I'm going with this. It's just, dude, stop trying to alienate the fans. What did we do to you? We were rooting for you. Most of us wanted you to get paid. Now, we could argue about how much and the way it went down and maybe some of the stuff that you put on social media and how cryptic it was. But I click open a link and it says that he put a YouTube message out, which you can post a message on your YouTube channel. And it said, quote unquote, they was talking about trading me while I was off Percocets / muscle relaxers and peeing in a cup by my bed. And then he went on to finish it with, couldn't walk for 10 weeks. Ain't nobody trading for me.
And this was on YouTube. And apparently you could just post on YouTube like you can like on Twitter.
I just, you know, this is where like I've been very lucky and blessed to have a lot of, you know, just different people that really care about me in my life. And they don't have to necessarily be family. You know, I used to lean on my dad for a long time. Now I've got a couple of uncles and I've got a couple of mentors. And look, I understand not everyone has people in their life that they look up to. You know, it might be a grandmother or an aunt or even your wife or whatever, a brother, a sister. It could be anyone.
Best friend.
You have to have people in your circle to like sit you down and be like, hey, dude, less is more right now. Just stop posting things. Like you're alienating the fan base for no reason. No one needs to hear any negative stuff about Brandon Aiyuk right now. You got paid. What are you angry about? What are you angry about? And it's like, you know what the common man is thinking right now, Joe? The common man is thinking like I'm thinking. Damn, we might have World War III going on across the country, across the world, excuse me. Damn, cost of living is through the roof. What am I going to do with my kids during the summer when school's out? Like, there are so many expensive camps that I can put them in. I can barely afford it. Damn, gas is through the roof. Dang, like all of these real life things, and you're out here complaining about what God knows what about this trade. It falls on deaf ears when the consumer can barely afford tickets to support the team and has bought a jersey to try to support you. And at every single turn, it just feels like you're angry for no reason.
Well, he's angry because he's hurt right now. That's a great reason to be upset. I would be upset. I wouldn't be happy about it. Like, I understand where you're coming from here and where fans are coming from. Like, especially if you're a player that's hurt or recovering, less is more when it comes to talking about it, right? Just be about it. That's what they say. Less talking, more doing. But in this case, the guy can't do a whole hell of a lot. So this is his outlet. This is what he's talking about. And if I was in his position in like the radio version, like let's say I got my tonsils removed or something, or I lost my voice and I had to have surgery on my vocal cords, and I was MIA for 6 or 7 plus months, right?
Yeah.
And then there was reports like, oh, again, this is hypotheticals. Oh, they're looking to, move me off a certain show or my time when I come back, right? And I'm going to be going back to part-time. Yeah, I'd be feeling some type of way about it. Or they're trying to shop me elsewhere. Yeah, I'd probably be upset. It's like, man, I just got hurt. I'm coming off a second-team All-Pro season. I barely played in a couple games. And then I got hurt. And then all of a sudden, it went from, man, he got hurt after making all that money. He's hurting the team. That's dead weight. Let's move off of him as fast as possible. I'd feel some type of way if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, though. Like, I don't fault the guy for being upset about that. Isn't that normal?
No, I'm not saying that you can't feel upset, but it's like, okay, in this scenario that you painted, hypothetical, and we know it's totally different, but like, you still need your money for your family. And so you have to do certain things outwardly that maybe compromise how you feel inwardly. And that you need to like obviously keep the peace because you can't alienate your employer. You can't alienate your coworkers.
Do you think he's doing that with that comment? I don't think he's doing that with it. Like,
I'm just, Joe, there are certain topics in sports, and this is one of them, Brandon Aiyuk, I'm exhausted by. And I know that this is the quote-unquote job that I'm in and the field that I'm in. I love talking about Brandon Aiyuk, the player. I honestly don't like talking about Brandon Aiyuk, the social media account, or whatever the things that he puts out there. I'm exhausted by it. It is the middle of June. The middle of June. The guy hasn't caught a pass. I feel awful that his leg got shredded. It's terrible. Like, that is, I'm being dead serious. That's terrible, okay? Whether he got paid or not, it was terrible, all right? And money doesn't necessarily make you happy if you're obviously professionally furious regarding your health status and what's going on with your employer. But there's a way of going about it with a little bit of tact. And I'm exhausted by Brandon Aiyuk. I'm not here to I'm not throwing my arms up saying trade the guy, get rid of him. Just Brandon, just stop. Like, what are you doing?
And that's been going on since what? After the Super Bowl last year, it started, the chirping,
it's
the trade
been a year and a half.
It's been a lot. Again, I understand what he's doing and is voicing his frustrations in an outlet where he feels comfortable to do so. But you touched on something I thought was very interesting right there. Topics that just exhaust you talking about. And we are in a medium. We talk through a medium that presents basically the same topics every single day if we want to talk about it.
In a different way.
In a different way.
We try to.
We try to, and we try to repackage it, repurpose it. How can we talk about something, but from a different angle? That's literally our jobs every single day when we come in here, is to try to, hey, NBA Finals. How do we talk about that through a Warriors lens? Hey, the Super Bowl just happened. Chiefs, Eagles. Wow. The Niner fans hate both of those teams, right? How do we talk about it through a Niners fans perspective? World Series just happened. All right, Giants fans, all of that.
Halliburton injury. Yesterday, I was explaining that I've been covering this Warrior team for 8 years. I've been on air, lucky enough to be on air. And part of my Halliburton, and everyone's like, you're the prisoner of the moment. No. I have held these opinions because I've watched the grind that the Warriors have gone through. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, do people realize how ridiculously crazy the NBA schedule is?
Right.
And the mileage, and this is also part of youth coaching, the mileage I see children putting on their bodies before they even become, real women and men, adults, if you will, excuse me. So yeah, to your point, there are certain topics that we try to put ourselves in a pretzel to come with a unique and fascinating angle.
And that's where you're coming from. Some Warriors fans saw that Halliburton injury and it's like, wow, maybe it's a good thing we kept Steph out and we protected him from himself. We talked about that yesterday.
My boy Rocco texted me something similar to that right away. Like, thank God Steph didn't come back. That could have been him.
Right, because if he tore his, hamstring fully, then it's, what are we talking about here? A 37 going to 38-year-old who's going to be not ready for training camp?
But the other part was it made me sad because I was fired up for a Game 7, and it felt like the entire second half, there was nothing to break down.
Exactly.
And I love the games.
Exactly. And it gets right back into what you were just talking about with Brandon Aiyuk when you talk about topic fatigue. And I am curious at 888-957-9570, when we ask the listeners about topic fatigue, and again, this is kind of a nuanced question, but we have so many diehards here that the moment we say a couple different names, right? If I say Jonathan Kuminga, phone lines, just say, I could just say, Jonathan Kuminga, go. What are you going to say about him? And then people will have differing opinions from the left, from the right, from upside down, inside out. It doesn't matter. Draymond Green, another guy like that.
Oh my God.
In the past, Jimmy Garoppolo was one of those guys. Trey Lance, I can say Brock Purdy right now. Some people will tell me he's the next coming of Joe Montana. The other people will say, without Kyle Shanahan, he'd stink. Like, there's differing opinions on all of that. And it's great. But sometimes, it could be a little exhausting. And especially right now, June 24th, by the way, happy birthday to my sister, my baby sister, Hannah, the youngest of the Spadoni clan. She is 26 today, so happy birthday, Hannah. She's not listening right now, but I'm just anyway. I got to text her, though, for sure. I don't call. I'm that brother. I was like, I'll send you a text message. I got 9 brothers and sisters, bro. I'm not calling all of them. Sorry. Bad brother alert. But, like, today would be a perfect example. We don't have a game to react to. We could definitely lean into, all right, well, Jonathan Kuminga, do you keep him or do you trade him? Like, exactly. You just covered your face. Like, that's a topic for a lot of people. It's fatiguing.
Joe, you bring up the whole point about Kuminga, and just my personal opinion, it's similar to Brock in the sense that people's opinions are entrenched in carbonite as I go Star Wars on you. All right?
Thank you, Han.
They're frozen in carbonite. He's either the greatest thing since sliced bread or so trash he barely belongs in the league. I feel like both players. And I'm like, no, the reality is somewhere in the middle.
And then we got to blame other people if he isn't doing well. So it's Steve Kerr's fault for not putting him in a position to seed. It's Draymond Green's fault for not moving positions. Oh, well, the lack of leadership. I don't know, Steph. Jimmy, is this like the right place for JK to really thrive? Oh, Mike Dunleavy. I don't know. Does he understand his trade value? Oh, but Joe Lacob seems to like. See, I just had 6 or 7 different threads off the one guy alone. So I understand why it can be exciting to talk about for fans, but it's just the player itself who really didn't do a whole hell of a lot once you acquired Jimmy Butler. Like, the juice isn't worth the squeeze to talk about someone that's not contributing the way we need him to contribute to win a title, right?
Yeah.
So there's this all of that. So as you said, topic fatigue, I want to ask the people, 888-957-9570, what are some of those topics that are fatiguing them?
Well, no, I would ask straight up because, like, I think you prefer... okay, so like you prefer the drama and what I call the transaction.
God, I love the drama. TNT, we know drama, Joe.
Okay, yes.
The NBA knows drama. It's starting right now.
So if was presented with one or the other, meaning the game action or the transaction / drama, you're taking the...
I'm taking the drama. I'm taking the transactions. I don't know if I've told you, one of my favorite sporting events is the NFL draft, which is all projections and all just players.
I love the draft too,
but I love the draft because it signals hope to me as a fan. Like the booing, the Jamarcus Russells of the world, the Jets booing, all that sort of stuff. The quarterbacks, the running backs. Where do you draft these people? The trades that happen, the Trey Lance, right? Like all of that is so damn the spectacle of it. I'm a sucker for the spectacle of it, Joe.
No,
and even yesterday, like. We got that notification, at 8:30 at night? We were all probably going to bed. We're all laying in bed, and we all got it. Carter sent it. The Boston Celtics have traded guard Drew Holiday to the Portland Trailblazers in exchange for Anthony Simons and 2 future second-round picks, sources told ESPN's Shams Charania. That was the latest big deal that happened so far. So just staying with us. The NBA offseason is here.
It's the most exciting thing that Portland's done all year.
I didn't even know what they're doing. Like, Drew Holiday.
Fighting for Chauncey Billups' life.
He just got re-signed to a contract extension. What do you mean fighting for his life?
Of course he did.
He's fine. By the way, Washington Wizards, your team, your other team in the East, they picked up Chris Middleton's player option for $33.3 million. So that's good.
Well, okay.
So yes, to answer your question, Joe, I love this time of the year. I love the transactions sometimes more than the games themselves. Well, and does that say something about me as a fan?
No.
Does that mean I'm not I'm just a casual?
No. We're all guilty of loving the transaction. Like, I love the day after Jimmy Butler gets traded. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, that's fun.
Dude, our first ever show was reacting to Luka Doncic's trade. That was incredible.
My first ever show on radio, real radio with Kolsky, was right before Richard Sherman signed. Literally, I came on air. Richard Sherman signed with the Niners.
Huge.
Right? So just to give you an example. But Joe, I love breaking down the action of the games.
I know.
I love coming in the next day and discussing what actually happened in the games and the strategy involved and maybe the personnel decisions and things like that. And so, I get back to Aiyuk, right? Yeah. And I say to myself, I really like breaking down when he plays. What I really don't like breaking down is his social media account. It is just... I'm in my 40s. I've got a very busy life. I see what he's doing online, and it makes me want to throw up. And I wonder who in his life is willing to, sacrifice to get down, sit this man down, and just say, "Dude, what are you doing?
Well,
what are you doing?"
We have a great example of this. Like this past week, we watched, and last Father's Day, last Sunday, I should say, we saw Rafi Devers get traded from the Boston Red Sox to the San Francisco Giants. We reacted the day after that, and it was all Giants, all Rafi Devers. Wow, what a shift in the organizational tone.
Yeah.
Buster Posey making his mark on that organization. Massive, massive. That whole week was just reaction to him being a Giant, the fallout in Boston, what that meant. He ended up playing Boston in 2 series after that series against the Cleveland Guardians. It was massive. And then he had a home run, which was also huge.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was everything else concocted when it came to the trade. That was the more exciting aspect of talking about it.
You know what had more clicks online?
What?
Him fielding ground balls before the game than the home run itself. I couldn't believe it.
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy. But it speaks to the drama that is him not wanting to play that position in Boston, refusing basically, if you just according to all the media and all the players, and then immediately doing it in San Francisco. And just, as everyone said, a verbal equivalent or an equivalent of a middle finger to the Red Sox organization. The drama, Joe. We love it. We can't, like, why did we love the Jimmy Butler signing as a radio people when Jimmy Butler came over here? What do we say immediately? Oh, well, this can go one or two ways. Either it's going to be amazing or a dumpster fire, but you know what? At least it's something. Like, that speaks to that in general. Like,
no, I know, but like, see, for me, like, as great as that is, I actually enjoy even more the tension and the drama of the play-in games, like the final game of the regular season for the Warriors against the Clippers, where it went to overtime. I enjoyed the show the very next day 1,000 times more because of all the strategies involved and all the decision-making and breaking down what went right, what went wrong, different lineup combinations. You know I live for that stuff. I watch, and again, I'm a sick individual. I'll watch every game back, sometimes 3 times, and that sounds insane. You know I literally do that.
No, I know. I know you do. You're doing it here, like during the breaks. You're just looking at, you're rewinding, you're watching things.
For example, right now, like, if I bring up the San Francisco Giants, you bring up Devers, right?
Yeah.
People are more interested in, what happened in the Red Sox clubhouse than they are, Tyler Fitzgerald got sent down to AAA. What are we going to do at second base? Casey Schmidt, is he going to move over to second base? Are they going to play Christian Koss there in the interim? When does Matt Chapman come back? Like, in the games, the action, the team that's actually on the field, right, that's competing for a wild card spot, that Giants team is not as interesting to a bulk of the audience as, let's talk to an insider from the Red Sox and explain what went right, what went wrong.
Well, and it explains why in baseball there's so many damn games, 162 games. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot to break down games every single day. And sometimes, quite frankly, in a sport like that, like, the games aren't very fascinating if it's a blowout, right? Thankfully, the Giants have been in a lot of tight games, so we actually have been reacting to a lot of the games and the decision-making from Bob Melvin and some of the players. But, like, that's why the NFL is king, right? Because not only do we have Monday to react to the game itself and the scarcity of said games, only 17 of them per year to react to. So we have an entire day built in to react, to hear from the people, how they're feeling. Then Tuesday, what do? We take a step back. All right, here's some things we liked. Here's some things we didn't like. What can they get better on? Stock up, stock down. And then we start going forward to the next opponent. All right, they're coming off a win. They're coming off a lot. Like, I think the NFL is the perfect sport for sports talk and sports talk radio, and that's why they dominate everything, because we can literally get not enough of it, because there's the scarcity of it. When we have so many games, and this goes back to your thing about the NBA as well a little bit, we have so many games there in Major League Baseball. Like, I do like to talk about narratives a little more. Those sports kind of lean into that more, because I can't just be reacting to the games every single day. I don't have, as you would say, the bandwidth sometimes.
No, I get that. So then let me throw this at you. Remove sports. If you have a true crime doc that looks fascinating, or Love Island, for example, God, I would call it smutty, reality show with a lot of drama.
It's trash.
Okay,
yeah, but we love it.
Which one would you go in?
Well, I'm finishing up Love Is Blind UK right now, and God, I can't.
Okay, so I already know where you.
I can't stand Catherine.
I'm
She's
going crime dramas and docs, like the crime drama doc. Like yesterday, I watched this whole thing on Karen Reed, for example. So I just think we're just two separate people when it comes to those things.
But that's okay. You know what?
What is the audience like? Clearly, my wife loves the Housewives.
Well, you know what? Let's ask that at 888-957-9570. You said, and I love how you phrased it, do you like the action, the in-game stuff, the X's and the O's, or do you like the transactions when it comes to the trades, the rumors, the gossip, the behind-the-scenes stuff. 888-957-9570, the action or the transaction. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Joe. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Anthony Slater is our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, so we'll be talking about the Warriors offseason. Mike Dunleavy spoke to the media yesterday. We're going to have to hear from him. There's a lot to get into on the other side. Real quick, what you got?
Well, no, also, I do want to discuss the Tyler Fitzgerald situation getting sent down just ever so briefly, because I think it's extremely important for where the Giants are at right now. And, they need his skill set. We'll talk about it.
On the other side, brought to you by Honda Vallejo.
Morning roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What's up, Zooch? Hey, I'm feeling good today. You know why? Hit the vending machine. Not one, but 2 Dorito packs came out.
Stop it.
Dude, things are looking very
Dude,
up.
you got to play the lottery now.
I mean, stock cannot be higher for Spadoni right now when it comes to my action. Although if it was spicy nacho, it would have been better. But Cool Ranch, I guess we'll have to spice. You a spicy nacho guy, Joe, or Cool Ranch? Or?
Oh, yeah, I love nacho. Dorito nacho, undefeated, never lost.
Okay, never lost. All right.
Yeah, undefeated, never lost.
well-
Did you see who did lose yesterday?
Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah, the struggling second baseman was optioned to AAA Sacramento yesterday. And did you see what happened?
No, what happened?
One of the best comments that I've seen online, as I rail on people posting things online, but one of the best ones was they were like, Justin Verlander activated off the paternity list.
Yeah, he had another baby.
And the first comment underneath Alex Pavlich's tweet was, so cool to see Grandpa get back into the bigs.
You better be careful.
It was pretty funny. Basically insinuating that Justin Verlander was a grandfather and not a father. Oh, that was pretty funny.
Shout out Kate Upton and Justin Verlander for baby number 2. As I vamp to find the name. I believe they had a baby boy, though, because they already had a daughter. So there you go. Congratulations to them. 2 kids, a lot different than 1. I will tell you that right now. It ramps up in a way that I was not expecting.
No.
Yeah, the my little 2-year-old just likes to beat up her older brother. And, Benny's just takes it, just sits there. It's like, Dad, she keeps hitting me. I was like, dude, push her back. Defend yourself. All right? That's what I'm expecting Tyler Fitzgerald to do with this move down to AAA. He's got to defend himself to get back up to the big leagues.
Look, this Giants team right now has
like
a
that
few
pivot.
holes.
That was my best transition, but we'll work on it.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just gonna power through it. This Giants team has a few holes right now. Like the starting rotation's shown a little leakage. They're gonna have to patch that up. Center field, like Jung-Hoo Lee, there is a real conversation regarding Jung-Hoo Lee and his adjustment and stop lunging and just put the ball on the ground the other way. Just please stop popping up. Stop swinging and everything. And then obviously there's a Bailey conversation, but second base is really the big hole. And, I asked Sam Lubman at the break, like, well, what the heck is going on with Chapman? Because right now Casey Schmidt's playing third base. And he's like, hey, over the weekend, Chapman was fielding ground balls at third base. And it sounds like he's not throwing the ball over to first.
Well, remember when the first reports came out, and they got encouraging news when he went to see the specialist with the hand, but they said it was going to be maybe even after the All-Star break, Joe. Like they were talking about it was going to be like right around that time. So that's another month away. That's probably when I'd expect to see Chapman again. I'm just letting you know. Is that you're looking at me like with just consternation?
It sucks.
It just is what it is.
It just sucks. Yeah. So I mean, if you're going to wait that long, I don't think they can ill afford to have a bunch of Brett Wisleys and Christian Costas playing second base. The reason why Tyler Fitzgerald is needed, like let's talk about his skills, right? He's not that bad of a defensive second baseman. I actually think he's a solid defensive second baseman. I think he's significantly better than Christian Costas there. He's tall. He's athletic. He can steal a base. He is a good situational bunter, which on this team we found out is a vital skill. He's striking out on way too many breaking balls on the inside. He's not driving the ball. That home run surge that he had last year for that 3-week stretch is just evaporated. He is nowhere near that guy. Now, to be fair, Camilo Duvall had a similar kind of situation happen last year where he kind of went back down and then had to come back up and rework himself. And look where he's at right now. Now, he still gives us an antacid trip, if you will, in the 9th inning. It's not sexy, and sometimes he walks guys, but he's significantly better this year than he was last year. I don't know if Fitzgerald's going to get the ability to struggle the way Camilo did last year and stay around the big league team. He's got to get the bat going, and they need his skill set. Otherwise, they're going to have to go and make a trade. And if Chapman's out until the All-Star break, Joe, I still think you might have to make a move.
Well, I'm looking at this right now, and this is the latest from Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon from The Athletic. They're talking about the Giants potentially going after an Oriole, Ramon Urias, who has been one of their prospects down there. He's kind of bounced around the infield, but he usually plays the hot corner, could play anywhere in the infield. He's batting 255 this year, 20 runs, 25 RBIs.
255 is
huge.
We'd die for that right now.
Right, he has 5 home runs, so a little bit of pop there, obviously. 686 OPS, slugging 375 on base, 311. But you know what? 255 batting average is all I needed to see right there. And he says he's a reliable glove, and he can play third base, second base, shortstop. Like, that's a guy you probably want to go after. Now, he's 31. Do you have anyone in the farm system you're willing to give up to go get him? Not sure, but that's a guy. Like, that might not be a household name, but who guys like Ken Rosenthal, who are very tapped in, are talking about the Giants potentially going after.
Well, this brings me back to Marco Luciano, because, if Marco Luciano had any ability in the infield, my gosh, he would get a look at second base.
Right.
But he can't play the infield.
This is from the excerpt that they wrote about the piece when it comes to the Giants. This is Ken Rosenthal's quote. The Giants still need one more bat, ideally at second base, where they entered, this being back last Thursday, with the 4th worst OPS in the majors. The closest thing to a second baseman in the first installment of the Athletics Top 30 trade candidates was the infielder at number 29, Baltimore's Ramon Urias, who has played mostly third in his career. So that's the guy that they linked to the Giants. Potentially, again, not a household name, but a name that can give you some consistency there. And you can feel decent about the plug and play until Chapman does come back. And again, the Orioles, I think, are 10 games under 500, right? They're definitely going to be sellers at the deadline, you would think.
And the other guy that's, getting, I believe he's gotten some looks, and Sam, you can chime in. Do you remember Wade Meckler?
Oh, God.
The guy who went flying through the minors and then came up and just was an absolute disaster in the outfield?
Yeah, with the specs. I loved the specs from Wade Meckler.
He looked like a creative player. Like when you start off in MLB The Show.
No, he looked like Ned Flanders. Let's call it what
he had the mustache going, too.
He looked like he was howdly doodly.
The mustache might not be a good look for Giants players currently, considering what's going on with one of their pitchers. But that being said, Wade Meckler has been getting some run at second base. How many games has he played second base, Sam, in the minors?
Let me double check. I think he's mainly an outfielder, though, so I don't know. But let me double check on that.
They had him playing second, or at least trying it.
Let's see. I have it up right here. Fielding, minors. No, it just doesn't say which position. Oh, here we go. Second base, 6 games.
There you go.
Oh, he's ready.
Yeah, 6 games. He's played mostly left field, center field, right field, and he's obviously DH, but 6 games at second base in the minors.
They've got a huge hole right now at that second base position, and if Chapman's going to be out, you really don't want to move Casey Schmidt off third because he's your best defensive third base option in your entire organization, and so this second base position is up for grabs. And here's the part that I worry. As you know me, I'm very excited about Casey Schmidt. I'm happy for him. I'm legitimately happy for the success that he's had going on right now. But I worry that, people think this bat is sustainable. No. Batting 400 over a 12-game period is not sustainable.
No, it's the ebbs and flows, as we know, like with Devers, with Adames, when Chapman comes back. Baseball's about streakiness. Yes, there are going to be players that just hit no matter what. Sure, I'd love to have Ichiro on this team in his prime. Those don't grow on trees. The guys that are able to do that consistently are usually multi-time all-stars and Hall of Fame types of guys. Those don't grow on trees. It was a luxury to have Buster Posey for his entire career basically batting 300. That stuff doesn't happen, especially with catchers nowadays, right? So yeah, when Schmidt eventually slumps, I'm expecting the other guys to step up and vice versa. Hell, Wilmer Flores was carrying this team and still is with a lot of the clutch hits for most of the season. There's going to be a moment where he's going to be struggling mightily at the plate probably. That's just what happens at time, and he's getting older, right? Yastrzemski, same thing. There was a moment where he was struggling, and now he looks like he's getting hot again. So it's about picking up the other players around you when you need it. Same with starting pitching. It's the same thing, right? In the bullpen, right? The bullpen, there's ebbs and flows there. There might be a downstretch there where the starting pitchers are going to have to pick them up and vice versa. That's what it is. It's a team sport, Joe. It's not just one person.
They have a lot of AAA prospects, as I go transaction talk here.
Right.
They have a lot of AAA prospects in the outfield, and I know that they traded away Tibbs. I kind of hinted at this weeks ago that, hey, the outfield is the position player spot in their minor league system that actually they got a lot of guys. Grant McCrary, Matos, they got Luciano. They got, obviously, the guy who I just referenced in Wade Meckler. They've got a lot of guys there, and so I just wonder, are they going to make another move here for a second baseman? Whether it's pro ready, whether that's some sort of a prospect. I
Again, the name I mentioned, Ramon Urias, and this is from Ken Rosenthal, the Athletic.
And they were also linked to the Pirates guy, INK or INF.
Sure.
Isaiah Falafel.
There you go.
Falafel. There you go. I remember him still as a Texas Ranger once upon a time. That's where I remember him. Obviously,
he was a Yankee too, wasn't he?
He was a Yankee, but I remember him coming up with the Rangers in the AL West. So 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, let's dive into a guy that has been a highly touted prospect, if you will, within the Warriors organization, Joe. I think you know where I'm getting at here. One, Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, no.
The topic that keeps on giving, if you will. We'll get into that because Mike Dunleavy, general manager of your Golden State Warriors, had some very interesting thoughts yesterday about JK, about this offseason, about this market, if you will. Are they going to get a big-time move this summer? We'll discuss it on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And it's brought to you by Frontier Ford. Frontier Ford is bringing the heat this summer with employee pricing for all. You pay what Ford employees pay through July 7th. F-150s, Broncos, Explorers, Escapes, Mavericks, even the Mustang Mach-E. So get to Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7 at frontierford.com.
Jonathan Kamingo. Wah, wah, wah.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
That was you yesterday, huh? Took some naps and timed out. You and LJ. That is the best as a dad. Like when you could just take the nap with the kid. Oh, he's fell asleep in my chest. I got to pass out now too.
Might be suggestible.
It is. Slater knows. Slates knows. He joined us at 8:30. He's got a kid.
He will not sleep on my chest.
Oh, really? That never.
Dude, he's the wiggle man.
Oh, really? Not even like when he was little?
Oh, when he was little, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, he's too big now. Like
I mean, now it's just all or nothing.
Exactly. Isn't that like a movie or like a show or something? All or nothing?
No, it's the life story of Joe Shasky.
Oh, stop. That is not what it's called.
Get rich or die trying.
No, stop. It is not what it's called. It's called
Many Men.
It's called wearing. You didn't wear a golf outfit today. Actually, that's it.
I'm trying. I told you I'm trying to look a little more, presentable,
hip,
professional,
cool. Yeah. The what is that? Like a little flannel action, but it's like
no, it's not flannel.
Shirt.
This is
no,
not
but it's like a flannel pattern, is what I'm saying. But it's like a button down.
This is flannel.
Well, no, the pattern is flannel and it's plaid. Excuse me, is that better?
Yeah, plaid.
Plaid shirt, button-down shirt. Ralph Lauren.
Ralph Lauren. Yeah,
it is Ralph Lauren. There you go, and you can see that on YouTube where we're streaming. Two for one deal.
No, it was like 2-for-1 at Macy's or something like that.
Okay, there you go. Macy's still crushing it these days.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not mad at that. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We started off this show today talking about the transactions versus the action, right? And what do we mean by that? Well, you're fed up with the drama in regards to Brandon Aiyuk, him chirping, him talking through the social media, him saying all these comments, going back to, contract negotiations, him getting on the trade block potentially, all of that, and him voicing his frustrations, and you're just tired of listening to it.
It's a major tune-out.
It's a major tune-out for you.
For me, I'm just exhausted
Some people, they like the drama. They feed off of it. They say, ooh, okay, he's a little upset about the Niners. What does that say about Kyle Shanahan, the fan base, John Lynch? Is he going to get traded, right? Oh, they got scary Terry McLaurin wanted to get paid over in Washington. Maybe he can swap those players. I don't know. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk's played with Jane Daniels in the past when it was Arizona State. Like, people start, their heads start spinning, and they start thinking about all these ideas like, wow, that could be fun. But some people are tired of it, like you. I kind of like that stuff. It's fun. You're more of the X's and O's guys. Hey, Giants play the Marlins tonight, right? Something could happen at the plate. Wow. Why did they send him? Why didn't they send him? That's exciting for you, right?
Well, the way I would view it is this. Like, if this were a plate, if we were having dinner, right?
Sure.
Like, the action, the games would be your normal meal. Just you have to have your normal meal. And then the drama would just be the dessert.
Ooh.
Right? Like, I can have a little bit of both. You can have a little dessert here and there. I think if you're only eating dessert, I think that's where you end up getting sick.
Dude, I smashed some tres leches cake last night. Oh, so good. You got tres leches? It's like the milk cake from Mexico.
I know what it is. Yeah,
oh,
it's
yeah. Dude, they had some at Whole Foods. Smashed basically the entire
I love sweets. I'm not here to say that.
But it's too much for you sometimes.
Well, I also have to have my rice and chicken like you saw me earlier today eat.
All right.
Polenta.
Right now, it's cake eating season, if you will, because NBA free agency is upon us. It started really before Game 7 when Kevin Durant got traded to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, 5 second-round picks, and Houston's first-round pick. I think it's number 10 overall in this upcoming draft here. And then yesterday, we were all going sleep. We were going night-night, and we saw this happen. The Boston Celtics trading guard Drew Holiday to the Portland Trail Blazers in exchange for Anthony Simons and 2 future second-round picks. Also, another thing that happened, Washington Wizards, Chris Middleton, he got his option picked up. And I believe the most latest was from this morning, Gafford signing a 3-year extension, Daniel Gafford, that is, in Dallas. So, what's going to go on with the Warriors? Are they going to make a big move, Joe? Well, Mike Dunleavy spoke yesterday, GM of the Golden State Warriors, and says after the draft, there's going to be some action.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways we can go. We've got some free agents that, are priorities. We got to handle that. But some of that stuff may lead into trades and other things. I mean, obviously, we got wound up into a big deal last summer, multi-team trade. And so anytime you get into free agent stuff and you start looking at exceptions and cap space and all these things, it lends itself to it. We'll be opportunistic. I think with our cap and strategy group, those guys are really good. So we'll look at everything. And it's hard to say right now, though, honestly, as far as like what's out there, what could happen. But we'll definitely be in the mix. I mean, I think we've shown a history of doing that.
They'll definitely be in the mix. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean you're just going to be doing your due diligence and calling and checking on people? Are you going to actually be signing some big names here? Are you just going to be, skating around the edges, if you will, sign a couple players that are like, I guess I know that guy, but like, is he really going to be that much of a difference maker? I am curious to see where Warriors fans are at 888-957-9570 in regards to what they would consider kind of like a big move this offseason. What would be a big move, Joe, for you? Like, what would you constitute a big move for this team in these coming weeks and months, if you will, heading into next season? Because I don't think they're moving off Jimmy Butler, Draymond, or Steph. Can they do anything outside of moving on from those players and making a big move, I guess I should ask?
God, I feel like we've had the same conversation.
I know, but
for like 4 years.
Okay, but there's people that think like they're moving off at least Jimmy or Draymond. I just don't think that's in the cards. I just don't think.
No, I would agree with you there. I mean, you're talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Maybe.
No. That's like, what else do you have? Like, the league.
I think people.
Joe, you know the league. You have to have salaries. You have to match them up.
What if I moved off Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody and like Buddy Hield?
I would be shocked if they moved off of Pajemski.
But that would be a big move for you then. If you'd be shocked, then that would be a big move.
What am I getting back?
Well, we'll see. But just moving him off, that's a big move.
So I would disagree with you. I don't think moving off Pajemski is a big move. I'd be shocked by it. But see, to me, he's a backup point guard, right? So, like, that's not a big move. He's a guy who makes like $3 million a year.
A backup point guard on this team's important, though.
No, I understand, but we're talking about a $3 million a year player. Like, go around the league. You find me where the all-star caliber players making $3 million a year are, right? I think this is where, like, I just... You're talking about topic fatigue and getting like annoyed. I legitimately get exhausted discussing trade rumors with Warrior fans on this station. It's whether it's the Kuminga thing, Pajemski, Lowry Markkanen, Bradley Beal. My head is ready to explode, and I'm guilty of it. I'm not saying I don't.
There's levels to it, right? Like when it bleeds into multiple weeks with the same topic, I hear you. I do think it's important. Now that the NBA season is over, though, Joe.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, we do need to talk about it.
But there's a part of me that's like, wake me up when it happens.
Okay.
So, for example, Jonathan Kuminga. And what did he say about JK? I want to hear what he said about JK.
Let's talk about it right now.
Because he's going to be like a restricted free agent.
Correct.
Right? And this is the first time that they've been able to talk about it because the league season or the league off season has started.
Mike Dunleavy talking about Kuminga yesterday.
Yeah, so we can start with the finals ending last night. We can start pursuing that right now, leading up into free agency. And I think we're in a good spot with it, honestly. We have the ability to bring him back. He's restricted. I think there'll be good dialogue. And I'd like to figure something out sooner than later. That'd be great. But I also acknowledge with restricted free agency, these things can drag out a little bit and take some time. But I think we feel pretty comfortable with who JK is as a player and what he can do for our organization. And, we'll continue. It's a main priority going into free agency.
It is the priority right now. What is going to go on with Jonathan Kuminga? What's going on with him?
What's the priority? Keeping him or trading him?
I think it should be. From Spadoni's perspective, I think you should be keeping this guy going forward.
What about Dunleavy's perspective?
Dunleavy's perspective is trying to get this guy signed or a sign and trade. So whatever that entails, right? So they need to figure out where he's at, where they're at. I know. You're laughing.
Do you think, okay, this is where
you're laughing, but like
because this is the topic where I lose my mind. Do you think Mike Dunleavy even likes Jonathan Kuminga?
I don't know. Probably.
How is that even a thing? It's year 4. How? Like, but you get
hold on. It's year 2 of Dunleavy.
Mike Dunleavy has been
GM.
here. Okay, just hear me out.
Yeah.
This is where topic. How are we still discussing? Does the organization, does the coach, does the GM even like Jonathan Kuminga? That is still a discussion.
You can like a guy and not think they're like a great fit for the team. Do they like the person or do they like the fit? Is that what you're asking? What are you asking?
I'm asking both.
Okay.
That's what we've been asking both for multiple years. I'm exhausted by the Kuminga like circle.
I understand.
The whole circle. I'm talking about, is he good? Is he bad? Is he somewhere in between? Can he play with Steph? Is he a superstar? Is he even a starter? Is he an NBA player? Should they keep him? Is he worth $30 million? Is he not worth $30 million? Can you get a superstar for him? Can we trade him for Cam Johnson? Like, it's just everyone is set in their opinions except the team. Like, do you want him or do you not want him?
Well, real quick on that, I do think it's a little short-sighted to say they don't, like, they might not know yet because this whole team got shifted upside down when they traded for Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga was still hurt. And JK did get the short end of the stick because the team was winning without him. They tried to, slide him in to see if it worked. It wasn't working. They had to go to him after Steph got hurt to just be any type of scorer for them. You don't really know what you have still when it comes to, you're laughing, Joe, but it was a different team. It's a different team. So I can't fault them, and I understand your frustration. The fact of the matter is, I don't know what they have either, and fans don't know what they have yet either when it comes to JK, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond. They haven't been on the court enough together for me or the team to tell you.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad that this whole thing has been an exhausting exercise for months, if not years on end. We should just call ourselves, forget 95-7 the game. We should be 000 or 00 for Jonathan Kuminga. 00 the Kuminga. That's what we should be called. Like, we should be called 00 the Kuminga, because I feel like all we've done is like, is he good? Is he bad? Does he play with Steph? Can he play with Steph? Does the coach like him? Does he not like him? Should he play? Should he not play? Can he see the floor? Can he set a screen? Will he dedicate himself to rebounding? And here's why I'm exhausted. It is a situation where every individual has already made up their decision, except the team. Everyone who follows the Warriors is cemented in their belief. Either they think he's really, really good and for whatever reason doesn't get the benefit of the doubt from the team or the other veteran players, or they think he stinks. And my whole thing is, I'm exhausted by that exercise. I think he's somewhere in between, and I'm frustrated that we discuss him ad nauseum because he didn't play for like 5 games, 6 games, which were 6 of the most important games of the year. And it's just, we're having the same conversation. I'm exhausted by it. But then when he plays really well, we come in the next day, and instead of breaking down what he did well and what he didn't do well, he's an all-star. He could be a superstar. It's like, no, pump the brakes a little. Let's talk about what he did really well. Wow, he actually defended really well in this game. Wow, he went to the lane and didn't turn the ball over. Wow, you know what? Sometimes when he gets caught in the short corner, he over-dribbles into trouble. Like, we never talk about the actual game of what he plays.
I disagree. I think he had a tremendously good game against the Lakers in a regular season win. Him, Pajemski, they all stepped up. We talked about it. And I think we actually gave him the benefit of the doubt, at least here locally, nationally, maybe not. But during the playoffs in that first round, when he was coming off, just ice cold, having not played for like weeks, it felt like, in that Rocket series, and he struggled at times, I think we were all like, you know what, that was an unfair position for him to be put in. I'm not going to grade him because of that performance. And I think we did that pretty well as a station. And then when it came to, the second round, when he started to score more and Steph Curry was out, a lot of us were like, feels like you could have used this. But how much of that was, Steph wasn't there. And when Steph is there, he doesn't play very well, or his position's changed, or whatever. Like, there are different takes to have when it comes to the nuance of this conversation, Joe.
But if you were listening to 95.7 the game,
I understand
for the
what
last
you're saying.
year, I know, just hear me out. If you've been listening, I listen to this station religiously, okay? I'm obsessed with sports radio.
Yes.
I'll occasionally listen to the other side just to hear what's going on over there, all right? And, I listen to what's going on, and I bet you topics that the audience has heard from every day for the last 365 days, Jonathan Kuminga might be at the top of the list. And I'm just exhausted by it.
Well, we can do that right now. The topics that dominate the airways when it comes to the Golden State Warriors, it's Jonathan Kuminga. I just say the name.
And they're relevant. Like, I get there were reasons why we discussed him. I'm not saying and I'm guilty of this. Joe, I'm admitting my own shortcomings. But I hear the name Jonathan Kuminga right now, and I'm just like, my God, just do something. Well, either extend him and you play him, or... I'm done with. I'm exhausted. I despise hearing the whole rhetoric. Is where I'm going.
It's funny you say that, because I don't think we've talked about Jonathan Kuminga in how long, Sam Carter? When's the last time we brought up the name Jonathan Kuminga? A month ago? 2 months, like playoff time.
If Windhorse goes, well, there could be a trade. But what? This is what? No,
we haven't talked about him for like a month. I'm just telling you.
The next thing that happens is, Kuminga cannot be a part of that trade. Oh, Kuminga has to be a part of that trade. That's what we do.
Well, you're fatigued by a topic we haven't touched on in a month, so I don't know how fatigued you should be.
Everybody's.
But we don't. I'm saying our show, Joe. I don't care what other people do. Willard Dibs, Steiny and Goo. This show, we haven't been talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
You're not exhausted by just the discussion around him.
No, because we haven't talked about him a lot. And now that it's here, okay. I think we've done a good job of laying off the JK topic. And now it is the first major domino for this organization, and we will be talking about it because Mike Dunleavy is talking about it. Steve Kerr, his end-of-season presser, when him talking to Willard and Dibs, it was a major talking point. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Anthony Slater joining us in about an hour and a half at 8:30. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors.
You're not wrong. Okay, you're not wrong that we haven't talked about him that much recently, but we have been talking about him nonstop for 4 years, and the last 2 specific off seasons have been centered around: is Kuminga good? Is he worth starting? Is he worth trading? It's very reminiscent to me of the Jordan Poole conversation. In the sense of Jordan was extremely important till he wasn't, and then I got exhausted by the topic and the whole punch. And I think the audience did. I do believe that we talked about the punch as a station. And look, I understand why we did, because it had major ripple effect ramifications on the season.
Cast a cloud on the entire season.
I hear you, but there are certain things you just don't want to hear about every day. I don't even know where I fall down on this. When I hear Jonathan Kuminga and Dunleavy and everything, I get why we're asking it. I understand why we're talking about it. I'm telling you, I get exhausted by it. I can't be alone. Does the audience get as exhausted as I do?
888-957-9570.
I want to hear from people. Tell me, am I the wrong one here? If I'm wrong, and I know I'm guilty of it because I talk about what you guys want to talk about. All right? So after Brock Purdy throws 3 interceptions and they lose a game, we're coming in. What are we talking about? The Niner game when Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions. When the Niners lose in overtime and Shanahan doesn't know about the rules. You know what I talk about for months on end? Oh, my God, we lost in overtime to Patrick Mahomes. Our defense was terrible down the stretch. The offense couldn't do anything. We didn't know the rules. We didn't know the rules.
Well, then that gets into my topic fatigue, which is a lot of people's topic fatigue. It's we got to fire Kyle Shanahan now. He can't win it. Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one, but we should fire him. I was the guy that's been to 2 Super Bowls, who's been one of the most consistently great offensive minds in the game. You're just going to move off of him? Why? Because you had a tough loss and you can't handle it? Sorry. It's the same thing with Steve Kerr. That's the topic fatigue for me. Oh, Steve Kerr, he's just putting these guys in positions to not succeed. He's a bad head coach. Hell, I think Mark Jackson could have won 4 times. Really?
Mark Jackson. I don't ever want to hear about Mark Jackson ever again.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
Mark Jackson, it tells me you didn't watch him. Not you, but that individual.
But that's what I'm talking about. When it comes to topic fatigue for me, that's when it gets into the different branches of the certain topics. It gets into 0 to 100 so damn quick for me. I just need to back off and take a deep breath. Do
you think that as a media, whether it's this company or just... Did we talk a little too much about Jordan Poole for too long? The punch and Draymond and everything like that. Did it go on too long?
Maybe, but I think a lot of people wanted to hear from that stuff. There are some people that live and breathe all the drama, the transactions, if you will. We're talking about, what do you prefer, the transactions or the action? 888-957-9570. It's kind of like a makeshift this or that. By the way, this or that in the 9 o'clock hour. Not going to want to miss it. Fastest growing segment in Sports Talk Radio. Best, some might say. But yeah, some people like to talk about that stuff, Joe. Some of the stations in this area, we like talking about the drama that is a firing of a coach. Hell, how long were we talking about firing Gabe Kapler until it actually happened? That was a topic for me that it just jumped the shark. Well, it's just, he just doesn't know what he's doing. He's just, I don't even know. It's okay, great. But are they going to fire him or not? He's tied to Farhan Zaidi, and they finally fired him.
Well, Farhan was a boring topic for me after a while.
Thank you. That's another guy.
So I was exhausted there. But I wonder what because look, I use this analogy all the time. When I had a deli, my dad was you got to have tuna. You got to have tuna on the menu. It's Dad, no one orders tuna. And so every couple of days I would make tuna only to throw it away, right? what did I want to sell? What actually sold?
Salami.
What people wanted? They wanted turkey and roast beef and salami, right? They wanted so here at the station, I want to serve you what you want to hear. So do the people really want more action talk, meaning game breakdown? Because I love the breakdowns of personnel, the decisions, the strategy, what went right, what went wrong, what could have happened, what I might have done, what they should have done, reliving the moments. Or do people like the drama stuff? Do they want to hear about, like, for me, if I say topics that make my head explode, number one all time, if I hear about Colin Kaepernick, my head is like literally going to explode off my neck. I don't want to hear about the kneeling. I don't want to hear about if he was a good quarterback, if he should still be in the league. I don't want to hear about I am so exhausted. You bring up the Kaepernick thing for a long time, and I was immediately turning off the radio.
Okay, you just didn't want to hear anything from Colin Kaepernick, even though he was one
of my favorite quarterbacks. We talked about it so much. I was tired.
You were, but if the national media is talking about it and it's a story locally, we're going to talk about it. It is what it is.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is like, when is enough and when is it too much? When do you draw the line?
I mean, it's the NBA offseason right now. So I hear you on that, Joe. If we're not going to talk about it now, when are we going to talk about it?
So here's the 510.
Seriously, if we're not going to talk about Jonathan Kuminga now, then we haven't talked about him for a month, basically. The offseason's here. It's time for free agency. When are we going to talk about him?
Here we go. 415. The Kuminga topic is fire, no lie. Okay, that means that person likes it. 510. Preach, Shasky. I'm overhearing about JK's role on the Dubs, Aiyuk's holdout, and his contract. So,
then what do you want to hear right now? We didn't have any games to react to. We're talking about Mike Dunleavy. We're reacting to him. We had Nick Friedel join us yesterday. We have Anthony Slater join us at 8:30. Ramona Shelburne had some good sound yesterday with Willard and Dibs. What would you like to talk about in regards to the Golden State Warriors?
If I hear a Lowry Markkanen trade involving the Warriors, that's it, right? Why is that? Why are you over that?
Well, because first off, they're not going to be able to do that. They're not going to afford Lowry Markkanen.
We spent all last summer talking about Paul George and Lowry Markkanen, and I was exhausted.
Yeah, I know. Well, real quick, you were all in on Paul George for a second. You wanted Paul George.
Yeah, for about 5 seconds.
You wanted him.
Yeah.
Hold on. You wanted LeBron James.
I admit I was wrong.
You wanted LeBron James. We had discussions about wanting LeBron on this team, Joe. And you were champion.
Well, now I'm exhausted with LeBron.
Oh, now you're exhausted with him.
At the 20-year mark is when I drew the line.
Until when? LeBron says today, I'd actually really want to play with Steph Curry.
So we say LeBron's better than Jordan?
No,
I don't want him.
If LeBron James said right now I'd play with the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry, you would absolutely say bring him here.
No, I don't think I would.
Oh,
no.
stop.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Stop.
I wouldn't.
You're the biggest liar in the history of mankind.
Today, no.
No, you want Bronny, you take LeBron, you take it all.
No.
Yes, you would. No. For Jonathan Kuminga.
I'm seeing this resurface, right? Because the Phoenix Suns, everything that's going on. What about Bradley Beal? And I'm like, gross. Oh my God.
That is disgusting.
COVID talk, which is another topic I don't ever want to hear about again.
COVID?
Is COVID, yes.
Oh, it's like the flu at this point now.
Well, if I have to be shamed by Ray Ratto leaving my house one more time, my head will explode. You stay home and you just do what you want to do and tell everyone else how to live their life. I'm going to do me, all right? Stop telling me how to live.
Well, it's when the other people aren't adhering to the protocols in place that they're infecting other people. I hear you on that, though.
Yeah, but there are certain individuals trying to tell us all how to live, and they look pretty stupid today. All right?
What is going on here?
You just pipe down and let everyone else live their lives. We're all adults.
The epidemiologist, Joe Shasky, at 888-957-9570. Is that the right word, the phrasing for that? The guy that's like...
No, but Joe, look, honestly, I could talk. There are certain topics I could talk about forever. So for me,
which ones are they?
Like the regional sports networks that no one else loves but me. Oh. I love hearing about no one cares about that but me.
We don't.
The boss goes, "What is your obsession?" All right, Tim Lincecum. If I just bring up the name, I can never get enough of Tim Lincecum. I could relive his entire career right now for the next 4 hours.
He is fun to talk about.
He is.
You know who else is fun to talk about? Who's not nearly as successful as him? Jimmy Garoppolo. We can talk about Jimmy freaking Garoppolo.
Well, that's the Brock thing. The Kuminga thing reminds me of the Brock thing. Is he good? Is he great? Is he bad? He's a good player. He's solid. He's really solid.
Well, now
I like him a lot.
Well, he's also the highest paid player in the history of the franchise now. So there's levels to that.
I understand that. But he doesn't stink. He's not awful. He's a good player. He's a really good player. Do I think he's Joe Montana? No. No. I don't think anyone's Joe Montana outside of a couple of guys who've ever laced it up. But I think he's really good. And let's see what happens this year,
Let's hear more from Mike Dunleavy on the other side. I do want to dive into some of what he said in regards to potential trade targets as well, because he said something that if I'm a Warriors fan, it was kind of a wet blanket kind of a comment, and I want to get into that on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Ooh, I love that little Espanol here in the morning roast. We are coming to be live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And we got a fired up Joe Shasky on a Tuesday on June 24th with no game to react to, no local game to react to anyways. You're fired up, Broseph. Tell me why.
Well, it's just, I love talking about the games and the strategy and the actions, but I also understand that I have a job to do to keep people entertained. And there's a balancing act, like I want to serve you what you want to talk about and what you want to hear about, right? That's what my entire job is when I get off air is I'm constantly curating and thinking and brainstorming ideas that the audience is either going to find fascinating or feeling like they want to engage with. Right. Like that's where I'm at, right. Whether that be on YouTube, whether it's on radio, whatever. And so I maniacally obsess all day about these teams and about unique perspectives to bring to the airwaves for the audience. And I genuinely have hit a roadblock in my career in the sense of career. I mean, it sounds ridiculous when I say it like my career, but what is though? Just doing this job, is do people that listen to us at 95.7 The Game, if they had to choose one or the other, is it the action, meaning the games? Breaking down the strategy in the games and what happened or what should happen or the personnel or the decisions that are involved all in the games or the actual games themselves, the breakdowns of a double play or trying to hold a runner on or, that 3rd and 1 short yardage situation? Or do they want just straight up narratives and they want the transactions and they just want to hear about who could the Warriors get? Who could they be targeting? What second baseman is available on the Marlins right now that you've never heard of that I should be bringing up?
And why do people like that, Joe? Because it gives them hope. As a fan, sure. That's why. So you're always constantly thinking about it in the future. Like when you're seeing all these moves getting done around the NBA, Drew Holiday getting traded, Kevin Durant getting traded. Like, wow, are the Warriors, could they potentially be in on some of these deals? Like, wow, that'd be really exciting. After all entire offseason last year, it was Lauri Markkanen, Paul George, hell, you mentioned LeBron James maybe. Who knows? Mm-hmm. Like, you were kind of linked to all these different players, and he ended up with Buddy Hield, Slow-Mo, D'Anthony Melton. I was like, okay, great. And then you ended up getting a huge splash at the trade deadline, which is another part of all this. If you don't do anything in the summer, you have the trade deadline. But again, that's another looking towards the future still. That's another more transaction conversation. I do like also, though, just asking straight up the audience, what topics are fatiguing you? 888-957-9570. Because I got to be honest, I've been a producer for a long time too, prior to being a host. And the amount of times I got people just calling in, thank you, just being like, oh, we're talking about this again. Like, no, seriously. Like, and Sam knows this, Carter knows this.
We're taking people behind the scenes here today.
We are.
Look, there were no games yesterday. We're having a little fun. And I'm genuinely curious because I want to be able to serve my audience through these summer months and into the football season the right way. Like, what do you guys really like? I want to know.
And I want to know what they like and what they don't like. So this is your opportunity to call in right now or text 888-957-9570. The topics we should be discussing more and the topics you just cannot stand. 888-957-9570.
So like Joe, I think there's this term that we use in the industry, narratives. My head is ready to explode when I hear that term, the narratives. And when you start going big picture, when there was a sweet game yesterday and there's situational stuff that happened, even if it's a mundane Giants game, my setting is always dude, the game I just watched matters more 9 times out of 10 than any hypothetical trade that you could throw down the way. But there are so many times where I come on air and I start talking about, I'll just use the second half of the Warriors-Jazz game. I'm going to use the Jazz as an example. Right. Pre-Jimmy Butler. Nobody was calling in on that. But if we were like, hey, should we trade Jordan Poole for CP3?
Well, the
place went crazy.
The perfect example was what? You made the trade for Rafi Devers, and the Giants had just lost to their hated rival 2 out of 3 games, what we dubbed one of the biggest series of the year, which turned into a series that no one cared about.
Well, and it's ironic because I came in on Monday and I said, I think we talked about it for 30 seconds. That might have been Logan Webb's best start of his entire career.
There you go. And then that was it.
It was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
He was going up against their ace and Yamamoto, right? And
it was incredible. Yeah. Casey Schmidt hit one of the sickest grand slams I've ever seen with one of the sickest celebration looks into the dugout. What did we spend? A grand total of 4 seconds talking about it?
Yeah, because Devers was there. It was and I even had a whole, spiel about the fact that they signed Rafi Devers made this Giants season a success no matter what. That's truly how I feel about that transaction and what it means for this team and what it signals going forward to the rest of the league and what Buster Posey has done. Again, it's kind of a narrative conversation. The narrative around the Giants shifted when they made that trade. That is why people have such a gravitas to those certain subjects. When Kevin Durant signed here, Joe, what did that signal to you in that moment? It wasn't even about the games, honestly, kind of became irrelevant because you knew you were unstoppable. It's oh my God.
I hate that.
You hate it?
I hate that.
That's the truth. That's kind of the truth of the matter.
Yeah, but I did those shows. I did all those post-game shows during that 2018 season, and it was what I was watching was some of the most beautiful basketball of all time. And when you say the games were irrelevant, that ticks me off.
The regular season games, because you knew you were going to fast forward to the playoffs. And
but see, that's I'm sorry, dude. I get why you and a lot of other people have that setting, but that pisses my basic X's and O's instincts and my love of actual sports off. It ticks me off. This kind of has shades of the whole, when we were talking about First Take the other day and how all you guys came up with First Take, and I'm yeah, that's sad. That makes me really sad.
Sure, but it also dominates the ratings, and that's why they do all that stuff on television, because why? That's what people want to hear about. We might hate it here locally, but the fact that they're playing the hits, quote unquote, which is what? Cowboys, Lakers, Yankees. Unfortunately, outside of our own bubble, those are the national brands people care about. So they're going to continue to talk about them.
What's the most popular thing?
I don't agree with it, by the way. I don't like listening to it. I'm just telling you why they do it, and you know that.
What's the most popular thing we do here at 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast in terms of a weekly? What's the most by far most favorite thing for everyone in our audience, online, it doesn't matter what it is, or in real time?
Is it Bonte joining us in the studio?
Brian Baldinger once a week.
Oh, okay.
Would you agree?
Sure.
Would you guys all agree?
Yeah, Baldy.
Bonte's very popular. I'm not trying to dog Bonte.
No. But I'm saying an interview with someone.
And Baldy is, what is he? Very not narrative driven, very matter of fact. Yeah. This is what I saw. This is and maybe that's a lot to do with the NFL and how we discuss the NFL. But I think there's a purity to the Brian Baldinger segment, which is why it resonates.
It's just dumb football.
Exactly. It's why it resonates with me. I get super excited. I think the audience gets super excited. Am I wrong?
Crack.
No. It's funny that you say all this, though, because I have on my Morning Roast soundboard right now, I have all these different narrative conversations that dominated our airwaves. And can I just play some of these? Can we just do that? I'm going to do that. By the way, the number is 888-957-9570. We're talking about topic fatigue. What are you tired of our station talking about, people?
Or just in general.
Or just in general. And what would you like to hear us talk about more? It's a simple question. We're giving you the opportunity. You call in all the time and on these anonymous names and numbers, yelling at our producers. Come yell at us right now. 888-957-9570. Remember this last year, Joe? When you said you were rooting against the Giants? This was a great one.
There are times in life you root against your team. I know this sounds crazy. If you love your team, it's a long-term relationship. It's not about the singular year. And so I know I never root against my team guy is going to come down my road. Come down my road. I am rooting against the Giants because the reality is I don't want to watch Conforto anymore. I don't want to watch Yastrzemski and Slater. They're all nice guys individually, and I've rooted for them at times. I don't want to watch a pitching staff with one guy, Logan Webb, who I hand the ball to. I go, dear God, get me into the 8th inning today. I need you to save us, Jesus. Oh my God. I cannot watch a team that has not had a 3, 4, or 5 hitter that scares the other opponent in a decade since Buster Posey and Hunter Pence were rolling the field. I am rooting against the Giants. I needed to bottom out because I care about you know why? Because I'm going to be here longer than Farhan, and I'm going to be here the rest of my life, and I'm going to take my little son to games, and I don't want to watch this crap with my kid anymore.
That was a year ago? That was a year ago?
That was a year ago today.
Oh, my God.
Tell me that
almost to the hour, actually.
You tell me that doesn't sound like someone who watched every single game during the Farhan era.
That was the guy that was fed up. That was the guy who had topic.
Sounds like a guy who was banging his head against the wall watching those Farhan games.
He had Giants fatigue from watching the games, is what that sounded like. The games actually became fatiguing to watch for you as a fan, so much so that you were rooting against the team you love the most.
I know.
In a year, look at that. How much a year changes things.
I was right about pretty much everything. I mean, the host that you were working. Hold on, the host. David Lombardi let him know I was more right than him.
The host that you were working with is not the host you're working with now. A year later, Buster Posey takes over for Farhan. Everything shifted a year ago.
And now
Jimmy
Bonte's
Butler's
on the
here.
field.
Our pets' heads are falling off. Everything's changed. Yeah, Bonte's on the field now. The king. He's the king. Oh, man.
But no, look, and I know, for most people are like, baseball sucks. It's boring. I love the day-to-day stuff.
Now, that's a
baseball.
fatiguing topic for me. Like, when people just, say, stop talking about baseball, I was like, just shut up. Like, no. Like, if that's one of yours, call in. Say it. Say it to my face. I don't want to hear about baseball. 888-957-9570. Give me the reasons why.
Look, if you don't
I want to know why.
Yeah, but if you don't want to talk about the Farhan Giants, I gave it to you in that rant.
Yeah.
They're platooning guys. We don't have any 3-4-5 hitters. There's nobody in the rotation. I was explaining to you why that team was boring, but I used the actual watching of the game to kind of make my point.
Let me check myself, because I said shut up to all those people, and this is a judgment-free zone. Shout out Planet Fitness. I'm going to judgment-free zone if you want to talk about your topic fatigue. That was mean of me. You could come on and say, you know what? I don't like when you guys talk about baseball. I'm not going to tell you to shut up. That was mean of me. That was bully Spadoni right there. We don't want to do that.
Shut up.
Thank you. Yeah. Flem can say it. I can't. So if you're tired about the topics of the Giants and baseball in general, tell me why. 888-957-9570. Or if you want even more Giants, all the more power to you. Call in and tell me why. 888-95. Hell, do you want to hear more Valkyries basketball? Do we not talk enough about that? The local WNBA team that is the hottest ticket in the Bay right now. They're selling out every single game. They're going to be the most profitable team in WNBA. Hell, in their first season, they're going to be more profitable than Caitlin Clark's Indiana Fever, right? And you don't think that if I'm the WNBA circles, I'm not trying to hey Caitlin, maybe you should go think about going to the Bay. Not saying they're doing that. Shout out Collusion.
IMSQ, I think, is the one who's going to come.
Yeah, that's great. Give me Caitlin Clark.
But Joe,
as we're talking about NBA free agency,
Joe, I don't
hire.
As we talk about what people want, I don't know how many people are waking up in the morning man, I'm really searching for that Valkyries talk.
No,
right?
Exactly. But I want to hear from the people that say we don't talk enough about it. If they're going to call in and say that,
I actually think we've done a pretty good job discussing them.
I do too.
On days after. Now there have been other Devers is a bigger topic. For the Giants and for the nation, the whole country was talking about Rafi Devers last week. And so, we probably discussed the Giants more over the last 2 or 3 weeks at this station than at any point. I'm talking top to bottom lineup. Our show, the midday show with Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibs in the afternoon. I think we've done a brilliant job covering the Giants this year. And not just narrative talk, really breaking down games and how the staff looks and the bullpen. And I've been really happy with what we've done. I actually think we've taken a lot of how we cover the other teams. But simultaneously, I see people that cover the Niners, and I'm I just don't in June 24th. I'm not waking up D winners in the outside linebacker, camp battle for outside linebacker. That is not something that resonates with me on June 24th. So I do believe that there are certain topics they have to be relevant and thinking about it on that particular day.
I'm actually curious to ask Anthony Slater in about an hour at 8:30, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Now he's moving, by the way, from The Athletic back to ESPN, where he originally was prior to The Athletic. So covering the league and the Warriors there for ESPN, joining us at 8:30. But I'm very curious to hear what fans tell him, because he does some a lot of columns, right? I'm sure he does some Ask Me Anythings occasionally, the mailbags, if you will. And I'm curious to hear the topic fatigue for him covering a certain team with the Warriors. And again, he's going to play the hits. He knows what people want to hear about. But what I like about Anthony is he's not going to sugarcoat things. He's not getting paid from the organization. He's not a mouthpiece for them. He'll tell you like it is. And I'm very curious to hear what he would like to talk about more of, and maybe what he plays and what he writes too much about. 888-957-9570, by the way. Topic fatigue is the topic at hand. And Will and Marin.
What's up, Will?
Wants to join the conversation. Will, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Shasky. What's the topic that's fatiguing you, Will?
What's up, guys? So, yeah, before it was, I'm not going to lie, like, I turned on the radio and it was just like Kuminga this, Kuminga that. And the reason why it bothered me, though, was it's not because, like, I'm, like, set in stone on him, like I don't, like, dislike the guy. Like, I'd watch a game, like, I'd hear you guys talk about him for a week. He the narrative would be like, oh, he's terrible, oh, he's good, and I'd watch him. I'd be like, dude, he's not even really that bad. Like, I don't know what the deal is. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not too passionate about basketball like I am football, UFC, and baseball and stuff, but I'd watch Kuminga play, and even, like, on the games where he'd get harped and he'd still put up some good numbers, I was like, dude, he's not that terrible. I just think it was just exhausting because it was just the same narrative over and over. And look, I get your job is so much easier said than done. You guys have to talk about what's hot, and that's what, you know, the casual person doesn't understand. You guys have to talk about what's relevant. You can't just talk about what you ate on a Saturday night or what you want to do in your free time. Like, I get it. It wouldn't work. You'd have look all over you guys like white on rice. Like, I understand that. Like, look, it goes for and it also goes for every sport. Like, let's be honest. Like, I love UFC, but if you guys were talking about UFC, we'd be exhausted right now about how John Jones was ducking Tom Aspinall. Like, yes, you guys would be covering some really good fights in the middle, but guess what? That would be so boring. And now that John Jones retired, now we'd be talking about why he retired. Why did he duck Tom Aspinall? Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's hard to do your guys' job, and I think that you guys on all the shows, Steiny, you know, Dibs and Willard, like, you guys all do. I just want to let you know, you guys do a fantastic job. That's honestly why we really listen. Like, yes, we complain about the topics, but hey, we're complaining about them because we're sitting here listening to you guys. So you guys are doing a great job. Your job is so much more easier. Everybody in here thinks, I mean, all the casuals, myself included, we come in our cars and we listen, oh, we could do this too. No, we couldn't, dude. You guys do a fantastic job. So don't let that get to you guys. It's a tough world out there, and you guys are kicking butt. You're the only station that I want to listen to. And I would say one of the things, you know, that you guys should talk about more, I believe, even when they were good, you guys didn't. I think it'd be cool just to have a little segment on San Jose hockey. That'd be kind of tight because they're a cool story.
So it's funny that you said it. Like, you know, when they drafted Celebrini, you know, Sam came into every meeting and was like, look, we've got to find a way to shoehorn, you know, Celebrini into the discussion point. And, like, you know, it's always difficult. Like, where do you fit it in? How much do you talk about it? Where, like,
I think shoehorn was the term that we said that was kind of
that's
like
the word.
A backhanded compliment. It's like shoehorn it in there to force it.
Let's discuss this. Like, if Steph Curry does something the night before that just everyone's going nuclear over online and in their minds, and you win this exciting game with the Warriors, like, it's really difficult. When do you discuss the one-goal performance from Celebrini in a 5-1 loss? Like, I'm not trying to
9-10 for 60 seconds of Celebrini. I think that's what we established.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, like, I see a text going on right now, 650. I wish you guys would break down and analyze playoff games from other teams when the local teams are out. I would love to hear you talk about OKC and the Pacers so I don't have to listen to the ESPN radio hosts. And my argument to that would be, I don't think there are enough people out there looking for that in this market.
And we can absolutely, like, and we've had shows.
But I don't want to lose the audience.
No, but exactly. Like, again, Chiefs, Eagles was a blowout. There was a lot of fascinating storylines coming out of that.
Agreed.
When it came to the NFL, but you know what? We're talking Niners most of the time. We have to do it through a Niner lens, and that's where we find it. Not to say we can't talk about the game itself, because we did, right? We talked about the halftime performance. Damn, Mahomes is going for 3 straight. He got obliterated. That's twice in the Super Bowl. He got owned, right? The GOAT conversation. Jalen Hurts.
Football.
Exactly. That's football, right? Which, again, football, different than NBA when it comes to the Thunder and Pacers.
If that were
different. Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, their Q rating here in the Bay, much different. Why? Because they're hated, Joe, from the Niners. Do you hate Shea or Tyrese Halliburton? No.
If it was Knicks versus LeBron, I'm just throwing those two teams together. I think we would have discussed it more. I think the casuals would have watched more, and I think that the television ratings are obviously adjusted. They're not exact, but the television ratings are kind of a good cue as to if we're in or not. Think about this.
Had LeBron won his 5th title, this is just hypothetically, if LeBron was in the finals, yes, that'd be a huge topping point here at the station. Because of Steph and LeBron tied with 4 rings. That'd be a topic.
When the Niners play a football
Warriors
game.
lens. Yeah, sorry.
When the Niners play a football game in the playoffs, they'll get like a 40 or 50 share. Okay?
Huge.
40 or 50 share. OKC and the Pacers got like a 4 share or whatever in this market. All right? Like, the Housewives is getting those kind of numbers in this market. So you have to, there's a delicate balance, you know, and sometimes we're wrong. Sometimes we, like, I bring up Jordan Poole. I think the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green thing was one of the most fascinating things that's ever happened. And it's not just the conversation and the incident that happened. I think we went a little too deep into it for too long as a station and as a media as a whole. I do. I think we discussed it a little too much. And I think it became a turnoff at some point. Not that it wasn't relevant. Not that it wasn't, seeped into everything that happened that year. It's just when you bring it up every single segment of every single day, it just becomes an automatic eye roll.
What did you make of, I know we touched on it in a second, but like, I do hear a lot of people calling in. It's like, man, why didn't you talk about the Sharks? Like, I hear you on it, hockey in general, because as we're talking about, the NHL and the Stanley Cup finals just happened, or final, whatever they call it. Like, it was a team from Florida winning it all, going back to back. Now in Florida, I wonder how much like the Florida Panthers are hitting. It does. I genuinely get curious because they have the Miami Dolphins there, right? They have the Miami Heat there. Like, it is called, like, they have the Florida Gators, right? They have Miami Hurricanes, like football. Like, that dominates there so much more than I would think hockey. And it was kind of unfortunate. The last time the Sharks were truly, like, super relevant, they were in the Stanley Cup finals. Like, the Warriors were also in it. And it was the Cavs.
It's the worst possible time.
I felt so bad for them, too.
It was awful.
And it was a great team they were up against. And the Pittsburgh Penguins, and even had they lost in it the way they did, if they just had their own stage, I do think that would have done wonders for that fan base. And it was just sandwiched into a team that had won 73 games in the regular season and an all-time regular season. And they were trying to go back-to-back. Steph, Draymond, Clay. They're going up against LeBron, Kyrie, Kevin Love. I do go back to that and think about it. And yes, I would love to talk about the San Jose Sharks. If you want to call in, and I could give him love. Hey, if Macklin Celebrini is truly this phenom that we all think he is and could be, then yeah, I do think if he ends up being a Sidney Crosby or Alexander Ovechkin, like, we could talk about him, and that could be a talking point.
I do.
But again, he's in his second year, so like, let's pump the brakes.
No doubt. And look, the Sharks have a diehard fan base, but like, there are certain things that are evergreen topics, right? If you bring up Joe Montana in these parts, right? Who's the greatest quarterback of all time, Brady or Montana? If you just said that, the lines would light up.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I like a version, and I admit my, the narratives and having fun. Like, one of my favorite things of all time, and I love these types of things, at bat for your life, Willie Mays or Barry Bonds.
It's a great one.
Okay? You've got to hand the ball to one of these two pitchers in the playoffs, and they're pitching with your life on the line. Game 7. Is it Bumgarner or Lincecum?
There you go. It's good.
Right? You've got 30 seconds to go and no timeouts. You got to go 60 yards. Is it Montana or is it Brady?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I love those types of hypotheticals. What I don't like hearing, and I could do those, we could have fun with that. I can hear everyone's call. Like, when I just come out and say it, like, I used to listen to Damon every single day. But after like 8 months of Joe Paterno, Jerry Sandusky talk, I was like, dude, I hear about Jerry Sandusky and Joe Paterno one more time. Like, they're both awful human beings who should probably go directly to somewhere, miserable. I don't want to hear about them anymore.
Yeah, hell, I'll say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to go that deep, but you get what I'm saying? So, like, I do believe that there are certain topics like, wow, I can't believe that happened. But when you talk about it over and over and over and over again, it becomes nauseating.
I mean, that one with the seriousness of the nature, I understand.
It was disgusting.
It was, very disgusting. Well, it's just also, that's a topic that's very difficult to listen to, but I think people needed to listen to it, to your point. But also, I get back to a less seriousness, more about the sport itself. Like, and I mentioned it earlier, and we're talking topic fatigue right now, and the number is 888-957-9570. What topics are you, the fans, the people, I want to hear from our listeners, the topics that you kind of tune out on most of the time, and some of the topics that we don't talk about enough for you. Like, I'm giving you the opportunity, people, all the people that like to bash it, call into our producers,
tell us what to do.
A little bit, but like, tell us what you want. Yeah. I think this is a good opportunity to do that. We don't have any games to react to. The NBA, free agency is about to hit us. It's already kind of upon us. The Niners are starting back up next week. Again, the Giants, not next week, but next month. The Giants had a day off yesterday. 888-957-9570. The topic fatigue and the topics you want to hear more of.
So another one that for me, like, is a complete eye roll. When I come into the studio and Carter and Sam are like, oh, did you see what Draymond said on his podcast? I'm like, oh my God. I don't care what Draymond said on his podcast. Now, am I wrong? Do people still care about what he says on his podcast?
Did you care when he said at the All-Star game, this wasn't on the podcast. Oh, no, I think it was on the podcast. Or no, it wasn't. It was on NBA and TNT. Do you care when he said, I know we're going to win a championship?
Oh, that got me fired up, but it wasn't something that I needed to talk about for weeks on end.
It's always fun game.
I mean, it might have, sparked,
that was funny.
It might have sparked you saying, something similar. I might have it here in a second.
Hey, look, I said a lot of wrong things. No one ever remembers the right ones, though.
What were the right ones?
Well, like when I identified Josh Allen as a junior at Wyoming and I said he's going to be an NFL superstar.
Yeah. Has he won a Super Bowl yet?
Oh, go stop it. He's the reigning MVP.
I mean, he hasn't even gone to the Super Bowl yet. He's
got married to Haley Steinfeld. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing all right. All right.
Like, when I saw Bradley Beal's name get popped back up again, or these hypothetical Giannis trades, like, look, I will always be in on the Giannis trade conversation. But I think for a lot of people, it's like, I don't want to hear about this fake Giannis trade that's never going to happen.
Let's hear from Mike Dunleavy, who spoke yesterday, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He's basically kind of put, the wet blanket on the Giannis talks.
Only because just of our salary structure and the way it works with the amount of money you can use underneath the second apron. That probably restricts it more than anything for us in terms of pursuing the best roster we can. So I think we'll look at stuff. We'll look at players that we really like. It's just almost impossible for us to add players in the salary range of guys we were looking at last summer since we've added Jimmy. That would be the only limiter. But in terms of like finding talent, improving this team, we're going to look under, every rock to try and do that.
When I hear that, you're going bargain bin hunting. And that's not sexy for a lot of fans. And I understand that, but that's where this team is right now. He basically said, $50 million or more, if that's what they're making, we're not getting them. So the Joel Embiids, the Giannis Antetokounmpos, player X superstar that you thought you might be interested in, you're not getting them. And that, for a lot of fans, that was hard to hear because there's going to be a lot of names shifted around, in the coming weeks that are like, man, couldn't the Warriors been on them? No.
So there were two reports that came out that Dunleavy didn't really address head on, but that people have circulated online. Kevon Looney might come back, and
Loon Dog
and GP2 might come back, right? So going back to the whole transaction over the games, okay?
Transaction over the action.
I don't want GP2 back. And it's not because I don't like GP2. I really like GP2 as a person. As a player, did you watch the last 2 months of the year? He couldn't guard anyone. His lateral quickness is nowhere near what it used to be. Now, he did shoot the three ball significantly better than I ever anticipated.
What'd you have? A truly?
But I find him to be an extremely niche role player who plays way too much and is over-relied upon by the coaching staff, plays in the dunker spot, which means we're going to be outsized every single lineup that we put him out there. And I don't think he is a ball handler or passer that is worthy of playing the minutes that he does and always getting the nod over some of the younger guys, right? That is me breaking down the action of the transaction, and I get frustrated because, when I see that, oh my gosh, here we go, GP2's coming back. I'm like, no, that's not good enough.
You don't have a problem for Gary Payton. It sounds like you have a problem with Steve Kerr when it comes to that because you think that Steve Kerr is going to lean on Gary Payton. Like Gary Payton as the player, is he the player he was a couple years ago? No, I still think he's very serviceable. Again, the question with him is health.
I think they're better off without him. And the reason why I say that is because you're going to have to dip into the luxury tax to retain him. That's number one. Number two is you're going to be playing tons of small ball lineups, which we clearly can see the small ball lineup thing doesn't work. It really wears down the Warriors. And if you're going to have a point guard who obviously plays off ball, you need to have larger, bigger defenders out there at every single turn. And does Steve Kerr play into how I view GP2? Absolutely. There is not a doubt about it. But if you're going to trot out, lineups which include GP2 overlapping with Brandon Podziemski, I have two guys undersized who can't defend out on the perimeter or hit shots at a good enough clip to be able to be honored in the half court. That's me using the breakdown. That's not going to get a lot of phone calls. Me breaking down the X's and O's of why I don't want that individual. It's just not. And so that's where I come back to the thing is that what people want? Do they want me to break down the X's and O's? I'll do that.
Well, it's always so funny.
Those are uncomfortable truths, though.
When we have these conversations, right, and some people, might get offended. They might be sitting here saying, oh, well, our fans are diehards. They're tapped in as anyone. We don't cater to the casuals. It's like, well, you can do both. It's no problem. You can do both. And 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to hear from you, the people, on the topics you are fatigued by on these very airwaves, and topics, quite frankly, we should be talking about more. 888-957-9570. Oh, this just hopped up on my board. Let me play it. It says, what Willard hates talking about. I'm assuming it's Mark Willard.
Anything Steiny did? I don't know. What is it?
Okay, the topic I least like talking about on the air is Jonathan Kuminga, but it's not Jonathan Kuminga. Let me explain. It's not Jonathan, the player, that I don't like talking about. It's not even the situation around Jonathan Kuminga I don't like talking about. What I don't like doing is going down the road of where seemingly all Jonathan Kuminga conversations go, which is this black and white world of you either love him or you hate him, and you are a Steve Kerr apologist, and sometimes race comes into this, and all of these things that don't need to come into talking about a young player who's trying to find his way.
And I actually agree with that. That was Mark Willard, obviously. You know,
really well said.
Well, he said black versus white thing, and I actually literally went to black versus white. Like, it turns into a race thing when you talk about and compare Pajemski, his minute allocation, compared to Kuminga, and that goes to Steve Kerr. And some people would say, oh, Steve Kerr, he feels some type of way about Kuminga because of his. I was like, and then it gets to a point, I was like, what are we doing? Like, come on, exactly. So I feel Mark on that.
Yeah.
I do feel him on that.
Well, it's also people are cemented in their beliefs.
Yeah.
And there's no pivoting off. See, like, this is where I do believe the echo chamber of social media now has created an entire generation where people are unwilling to pivot off their opinion.
Exactly. And let me just say that is similar to with the Purdy versus Lance conversation for a while too, when it came to Kyle Shanahan. And it always went back into that.
Into what?
The black versus white thing.
It would.
It would. No, that's a thing. Like, that is a thing that people talk about, that we get texts in, that we get comments on YouTube all the time about. And I feel Mark on that. I feel him on that. Continue.
But I also think that the Kuminga talk reminds me similar. They're not like for like. Brock is better in his sport than Kuminga is in his. But it's similar to Brock in the sense that, like, he's the greatest quarterback who ever lived. Or I think he sucks and he's not a starter. It's like, no, he's really good. He's really good. He's the high-end player. I don't think he's a top 5 guy. I think he's just on the outside of that. And that doesn't generate a lot of clicks and buzz.
No. And again, in this world, like, I think the Niners, quote unquote, and they're not running it back per se because they trimmed a lot of the fat of the organization, but they're running it back with their core players. They're big boys of Fred Warner, Kittle. You got Bosa still locked in. Obviously, you signed Brock Purdy. You got Christian McCaffrey there. Like, I think they're going to be good next year. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on them, but it's not sexy to say that. It's like, oh, you know what? I know they didn't really add anyone other than Micah Williams and some rookies, but like, hey, this team could be pretty good next year because there's not a lot of drama surrounding them. And I know you're frustrated with the Brandon Aiyuk thing, that withstanding. Like, it's not very sexy to talk about that, right? It's not as sexy just to say, yeah, I think this team running it back is their best step going forward. Same with the Warriors. I actually truly believe that. I think the Warriors could, quote unquote, run it back. And when I say run it back, yeah, the Loonies and the GP2s, kind of like those fringe kind of players on the team. Like, are they going to be starters come playoff time or rotation players come playoff time? I'm not sure. But when it comes to Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, Pods, Moody, Kuminga, I think you keep those guys hanging in next season, then figure it out around them. Like the Quentin Post, the Guy Santos is okay. Keep those. They can develop more. But outside of that, maybe that's where you look to improve the team. Is that sexy for a lot of fans to say that? It might not be what they want to hear, but it might be the best decision going forward for the team.
Well, and I guess what I would say to you is then we're going to have the same conversations we had this year. Why is Moody playing and not playing?
Maybe.
Why is GP2 playing as much as he does?
Or
why is Buddy so inconsistent?
No, you're saying that. What if the team just gets better and Kuminga is better and Pods is better and Moody is better because they have more time around Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond. And this can actually feel like a team that has worked in the offseason together, unlike the team that we saw come playoff time for some of these guys, that there's their first heavy load of playoff minutes, that looked shook. And you know what? I think we all kind of underestimated the weight of the playoffs.
But let's go X's and O's here. So that you say roll it back, and I say to you that's not good enough, and here's why. They couldn't defend a big to save their life with 2 months to go in the season. Do I need to rattle off the names that dismantled them? I mean, Zubac, Aaron Gordon, Jokic.
They went up against the biggest team in the first round with Steven Adams, Şengün. They were up 3-1.
Steven Adams is a backup player all year. He played.
You wanted him, Steven Adams.
No, I did. But I'm just saying, like they went to him, and Şengün ate all series, destroyed them. And then they went up against Minnesota. They couldn't guard Julius Randle.
They blew out Minnesota in game 1, and Steph got hurt. I don't know how that series would have shaken out had Steph not gotten hurt. I don't know.
Julius Randle had his way. I think Julius Randle. I think when you have 2 months of data of bigs destroying you, not just doing well, destroying you, I think it tells you you're not big enough. I think it's pretty evident. I think it's pretty clear. And you're not getting through Hartenstein and the kid Chet Holmgren without a little more beef on the line. So when you say, hey, we're rolling back the same exact team, so I'm going to have GP2 guarding Chet Holmgren? I'm going to have GP2 guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Give me a break.
Run your own race.
I'm going to have Kevon Looney out there?
You don't even know if you're going to be playing the Thunder in the playoffs. They can get bounced from another team.
Okay,
again, run your own race. I can't worry about what that team's going to do right now, and I get it. Everyone's comparing themselves to the top dog, so I understand what you're saying right now. They're the champs. That's who you're looking at in the West.
Let's look at Minnesota. Who guarded Anthony Edwards?
It was a combination of people.
Yeah, and Kuminga might have done the best.
Yes.
He didn't even do that well.
Yeah,
Edwards wasn't even that great.
Pods got cooked. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and this thing, this guy will be better, and that guy will be better, and that guy. I thought Pods would take a leap forward last year. He had a really rocky year.
I think he did take a leap at one point. He was hurt early on in that season, and there was a point in stretch.
3 months.
No, hold on. There was a stretch of the regular season. He was the best 3-point shooter in the league.
He also lost his job to Dennis Schroeder. He was that bad.
Dennis Schroeder. No, did Dennis Schroeder look good into the Pistons?
Not with the Warriors.
No. But again, Dennis Schroeder is a veteran player, and it just didn't work here. Real quick before we hit the injury report, Jan in Mountain View wants to talk about topic fatigue. Hey, Jan, what's the topic that's fatiguing you? Good morning.
Well, to start with, I'll just make it short. Aiyuk, every time he posts something, he's seems like he's unhappy. I mean, I understand that the rest of the team is all together, and if he's the one that doesn't want to be here, I mean, get rid of him. We don't need him, and let him go wherever he wants to go. If he wants to go to Washington, whatever. I mean, get him off the team. We don't need him, and the season is around the corner, and we don't need to have that, as a topic of every day to where we're going to get sick of it. That's all I have to say.
All right, that's Jana Mountain View. You know what? I never get sick of Jana Mountain View, and I never get sick of Carter. The injury report. Tough news for the Giants' NL West rivals, and just for a loss for baseball in general. The Arizona Diamondbacks will be without Corbin Carroll indefinitely with the chip fracture in his left wrist. Carroll suffered the injury when he was hit on the wrist by a pitch over the weekend. It is not yet known if the injury will require surgery. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're still talking topic fatigue, and 888-957-9570. What's the topic that fatigues you the most on these airwaves? And what's a topic that you'd like us to discuss more? You got the floor. It's your opportunity to join in. 888-957-9570. Plus, Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. Hell, we'll ask Slater about that too on 95.7 The Game.
topics when it comes to the Golden State Warriors were being pressed upon him, and we're going to have Anthony Slater on in about 30 minutes just to kind of get a feel for what the Warriors might do. And you can see that the NBA season, in terms of the offseason, is just going crazy right now. Drew Holiday traded last night. Kevin Durant traded. And so, the questions now become, what are the Warriors going to do? Are they going to retain Jonathan Kuminga? Are they going to trade him?
Is that Hank Hill?
Are they going to make a big deal? Like, what exactly are they going to do? And I could hear us and I could feel us all gearing up for this same exact Jonathan Kuminga conversation. And guess the same trade candidates are still out there.
No,
Giannis.
No.
Lauri Markkanen.
No.
Oh,
I already
Bradley
told you why that's not possible. And Dunleavy said that yesterday, Joe. As I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam, all you lovely people. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing the dealer. Mike Dunleavy said it yesterday. It's probably going to be impossible to trade for someone making $50+ million.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. Not going to happen, Joseph. All right? I'm sorry. So it's JK or bust. That's like the big move is probably going to be Jonathan Kuminga, re-signing him. And is that good enough for Warriors fans? And speaking of Jonathan Kuminga, that's a topic that's dominated our airways for how long, Joe, would you say?
Since the day he was drafted.
Day he was drafted. We've been talking nonstop before. Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, like what do you do with the picks?
Okay. So, talking about that. Talking about topic fatigue, if you will. That's what we've been talking about for most of the show. I want to hear from the people, the topics that you are fatigued on, and the topics, quite frankly, you would like us to be discussing. 888-957-9570.
The topic I can't get enough of, I don't think we've discussed enough, just as a fan base, because we were so angry, just in general, of losing the game. Shanahan didn't know the overtime rules. Like, there's no other way around it. I love Shanahan. I like this whole thing, like, Shanahan's an idiot. Like, no, he's not an idiot. He's brilliant. He's a little stubborn. Like, I think a lot of really, really bright people are kind of stubborn and stuck on some of their beliefs. This thing that he needs to evolve is ludicrous. Like, they move the ball just fine.
Luda.
But he didn't know the overtime rules. I mean, there's just like no way around it. I mean, all the players had no clue what was going on. You know, the Chiefs laughed at them.
That's what made it worse. It was like, they want the ball. They want the ball. That was Mahomes, like the NFL films. They want the ball. They want the ball. It's like, yeah, they're laughing at you because they knew the rules and you didn't. It's like, you take the ball second.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can win the game. Yeah.
Like, that's a topic, like reliving the fourth quarter and overtime. As much as it pains me, I could do that till I'm blue in the face.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Again, you mentioned it, Joe. Anthony Slater joining us in about 25 minutes at 8:30. We'll ask him about topic fatigue, if you will, and maybe he'll give us a new way to discuss Jonathan Kuminga in this situation and how it plays out, because this grabbed my ear yesterday, Joe. Take a listen to Ramona Shelburne, Some Color Momo here on 95.7 The Game. Obviously, senior writer for ESPN, covers the league. She's been doing it for a very long time. She is tapped in.
You mean Mark calls her Momo?
Some people, I said. Maybe Mark, maybe Dibs, maybe Steiny. Who knows? Maybe you call her Momo. I don't know. Maybe you guys are tight.
I call her Ramona.
Okay. Ramona Shelburne.
In public.
Asked about the Jonathan Kuminga situation yesterday on Willard and Dibs, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. She says, Joe, it could potentially get messy.
Does he really have a market? I know there's a couple of teams that are interested in him, but those would be sign-in trades. They don't have the cap space to get it done. And so do the Warriors want to even participate in those sign-in trades? If they do, what's the number? You know, it's probably 3 or 4 teams I've heard of that have some level of interest, but what is that level of interest, right? And do the Warriors want to keep him? And if so, what is the number? Is he, you know, if they make him an offer, that's less than the max or maybe even less than what he was offered last year, which I think is far more likely. Does he scoff at that and then take a really long time to make a decision and then tie up their cap space? And that presents other problems. So that's the biggest thing that you have to look for, you know, but I know that they're working on a few things. I don't expect anything massive like we've seen. I mean, Jimmy Butler was really that move, right? But the Kuminga question is going to hang over everything because it has the potential to get messy.
Has the potential to get messy. We're not talking Lionel.
Been messy.
It's been contentious. I would call it messy.
Joe, he went to the media in the Kings series. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, I said it was contentious at times. All right, I think they've moved past that. Maybe certain individuals haven't. It's in the back of their mind. But I think we, the fans, have moved past that, right? Right?
No.
No? Really?
Messy is a pretty good way to describe it.
I would describe the entire Kuminga
the Jordan,
thing
no. Jordan Poole situation was messy.
No, that was
was toxic.
That was punchy.
Stop with the punchline there. All right?
I mean,
that was messy. You had a teammate punching another teammate. Like, Jonathan Kuminga, like, Jimmy Butler said he could thrive with that guy. Don't you want to see that work, Joseph? Don't you? When Jimmy Butler,
it's not
Hall of Famer, says
want.
I can thrive with him, I want to see it work.
Why I'm so tired.
I do.
This is why I'm so tired. It's not what I would want to do, because it doesn't matter what I would want to do. It's literally, I don't even know what the Warriors want to do. I don't even think they do. I think the owner's thinking one thing. I think the GM and the coach are thinking something totally different. That's the part
you don't
where
think the Warriors know what they don't know what they want to do? Really?
Okay, forget what we want. I'm going to go around the room. Do the Warriors want him? I'm talking about the Warriors as a whole. Do they want Kuminga on the team next year?
Yes.
Boy, you had to think long and hard. Carter.
I said yes.
Do the Warriors want Kuminga on the team next year? Yes or no?
Yes.
Sam Loveman. Do they want Kuminga on the team next year? Yes or no?
I believe that they do want Kuminga on the team next year.
Wow, look at that. That's 3. You're going to say no.
Does Steph Curry want Kuminga on the team next year? I don't even know. I don't know the answer to that.
Honestly, he's such a conundrum. I don't know what Steph wants. Like, I truly don't. At least guys that are around the league, the superstars, will tell you who they don't want when the trades happen around them. Steph, I do feel like he's like taking a step back. He's 37 going on 38. Hey, Dunleavy, Joe, you guys figure it out. Thank you for getting me Jimmy. That's what you needed to do. You got me another star, and that's good enough for me. Everything else, figure it out. Right? I think he's playing golf with Cannon. He's hanging out with Aisha. They're chilling. They're enjoying their summer. You guys figure it out. I had my summer last year.
Yeah, I think you're reading the whole thing. Dude, they picked out on one of these articles breaking down the whole dissension between JK, the coach, and the team. They picked out one possession in the Portland game where Steph didn't get the ball and he was pissed off. And I'm like, really? One possession? Steph, the whole thing's been built around you for years. One possession, and that set you off?
See, I think Steph being out, though, Joe, during that playoff series and him seeing the potential of Jonathan Kuminga might have changed his mind a little bit. Said, man, maybe the offense is too Steph-centric going forward here. We need to open things up. And JK clearly looked like he belonged on the court in the playoffs against all those young studs in Minnesota. So maybe I need to recalibrate a little bit. This offense needs to make some tweaks and adjustments here now with Jimmy Butler, and maybe I can get better for it too. And we could maximize Jonathan Kuminga. You don't think that's a possibility? You don't think he's thinking that?
This team is operated as it's the made men and then the others for the last 5 years.
But they need to shift.
No,
their
I know,
philosophy.
but we've been saying that same. You want to talk about topic fatigue? Like
I know.
You got to give a little off for the young guys. We've been saying that for 5 years.
Well, I think they realized this playoff run, they were up for it. They were up for the assignment. The guys that have been there and done that, the Draymonds, the Jimmys, the Stephs, hell, even Buddy Hield for a couple of games. The vets were up for it. When the number was called for Moses Moody, it looked like this was his first real action in the playoffs. It looked like this was like, okay, like, yeah, the moment in the lights are a little too bright for you, Moses. Same with Quentin Post. Guy Santos didn't have enough minutes for me to really even make an opinion.
Guy Santos played before JK did in some of those games.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you're just telling me, Brandon Pajemski even, the moment was too bright for most of the rookies and young players making their first playoff runs. And that happens. And I think we underestimated that factor in all of it, especially when Steph went down. Because now, what?
No,
am I not speaking truths and facts here?
Like their actions have already told you how they feel.
What are they going to do? Like, no. Well, if you were a betting man, what do you think they're going to do this summer?
I think they're going to match some offer to a certain level, and because they don't want to lose them for nothing. Because they're so up against it when it comes to the salary cap. Their only way to improve themselves is to retain Jonathan Kuminga and pray that they can work out a sign and trade. I would be shocked if he comes back.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the most important games of the year, he was like reluctantly going to him, even though he was the second best player on the floor. I'd argue maybe even the best player on the floor, and he wouldn't even start. I mean, like, what are we doing? Like, we're really holding grudges for that long?
He was like the second best scorer. I don't know if he was the second best player.
He's the only guy that could slow down Anthony Edwards a little.
Yeah, slow down. I mean, again, no one was slowing down Anthony Edwards. I hear you on that. Brian in Palo Alto wants to join the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's over.
Brian, you're a diehard. You listen to every single show on this station. The topic that you are fatigued by the most, and the topic you would like us to discuss more. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
I think it's time for this topic to be over. It's no fun. It's, it's sort of like both sides are wrong on some level, but it's, the reality is the truth. I mean, this is a truthful statement. For 3 straight years, the Warriors played their best basketball when Kuminga was hurt, right? For whatever reason, I don't know what that reason is they don't play their best basketball as a team and as an organization when Kuminga is getting heavy minutes. It's just not. They're like a sub-500 team. And when he's out and he's hurt, they play like 70, 75% winning percentage. And so it just doesn't fit. I don't know what kind of player he is, but it was his 4th year last year. He shot 29% from 3. I don't know what that means, but whatever it is, his vision for himself, I think it's best served someplace else. They have to sign and trade him. If he comes into training camp next year with a $30+ million contract, man, it's going to be an ugly, ugly scene. And, do I have confidence that he'll have worked on his weaknesses in the offseason after, basically he was rewarded for not doing it the prior offseason? Yeah, it's going to be a bad situation, and I don't think it's one that Lakeup or Dunleavy is going to allow to happen. That's just what I think. I mean, they need to get a player that can play every night, can make open 3-pointers, can defend, and that's just what they need, right? It's pretty obvious. It's glaring. But anyways, guys, have a great day, okay?
Wait, Brian, you still there? Oh, he's gone. Damn, I wanted to ask him what he wanted to hear us talk about more. Because I do think Brian lives for the drama. I'm just going to be honest. He's more the transaction guy than the action, personally. But I love you, BP.
Do you really want to go into another season where every single time Jonathan Kuminga takes a step on the floor, we're analyzing whether it was the smart move or not? Every dribble, every shot, every pass, every non-screen, every time he's playing defense, every time he doesn't box out, like that unfortunately, that is how this guy is viewed, and I think it's absurd.
Listen, we get to dictate what we want to talk about here on the show, which is very nice. Now, we want to talk about it through the lens of what the fans care about, and if the fans care about Jonathan Kuminga that much, sure, we're going to discuss it, but we're not going to sit here, Joe, and just crush the guy for every single missed assignment. That's not what we do. I'll let social media and the national talking heads, like all the people from Yahoo Sports, ESPN, they can deal with that crap. I'm not going to do that here. As the flagship of the Golden State Warriors, I am not going to sit here and do that. If they retain him, they re-sign him, and he stays, then he's going to be here. And then you know what? The conversation is going to be, well, let's see if you flip him at the deadline or not. And where's this team going to be at the trade deadline heading into next season? We'll see. We'll see. The guy's 22 years old again. He's still so damn young. I understand that people want to crush him.
Let's play this out. Let's play this
22.
Out. I know. I like JK. I want him on the team. But I also understand what happens when this happens. So let's say he signs. I'm just going to throw numbers out there. A 3-year, $30 million a year deal. Let's just say he signs
$390.
Is he starting?
No. Well, Steve Kerr said they're definitely going to look at that, right?
Okay.
After the season, no. He said they have to. He basically said, no, look, give me the quote, Carter, because it's in White Oak somewhere.
Let's play this out. Okay, he starts first couple games. He's a starter.
Yeah.
Until when?
Well, let's see. Again.
Okay. So then you're good. Okay, but this is my point. If you believe in the guy and he has a couple of bad games,
as we talked about, starting doesn't matter. It's like, are you closing? Are you closing or are you starting?
No.
Why does it matter?
Ask Klay Thompson if it matters.
Look, Klay Thompson, when it came to that, was so much more into his career than Jonathan Kuminga is now. He was like a decade-plus veteran that won multiple rings, and yeah, he felt some type of way about it.
For some players, starting doesn't matter. I think for a lot of guys it does. So we just disagree on that.
Do you think Jonathan Kuminga was humbled last year?
Humbled?
Yes.
I think he was angry.
Why?
Humbled.
Did he come off as an angry individual last year? No, I
think he was frustrated with the situation.
See, I think we project our own feelings on how we think that Kuminga should feel.
Anger.
Kuminga,
these guys want to play, Joe.
Of course.
The pro athletes want to play. They want the ball in their hand. They want to ball out. That's what they grind for. JK's not in the gym, 12 hours a day because he doesn't love the game and wants to be great. I think he does want to be those things. Now, is he? No. Those are two separate questions. So, I think a lot of guys are on the bench angry or frustrated. And this doesn't mean that they're bad people. It's just they have professional aspirations. Was I happy being a part-timer working nights and on the weekends? Hell no. I was like furious.
You liked working with me and Lucas, though.
Yes. I both can be true. I liked working with you guys, but I wanted more, right? Like, I was angry. I wanted more. And I'm talking about professionally angry, not like angry like I'm going to hurt somebody. Just like, I want more. I'm professionally unhappy, right? And so I look at someone like Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm saying to myself, okay, let's say he starts for a couple games. Oh, but we split those games, and, the starting unit doesn't look great. And the next thing you know, JK's got to go to the bench. And how's he going to deal with that? And then he comes in, and, what are the combinations that he's playing with coming off the bench? I mean, like, think about what we're going to go through if he comes back. Like, if you're going to bring him back, it's one of two things. Either you trade him away, and we don't have these discussions, or you bring him back and you say, JK, you are playing 35 minutes a night. You are starting. You're going to close. We're going to roll. We're going to live with the ups and downs. We're committed to you all the way. There's no in between.
It sounds selfishly. You just don't want him back because you just don't want the topic anymore. As we're talking topic fatigue. That's what it sounds like.
What guy can thrive in that scenario? Very few guys are going to thrive being yo-yoed around that.
I would just like to see it. Like, I don't think we saw enough of Kuminga, Jimmy, Steph, Draymond to have any sort. Like, people kept going back, that combination's just not going to work. I didn't see enough of it. I would like to see more of it.
Name me a young, great player who gets yo-yoed around between starting, not starting, closing, not closing. Like, go around the league. You show me. Show me the one guy who's thrived in an inconsistent role. I'll wait.
Oh, that's a very niche conversation that you're putting me right there, though.
But that is what JK has been. And I'm not saying it's not the right way to attack it from a coaching perspective, but that is what the player has gone through for 2 years. Very few guys are going to thrive in that situation.
In fairness, I do think his injury threw a monkey wrench into the entire situation. So it's it's not black or white. It's a very gray conversation we're having because there was so many determining factors on what took place. Hell, he was playing himself to be potentially a trade candidate for the team at the deadline. Had he stayed healthy, maybe he does get moved on. I don't know. He was playing very well. Stock at that point might have been at an all-time high.
So let's use the real-world analogy, right? I'm a plumber. I'm an apprentice, okay? And I'm working with a journeyman, and I miss a couple of weeks because I hurt my foot or whatever it is, and I come back and I have a couple of good days, and now I'm on the job site. I'm ready to go. Then I have a couple of bad days, and it's like, no, don't show up until 11 o'clock in the morning. Like, you'd be pissed. You'd be pissed. Pick the profession. Like, you want to know when you're on your way to the stadium or to the arena or whatever, you want to know what your job is, what your role is. You want to know where you land. You want to be able to mentally prepare. And when you're yo-yoed around and you're kind of in that gray area, it's difficult for everyone. It's difficult for the coach, in this case the journeyman or the foreman who's running the site. It's difficult for the worker or the player in that circumstance. Like, very few guys are going to thrive in that sense. So that's why I think that the Warriors need to sit down and they need to be committed one way or the other. In the same way, the Giants said, hey, Elliot Ramos, we're going to play you in left field every single day. And what has Elliot Ramos done? He's rewarded them. Now, has he been an adventure in left field?
Yeah.
Has he been an adventure?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has. But what has he done at the plate? A lot of really good things. Yeah. A lot of really good things because they have been committed to playing him. And they said to themselves, we're either going to live with his mistakes or we're not. And in this circumstance, we're going to live with the mistakes. So I go back to JK. Either you're going to commit to him and live with his mistakes, all right? And so be it, or you're not. And if you're not, then you got to trade him away.
Don is in Concord, wants to join the conversation about topic fatigue and the topics you want to hear more of as we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga, 888-957-9570. By the way, Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider, in 10 minutes. You're not going to miss that. Anthony Slater is more tapped in than anyone when it comes to Golden State Warriors, and he'll tell us the lay of the land for this offseason and for free agency. Don in Concord, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast, Don.
Hey, Morning Roasters. How you guys doing out there? You know, if somebody will pay attention to Stanford football on the other end of the bay, hey, we'll do Berkeley football. I've been listening to this station since it started back in the old day. I've been calling in about my Cal Bears constantly. And so you're asking, and I'm telling you, it's Cal Bear football. We need a little more coverage and some enthusiasm. What do you guys, JoJo, think?
You know what, Don? I don't hate that. And we did talk some Cal Bear football last year because Cal was good. They're taking on Miami. We had Pat McAfee down there.
Player.
Well, hold on. Hey, College Game Day. The best College Game Day by far last year was where?
Yeah,
it was at Berkeley.
Is that rigorous ACC Cal schedule?
It was awesome, though. Joe.
I was there.
You were there.
I know.
They got Joe Shasky.
I sat next to Mark Matson, the coach of the basketball team.
Joe Shasky.
We gassed it up and took photos.
Joe Shasky crossed the bridge.
I know.
And went to Oakland and Berkeley. And you were hanging out there?
Oh, my God.
And you loved every second of it, didn't you?
I did.
He drove back.
I drove back, made it in time to watch the whole fourth quarter in my bed.
And then one of the worst collapses of college football season.
Yeah, I'm a diehard Cal fan, and honestly, there's nothing to talk about right now.
All time.
Jaden Ott leaving.
What program that Cal's be sending more players to?
Oh, boy. That's embarrassing. Wait, didn't the Cal player go to Miami, Sam?
No, I think he was looking to transfer. He ended up transferring to, I believe, Indiana, Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, he transferred there again. But he was originally from Miami. He went to Mario Cristobal's camp.
Oh, that's
which is probably why he's not that great.
There you go. Before we hit the break here, let's squeeze in some of these calls. Ben is in Oakland.
Hi, Ben.
What's up, Benny?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Shasky? I know you're a fellow baseball coach. Hey, this JK thing is just nauseating because it's so simple. Steve Kerr's not playing you unless you're at the right place at the right time on offense and defense. And so it doesn't matter how talented you are or what you do, unless you're part of the offense, you're not playing. The whole offense is based on Steph. Nobody wants to change that, so there's no role for him because we can't fit him in. He'd be like Vinny Johnson, like a big Vinny Johnson. Like he's just going to run in and score a bunch as a sixth man and then get out of there because that's all he really does. So I just don't know why we keep talking about it. His IQ isn't high enough to play for the Warriors. That simple.
That's Ben in Oakland. I would argue that the collective IQ of the team is not good enough right now. What we saw in the playoffs, I mean, I saw Draymond Green look god-awful for a lot of the playoff against a young and very big Houston Rockets team. Quite frankly, Stephen Curry at times did not have a good series against the Houston Rockets. I think we're all kind of being a little bit jaded. Amen Thompson cooked him multiple times.
Yeah.
So again, I know we can focus on Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm not going to hear about the IQ and the lack thereof when it comes to that. Like I'm Joe.
Well, there's some. No, I would say there are some small basketball. Moving without the ball is something that you can't replicate in a training with a one-on-one. Like when you're working with your trainer one-on-one, you either work on that in 5-on-5 settings at practice or in games, or you don't. Some guys have better synergy and are just good at it. But I do believe that there are elements where he's struggled to figure out how to move without the ball because of not playing a lot with Steph Curry
and Jimmy and Draymond.
Now let me go X's and O's real quick. They put GP2 in the dunker spot on offense, and they put Kuminga on the wing on offense. Right. And that's where I would go back to Kerr and say, see, Steve, I think you need to play Kuminga in that dunker spot, not on the wing. And they keep putting him on the wing. I don't think he's a wing on this offense.
Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Fellas, what is up? What's up? Hey, Shasky, man, I agree with you 100%, man. Like, you can't be a true fan of this young man and want to see him back just to kind of go through this again. I have an enormous amount of respect for a 22-year-old who is mentally tough enough, and probably from the way the guy grew up in a third world country makes you kind of built this way, to go through that kind of just herky-jerky and to still be able to go out there and perform was nuts to me in those last 4 or 5 games. But listen, man, you know what we hear from the fans, the IQ thing, when Pod says, hey, I want to be an Olympian, I want to do this, I want to do that, it's really cute. We all love it. It's brashness. This kid wants to be an all-star, and we want to knock him out. Like, what? How dare you? Like, to me, it is literally amazing. You guys are from in the area. What was the thought on Steph in 2009 and 10 when he was shattering his ankles? And did people see him being what he is? What was the start on Shai Gilgeous when he was at the Clippers? Did people see him being what he is now? Or the Giannis when he was a beanpole 3 years into his career? Did people see them being what they are now? Those guys were empowered. They believed in themselves. And you can't help but respect that. So while we're upset that a 22-year-old who we have seen win games for us over times in his career, all the way back 2 and 3 years, we beat his ass to a pulp. I have no idea, Shasky. We just beat him down. It is amazing to me, but listen, I want to see him move on. the coach went on a media campaign, media tour to tell the world that what you just saw out there is not true. I can't play him. Like, when have you ever seen that?
Yeah, no, for sure, Tim. I'm sorry we're up against it. I had to cut you off there. We got Anthony Slater on the other side, Tim. So maybe we'll ask some of those same questions to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. It's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car is ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Chasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
I am, brother. I am. Shout out Sam. Shout out Laughing Monk. They've just been crushing it. It's been beautiful here in the Bay Area. It's a little more overcast here in downtown San Francisco, but that's okay. That's the kind of weather we like here in the Bay. And shout out Sam, or Samwise, as I like to say. Shout out Samwise Gamgee, one of the great heroes, unsung heroes of literature of our time. And shout out Lord of the Rings. We're going to be joined by Anthony Slater here in moments, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. And for a lot today, Joe, we've been talking about topic fatigue. And it's just something we talk about when it comes to the narratives, right? When it comes to players and individuals that we've talked about ad nauseum on our airwaves, the good, the bad, the ugly. Jonathan Kuminga is one of them for some people. Draymond Green's another one for some people. Jordan Poole, Kyle Shanahan. Do you fire Shanahan? Fire Kerr? Like stuff like that. Some people are exhausted by. And I'm curious to ask Anthony Slater some of the topics he's tired of writing about or discussing, hell, on our airwaves, quite frankly. I think one of them for some people is the NBA ratings. Like it goes in one year and out the other. Like rating, comparing it. The NBA is down so bad compared to the NFL. Well, quite frankly, the NFL is dominating everyone. It's like we can pick on the NBA, Major League Baseball, hockey. NFL's king, and we all know it. College football's king right below them. They're like the prince, if you will.
I think to a degree, the Kevin Durant thing is kind of, jumped the shark.
Right.
Just him in general.
Right. We have Anthony Slater joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, so let's get right into it. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider, covers the team better than anyone else. And Anthony, we've been having this conversation all morning long about kind of topic fatigue, throwing it to our callers, right? We didn't have a game to react to yesterday when it came to the Giants. Obviously, the NBA season's over now. So I'm curious to ask you about topic fatigue. Do you ever get it when covering the team or the league at large? And can you tell us maybe what that topic is? Good morning, Anthony.
Hello, how are y'all? You're asking if I get tired of a specific storyline?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that happens. Certainly over the course of an NBA season, it's 82 games. Sometimes I get game fatigue when I'm in the middle of a, 6 days or 6 games in 9 days type stretch or something like that. I think that's human nature.
Well, like for me right now, the Jonathan Kuminga thing is just.
That ain't going to end anytime soon.
Well, but I guess where I'm going with this, it's not like Jonathan Kuminga, the player. I like watching the player. I do. I don't know where he should sit, but it's like every dribble is a referendum on is he good or is he bad? And it's like, well, he can be useful, and sometimes he doesn't fit, and sometimes he does fit, and I'm exhausted by it. Are you exhausted by it?
Well, it's about to get solved somewhat, right? That might mean, he signs up for more time with the Warriors, but at least like his future, which I think has been at the crux of the conversation, is needs to be decided in the next 10 days or so. Yes, certainly during the season, I think like some of the overanalyzation of like every specific thing which you're talking about can get, a little draining, but right now, it's very relevant. It's like at the center of their entire offseason. So it feels a little bit more tangible what we're talking about right now because they're trying to figure it out.
Well, let me ask you straight up. Does Steve Kerr want to keep Jonathan Kuminga on the team?
I think it depends on what the alternatives are. What's the sign and trade options? Would he just want Jonathan Kuminga to walk away on an offer sheet and bring nothing back? I mean, that's bad management from a guy who used to be a GM. Certainly, I think there are ways that Kerr and others would prefer to tweak the roster in a way that, feels to them maybe like it better suits a championship pursuit next season. But Jonathan Kuminga is a talented asset with tools that can help any team, including at times the Warriors last season, including in the second round when, you'd probably say he was their second best player in the second round of the playoffs. And you don't want to just let that go for nothing. And the alternatives right now, we'll see what materializes, but the alternatives aren't necessarily that appealing. So it might be a Jonathan Kuminga coming back.
Talking with Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chasky, Warriors and NBA reporter at large, tapped in on all things Dubs as well. I do want to get into the NBA Finals at one point because I got to give Slater credit. And again, it's not, they were the best team all season long, but he would never wavered from picking OKC to win the whole damn thing. And they did that, albeit in 7 games. And after Tyrese Halliburton unfortunately tore his Achilles, he had surgery on that yesterday. But Anthony, I wanted to get into what Mike Dunleavy said yesterday when speaking to the media. He used the term "in the mix" when it came to the trade market. He hopes to be in the mix after the draft. What does that mean, and what does that tell you, being in the mix? And can you give us maybe some players to watch potentially that the Warriors could be interested in? Because he did say basically like the $50 million plus players, they're not going to get those guys.
Yeah, like Drew Holiday was just traded to Portland, right? I mean, that's kind of like that 30-ish million type contract. Porzingis, Boston's been a name that they're really trying to redo their books right now. So I look at Porzingis, I look at Derek White. You look across the league at, if Miami gets in the mix for Kuminga in a sign and trade scenario, you start to look at their books. Could they get in on some Miami stuff? If Brooklyn decides to be kind of a place for a salary dump type scenario and a multi-team deal, is the Cam Johnson a name that resurfaces? Is the Nick Claxton a name that resurfaces? I think there's a lot of potential names out there, and in the mix is in the conversation, which to be honest, every GM in the league should say that this time of the year, and that should be a true statement. They should be making calls, the day before the draft, into the draft, especially with how this new NBA market, develops, which is all through trades essentially at this point. Remember, a few years ago, like free agency was truly free agency. We'd be talking about guys that, this team, these 15 teams have cap space, and these 20 appealing free agents are out there talking about deals and having free agent meetings. That's kind of not really how the league works anymore. It's all extensions and trades. So you better be having conversations this time of year.
Okay, so you referenced a lot of different teams there. If I were to, let me just go like this, like on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being, simmering hot, likely to happen, like in the next minute, 1 being 0% chance this happens. A return with Andrew Wiggins.
I don't think it's that likely. Okay. To be honest, I think it's likely Kuminga comes back still. I would put that on the 50% or higher.
Okay.
Because you guys, like I wrote about it a few weeks ago. You guys understand the base year compensation rule?
Explain it for those that
enlighten us, please. We know, but enlighten.
Yeah, let's say Kuminga signs for $30 million. Like, it's $30 million going out, but it's only $15 million coming back to the Warriors as far as like trade salary matching purposes, which just limits the amount of players and the amount of talent you can even bring back in. And that's even if you find a team out there ready to give Kuminga $30 million in the first year of at least a 3-year deal, because you have to sign at least a 3-year deal in a sign and trade. So it's just like the market is very limited and restricted.
And you can't couple other contracts with JK on the way out, can you?
You can, but then you're starting to talk about capping yourself at the first apron, and like you could, like let's say it's a $30 million, and you bring back 16 because you can go over, you slightly over 100%. That first apron caps you, and that then limits a lot of what else the Warriors can do. So I guess to the point, like it's just like it's tough for me to see a sign and trade at this current moment materialize that is appealing enough for Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob to pull the trigger. We'll see. They got to be creative and they can go looking. And I think the fact that Kevin Durant didn't go to Miami is helpful in the Kuminga market. I think the fact that Brooklyn still hasn't used a bunch of its cap space should scare the Warriors a little bit, because that's one team that could offer sheet him and really kind of like, take them into a tricky, scenario. But still, it's just considering the market dynamics, there is a very obvious argument that bringing Kuminga back and revisiting this come December, January, maybe trading him when you can trade him at his full salary could make more sense.
Okay, so when I see the rumors that GP2 might be coming back or Kevon Looney might be coming back, where does that leave Moses Moody and where does that leave TJD?
Moses Moody is on a very reasonable, extension, 3 for $39, which he signed last year. He certainly could be salary matching this summer. When we mentioned about ways to be creative in the sign and trade, you could add whatever Kuminga signs, and you half that, as I mentioned, but you could put Moody's $13 million on top of that, and you could kind of stack it. Again, there's the first apron stuff, all this minutia that we don't need to get too deep into. But Moses Moody's viewed as a rotation guy. I think they're fine bringing him back, regardless of if Gary's back or not. And then Trey Jackson-Davis is on a super cheap third year of a super cheap 4th-year deal, so I expect him and Quentin Post back. Maybe with Looney, it's sounding more and more. I'm sure you guys are like, man, it sounds like they're running the roster back. I mean, I think that's possible, and I think what people forget is they exited the second round last year believing that if Steph Curry was healthy, they might have beaten the Wolves. So I don't think they're that, scared to mostly bring the core back while trying to add around the kind of rotation.
Do you believe that? Do you believe they would have beat Minnesota with a healthy Steph Curry?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, they were going to go up 1-0. He looked really good. I think the fact that they went 7 is probably part of the reason that Steph strained the hammy. And, they're if they faced Houston again, this time with Kevin Durant, that's a scarier opponent. So, I don't know. I mean, sure, they were in the mix. I think it's very reasonable to believe they would have won that series having a 1-0 lead with the healthy Steph Curry playing the way he was. And then they would have been in the Final Four. I guess that's fringe edge of contention. I do think they need to sharpen and make some moves this summer, but I also don't feel like it's a few years ago where it felt like they were so far away. They made the big move. The big move was at the deadline. It was Jimmy Butler. Now they just need to fill out a rotation a little bit, better around them.
Talking with Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. Free agency frenzy officially starting, a couple days ago on Game 7 day with Kevin Durant going to the Houston Rockets. The Warriors going to make any big moves. And kind of talking about that Game 7, right? In Oklahoma City now being the champs, their first championship in the history of that city, part of the franchise, obviously the Supersonics prior to that, but in the history of Oklahoma City, their first championship. Where do you put the Warriors in the West right now? It kind of feels like it's just tier 1 OKC, and then everyone else kind of muddled around there. The Lakers, Nuggets, the Rockets now, and obviously the Warriors. You kind of see it the same way, Anthony?
Yeah, I really think that was a good move for Houston. I think it's what they needed. I think if, Kevin Durant at the end of games was trying to, get big buckets instead of Jalen Green, that would have been a fiercer, tougher series that was already a 7-gamer, as we all remember. So I would put them right in Houston and Denver to me in that kind of second tier mix. And I think the Warriors are, fringe of that, maybe slightly below, but they're right in it. I mean, really, ever since they've gotten Butler, we've seen they're super competitive as a regular season product. Now the question next year is an 82-game season with the age of their core. I think they need an extra score. Now, again, do you enter next year believing, at least at the start of the season, that Kuminga is that, extra score on days that either Butler, Curry don't have it or they're not playing? Maybe. Or maybe, you go try to find somebody else. But, they're going to need some extra punch during the course of the season because they can't just have Butler and Curry playing like they were the last month and a half because clearly that adds wear and tear to them. So
what is their number one need this offseason? If they came to you and they said, Anthony, what is the position or skill set at a couple positions that we absolutely have to acquire? Your answer would be what?
Yeah, look, they talked about positional size. I do think, just being able to throw bigger lineups out there would matter. And then I just think, just more scoring punch, more creativity offensively. I think, at their worst, at their toughest, certainly in the second round against Minnesota when they had to, basically bring Kuminga from 10th man to second man. It showed just at times their lack of offensive creativity and explosion on that end. I just think they're going to need that at points. So, going and finding somebody that on any given night can do in some ways what Jordan Poole used to do for them, right?
Oh, you said something interesting there when it came to, that 7-game first-round series against the Rockets, obviously attributing to Stephen Curry and that hamstring injury. I think a lot of people are talking about right now Tyrese Halliburton and all the wear and tear and the grind there. I mean, 5 not ACL, but Achilles tears from NBA players if you're coupling both the regular season and the playoffs just this season alone. Tatum, obviously, a part of that, and culminating in Tyrese Halliburton in Game 7. The big conversation, right, from a lot of people here in the media is the wear and tear and the amount of games that these guys plays. Is this a conversation that is taking place in inner NBA circles? Is it more media driven, Anthony?
It's been a conversation for several years. Steve Kerr has been a heavy proponent of, I believe it's a 72-game schedule he's talked about, cutting 10 off or even going into the 60s. I know people have talked about the 65 game, not even just as a way to limit, the wear and tear. You limit the load management, which has been a heavy critique of the league, right, when some of the stars just sit out big games. And you maybe create more of a football-like lead up to some games where every big game on an ABC Saturday night has 2 or 3 days of, not only rest for the players, but, the media gets to hype up a big game. I think there's a lot of arguments for it, but we all understand the argument against it is money, right? It's taking home dates away. It's cutting into the BRI, which is the, basketball-related income that goes into player salary. So if you say, hey, you're cutting 15% of the regular season schedule, well, you're cutting 15% of the salary of these players. Are they willing to do that? Are these owners willing to take, X amount of home dates away? That's when it becomes a more difficult conversation that has to involve lawyers and the Players Association and obviously, the Board of Governors and all that. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying, yes, it is. Shortening the season has been a heavy topic around the league for the last decade, but it doesn't seem like anybody's ready to give up the money that comes with the 82-game season and the 2-month playoff.
Yeah, and I would take it a step further and say that is one of many things I'd be looking at if I was the league. I think understanding the amount of mileage that people come into the league with all of these individual trainers and basically training like an adult throughout your childhood to be able to make it into high school and in college and then, go on even further. It reminds me a lot of the wear and tear that you're seeing that we're now way more aware of when it comes to youth pitching, for example, affecting the big leagues, or in football, seeing hey, if you come from the Alabama program, their practices are more rigorous. I don't want that running back that's got 400 carries 3 years in a row. I think they need to actually do some research regarding AAU and youth ball and how it trickles into the league.
Yeah. You mentioned it, but every sport has it with the Tommy Johns in baseball, and then football keeps trying to add, how about the way they do the schedule now? There's a Friday night game, Thursday night game, right? The Wednesday Christmas game. Wasn't it whoever played on Christmas last year had 2 games in 4 days or something like that? Yeah. And that was I think it was Ravens and Chiefs or something like that. Those are your marquee teams. But what is it about? It's money, right? Why are they adding all this stuff? They're just trying to make more money, and that's the balance of life and sports and entertainment and all that.
Oh, great stuff, Anthony. What are you doing this summer? What's the big storylines for you other than Kuminga? What are you looking for here? The number one question. I'm not giving you Jonathan Kuminga. What's the other number one question that you're going to be looking for this summer when it pertains to the Golden State Warriors?
Well, let me just decline your lead up and say I went and visited Kuminga in Cleveland last week. I'm going to write a story tomorrow. I talked to him.
Why was he in Cleveland?
Wow.
That's where he was working out. His agency's up there. So he just spent 2 weeks of doing 8-hour days up there. It's honestly he is working very impressively right now. Say what you want. Again, I think some people who want him to be more of a role player would not love the type of work he's doing because it is all pick and roll reads, shooting, a lot of that type of stuff. But he's certainly getting his hours in right now. As far as bigger picture, this summer story, I don't rest. That's what I'll take. I'll be at Summer League. But summer's, for me, once you get to about July 15th and you feel like all the rosters in the league are set, it's about just, resting up for camp because it's going to be another 10-month journey.
Got to lock in. Hey, load management, Anthony Slater, this summer. It starts now, all right? And why the hell would you be in Cleveland working out of all places when you could be anywhere else? Cleveland, Ohio? Really?
Work. Focus on work.
Oh, I guess there's no distractions in Cleveland. Oh, my God. I'm just sorry I have to laugh at it. But I'm laughing, but also saying, sneakily?
You want the real reason? His agent is stationed up there, and his agency's up there, and there's, a lot, they have, 3 or 4, really high-end facilities that, it's not even just him up there. There was other NBA players.
No. Well, I was about to say this. The Cleveland Cavaliers, if I'm a Cleveland Cavaliers fan, I'm licking my chops. It sucks that it happened with, Halliburton getting hurt like that, but no Tatum, no Halliburton next year. So I'm checking off the Celtics and the Pacers. The Cavs are the best regular season team.
They're another team that needs to stay healthy.
But
that's why they lost.
They are. But I'm saying they don't have a major injury they're dealing with those other teams. It's the Cavs, the Knicks, maybe the Magic, right? In a wide open East.
Yeah.
If I'm Giannis, if it's all about winning titles, shouldn't I be looking at the Cavs, which kind of sounds insane? No, you're laughing at it. But if he really cares about winning a title, I'd be trying to force my way to that team, right, Anthony?
I would say wherever he is trying to force his way, I would say stay east. Or, if he wants to stay where he's at. I don't think, obviously, that team's going to win a title next year. But, yeah, if I was a star right now and I was solely focused on checking the ring box, I would rather be in the east. I think it's a much clearer path, obviously.
There you go. Hey, Anthony, great stuff this morning, man. We'll do it again soon, and enjoy your summer.
All right, fellas.
See you, buddy.
There he goes. That's Anthony Slater, who, whenever he speaks, it always feels like summertime with Anthony Slater. Guy's just laid back, California personified. It's the kind of guy that probably wears shorts and flip-flops to a game, Joe. How about that? You judge people when they do that, I think. The shorts and flip-flops. You say it's a SoCal look, but I'm here to tell you.
Out in public?
Yeah. I wear shorts and flip-flops.
To a basketball game.
I did that last year at a summer league game.
That's a SoCal look.
It was okay. It's summer league.
It was exactly. It was summer league. It's summer vibes.
Summer in San Francisco, where it's fogged in and drizzly and miserable. And you're walking around in flip flops.
And that day, it was like 75 degrees, which in San Francisco feels like 95. So there you go.
Now, if you do that to a regular season game, then we have problems. But summer league, it's a little bit more of a lax dress code.
I don't want to look at your toes unless we're at the beach. Like, and even then, I don't really want to look at them. But like, I don't like that.
They're well pedicured, though. I take good care of my feet. By the way, real quick on that, and we have this or that coming up in about 30 minutes, this or that. It's the greatest topic in sports.
Just so out.
Well, it could be that. In or out on feet, 888-957-9570.
Looking at toes, in or out.
Rex Ryan's going to be caller number one. Well, I got into this conversation with someone because they asked if like I scrub my feet in the shower. And like I said, no, I don't scrub my feet in the shower. It's like is that supposed to be the thing that you do? Like washing your own feet in the shower, I guess, is the thing. I was like, well, isn't all the soap from your hair, from the shampoo,
still gotta
from the
rub
body?
the bottom of your feet.
Why?
Why? Yeah,
my feet are nice and smooth as it is.
Okay, like when I play ball and I
don't play sports. My feet aren't gross like other people.
When I play ball, that I have a little whatever they call it. What's the little thing, the little scrunchy thing that you have in the shower?
The loofah.
Yeah, that's okay. There's one that's for up, and then there's one for everything like waist down.
I'm not standing in my shower with my feet lifted up, scrubbing them and sliding and falling.
No, but just rubbing your hands over them a little. I mean, yeah.
I've never done that ever and Sam does it apparently.
No, I clean my feet when I take a shower.
Really?
As I do the rest of my body, which is what you're supposed to do in a shower.
With Sam
you're cleaning your body.
No,
like, what else are you going to do?
Collecting down at the bottom.
No, that's not how it works.
Yes.
No, you have to scrub it in. If you just let it.
I think this is the this or that today.
You got some stanky feet, then, dude.
No, they don't smell. I have very beautiful feet. They're nice.
I'm going to take your word for that.
That's disgusting.
Not really.
Any man saying that they have nice feet, I don't know about that one. I have nice feet. You have nice feet. That's
I do.
Insane.
I think. Well, I have a nice foot tan. I wear flip flops. They're not going to be pale like Casper the Ghost, like yours probably look. Just telling you that right now. Got a nice tan on them. How about that? 888-957-9570. I'm already saying it's the this or that today, Sam.
Who's tanning their feet?
Well, they tan naturally because I wear flip flops. That's why. You can't get the tan. Jassy can't get the tan. Carter can. He's got the nice tan on his face right now. He gets it. All right. What are your takeaways from Anthony Slater, who just joined us about the Warriors? What's your main takeaway? That Kuminga's going to, he says it's a 50% chance or more.
I can't get over you guys not cleaning your feet, though. Like this, like
the two of them, don't let me in.
What do you mean cleaning? The shower's doing it. The pressure is hitting my feet. Yes. Hot water.
Okay, when you shower at the club, do you have flip-flops that you use in the shower?
I should.
You don't?
Wait, I'm sorry, you should?
I should.
You should? As in you don't?
101. Oh, my God.
Trust me, it's nothing I'm proud of.
And you don't scrub your feet?
I'm judging you. Wow.
Oh, my God. I am.
You are nasty.
Call me Judge Judy.
Whoa.
Think about it. Water and soap is on your feet the entire time you're in the shower.
Your foot is flat to the tile unless you got the stone. Like, that's gross. I'm sorry.
Can we just play the open? Just play the.
No, let's do it the normal time.
Just do it now. No, just hit it. Just hit it because you know what? I kind of want to.
Light
Thank
up
you.
the phone line.
Goodness.
We're calling the audible.
I mean, bro.
All right, it's this or that. Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not? 888-957-9570. That's the question. Are you a scrubber or a non-scrubber?
Can I be honest? Hygiene at this station overall has been a problem for me, like looking to some of the people that I work with on an everyday basis. I am, at times, I'm like, guys, this is not high school. This isn't the locker room. We need to have a little bit better standards regarding the hygiene. Now, our particular shift is a little different than other shifts. Sometimes you wake up, you throw on some sweatpants, and you go. You're up at 3:30 in the morning. But guys, I mean, even you don't even occasionally.
I clip my
feet.
I clip my toenails.
Okay.
I make sure all the gunk is out of there.
Okay.
All the toe jam, all that sort
You
of stuff.
don't clean between your feet every now and then?
I rinse
in the
my
shower?
entire body daily, and the soap collects on the bottom of my feet and in my legs, my thighs, and all the creases, and I'm clean.
Do you brush your teeth twice a day?
I guess.
Okay.
I brush my teeth.
Do you
I put on my, do you smell me? Do I smell good every day?
You have decent hygiene,
Oh,
but the foot
decent.
thing is
Thank
now
you.
making me,
decent.
Let's be clear,
the
though.
foot thing I can't unsee.
Wait. Let's be clear, though. It's the bottom of your feet you're talking about. I wash my feet. I just don't go underneath the bottom of my feet and
You don't give
scrub.
it a little glance, a little something.
I can't even reach down there in the little
6'7".
shower. What do you
It's tough.
mean?
It's tough, man. It's this or that. 888-957-9570. Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not? That's just the question. 888-957-9570. I don't. I'm not a foot scrubber. I don't need to. I'm not on the diamond like you, Joe, running around everywhere.
It's just called being like hygienic and thinking about others.
What do you mean thinking?
Like your
Are my
wife
feet
or your
on
girlfriend?
Are my
or
feet
like,
on your face? What are you
what about
talking
being
about?
good
the
to
others?
yourself? Like how often do you change your socks? Like I'm constantly buying new socks because I'm fearful of, like, I think that feet, because they sit in your shoe, or can be very, very, very nasty. Like I'm very, oh my God, I'm like disgusted by you guys.
Why? Why? My feet are not the problem. Joe, we were talking yesterday. I used to come in studio constantly with shorts and flip-flops, and none of you guys had a problem with it. None of you guys checked me about it. Did you secretly have a problem with it?
With what?
When I used to wear shorts and flip-flops to the old station.
I don't like when dudes aren't at the beach or on vacation, just walking around work in flip-flops, open toes. No, I don't like that.
In fairness, at the time, I was under the assumption that you, Mr. Wears his feet all over the place at the station, was scrubbing said
Well,
feet.
did my feet smell? Clearly not. So they smell.
Well, that's because I
great.
thought you were scrubbing them more. Now I'm starting to think they did smell.
Honestly, I'm going to wear flip-flops.
Secondhand
the rest of the week.
smells.
How about that? I'm wearing flip-flops the rest of the week. Fight me on it. Brett, Bay
Do it.
Bay
You
Bridge.
won't.
I can't believe
Brett is on the Bay Bridge, 888-957-9570. The question is
Do you
this
scrub
or
your
that.
face?
Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not? Yeah, look at me. I'm very well groomed. I
I'm
put in
just
product in my
asking.
hair. I'm a beautiful individual. Brett on the Bay Bridge. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing great.
Yeah. I do scrub my feet. It's been something I've done since I was a kid. The problem is because anybody that's in the shower, especially if I'm at a
Oh, no. Did say he was on the Bay Bridge. He must have hit the tunnel there at Treasure Island. But he scrubbed his feet, so that's one. Okay.
So one thing that my
There you
wife
go.
has really since getting married, whatever, it's gonna be about 15 years here coming up in August. We're actually celebrating our 15-year anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
Like, look, lotion, for example, like your boy at times when I get into the sun and I get sunburnt, I can peel a lot. And so like I got into the whole like lotion thing. So now when I shave, anytime that I shave, and I try to do it every morning, I'll put on the little lotion on the face, little things like that, like skincare and hygienics. Like, there's a whole routine behind it. Flossing, your teeth, how I groom my face. I
You
normally
don't like
don't
the
have a
dentist,
beard.
by the way. I love the dentist. I love getting my teeth cleaned. I love doing that stuff.
But
Just
like,
letting you know.
I mean, you got to get in between the toes every now and then. I mean, like that's like honestly, that's foul.
There's nothing in between my
What
toes.
do you mean? There's nothing? Yes, there is. What are you talking about?
When
It's
I'm
called
done,
fungus.
when I'm done in the shower, my feet are looking immaculate. Again, I'm wearing flip flops the rest of the week to prove it to you.
Liberal use of immaculate.
I mean, they're beautiful. I have beautiful feet.
Okay.
I wash them between my toes.
Okay, so
Well, of course everyone does because you're standing in the shower.
That's
and
not
the water
washing
is
your
doing
toes.
it.
That's not washing your toes. If the water is just falling over your feet, that's not washing your
Exactly.
feet. That is water getting on your feet. There are two completely different actions
No,
there.
I'm lathering my entire body in soap and it's rubbing it
Do
off.
you have
on
a
me.
handle that you could pull down and spray onto it at minimum?
I have high pressure on my shower head where I can stand back and it's gonna hit. Right?
You have high pressure in your shower?
Stop
Okay, that's
it.
a flex.
Oh my god!
And it's toasty. It gets really hot and scalding.
Oh my god!
If you have the
Burned in
detachable
the
shower head,
shower.
you
Oh my
absolutely
God.
have no excuse to not be getting on
I
your
actually
feet.
don't have it. Mine does not.
I know. I need to
so
get
I
one of
can't
those.
do that. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live with the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Do you just run a little water bottle over your dishes too while you're at it? Just a light little water bottle.
I have the really
it's
cool.
clean.
I have the really cool dials, like one like you just squirts on there. It's very easy access. Get on my nice Scrub Daddy. I got the Scrub Daddy there, the Scrub Mommy, if you will, the Scrub Joey. That's what they call me too.
Just squirt it on and that's it?
West Oakland Sam, are you scrubbing your feet in the shower or not? It's this or that.
Even if it's just occasionally.
Spadoni, this is terrible, bro. You got to wash your feet, dog. This is terrible, bro.
I do wash my feet. Hey, Sammy, I'll let you finish. Sammy, I'll let you finish, all right?
Let him finish.
I lather my body up, okay? So picture it. I lather my body up, all right, with a nice body wash. I get it all over me. Soap's everywhere. The soap's on my hair.
You don't even give it
I close my eyes.
You don't even do this.
I'm listening to my music. No, everywhere. It's all. I'm soaking. I'm soaking in soap, and then it gets all over. Why are you guys laughing?
No one believes you.
It cleanses, and then it goes to the bottom of the feet, and then it does this little rinse cycle there, and then I'm good. Right, Sam? I'm good.
That's not a real. Letting soap suds go down your legs is not a cleanse. You're actually leaving bacteria, like potential bacteria, dirt that's still on your skin cells going down your body, brother. You got to clean the bottom of your feet. And if you don't have a handle, you put your hand on the wall, raise your leg.
Sam, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
You can still pick your leg up. Hold on, you can still pick your leg up.
Yep.
Put your hand on the wall. Get you a good shower mat so you have a little grip. Put your hand on the wall and rub the bottom of your feet. Like there's nothing more. I hate when people have foot confidence when their feet look terrible. I hate looking at feet on the dashboard when I'm driving on the freeway and I'm like, look at your disgust. Like feet to me are just like, besides a beautiful woman's foot, feet are just terrible to me, bro. And you got to clean them. So it's like you got to do it because infections and things can happen. That's all I'm saying. Take care of your feet, Spadoni. You better than that, dog.
Hey, thank you, West Oakland Sam, for being concerned about my feet.
Like when it rains on my vehicle, okay? Like there's still like the soot of dirt from the rain. You guys know this, how this works. Like you still got to go get your car washed.
Sure.
It always happens right after you get your car washed, too.
Always.
Like
this
clockwork.
morning.
So I did a little bit of research here, you guys. And I decided to ask the smartest person in the room, the artificial intelligence.
Oh.
And so I asked, does soap collecting on your feet count as washing your feet? The answer, not exactly.
Oh, okay.
When soap runs down your body and collects on your feet, it may remove some dirt and oils, but
enough for me.
It doesn't replace actually scrubbing him. Because, guys, the soles of your feet in particular have thicker skin and can trap sweat, bacteria, and dead skin without friction, whether from your hands, a washcloth, or a loofah. Who here owns a loofah anymore? Just giving your feet a lukewarm bath in diluted soap. So you need to scrub your foot to get that friction, to get that extra dirt and grime out of the bottom of your foot, a.k.a. just standing in hot water with soap does not count.
I don't have
as
dirt
washing
and
your
grime
feet.
on the bottom of my feet. They're immaculate. They're beautiful.
That's an absolute lie.
How do you know?
You are a hobbit running around out there.
You don't know me. You've never seen my feet.
know you. I've seen your feet every day in the studio in the old building.
Exactly.
I know exactly what those puppies look like and all those little 10 piggies.
All right.
All the way to the market and back.
888-957-9570. The question for today's this or that. It was makeshift. It was right after Anthony Slater, who was tremendous, by the way. We'll get into what he had to say in regard to the Warriors offseason at some point. But, the feet is dominating the conversation right now. Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not? That's the question. 888-957-9570. And West Oakland Sam was saying something that, quite frankly, is dangerous. You can't go 1 foot in the shower. That's when you slip and fall and accidents can happen. That's very dangerous. It is. That's my PSA.
So from the maker of I used to be able to dunk in high school to now I can't.
Never said I could dunk.
My hand
Never
down
said
my
I
foot.
could dunk.
Doggy.
I touched the rim. Okay.
Once.
When the hoop is on the ground.
It's been
when my
backed up.
stanky ass foot
It's been
was on a
documented.
ladder.
Daniel's in Richmond wants to join the conversation.
Oh my God.
This or that, Daniel? Are you scrubbing your feet in the shower?
Oh, I'm scrubbing them. I'm cleaning them, washing them between my toes and everything. If you don't clean in between your toes, you're not scrubbing your feet. You're just letting dirty soap suds from your body go down to your feet. You're not cleaning them. You're just leaving more bacteria down there.
I don't know. My feet they're smelling pretty good these days, Daniel. I'm just saying. All right.
Okay, who's making this determination that your feet are clean? Because now I feel like we need a third party to come in here and truly judge if your feet are clean or not.
All right, call a podiatrist. Let's find him.
Well, here's what I would ask you. How old is your daughter?
Baby Nora is 2.
Okay. What if 25 years from now she brings home this guy? He's like, yeah, I don't wash my feet. You'd be like, what? What? My daughter brought home some dude that doesn't wash his feet? What if it just casually came up and you would be a little disgusted?
I'd ask him if he showers daily. And if he says yes, then his feet are already washed. So he's fine. He passes the test.
I'm never wearing your shoes.
Well, I would hope not, because those are my shoes. They don't belong to you. And I'm not lending them to anyone.
Well, I don't know what situation would require that, but if it ever comes up, I'm going to say no.
You guys are tripping. Thankfully, Carter's on my side here. You guys are absolutely off your rocker.
84% of the YouTube chat is on our side. Shasky and I's side. The clean people side.
In today's day and age, that's essentially unanimous.
You know, people laughed at the likes of Benjamin Franklin. And you know what? People said...
They didn't even have showers back then. Ben Franklin washed his feet in the river.
He's a founding father.
What crack are you on right now?
People laughed at him like you're laughing at Carter and I. You know what?
When you go out and invent electricity, then we'll stop laughing at you.
The triangle offense was laughed once upon a time from Phil Jackson. All right?
When you're on the $100...
People laughed at Stephen Curry for shooting that many. Jump shooting teams can't win.
Steph Curry had clean feet.
We will prevail. We will thrive.
We will wash our feet.
My feet are already washed. All right? How about that?
Yeah, from all the water and soap coming down.
Thank you, dude.
Dirty soap water.
You guys are tripping. All right? 888-957-9570.
I don't think we're tripping. I think you're the one who's tripping.
I'm not tripping because my feet don't have any laces on them, and I don't need to trip in my laces. They're in flip-flops, and they're chilling. By the way, you know they call them thongs in like Australia? They call their sandals thongs.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of that. Thong sandals.
Plus, if you're getting pedicures, like...
Here we go. My mother-in-law has to chime in. She's listening. Love you, Mary. Gross. Have you ever heard of smelly feet?
I don't have smelly feet.
Your feet have sweat glands.
Her name's Mary. I've met Mary.
Yes. Your feet have sweat glands. He needs to scrub to remove the dead skin and sweat. And even though he doesn't walk in dirt, you will still collect those things.
Well, I get pedicures and foot massages, and they do that for me sometimes. So how about that? That's enough.
Yeah, they get the chainsaw out, and they're like, they got the COVID mask on with the V Stiviano cover.
I told you, my nails are clipped,
dude.
And they look very pretty. Michael's in Oakland. Michael, this or that? Do you scrub your feet in the shower?
Oh my
or
God.
not?
Oh.
I do not scrub my feet in the shower, but every now and again, I get athlete's foot.
Ugh.
That's gross. I don't.
You're not scrubbing your feet.
Get out of here, Michael. You're ruining the argument. You can leave. You're done. Tough acting, Tinactin on line 1.
This might be the most lit the YouTube chat has been in a while, by the way.
I want to barge into the sales room right now and ask every person in the sales room. There's a full meeting going on right now.
There is right next door.
Just open the door. One second.
Hold on. No.
Hi, I'm Joe Spadonia. When I'm taking a shower, I only use...
You're going to get us in trouble. He's doing it right now. He's makeshift, just joining. No, he's not. He's scared. He's a coward.
Do you guys all scrub your feet in the shower?
No.
No, that's not the queen. You got to listen.
Thank you. No, there it is. He asked. Joe Cunningham. He said no.
There were a couple people in that room who said no, but the bulk of them said yes. And I heard a couple no's, and I looked at them so side-eye. It's like, I know who to avoid now.
They were listening on the Odyssey app or on YouTube.
Did you pick that up on the radio? Could you hear me yelling that out?
Yeah, we heard you a little bit.
888-957-9570. We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break here. We're split in the studio. Carter and Spadoni saying no, we don't need to scrub our feet in the shower. No, he's not.
Well,
Carter's on Team Disgusting.
I'm only on team. You don't have to watch the bottom of your feet.
Yeah,
you can't give it one of these just up and down.
That's dangerous. You see the size of him.
I don't know about the between the toes of Spadoni. That is nasty.
No, my between the toes are clean. I'm good, guys. I'm good. I have to wear flip-flops the rest of the summer now.
You guys have never seen Monty Python, the guy that loses all his limbs? Like, I'm still going to be able to fight. Like,
it's just a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound.
Exactly, it's a flesh wound.
This or that. Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game. And it's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. I lather my body up.
What is going on here?
Well,
I don't know.
this is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
I do lather my body up with soaps, a lot of good stuff. Take a shower daily, wash my face daily, wash my feet daily. I just don't scrub them in the shower. All right? I don't. This or that. Is that a problem? You can pick one or the other. Are you a foot scrubber in the shower or not? Don't be embarrassed. I don't scrub my feet. Everyone's saying I'm just this gross individual. I have beautiful feet. And I'm going to be showcasing them the rest of the week, Wednesday through Friday, with my flip-flops. And you're going to see them, and you're going to marvel at the beauty that is.
Don't do that.
Joe Spadoni's feet. 888-957-9570.
That's nasty.
Why?
Because feet are nasty, dude.
Well, some people love feet. I'll say that. I might get some tips
Rex
tomorrow.
Ryan.
I might get some tips
Sure.
tomorrow.
Some people love, caviar, and some people love escargot and all those things.
Escargot's delicious. It just tastes like butter and garlic.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on.
Well, you haven't even
crickets.
tried it. You haven't even tried it. How do you
I
know?
don't need to eat insects.
Why?
Because I don't need to.
You just don't need.
Just like I don't need to see your feet.
Well, you're going to, whether you like it or not. You're going to look at them tomorrow. Sean is in Fremont, Joe. He wants to join the conversation. It's this or that. And by the way, we have a Shasky Giants rant we're going to revisit a little bit later as well. So you're not going to want to miss that. But first and foremost, we're talking feet on the roasting the feet. Sean, this or that. Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not?
I do scrub my feet, but I got a question for you. If you don't wash your feet in the shower, or you don't scrub your feet in the shower, do you wear shoes in the house?
Do I wear shoes do I wear shoes in the house? I'm usually wearing socks when I'm in my house. That's generally what I'm doing, but my floors are very clean, if that's what you're getting at, Sean.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I didn't want to assume that if you don't scrub your feet, you wear shoes in the house, because that's kind of gross too.
Well, no, I never do. No, hell no. Thank you, Sean.
So,
Fremont.
okay, here comes some of my bizarre behavior. So, I have an entire set of socks that are dedicated for shoes, and then various levels of shoes.
Okay.
Right? It's like the higher end socks for. Anyway, that being said, I have a whole nother set of socks that are colored socks that are grays and blacks that are only for walking around the house with no shoes.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
No, it's not.
Socks
because
just
white
for the house
shoes,
is weird.
What?
Socks just for the house to
Yeah,
wear.
they're called house socks. That's what I do.
It's very odd.
Yeah, and the reason why is because the floors at times, when you have dogs and a kid and they're spilling stuff, it can get dirty. You don't want to ruin the good socks that go into shoes because you don't want to ruin your shoes. Again, this is all about proper, hygiene.
Just get normal socks. Your feet need different levels of socks? What is wrong with your feet?
No, I'm just saying it's like you got socks that are dedicated for walking around on the hardwood floors.
No, you got dress socks and you just got everyday socks. There's two socks in life. You have dress socks and you have everyday socks. No. Yeah, I have black high top socks that I wear all the time. And I have some dress socks. There you go. I don't need anything else. I don't. It's easy. Simple.
And then I have Nike.
Hanes.
I got Nike Elite socks that go when I play ball. Right? Everyone's got that, right? No?
Sure, Benny wears some Nike socks as well,
You know?
but it's not the end-all, be-all if you wore some low-top white ones as well. Doesn't matter. Right, Carter?
I agree.
There you go. That's it. By the way, be sure you're locked in on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Am I right, Sammy? You guys talking feet this episode?
Yeah, and how the ways we wash them. I hope Dibs washes his feet.
Oh.
I was in need of some clean feet.
There you go. Speaking of the Giants, Broseph, we'll get into what you had to say a year ago today. As I say, once again, happy birthday to my little sister, Hannah, who's turning 26 today. And also happy birthday to J.J. Redick, head coach of your favorite team, the Los Angeles Lakers. You love J.J. Redick. He has his naps timed out.
Stop it.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
No one likes J.J.
Timed
Redick.
out, bro. We could continue this or that, 888-957-9570 on the feet scrubbing or not. I did want to also touch on what Anthony Slater just said, Joe. In regards to Jimmy Butler being the big move this summer, if you will, if you viewed it in that lens, if you're a Warriors fan, I do think you would take that. I think we're a couple months removed now from the high that was the Jimmy Butler signing or trade, I should say. You brought him over. It was amazing immediately. You started winning, right? You got to the second round of the Western Conference. You came up short. Steph got hurt. That sucked. And the downer that was the couple weeks after that, I think we've had enough time to take a deep breath, step back and say, okay, that was successful. I can't wait to see what a full offseason is going to look like. Is that enough for a Warriors fan, though? Is that enough for you? I want to ask first and foremost, Joe, of like just telling yourself, hey, Jimmy Butler was the big signing this year, and that's going to be basically the big signing of this free agency period.
Good enough to do what? Have a fun year or win a championship?
Well, what are your expectations of the team?
Have a fun year, but I think they want to win a championship, right? And I would say that like I just have doubts. Doesn't mean it can't happen. I just have doubts that a 35, 36, and 38-year-old guy can all stay healthy for the long enough time to qualify for the playoffs and then, make it through the entire playoff grind.
I would argue that they have just as much of a chance as anyone else in the West, not named the favorites, the Oklahoma City, where everyone's going to be shoehorning them in as the favorites to win it all. Like, I think there are a lot of flawed teams everywhere in the West and in the East, quite frankly. So just to say that...
Yeah, but they're also the oldest.
Okay, but some of those other teams are also old.
I mean, there's been 80 seasons of NBA basketball. We've never had a champion with the three best players be this old.
I understand, but the wear and tear, as we're talking about every single place, like the Denver Nuggets have a lot of injury history too. They have a lot of wear and tear there. Jokic is getting older too. Jamal Murray, the guy's got how many different ligament damages around his body? Aaron Gordon, the same thing. Like, I have question marks there. We'll see with Houston. Listen, this whole thing with Kevin Durant's great. They needed a score. They got him. Kevin Durant's failed in his last couple locations.
Yeah, but they have Amos
miserably.
Thompson who's 22 or whatever.
Sure. Also,
right? That's where it's different.
Again, I understand. Let's see it first and foremost before we give out a grade. The Timberwolves, you know what? Maybe they're destined not to get to a finals. Maybe that was their shortcoming again. They made it back-to-back to conference finals, and they can't get over that hump. We'll see, right? The Lakers. LeBron James, he's going to opt back in $50 million. I don't know. Luka and him, can it really work? They were bounced in the first round. I'm not sure.
Everyone has questions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So why can't the Warriors?
Because the questions are no. I'm telling you, the biggest doubt I have is like the age, and I think it's you could scoff at it all you want, but I think they'd be doing something that'd be defying history.
Right, and I can't keep going back to that. Like the age. Yes, it's going to be a conversation, and I get it, but it is what it is at this point. So yeah, I was concerned about the age with Steph, with the wear and tear, with the 3-1 blown lead in the first round, and that obviously contributed to him having that slight tear, and him not being able to complete that second round. I get that, but at the same time, I can't be worrying about that all season long, right? I just can't. I can't. Just like people are worrying about Jonathan Kuminga all the time.
Yeah, but
I don't know, man.
But how you play the regular season out? I do think this is a real element. As we talk strategy, the strategy is all right. Well, the sweet spot of playing Steph, Jimmy, and Dre is how many games?
Like minutes wise?
No,
or
throughout
just
the year.
games. Oh,
if there's an 82 game season, how many do you need to have from all three of them to be able to be a lock top 6 team?
What do you think?
I don't know. If they played it combined together 60 games, that would be kind of surprising.
Really? Too many or too few?
No, I'm saying all of them were healthy for 60 games together from start to finish. I think that would be kind of surprising.
I'm very curious to see what a full offseason together is going to look like and translate, because let's not get it twisted. Steph was playing a lot of basketball last summer, too. He was playing the Olympics. He was their best player, obviously, when they needed it the most, being Serbia, France, all of that, the night, heard around the world. And he was working a lot offseason. Brandon Pajemski was working a lot in the offseason. He also got hurt early on last season, too. Jonathan Kuminga got hurt. So, yeah, it's going to be the same conversation for every team. It's going to be health. But particularly with this team, it's those 3 guys. And that's why, again, are they in a position to just move off young assets like they are, really young assets for veterans that also might get hurt? And then you're losing, another spot in the rotation because of a hurt guy. D'Anthony Melton, the fact that they were relying on that guy. No, seriously, we scoff now, but they were relying on D'Anthony Melton staying healthy. And it sucks that he tore his ACL. That was awful.
Relied on Kuminga, and Kuminga's 22, and he got hurt.
He did. I'm going to bank on the health of Jonathan Kuminga going forward.
He's gotten hurt now a couple times.
Okay, fair enough. He did have some
stretches.
More so it was the wear and tear early on there with the tendonitis, right, in the knee. They were just saying that was just, he's never had a workload like that in the past. And I'm curious to see if they do sign him, the workload that he's going to get. He's going to be coming off the bench. He's going to be starting. Are they going to stagger his minutes? And that's going to be, again, another Rubik's Cube puzzle for for Steve Kerr to solve. It's the wear and tear with those 3 older guys. But is that good enough for you, Dub Nation, if you just said, hey, Jimmy Butler, just look at him as being the offseason signing of this summer? Is that good enough for you? Here's what Anthony Slater had to say about it, who joined us last hour.
And I do think they need to sharpen and make some moves this summer, but I also don't feel like it's a few years ago where it felt like they were so far away. They made the big move. The big move was at the deadline. It was Jimmy Butler. Now they just need to fill out a rotation a little bit, better around them.
Oh, Matt Nahigian doesn't scrub his feet in the shower? Oh, there you go. There's a chalk one up for me.
That don't surprise me. I mean,
that just strengthens Shasky and I's case. If you really think about it,
we should have asked Anthony Slater first and foremost.
Probably burning heaters in the shower while he's taking his shower.
That's psychotic behavior. That's Henry Hill, Goodfellas type of stuff.
Drinking one of those energy drinks and one of them coffees from 7-Eleven that he loves while burning a heater.
I like 7-Eleven coffee.
He's in a hurry.
They got a good deal.
I got to listen and produce the entire station.
7-Eleven has a rewards program. They have great deals. I love me some 7-Eleven. This or that. Do you scrub your feet in the shower or not? 888-957-9570. Was Jimmy Butler the only big move this summer? Is that good enough for Warriors fans? I wonder. Speaking of the Warriors, though, and their chances next year, you're a little more skeptical because
I'm just saying that I have doubts on just staying healthy with that core as the top 3 players on the team. I think that's a fair point of view. I'm not even saying that I'm right or wrong. I just think if you were going to list like some of the doubts, the very first one would be, all right, so you're telling me a 38-year-old who got hurt at the end of this year, a 36-year-old who didn't play at all for the first half, got hurt in the playoffs and was compromised, and then another guy, Draymond Green, who's 35 years old, going to turn 36, who has had suspensions and injuries the last couple of years, stayed relatively healthy, played 67 games this year. They're all going to stay healthy the whole year, and you're going to be good enough to be one of the top 6 teams and avoid what happened this year. Whew. Now, I could see a scenario where that happens, and I could see a scenario where that does not happen.
They were really freaking good with Jimmy Butler when he came there. They did not get blown out very many times, if at all, really, when him, Steph, and Draymond were in the lineup. That team is really freaking good. Extrapolate that over a full season.
Yeah, but they played a lot of bad teams, too.
They did.
They only played a handful of legitimate playoff teams, and none of them were at full strength.
You're going to play some bad teams next year. Hell, the East is looking like dog doo-doo again, and you're going to play the East a bunch, obviously. You're going to play everyone, but in the West, it's going to be a little more of a gauntlet. But all of a sudden, Joe, some of those teams, like the Memphis Grizzlies, might be cheeks next year. They might be booty.
Maybe.
Blazers are going to stink.
I think the Jazz are going to be a lot better.
The Jazz are going to stink. Well, let's see with Wemby and the Spurs. I don't know. The health there.
They beat you without Wemby.
Sure. Fair enough. They did. Harrison Barnes revenge game. That happened, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see. But this gauntlet that is the Western Conference, I understand it's more deep than the East, but I'm very curious to see how they're going to do. Nick Friedel joined us yesterday, our Odyssey NBA insider. Great interview. If you missed any of it, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. He agrees with you. Health is the name of the game for the Golden State Warriors.
I think they're really good if they can stay healthy, as we know. Who knows at this point with Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy at the ages and the wear and tear they've dealt with through all those extra playoff years on their body, the Warriors are going to make another couple moves, of course. And it remains to be seen exactly who those guys are, what happens with Kuminga, all the storylines you guys go through day to day. But where I am hesitant to make any definitive call on the Warriors right now is because I know Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, once that trade deadline rolls around in the middle of next year, we're going to be sitting here talking about, all right, well, what happens? And is there one more star that they can acquire to kind of piece together with what they've got now?
One more star doesn't seem likely at this point. Now, what you consider a star, Anthony Slater, who joined us again last hour, 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider, he mentioned a name that was interesting that could be up for grab, Drew Holiday. Is that a guy that would interest you?
They're going to trade with you?
Again, well, I don't know. You've done trades with them in the past, and again, maybe they feel some type of way about the GP2.
That GP2 deal.
I know. But Drew Holiday, would that be a name that interests you right now, Joe?
Of course I would like Drew Holiday.
Again, but he's older.
But what does that...
He's
okay,
35.
Forget the age. Like, what does that do for pods?
I don't know. Maybe you move off of him if you're just going to double down. If this is the last chance, as Nick Friedel told us yesterday, this last season that they could truly win a title, Maybe just go all in on the old guys.
I'd rather have Derek White than Drew Holiday, but I would take Drew Holiday in a heartbeat.
What's Drew Holiday making right now?
I bet it's 28, 29, 30.
I pull it up right now. He is making a 33.6 is his average. So he's going to be making 32 in the apron salary, 32.4 million heading into next year. So, okay. All right. Derek White, I think, is probably around the same thing. Yeah, Derek White, younger, obviously. I'd rather have him.
Better ball handler.
Great defensive player. He can switch a bunch, and he can shoot the ball. Hell, he won them a game against the Knicks.
He's pods on steroids
that's who you want.
For this team.
Right now, that's absolutely. And he's a champion.
Yeah.
And he's played in a couple finals now. He played against you.
Played for Steve Kerr in the Olympics.
Yeah, that matters.
And played alongside Steph Curry. So I think he would be, if I was going to target kind of a non-superstar player, that would be the guy that I would be trying to get. And if it costs you Pajemski, so be it.
Who are the players you're willing to part with right now, Dub Nation? Outside of the big three, is everyone on the table for you?
And future picks.
And future picks. Is there anyone that's untouchable outside of Jimmy, Dre, and Steph for you? Jimmy, Dre, Steph. There you go. 888-957-9570. I start doing nicknames, Joe, and then I get myself all over the place. I was like, did I say the right names? I could just go Curry, Butler, and Green. It might be easier to do that. Speaking of the Warriors and having a puncher's chance, here's Nick Friedel talking about it yesterday.
I still think they have a puncher's chance to win one more because I still believe in Steph at the level that he's playing at right now. I still believe in Jimmy being able to show something different than what he did at the end of that Minnesota series because, guys, I think we'd all agree, after he took that fall in Houston, he just wasn't the same. His body just wasn't moving the way that we're used to seeing him. So in my mind, as I look at the Warriors, you take OKC certainly ahead of them and maybe Denver, depending on what they do around Jokic. But I still think they have a chance. And that was the whole reason to make that Jimmy move, to give yourself one more chance. But I think this is the year coming. This is the moment. If they don't do it this year, then the door is probably shut.
You know, I know I'm the old guy in the room, all right, so bear with me here.
Father Time, undefeated.
But when I hear they got a puncher's chance, you know who I think of?
Who?
I think of Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson punch out?
No. Just like he was the baddest dude on the planet. I could never imagine anybody beating him. And then he loses to Buster Douglas, and then ends up going to jail. And it was just basically every match was like it's Tyson. It's Tyson. He's got a puncher's chance. He's got the most feared right hand in the world. And it was just, I'll read it in order. Defeated Peter McNally and defeated Bruno, but then loses to Holyfield. Disqualified to Holyfield. I mean, it's lost to Lennox Lewis, lost to Danny Williams, lost to Kevin McBride.
Come on, get to the name. Get to the name we all want there at the end. What's his most recent L against?
I don't know who.
Dude, it's Jake Paul.
Stop it.
Come on. We were all locked in. Jake Paul, 1-0
I'm saying
versus Mike Tyson, baby.
When I hear puncher's chance, I'm not mad at Friedel. It's just that's how we talked about Tyson, and it's laughable now. But in real time, we talked ourselves into it's Tyson. He still got it.
No, we were I brought it up because we were literally talking about that during that Netflix fight. We all Mike Tyson is so long in the tooth. He's so old, right? We knew he wasn't gonna beat Jake Paul, but you tuned in. Why? Because man, it's Tyson. Maybe he does land one. That's why, Joe. That was why it made it so interesting. Now, in hindsight, it's laughable. Guy was exhausted after one round. He looked like he was hurt. It was all bad.
He's 55.
But you tuned in because you thought he could kick Jake Paul's ass.
No. I tuned in because it was Tyson, period.
But why? That's what I'm saying. You tuned in why?
Because it's Jake Paul and Tyson, and I love seeing a car wreck.
So the spectacle of it.
I'm more curious why he was chewing on his glove mid-fight. That was so weird.
Apparently he did.
So weird.
Apparently he did that, though. That's what they were saying on the broadcast. They used to do that in the past. I don't. The highlight of that entire thing was Mike Tyson.
The butt.
The butt cheeks, the full moon, the Rikishi, dude. I mean, that's what it looks like.
That's what your feet look like when you don't wash them, dude.
You mean sexy?
No.
I mean, we won the tiebreaker with Nahegan. So.
That's true. If you pull,
that's who I'm getting my hygiene from.
Hey, dude, have you seen that hairline? It's immaculate. The guy is so coiffed with that hair. He gets a haircut every 2 weeks. Looks incredible, just like you. You tell us about it all the time. Are you getting a haircut soon, by the way?
I am. It's getting really long.
Yeah, there you go. It's getting too long.
But the problem is that
way too long.
The more I cut off the top, the more exposed the bald spot becomes.
You look fine, dude. Get the Hims. They have that. The shampoo that makes it thicker. I use it. It's great. Yeah.
Do you scrub the bald spot?
The jokes. Sam, you beat me to the punch.
What bald spot? It's receding. I don't have a bald spot.
No,
there's difference.
Do you use the Hims on your feet? Is the joke. Like you just talking about scrubbing it in.
Maybe the hairs on my feet now are looking more immaculate. So that's a good point, Sam. There you go.
That's another layer I just did not need to hear.
You want it, dude. You guys are asking about my body, and I'm telling you about it, all right? I'm just giving you the people what they want, all right? 888-957-9570. We got
like if
Fast
someone
Five
says
coming
to you a
up in
puncher's
13
chance,
minutes.
right? Like a puncher's chance. Like normally, like when someone, and I love Nick, but like what do you mean? Like a 5% chance? A 10% chance? What does a puncher's chance mean?
I think 10% solid. They did not have a puncher's chance this time last year. They did not. There was no way that team was doing anything. They have a chance this year, though. They do. I truly believe that.
Talking about heading into the year, yeah, I probably would have felt the same way.
Yeah, last year heading into the season, it was, can I get a first-round series? Now it's, can we get to the conference finals? Like, that's a big jump. I think we need to take a step back and realize they made a significant change, and the expectations have now shifted. Right, Sammy?
Potentially, but also, if we want to talk about what a puncher's chance is, according to the odds makers, a puncher's chance is plus 2,900 to win a title next year.
And what are there in the standings there? 6th best, 5th best? What is that in the NBA?
That is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's the 12th best.
Okay.
Behind the Timberwolves, behind the Spurs, behind the Magic.
See, the Magic stop.
Behind the
you lost me
Cavs.
there. There's no way the Magic stop.
I'm just reading off what this
And again,
betting. This is per FanDuel. If you want something better odds maker,
I'd like DraftKings instead. How about that?
Let me go find DraftKings.
Thank you.
I'm agnostic when it comes to my my daily sports fantasy stuff.
But a part of that is why the Magic are there is because of the East being like dog doo-doo now.
Well, that's a part of the path and who you have to go through. I think is part of the skepticism.
It is pretty crazy when I look at the landscape of the Western Conference, and I feel like if I plugged in any of those second-tier teams, that I'd be taking them as the favorite in the West. Like, if you drop the Minnesota Timberwolves in the East right now, I'm taking the Timberwolves.
Yeah, just like if I put the Niners into the AFC North, I wouldn't look at them the same.
You wouldn't. Yeah,
right?
You're right.
I get it. Drop them into the AFC South, and I feel a hell of a lot better.
DraftKings has them at plus 2,000, the 9th best odds. So that's a puncher's chance for me. 9th best odds to win the title. Okay. Got a puncher's chance. And I would
better than 12.
Again, I think they have the same chance as the T-Wolves, as the Nuggets, as the Lakers, as the Rockets next year. I would put them in that group right there. I don't think that's crazy, is it?
T-Wolves, Lakers, and Nuggets are plus 1,300, 1,400, and 1,500 respectively.
It's, again, I'm putting them, it's apples or what are the minus 200 or plus 200 for the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I'm skeptical that Durant can stay healthy throughout the whole year, which is, one of their premium guys.
That's why the Thunder are the pick, is because of the health of those guys, the age.
They're all in their primes or going into it.
Exactly.
Every one of them.
Every single one of them. And the Cavs, quite frankly, the same thing. And they dealt with their injuries last year, and that's going to be a concern again for them come playoff time. Can Donovan Mitchell stay healthy? Can Evan Mobley stay healthy? Can any of those guys stay healthy at the right time? We got about 10 minutes here to go, Joe. Did you want to relive this day in Giants history?
Okay.
But it's 95-7 the game Giants history. Let me make this clear. So a year ago on this day, this was Joe Shasky talking about the orange and black. Take it away.
There are times in life you root against your team. I know this sounds great. If you love your team, it's a long-term relationship. It's not about the singular year. And so I know I never root against my team guy is going to come down my road. Come down my road. I am rooting against the Giants because the reality is I don't want to watch Conforto anymore. I don't want to watch Yastrzemski and Slater. They're all nice guys individually, and I've rooted for them at times. I don't want to watch a pitching staff with one guy, Logan Webb, who I hand the ball to. I go, dear God, get me into the 8th inning today. I need you to save us, Jesus. Oh, my God. I cannot watch a team that has not had a 3, 4, or 5 hitter that scares the other opponent in a decade since Buster Posey and Hunter Pence were roaming the field. I am rooting against the Giants. I needed to bottom out because I care about the, you know why? Because I'm going to be here longer than Farhan. And I'm going to be here the rest of my life. And I'm going to take my little son to games. And I don't want to watch this crap with my kid anymore. I can't take it. it. I'm rooting against the Giants. I'm here. We're here. It's okay. Divorce is good. You want your friends to be happy.
Gosh.
One of my friends got divorced, and it was the happiest thing. It was like, dude, you're finally happy. It's okay. If two people are miserable, just go your separate ways. Giants fans, admit it. We're miserable. We are miserable. There has not been a real team that you can wrap your arms around. There isn't one player that you love on the everyday roster.
You are miserable.
No, you are. Just admit it.
No, you're miserable.
No, well, the audacity of Bonte laughing at you when he literally said this.
I would rather be the White Sox.
Stop. He was acting so holier than thou then, too. And fast forward now. Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, NBC Sports, talking the Giants. Man, this team, does it get any better than Rafi Devers?
Same old yes to me.
Same old yes to me, right, Mike? There you go. That was you a year ago. By the way, the Giants had just lost to the Cardinals 5-3 to fall to 36-42 on the season. What a difference a year makes, right, Joe? That's seriously though. That's
Name
crazy.
the lie in the rant.
Just to say that you're rooting against the Giants, you weren't rooting against them. You didn't wish that they would.
No,
lose.
I wanted them to lose, and we got what we wanted. We got Buster.
So, are you going to pat yourself on the back saying you were right all along?
It's just like when me and Bonte created the trade for CMC and the Niners, and us also creating the Chris Bryant trade.
Oh wow, I actually have the roast reaction to the CMC trade. I wonder if they're going to be humble about it.
People on the roadways even know how to drive this morning. They're driving 90 miles an hour, thinking about Christian McCaffrey all over the place. And then I got Joe Shasky, the Patrick Willis jersey. I got Matson fired up. Lumpman's running around with his neck cut off. Joe Shasky, CMC. It's wearing red and gold. And it may happen this Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm so happy. I mean, look, sports makes us so happy. Like these types of moments, all right? This is on so many layers. This is such a great deal, right? Like, the draft picks, the money. Shut up! This is Christian McCaffrey. This is one of the top 10 or 15 offensive weapons in the league. Quarterbacks notwithstanding. Wouldn't you agree?
Hold on. Sports make me so happy from the guy that is saying I'm rooting against my own team.
If that doesn't describe Joe Shasky in one little sound clip, I don't know what does.
With Private Joker and Full Metal Jacket. The duality of man, sir.
It's true.
There you go. The duality of Joe Shasky.
In the words of Ralph, two things can be equally true.
Oh, my God.
Sports, man.
I've never heard either you and Bonte happy at the same time when it comes to a sports take. So there you go. That was a great time right there. And you ended up patting yourselves on the back. Well, we were the ones that made it happen.
Well, I mean, you did get an Offensive Player of the Year season out of him. He was like one of the greatest players the Niners have ever seen in an individual season.
He was great. And then what happened?
What do you mean what happened?
Bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
You literally went to the playoffs in the NFC Championship game, then you went to the Super Bowl. You got 2 amazing years. I do that trade till I'm blue in the face every single time.
Okay, fair enough.
You wouldn't?
Well, I do the trade. I don't know if I'd re-up him the time I did.
Oh, that's a different question.
Because that is looking like not a great contract. We'll see if Christian McCaffrey's truly healthy this offseason. What's up, Sammy?
Well, notice you're talking about moments where both Bonte and Shasky were both happy at the same time. There is another moment they were both happy at the same time. Carter, if you could, please.
Oh
don't
my
do this. No.
goodness, Bonte.
Cut it off.
Where do you want to
Get it.
begin?
It's just too much.
We got to begin with the quarterback position. And Debbie over here.
Who is
Debbie,
this?
she knows
Big
what time it is.
957 The Game
You're
listener.
going to know what time it is. Subscribe to YouTube. Subscribe to Twitch.
Click it.
95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky the Butcher. Bonte Hill. And what we just saw at the quarterback position.
Oh, my God.
Let me just say this, Shasky. I'll start it off like this. I will be shocked if Trey Lance is the starting at quarterback in week number 1.
I hate
spoiler, he was not. He did score the first touchdown of the season, though, against the Detroit Lions. By the way, are we going to do that at 49ers training camp this year with Michael Williams, the greatest edge rusher we've ever seen coming out of
Charles Haley, look out.
On the field of Adonises.
On the field of Adonises. Michael Williams, when he just stands next to Nick Bosa, he belongs, right?
Yeah.
Right? There you go.
Hey, look, the guy who is the voice of the 49ers, who's been to, who has been to 1,000 practices for years,
as a thrower of the football.
He said it was the greatest throwing day he has ever seen. He said that, not me. He said that he's ever seen at any training camp ever.
Which tells me.
And then he broke his finger, and then it all went to poop.
Which tells me training camp means absolutely nothing when it comes to stats.
What do you wait? Time out. You say that, but then Kyle and Mike Shanahan said that's how they found Brock Purdy, and they realized he was the guy, was because of training camp.
They found Brock Purdy, let's call it a buck, because he was a third-string quarterback, and both their first 2 quarterbacks got hurt. That's why. But he wasn't touching the field prior to that. They could tell me all about the training camp all they want. They could backpedal like Darrelle Revis. But the fact of the matter is, Jimmy got hurt, Trey got hurt, you had to go to him.
No, well, time out. if that was the case, the guy that they gave the money to that year leading into training camp, who was the third stringer that they brought in? The big tall guy. He was a goof.
Brandon Allen?
No. He was an Indiana quarterback.
Nate Sudfeld.
Sudfeld. They gave him guaranteed money, and they cut him to keep Brock Purdy on the roster. So I get what you're saying. Like, oh, you kind of got lucky. But you did have the foresight to realize, like, oh, no, we're going to keep Brock Purdy. We're going to cut Nate Sudfeld, who you already gave money to. So I disagree with you on that.
Who is Debbie, by the way?
Oh, she's one of the ladies that works there.
Oh, okay, great. We love Debbie, Team Debbie.
Yeah, she's great.
Okay, what does she do?
Just guards the media walk-in area. I don't
security
know.
Guard? Oh, okay, I'm just wondering.
Security.
When we go out there next year, like next month, are we going to be like shaking hands with Debbie and just saying what's up? I'm just wondering.
Maybe if Debbie's there, I'll say what's up.
If your feet are clean.
Well, I was going to say, are we allowed to wear flip-flops there? Is that a no-go? Steven Risotto just winced in the back. If I wear flip-flops,
that is a no-go.
Training camp. Okay. What about like Jesus sandals? Are those okay?
You got to wear closed-toed shoes.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, gotta dress like professional.
Real quick, is that a requirement? Do they say that?
It's just called common sense, dog.
There was a couple people in sandals, I think, a couple times. But
that's all I need.
Not cool.
Mike Silver doing it doesn't really
as in Mike Shanahan, who wears the Jerusalem Cruisers everywhere because the Lobster Man is in vacation mode because he's retired.
I love that you call him the Lobster too, because my dad, every time he came up during a game, would call Mike Shanahan the Lobster.
He was just red, just baked from the sun.
And he would call Andy Reid or Mike Holmgren the Walruses. That's what he would call
a good one.
The Walruses.
That's a good one.
Fast five time?
Mike Holmgren, the one that got away.
Yeah. Mike Holmgren should be a Hall of Famer, by the way. Did win a Super Bowl, went back to another with the Seattle Seahawks. Right?
Tom Flores.
He's in Tom Flores, but Mike
Seaford.
Mike Shanahan should be in as well.
These guys all should be in. I agree.
It's kind of ridiculous that they're not. I don't know why there's the logjam for I think Pete Carroll at one point should be able to get into the Hall of Fame as well.
Did you see Ashton Genty doing backflips?
Oh, well, don't, again, be careful, Ashton. We don't want any
RB1?
Well, of course he's going to be RB1. He might be RB1 for everyone in fantasy.
Fantasy.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Him or Christian McCaffrey?
Of course he's the Raiders' RB1.
Who are you going to touch? For Christian McCaffrey or Ashton Genty?
I'm not touching McCaffrey.
None?
No. When you're a fan of the Niners, you realize there are certain players you just don't touch.
Saquon or Genty? Who are you going?
Come on.
Well, I don't know. All the wear and tear on Saquon last year, I got a little concerned,
If
Carter.
you have the number one overall pick, you're taking Saquon.
I mean, I am the station champion here, so I believe I can speak on this. You don't pick Saquon this year. Period.
Thank you.
Over 400 rushes. Every running back that's had over 400 rushes has been awful the next year.
Taking Genty then over him?
100%.
There you
look
go.
at me, I'm Carter.
Except
I win
for
the
Damian
league.
Tomlinson 10 years in a row. Yeah, but other than that, you're right.
Well, he might be the greatest running back.
Exactly.
So it's different. There's
But
levels
other
to
than
this.
him, you're right. But
When was
guy
that?
Tomlinson did it like 9 years in a row.
That was like 15 years ago, right?
Tomlinson was one of the baddest dudes.
No, that was way longer. That was like 18 or 17 years ago.
I watched
I'm
him
not
score
disagreeing.
5 touchdowns against the Niners and then did this. You know what I'm talking about, where he put the
I
left hand
watched
over the
him at
helmet.
the Coliseum score like
Prove the
5
one.
touchdowns. He's unbelievable. He's one of the greatest of all time. You don't need to tell me twice. Didn't Saquon have already a significant injury in his career? Isn't he torn a ligament already?
Yeah.
LT never
ACL.
did. Yeah, LT never did. What's your final thought, Joseph?
I mean, my final thought is like hygiene at this station is just
through the roof. It's great.
You know those training modules that we have to do regarding social media and things like that. Like I think we might need a training module on hygiene at this station. And wow, I'm a little disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Do you view me differently after walking out today?
Yeah,
I
a lot of you I
kind of
view
do.
differently.
I think you literally think
Follow me in with them.
You think I'm a gross individual.
I started this day texting the boss about how frustrated I was regarding the restroom situation at this station.
Of course you did.
And how I'd
What's
rather...
hold on. What's Matt going to do about the bathroom?
I'm just letting him know.
Is he going to make a new one?
Just letting him know. I would rather use a restroom stop on I-5 than use the one here that we have. And I'm talking about those I-5 restroom stops that are soaking wet. It's like, Bill was here. You know what I mean? Like one of those. I'd rather use that than the one here.
Matt Nahigian was here.
Carter, what's your final thought?
Lookman was here. Garlic fries and baseball guys.
Subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts.
You okay, Carter?
That's using a restroom on I-5. Comparing that to our bathrooms is just too far. That's my
all
final
we will
thought.
say is people need to shave around here. They need the manscape.
Hey, bro.
The
Next time you come
manscape.
over to my house, I'm going to have the hose out front. I'm going to hose your feet down before you come into my house.
I'm gonna go barefoot in the Shasky because Michelle, I'm sure take off the shoes, right? Take off the shoes. Take off the
Hobbit's
flip-flops.
tail.
Hey, Samwise, I don't want to hear about that. The Hobbit's tail back there. Samwise Gamgee.
Lubman,
what do you got?
You are Game 6 Clay today.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Still Carter's final thoughts. Sorry.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, my bad. I want to make sure you got your moment there.
He was efficient.
My final thought is I got to do something I rarely ever do and give the YouTube chat some props here with some great comments during our this or that segment. Toyota Tundra, spelled Toyota wrong.
That's the Guru drop. Yeah.
Okay. No shot, y'all washing your feet, chat. So everyone in the chat's probably on Team Spadoni. Uncle Looney. Carter is 9 feet tall, so he's got an excuse. He can't reach his feet. That's too far down. 49er-eder. Benjamin Franklin scrubbed his feet with a rock even. So you lose your Ben Franklin argument right there.
Yeah, that's great. A rock.
Well, it's better than what you scrub with. You scrub with nothing. I'll take a rock over nothing.
They didn't have deodorant back then.
Pat McCaw fan club. Spadoni not going to be allowed to have flip-flops in the Chase Center court anymore, so that's going to really throw you off at the knockout tournament next year.
Flip-flops on the Chase Center floors once upon a time.
Monty, Atco Pest Control needs to check out Spadoni's feet. Put the rat on the table for that one.
The Atco Pest Control people are going to fix your feet?
There you go. That's what they're there for. Got to get rid of all those bugs there. And
Put
then
the fungus on the table.
Tough acting.
That's a 4. Zitty, wait, you guys actually scrub your feet. So Zitty is also on your side, Spadoni. And then, final totals for the YouTube poll. 80% of people who watch on YouTube scrub their feet.
Real quick, Steven Risotto, just thumbs up or down. Do you scrub your feet in the shower? Thumbs up. Yeah,
freshly shaven Steven Risotto.
Exactly. Finally, right?
Finally, someone's getting the hygiene, doc out.
That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at Home. We're on the go. Get the fastest internet to all your devices. I smell the best. I got, the best hygiene at the station. It's not even close. I shower daily. I brush my teeth daily. I take care of my body.
In the words of Chris Rock, you're doing what you're supposed to do. You don't get credit for doing the bare minimum of what you should be doing as a functional human being in society.
Wow, dude.
Exactly.
I prepare my body in various ways. The show known as Steiny Guru is up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
It's always interesting coming into the studio and looking at the chat or the text line, because we don't usually hear the last 10 minutes of Shasky's show with Spadoni, and it just says, from the 510 from Oreo Cookie, let's get this straight. Day-Day is not untouchable. Ship him out. Steph and Kuminga are untouchable. That's Oreo Cookie.
You got to stay off the text line.
Well,
although I do know that's how you kind of gauge in the morning where everybody is at. I think it's fun to sort of get a feeling for like the pulse of Bay Area sports fans on a given day. But
no, I agree.
What's going on, Steiny?
Not much. I just found out I'm going to have to. I don't know if it's going to be a speech, but I got to do something at my buddy's 60th birthday party on Friday.
It's a big one.
It is. I don't mind talking in a room that everybody can hear like this. Not great at talking in front of people. I mean, I'm pretty
What
good.
are you talking about? You were on television.
But that's what I mean. Like, that's different than in a live audience.
You're telling me you get more nervous to speak in front of like a group of 10 than on television?
I'd say 100, if there's 100 people there. Yeah, it's a different dynamic.
There's no takebacks, man.
No. It's a different dynamic in front of a larger group. But I'll tell you what, maybe I'll pen something and I'll let you guys read it next week. Okay. Hey, let me ask you this. So we got Warrior season ended. They made the second round of the playoffs. Giants right now leaning toward being a playoff team, and the San Francisco 49ers set to embark on their season in a couple weeks after a 6-11 season. So if I were to ask you, Evan, and Bay Area sports fans, how are you feeling about our teams right now? The Giants, the Warriors, and the San Francisco 49ers. How are we feeling about where they all are right now in 2025?
Pretty good. I'd say we were talking about this before. I feel lukewarm. And I think one of the reasons is last season, the Niners, the Warriors, and the Giants all missed the playoffs. It hadn't happened for a long time. And I think usually the Bay Area sports, the three teams we're talking about here, have been pretty competitive. But like the health of Bay Area sports, I wouldn't say it's like close to the highest it's ever been. It's certainly not a recent memory.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking. So we got the Warriors, who are still in the mix, right? They're still in the mix, and they've been in the mix for a while. So their title days might be behind them, but they're still in the mix. Now we got the Giants, and they're the one team right now that is the most interesting, because they haven't been to the postseason. They've only been to the postseason once in the last 9 years, and this year they look like they might have a team with some staying power. So I think the Giants right now are probably in as good a spot since 15, like in the last 10 years, right? Since their last title, and maybe the 16 team that lost to the Cubs in the playoffs. But, the Giants are...
You mean for the future? Like 2021, they looked all right.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they have more staying power right now.
Okay.
The Giants. And the 49ers, it feels like they're a little bit of a work in progress right now, but they could have a bounce back year. It's very possible in that division. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It feels like at times, though, Evan, that we feel like it's not great. And I'm wondering why that is, and if it's because over the last 10 years, or 15 years, we've seen a bunch of titles, and that's the standard. The standard is titles, and if you don't win a title, then it doesn't seem good. And I'm not sure that I can buy all that. But I do think that the Bay Area sports fans right now, the history of the 3 Giants titles, the Warriors 4 titles, and the Niners knocking on the door, that sets a standard that is very difficult to meet. Very difficult to meet, and our standards as fans here in the Bay are extremely high.
Oh, I agree. That's why probably, 2022 would be the most recent best season, because the Warriors won a championship and the Niners were in the NFC title game.
Right.
2023, the Warriors make the second round, the Niners lose in the Super Bowl, and last year, no team makes the playoffs. So maybe it's because we're on the heels of like the lowest it's been, at least in one season. I don't think it felt awful, but, nobody had any postseason success last year in 2024. Now this year, it feels like we're coming out of that, and maybe that's why it's like I'm an anxious person, and I feel like anxiety is how a lot of sports fans are looking at these teams right now. They're anxious about what the Warriors are going to be in a couple of years. They're anxious, maybe in a good way, about what the Giants could become, and they're anxious about just where the 49ers are, because they seem kind of stuck in the middle.
Right. I think that when you get to the Warriors, I'm not going to look 2 or 3 years down the line for the purposes of this exercise, simply because I think we all understand that Steph's not going to play together or play forever. So I don't want to go too far down that we know in a few years the Warriors may be struggling, because as of right now, they think they're in the mix, and they have a team that they believe could have made the Western Conference Finals had Steph Curry not gotten hurt. So if you take the optimistic view of the Golden State Warriors, they're still in positive territory, because the way I hear a lot of fans speak is they still think that this team's got a puncher's shot at winning it all, and 11 or 12 years after your first title, that's a pretty good position to be sitting in.
Well, it kind of feels like that's the best they can do. But like I thought last season was a success. They won a playoff series. Injuries might have been the reason why they didn't win 2 playoff series. And that's why, and I'm looking around and kind of surveying the landscape, I do wonder why it feels a little lukewarm. Or maybe I'm just reading the room wrong, Steiny, and if people want to let us know, how are fans feeling about the state of the 3 teams? And I actually think it's kind of setting up. We're going to get into it in a little bit. I think this year is setting up to be pretty big for the Bay Area. And I'm not sure if I'm feeling that from fans. I think the Warriors had a successful season. I think the Giants are lined up to have a successful season. I think the 49ers are lined up to have a successful season. That's a complete 180 from what we saw 365 days ago. And it's like, if 2024 was the year of mid, and 2025 could be what for these 3 teams?
I mean, they have a chance. Each of those 3 teams right now have a chance to make the postseason. The Warriors did, the Giants can, and the 49ers, they got a shot absolutely to make the postseason. But you're right, it feels like maybe we dwell a little bit too much on the negative, because I think if you take a step back, we're about to drop a bomb on the listeners about where we're at in the terms of Bay Area sports history. Let me ask Bay Area fans a question before we go to break here. When was the last time all 3 Bay Area teams, the Niners, the Warriors, and the Giants, all made the playoffs in the same year? And now I'm going to qualify it. We're in 2025 right now. So the Warriors made the playoffs. The Giants could make the playoffs in 2025. And for the sake of this argument, the San Francisco 49ers, even though the Super Bowl's in 2026, we're considering 2025 this year for the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, that's how it goes. The sports season begins with the NBA, baseball's in the summer, and football starts in the fall. The 2025 NFL season has not kicked off yet.
Right. And so I think we're going to shock some people. And what what we're going to do is when we tell you that year, hopefully you'll get a different perspective on the Bay Area teams, and you'll be fired up after the show. You'll be fired up about where each of these teams are.
Well, you can also get fired up at 12:15. Tiffany Hayes, Golden State Valkyries guard, is going to join us.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to talking to her.
Real quick, Theodore Rand says 2014. That would be wrong.
That would be wrong.
That would be wrong.
That's a good guess, though. There's a lot of years in which two of them have made it. But, again, just doing some deep diving this morning, it kind of just slapped me in the face.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. All right, I'll tell you what. We'll give you the break to figure it out, and then we'll give you the right answer, and then your perspective will be completely different for the rest of the day. It'll be a more positive outlook. Take it to the bank. I'm telling you. Tiffany Hayes coming up at 12:15. Valkyries guard. They're 7-6. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. How's everybody doing out there? Let's see, Evan. That's
so
one.
upset.
Why are you upset? Warriors.
I'm not upset.
88, 89.
I'm actually pretty excited today.
You know
Pretty
what?
happy today.
We have updated the stat, right?
Yes.
89.
It's still shocking.
It is.
A little less oomph behind it.
19. Yeah, okay. That's all right. Nobody got it right, by the way.
It's taken a while.
On any of the chats. The question is this: when's the last time that the Warriors, Giants, and 49ers all made the playoffs in the same year? Same year. We've had 12. No, 2012. That's incorrect. The Warriors didn't make the playoffs in 11-12.
There's a lot of small overlaps. Like 2014 is a year where the Warriors made the playoffs. The Niners were in the NFC Championship game, I think. And sorry. 2014, the Giants won the World Series. The Niners come off of making the NFC Championship, and then the Warriors are in the playoffs. But the year before, in 2013, the Warriors and the Niners both make the playoffs, but the Giants don't make the playoffs.
Right. And I'll be honest with you, we changed. We thought we had the right year, and then we definitely have the right year. Somebody saying 1971.
Little later,
Just
but
a little bit.
That is one of the years in which all three teams made the playoffs.
Correct.
The most recent one.
The most recent time that all three teams made the postseason in the same year, 1989. 1989. 99, 09, 19. That's 35 years. And we got a shot this year to do it for the first time in 35 years. Each of the three teams, in theory, could make the playoffs in the same year, and it hasn't happened in 3 decades.
And all three teams that year won rounds. The Niners won the Super Bowl, the Giants got to the World Series, and the Warriors lost in the second round. So you can make a case like that's kind of like the pinnacle of Bay Area sports for these three teams. And I don't know if everyone feels like, Steiny, I don't know if anybody believes that these three teams can go to win a championship, but if I told you that all three teams made the playoffs this year, what do you think that would signal about the health of sports in the Bay Area?
Well, my first question would be, when you told me that stat, that it's been over 30 years since each of the three teams made the playoffs in the same year, my first thought was, why is everybody so pissed off then? Why is everybody so unhappy about where the Warriors are, where the Giants are, and where the 49ers are? Because I think if you objectively look at the 49ers this upcoming year, you would think they got a real good chance to make the playoffs after a down year. They got a great schedule. They kind of reset. The division's not a killer. So they got a shot at it. And the bottom line is the Giants, this is probably their best shot, obviously since 2021. But, I mean, this may be the best Giants team, in the last 8-10 years. I mean, it remains to be seen. And the 2021 team obviously was an outlier. But I think most Giants fans right now would bet on their team making the postseason this year.
Yeah, I think that's the expectation, is to be a wild card team. And I think the Niners have a pretty good shot to get back in the postseason. I think they're going to be better than they were last year. Hopefully don't get hit by a tidal wave of injuries, and you have a chance to also win your division. I think it's set up for us to finally break the streak, or for these teams to break that streak. If I don't know, Stein, do you feel confident that all three teams can be in the post? The Warriors have already done it,
right?
So they're eliminated from this. But I feel like the Giants are going to make the playoffs, and in fact, I feel stronger that the Niners are going to make the playoffs too.
Do you really?
I do.
I feel stronger right now that the Giants will make the playoffs than the 49ers. But I think it's close. But
part of it is the unknown. Like, we're seeing the Giants play good baseball, and we don't know what the Niners are going to be.
Exactly. But if we're talking about the state of the three franchises, and we're looking at a situation where they could all make the playoffs, okay? Like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Like, the only reason it doesn't sound like enough is because the Giants and the Warriors have 7 titles between them, and the 49ers have, 3 Super Bowl appearances in the last 12, 13 years. So it almost averages out to, a title every other year, or at least an appearance in the big game every other year by one of our Bay Area teams. It's pretty, maybe we're not appreciating it enough.
Well, this is from the 415. Does the play-in game for the Warriors count?
No.
The answer is no.
Nope.
It's not the playoffs. And 2021 could have been, but it wasn't. The thing is, like, you mentioned the standard that these teams have set and the amount of winning that they've done, the championships that they've brought. I almost feel like that's why if I say, I think 2025 is setting up to be one of the most successful Bay Area sports seasons in 30 years. A lot of people would, I think, laugh at me because nobody believes that any of these 3 teams are favorites to win championships.
Right.
And that's kind of the standard. But, again, all 3 of these teams have not been playoff teams since 1989. And I just think it's interesting getting kind of the reaction of whether it's our coworkers or talking to someone yesterday at the cafeteria, like, how do you feel about sports? And they're like, yeah, it's kind of lukewarm. I feel all right about it. In reality, this should be a year where I think a lot of people should have more excitement.
I agree. And the other thing is that you're right. In the short term, Warriors didn't make the playoffs last year. They got to the second round. Giants didn't make the playoffs last year. They're 10 games over 500, and a lot of fans are super optimistic. Niners went 6-11. I got to believe they're going to have some kind of bounce back year. And if they make the playoffs, then we're looking at something that hasn't been done in a long period of time. So I guess, my question to Bay Area sports fans is, how are you feeling right now about these teams and where they are at this moment? Are the Giants a realistic do they have a realistic shot at winning it all? I kind of think they do. I mean, you got to get to the playoffs, obviously, first, but then who knows what can happen. And I don't expect the Niners to go 6-11 again. So I guess what we're asking is, why doesn't it feel as good as it is if you're a Bay Area sports fan right now? Because it ain't bad, all things considered.
I think it is because, and it's a compliment to all 3 organizations, but these teams are held to a championship standard. And I know the Niners haven't won one since '94, but they've gotten just about as close as any. The Giants have won 3 championships in the last 15 years. The Warriors have obviously won, 4 in the last 10.
Right.
I honestly think that has got to be the reason, is because making the playoffs in the Bay Area is not good enough. You have to win. You have to win championships. And I think that's why, at least looking at the Giants, it felt like for the last, 7 or 8 years, it feels like they've been just trying to make the playoffs. This is a Giants team. When you make a move for Devers, it feels like you're trying to win a championship. To a lesser extent, when the Warriors make a trade for Jimmy Butler, it feels like that's a big move because they're trying to win a championship. Same for the Niners when they traded for Christian McCaffrey. They're trying to win a championship. Just getting to the playoffs is not good enough. And maybe that's why fans are maybe not all in on 2025 yet.
Right. No, I think there's something to that. And here it is from the 916, although that would be Sacramento. Steiny, you're coming from a small town like Reading, PA. You may not understand that we expect greatness here, not only in our teams, but in our way of life. We strive to be the best. All right. You're gonna go wanting a lot of years then. Let's put it that way. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland, wants to chime in. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to be on. Hey, you guys know I'm a big Bay Area fan. I love the Giants. I love the Warriors. I love the Niners. And, you know, as a Bay Area fan, like, it's so disappointing, guys, man, when you watch these playoff games and you watch these teams and they come up short. And just for me as a Bay Area fan, and no shade to any other fan who feels different, it's just that, man, that it's so agonizing to lose in the playoffs. And I'm to the point where it's just like I don't really care about, like, making the playoffs anymore. It's like, you know, I care about championships. And expectation is what? It's trust, right? It's hope. And it's like until the San Francisco Giants, until their championship in 2010, they hadn't won anything in like 50 years, and it's still been like 10 years since they won one. You look at the Niners, they haven't won anything since 95. And for me, as long as Kyle Shanahan is at the helm, we'll continue to watch pretty talented teams come up short in big moments. And last but not least, the Golden State Warriors' last championship was almost, 5 years ago?
3.
Let's just face it, guys. At 3, okay, but let's just face it. The championship run is over as far as having Curry, Draymond being the main stars on this team. We're going to watch over the next couple of years Curry decline, Draymond decline and get older, and we'll watch the organization try to put pieces around them like they're trying to do now instead of going younger and build around someone younger. So as far as Bay Area sports fan, my expectations are low. They're not very high. I'm just in a wait and see mode, guys. Wait and see mode.
Well, Leroy, it sounds to me like your expectations are high.
Yeah.
Because it's got to be a title.
No, I want titles. I mean, who wants to lose in the playoffs as a fan?
I got you.
I sit home and watch the games. You know, you guys work. I sit home and watch the games, and it's so I try to forget about losses in the playoffs. So that's just how I am. Like I said, no shade to anybody that feels different. That's just how I am.
Gotcha.
That's fair.
I love Leroy. He's part of the problem.
Part of the problem.
He's part of the problem.
Easy. Simmer.
Stop it.
I think Leroy probably speaks for a lot of people. That's kind of the expectation. If you're going to get to the playoffs and lose, then why even get there at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think here's a big part of it too, is when the Giants won in 2010, they'd never won in San Francisco. So we got to see 3 championships in 5 years, and they were the first of its kind. The Warriors won in 75, and they hadn't won 81, 95, 05. They hadn't won anything in 35 years, so they won it 4 times. I think there's something about we've been there, done that now, and the only way to be satisfied is if you've been there and done it again and again. And I do think that has something to do with it. And I'm wondering, you know, when after Curry's gone, what will the standards be? Do the Warriors' standards leave with Curry? In other words, if and when he leaves, will making the playoffs feel better than it does now because you won't have Steph Curry and the expectations likely won't be as high?
No, because Curry and the Warriors have changed the expectation, or they've changed the standard forever. I think it's the same thing. It's probably why a lot of 49ers fans feel like just like making the Super Bowl is almost a slap in the face if you're not going to win it, because before the new millennium, that's all they did. When they're in, they win.
Right.
And it's like, to your point, the Giants hadn't won championships in San Francisco prior to 2010, but I do believe now that like just making the playoffs, maybe now because it's been, 10 years. They made the playoffs twice in the last 10 years.
Right.
So making the playoffs this season might feel better, but it's because there's been a long, dark period for a lot of Giants fans. Whereas I think, like, coming off of Curry, making the playoffs, I don't think it's going to be good enough for Warriors fans.
Yeah, I mean, part of that will probably come back to Lacob because we all know how competitive he is. And the minute Steph Curry retires, he's going to say, you know, it's a new era and we're gonna win another one with another iteration. Like, you know, that's how Joe Lacob's going to be thinking. So if he instills that into the fan base, then maybe making the playoffs after Curry won't be enough. Let's go to Julie. Julie's in Concord. Hey, Julie, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys today?
Doing well, thank you.
Awesome.
So I have a couple things, actually. I called about adding the Valkyries in there. They are off to a tremendously, awesome start, and we just need to, keep surrounding them with the Bay Area's finest as far as the fans.
Yeah.
Also, we are definitely spoiled. We are very, very spoiled in the Bay Area. If it wasn't for the Raider traders and the Fisher Fools, which you haven't even brought up.
Right, purposely.
Because they haven't been in anything for so long. But, we consistently root for our teams that show us the love back. And we just have to, keep on going and hoping that they can make it to the final, trophy or whatever it is. It's just excitement, and the fans have a lot to do with it. And I don't want to, start bemoaning that we are, losers or
right.
whatever, because we have got tremendous amount of trophies in the cases, and we can't forget that, they're not always going to be at the very, very end, but the winner. But they are definitely great teams, all of them.
Appreciate it, Julie. Thanks for the call. Julie says you're spoiled, everybody.
A little bit.
They are. You are. You guys are a little spoiled. You have to admit it.
You?
I'm saying you, meaning you, the fans.
All right, Steiny.
You, Evan, you, Risotto, and every fan out there.
But again, it's
a little bit spoiled. Come on.
I think a lot of people would call me crazy. And sure, if Julie wants, we can throw the Valkyries in there because right now they're in a playoff position.
Right.
So if I told you that there's 4 teams in 2025 that make the playoffs, the Giants, the Niners, the Warriors already did. They got to the second round, and we'll put the Valkyries in there, sure. If I told you that'd be the most successful Bay Area sports season since 1989, you would call me crazy. But that's 4 different playoff teams. Maybe, I don't know how many, none of them probably won a championship. I don't know if they'd be favorites. I don't know, Steiny, but to me, I just think it's wild that it looks like it's setting up to be a great year for sports. All the teams are competitive. Maybe not surefire contenders, but all of them are competitive.
Right.
And appear to be postseason bound. And we're still kind of lukewarm on all of them. Like this year isn't like it's some historical sports season, even though it kind of is, or it could be.
The word you used, I got to tell you, comes off different. When you said, look, we got 3 teams in the Bay Area. Our 3 pro teams are all competitive. Like, I get what Leroy's saying in a way. Like, that doesn't fly here. Competitive almost sounds like, the bare minimum. Even though the Giants haven't been very competitive in the recent past. So there's something about that word competitive that's like a letdown.
It's a negative?
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to just be competitive.
Exactly.
We want to be contenders.
Exactly. But before you can be good at anything, you got to be competitive, and all 3 teams are going to be this year, at least. Now, can they make the postseason? We'll find out. Let's go to Jason. Jason's in the Creek. What's up, Jace? How you feeling about the Bay Area teams?
I'm feeling really good about the Bay Area teams. I think we are lucky to have the teams that we have, the sports we have in the Bay Area. I think something I want to speak about is how, as a 49er fan, for example, when they get so close to getting it done on the regular, what I feel is that letdown. And when you get that close, and the closer you get, the greater the feeling of anticipation and of excitement, and as it builds. And when you get to that Super Bowl, and when you sit in the living room with your kids and watch them lose, you feel this crushing sense of defeat. And I think as a fan, we have this warped sense of they let us down again. And the reality is that the only reason we even got to feel anything was because they're good enough to get there. And so many teams would give anything to be in that place, and their fan base would do anything. And I feel like out here in the Bay, we look at it as this defeat, where the reality is that the only reason we got to feel so much greatness is because our teams are really, really good and ultra competitive. And I feel like the Giants, and now I'm that fan where I'm a little nervous because I think maybe they're going to make a run again, and I'm going to build up this energy and excitement, and they could lose.
Right.
But that's only a byproduct of they've won so many games.
Yep.
And so we're really fortunate here in the Bay. So that's all I got.
Yeah, appreciate it, Jason. You know what? Jason's the kind of fan I love. Great perspective. Just terrific.
I feel like you always go after nervous fans.
No, it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be nervous.
Means you're alive.
It's okay to be nervous, but then don't, all right. Like Guru will go say something like this. Oh, Steiny, Warriors can win the title this year. But I'm nervous about game 2 tonight at Houston. Well, it's like if you think they're going to win the title, why are you nervous? Like, don't say they're going to win the title.
Well, you think they can win the title. That's all right. That's honestly completely human. And I feel like whatever part of your brain outside of the 2 weeks you were rooting for the Minnesota Timberwolves, that part of your brain is just cut off from your cerebral cortex. Like, it doesn't compute to you until you have to put the fan cap on.
See,
it's just a different. It's a different hat.
I like to have fun with the fans. They know it. We have a great relationship. We do. Shoot. Oh, how about this? Like this is the one I wanted to talk about because this one is the one I feel like nobody agrees with me on. So when the Warriors go 73-9, okay?
My favorite team.
And they get to game 7 and they lose, okay? I get it. It's devastating. It was a crusher. You were up 3-1. Draymond got suspended. All that stuff. They lost one game at the end of the year, okay? Then a week passed, and then they got Kevin Durant. So I never understood. I get it. That loss in the finals hurt. But do you remember that year? Do you remember the 6 months before Game 7? It was unbelievable. They came back from multiple double-digit deficits late in games. Every night it was a party at Oracle, at Oracle. And like that doesn't get replaced. Those 6 months don't get replaced by one day that you lost the game. Like you can be upset, but that year was unlike any other year that I've ever covered, and it just didn't end well. But don't you get something for experience? Don't you have some joy and satisfaction about watching the Warriors that year do things that were absolutely incredible? How does that register to a fan?
Well, I don't think you're giving people enough credit for, again, being human. Like, for example, this was a great season for the Indiana Pacers. What do you think a Pacers fan is going to remember about this season?
Well, now they're going to remember the injury, probably.
Exactly. So for you to say, well, I mean, you got to pay attention to all the great that happened. Like, what about the journey that got you there? And that's true. It did happen. But the finale, the lasting image of a particular season, in this case for the Pacers, and in 2016 for the Warriors, it's going to be a Kyrie Irving three-pointer, and for a Pacers fan, it's going to be a Halliburton injury. So I do think that people remember the season fondly, but the issue is that the final part of that season was crushing. It just was. And that you'll never be able to remove from a fan.
I hear you. All right.
Well,
no, somebody's saying that was 2016 was like a sundae without the cherry on top. Or here's another good one, 925. That year was like a really good movie with a terrible ending. That's not bad. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Why are we so unhappy right now about the state of Bay Area sports? Or am I overstating it? Because this year, the rest of this year, is shaping up to be pretty exciting. We got a Giants team that's got action and a 49ers team that we are going to learn a lot about. They still have a lot of good players. I think things are looking good in the Bay Area. 888-957-9570. Planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast, perhaps? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. Also, coming up at noon, Tiffany Hayes of the Golden State Valkyries. Mm-hmm.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, and I mentioned this to you before the show, and we've talked about this artist at various times, a guy named Van Morrison. And I've seen him in concert many times, and I'll never see him again, ever. I'll never see him again live. He just does not emote. However, oh my God, did he just put out an album? They still make albums, right? You know what an album is, right?
I know what an album is, okay. Steiny.
Let me tell you something. This is one of his best works in decades. Album's called Remembering Now. Oh, it is. Oh my, it's incredible. And let me tell you what, and this is why the young generation just doesn't get it. They put out an album. You know how long it is?
How long?
An hour and 6 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Who does that? None of you young guys.
What are you
Your
talking
albums
about?
are 31 minutes, and you call it a day. He made an hour and 6 minute piece of music that is unbelievable. An hour and 6. You know what that means? See, most of the young artists today are like, they pen a song, and then they pen another one, and they're like, okay, that's 17 minutes. Let's get up to 25. Okay, now we're at 30. Let's put the album out. That's not what he does. He finishes an album when he finishes an album, when he's done with his thoughts. It's usually much longer than a half hour, which means you get more music for the money. That's old school.
Are you done with your thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Number one, I'm never going to listen to that. But the reason is, no, Van Morrison's great. The reason is, the last time you suggested that I do something related to Van Morrison, it blew up in my face. I took a girl to go see Van Morrison at the Fox, and you said, well, you know, he's not bad. Dude, he didn't play a single one of his songs. He sang cover for an hour. The woman I was with didn't have a good time because all she wanted to hear was one single Van Morrison original song. Set me up for failure. And so, no, I'm sorry. I will not be supporting Van Morrison from here on out. At least his new music. He's incredible. Classics are great. But I'm sorry, dude. I can't do it again. Fool me once.
I'll burn you a CD.
They still do that?
I don't know. We're talking about, we were talking about Van Morrison, but that's over now.
Yeah, he was once great.
So we're talking about the state of the Bay Area sports scene right now, and how three teams, the Giants, the Warriors, and the 49ers, haven't made the playoffs in the same year since 1989, and they got a shot at it this year. Warriors have already made the playoffs. Giants look pretty good, and the Niners, if they have a bounce-back year and get to the postseason, will be the first time in over 30 years that all these teams have made the postseason. But we're talking about how it just where the Bay Area is with their pro sports teams, it doesn't feel like we're in an upbeat or good period of time, and yet we may enjoy 3 playoff seasons this year from our teams, which we've never had before in a lot of our listeners' lifetimes. But I guess the other thing is, I wonder how many people lump all 3 teams together like that. In other words, the Warriors win a title, nobody really cares if the 49ers that year aren't very good.
No, because I think, at least now, since the teams in Oakland have left, a lot of people just pay attention to these 3 teams. That's kind of why we're going through the exercise. And it probably most applies to the last 10 years, really. Since the Warriors started winning titles in 2015. That was when the Giants were coming out of their dynasty, and they only made the playoffs twice. The Niners in the last 10 years have made 2 Super Bowls, lost them both, unfortunately, but they've made 4 championship games in all 4 postseason appearances. And then the Warriors, 4 championships, 7 playoff appearances, including this year's run to the second round. So I do think we're still, maybe it's just because of how great Golden State has been, I think that whichever team is dominant, the other teams kind of get held to that standard. Like the Warriors, I think people were excited about the season considering where it was going, but people were disappointed when Steph got hurt and they lost in the second round. That's because they're still held to a championship standard because they still have title players. I think the Niners, they're just always going to be held to the standard of Montana and Rice and Young and Walsh and like they're always going to be. And the Giants are in an interesting place because I think people have finally let go of what happened 10 to 15 years ago, and they're starting to give this team a clean slate, especially under Posey.
Right. I think you're right. I think when you look at, that's the other thing that I think is fascinating here, and you brought this up yesterday. Look at the guys that we have running these teams, or the general manager, the presidents of these teams. So you got Mike Dunleavy with the Warriors. He's essentially in his first or second year. You got Buster Posey with the Giants. He's in his first or second year. And you got John Lynch with the Niners. He's now entering his 9th season. Which one, like if I asked Bay Area fans, which one of those 3 GMs do you have the most trust in? Which one of those, leaders of a franchise do you give the best shot to not necessarily win another title? Let's not say win another title. Let's say, which of those 3 do you trust the most to have prolonged success?
Well, you're really just talking about between Dunleavy and Posey because Lynch has had success.
Well, this is what I'm gonna bite back on. I'm not considering Lynch having. I'm gonna say he has not had sustained success.
How so?
They've made the playoffs 4 of 8 years.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to say that he hasn't. That's why I'm putting him in the group.
Well, the Warriors have made the playoffs.
But Dunleavy just took over.
So why would
Posey just took over?
So why would I have more? Why would I have more confidence in someone that I haven't seen do the job than someone I've seen help construct a roster that's been to 2 Super Bowls?
Just throwing an idea out there.
I would say Lynch. Lynch is the guy that I have the most confidence in.
Okay.
What about you?
Boy, that's a great question.
You're the one who asked it.
That's a great question.
Now, what goes through your mind? So talk me through this process. How about that?
That's great. And 888-957-9570. Okay. Dunleavy. Well, you know what? Dunleavy, Posey, and Lynch all took over at kind of a down period. Dunleavy, it feels like Dunleavy was handed the worst, he got the worst deck of cards, if you will.
Dunleavy?
Yeah. But the reality is he didn't because, he inherited a team with Steph Curry. So, and as for Lynch, Shanahan's a part of it. See, that's the part where Lynch, for example, if you're not a Kyle Shanahan fan, then you have the right to look at Lynch and say, well, until Shanahan is replaced, Lynch isn't going to have success as a general manager or is never going to win the big one, let's say. But, I mean, do you think the 49ers have had prolonged success under Lynch and Shanahan since they started?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I mean, they also inherited a pretty bad team, a bad state of the franchise.
They did.
I think that's what's been remarkable about Posey so far is he's inherited, at least coming into the season, people felt like the franchise was in a bad state. Now you look around and you actually see some of the pieces where he was able to build off of that, and he had to get a couple of guys, but he's turned the franchise in the proper direction. Dunleavy probably inherited the best state of the franchise, but the most difficult task of the 3, because his job comes with a standard and an expectation recently removed from titles. Posey doesn't have that, even though he won him as a player, but as an executive, it's been over 10 years now since they've won a World Series. The Niners, they had been to Super Bowls, but they never gotten over the top. So Lynch hasn't, by looking at their predecessors, Lynch hasn't failed. Like Dunleavy's got the hardest job, I think, to live up to because the guy he's replacing helped construct the dynasty.
Could you make a case that before, when Posey took the job, that he inherited the worst situation?
I think the Niners were in a worse place than the Giants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Posey's the guy that's sticking out for me a little bit. And the reason is because he's done a lot in a short period of time. And I'm not really sure how he did it, but he's managed to do some things that the organization has not done in a long period of time. So to me, Posey is off to a phenomenal start. And, you know, his whole act, his whole classy persona, I think that matters. I think he has set a tone. Like, I think Posey set a tone for the organization that, you know, Mike Dunleavy hasn't set for the Warriors. Now, maybe he didn't have to because they had a culture already established, but I'm starting to think Posey might be the one
that you have the most faith in.
Yeah.
So
and the reason it's not Dunleavy is because I do think his task right now is harder than Posey's. Right now, after Dunleavy got Butler and Posey got Devers, I think the Warriors are still in a tougher position, let's say.
Well, yeah, because like I look at Posey already won this year. What's the one thing the Giants haven't been able to do? Is secure a big name or a big hitter.
Right.
He got that within 365 days of being hired for the job. Like, I think we all believe they can go on and make the postseason this year. But if they don't, or God forbid injury hits them or something happens where they miss the playoffs, Posey's already won. Like, this season is a success because you've acquired Rafael Devers. Or is that going too far for you?
Yeah, maybe a little. Like, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yes, I think the move for Devers was obviously a good move, but if for whatever reason things would fall apart, I think it would really damper the enthusiasm. Now, I think there's a scenario in which maybe things don't go great this year. They don't make the playoffs, but then next year they're fine. But I think it would leave, I think Giants fans view the Devers acquisition as we're going to the playoffs. This team is good enough to go to the playoffs, and we're going. So if they don't, I do think there's going to be a lot of disappointment.
You think it's because they were already looking like they were good enough to get to the playoffs before they got him? Yeah,
and because, to me, Posey sending a message to everybody that, you know, we're getting Devers because I don't want to be a middling team. I want to be a playoff team. And I think a lot of people view Devers as the guy who can push him. I forget who said it. Smoltz. They've gone from a wild card team to a playoff team. And I know that's
Bowden. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, that's the way I feel about the Giants. Before Devers, you know, might be the third wild card, and now with Devers, they've got to make the playoffs. I don't care how.
See,
or what spot.
I don't look at it like that. Like, to me, like, this is year one.
Right.
Year one. And I know they're ahead of schedule, but I don't look at it like if they miss the playoffs, it's a failed season. I just don't.
But
you've put together a core. You still got young guys coming up. You've set this franchise in the proper direction. I think there's already been a lot of wins a part of this season that have nothing to do with the playoffs. It'll be disappointing. I'm not saying like fans will be unhappy. There's no doubt about that. But like, we didn't know where the Giants were going. They've been a 500 team for 3 years, and they've had no sense of direction, culture, identity, and it feels like they've found all of that, and we're not even, or we're right up against the halfway point of the season. Like, that to me that's pretty impressive. And I do think Posey is a big reason why that's happened. Now, my theory for why someone would have more faith in Posey than Dunleavy or Lynch, to me, the conversation would be between Posey and Lynch. But it's because of the player that he was. Because he's still closely removed from being a player. And he's a Hall of Fame talent. He's not in yet, but he probably will be one day. But it's because people have faith in Buster Posey, the catcher. And now that gets transferred to Buster Posey, the executive. Like, I think you got a crush on this guy. But I think your crush stems from when he was in uniform.
It actually doesn't.
Why?
I mean, part of it, well, okay. Well, I've watched Buster Posey his whole career, and I love him.
Yeah, but like I
love his demeanor.
The way he acts, the way he is, that all matters.
Right. I think it does too. And I think Buster Posey, and I don't know how he does it, but, you know, he has the respect as a player, but there was always something more to him than just a player. We all knew that. He was, you know, a great guy, great family man, class act, understated, you know, all those great things. So I would think, to my way of thinking is, you know, like when he came in after Farhan, I didn't expect things to change this rapidly. And he did it, like he signed Adames, and then he traded for Devers. Like those are the two biggest names, and I get Adames is struggling, but those are the two biggest names this franchise has had in a while.
Well, they signed Blake Snell last year.
I know, but
they signed Matt Chapman last year.
But Snell was never going to be a mainstay on this team.
Yeah, but he's a better player than Adames.
Right. But what I'm getting at is they've now got more established players, more established good players than they've had in a while.
See, I think and
they're going to be here for a while.
Well, I do think that the Devers deal makes you feel a lot better about Adames. Like beforehand, it was, well, I don't know. I wasn't that huge on the deal, but I understand why he did it. You know, Adames is the biggest contract the Giants have ever given out, and all the rest. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't really matter until you have the big fish, which to me is the biggest win that's Posey secured this season. They're 10 games above 500. Their biggest win was on, June 15th. that was their biggest win. And you know what? They lost that day because they lost to the Dodgers. That's their biggest win. And that's why no matter what happens this season, I'm looking at this as a plus. Like, this is year one.
Yeah, but boy.
And it's like you're already holding him to the standard that he set as a player. That's why, again, I think that there's faith in that the moves that he's made and the results that they've produced so far are just going to lead to the playoffs, and they're going to win in the playoffs. And I think it's because that's all that Posey did when he played for the Giants.
Posey won the Rookie of the Year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like that's kind
Posey's first 2 full seasons, he won Rookie of the Year, MVP, and 2 World Series.
And but this is what I'm saying. It feels like he's going to win Rookie of the Year as an executive this year. You know what I mean? Like I think I'm more optimistic about the Giants, not because of Posey's playing career, but because of what he's already done in a short period of time. Like,
well, he hasn't done anything yet.
Okay.
Well, according to you, he's got to make the playoffs.
I know, but what I'm saying is this organization was in flux. He signed Matt Chapman.
Extended him.
Re-signed. Extended. He got Adames here, and he got Devers here. Like, they're building a foundation for what looks like a pretty good team. They haven't done that. They didn't do that under Farhan Zaidi, right? So that's why I'd be more optimistic about Posey. It's because he's like, you know, it's like he's a rookie and he's hitting 400 halfway through the season. And And yeah, I think the long term looks better now with Posey because in a short period of time, he's already proven that he can make some moves.
He's proven that he can. If you want me to play devil's advocate, he's proven that he can spend money and that someone will take his money. Like, what have I told you? In 4 years, the Adames deal is looking horrible.
Then I need to see what happened in the this year and then in the next 3. You know what I mean?
But like giving out a big, and that's why I kind of think that there's like the standard from the prior regime really matters. Is you're right. Posey's gotten Chapman, Adames, and now Devers. I think Devers is the one that matters. Chapman's is big, but like you're giving him so much praise only because it was someone before him that couldn't do that couldn't get someone to take their money. Or if he did, he failed a physical. This is Carlos Correa. Like, there isn't really a standard right now for the Giants because they've been largely 500. They've been kind of middling. So I just feel like you're giving him the benefit of the doubt and you're assuming that what he did on the field is going to transfer to what he did in the front office.
That's a little, I'm saying...
Like, what he's done so far is he's built a pretty good club.
Right.
John Lynch has gotten the Niners to 2 Super Bowls.
Yes, he has.
And 4 NFC championship games.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty hard to do.
Right. But, okay, what's before Adames, what was the Giants' biggest free agent signing?
Before Adames?
Yeah.
Well, Posey, right? Oh, no, it was the deal. Biggest free agent?
Right. See, that's what
Pasta, was Johnny Cueto a free agent?
Yeah, Johnny Cueto was signed before the 2016 season.
That was probably the biggest one.
Contract they had in franchise history up until that point.
Okay. But
as far as a position player, it probably was Jung-Hoo Lee, to be honest.
Okay, right. And if you go back even before Farhan, like that's never really been the Giants' MO, right? Outside of Bonds. But the reason it's not because of the way Buster played. It's because of, to me, what he's done already in the last year that, yes, you're right. Farhan was not able to get it done. But it wasn't something that they hung their hat on. I'm talking about free agency, even before Farhan Zaidi. They just didn't kind of do it that way. And also, I have to acknowledge the fact that for 5 years we've been talking about how guys don't want to come here, and regardless of how it's happened, they got three hitters in here: Chapman, Adames, and Devers. And we used to not get one of those guys, let alone 3. That's kind of the way I feel.
I mean, Chapman was already here.
I know.
He convinced him to stay, but
he did.
He was already here. Adames is looking like a big overpaid contract. He's a great clubhouse guy, solid middle of the bat order occasionally, but that's not looking like a good contract. Like, to me, again, why this conversation drifts into a win for Posey is because of what he did 2 weeks ago and him acquiring something that has been void from the Giants franchise since, you could make a case, Barry Bonds. Like, that's the win to me, and that's why I would have faith in Posey in the future.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Pat and Scott. I'm going to get to you guys on the other side, but we're talking about the 3 Bay Area sports teams right now. The Giants, the 49ers, and the Warriors. They all got former players running their team. 2 of them are Hall of Famers, Buster Posey and John Lynch. Which one do you trust the most to bring their franchise sustained success? Or would you say Lynch has already done it? 888-957-9570. Don't forget, Tiffany Hayes, Valkyrie's guard. She's going to join us around 12 o'clock. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. It's one of his hits, Brown Eyed Girl. Hey, we got a heat wave. We got a heat wave back east. There you go.
In the misty morning.
Let me ask you this, Evan. What do these cities have in common? Boston, Hartford, New York, Philly, Baltimore, and Raleigh, North Carolina.
I lived in all of them. I don't know.
They're all going to hit at least 100 degrees today. You hate to see it.
I remember why I don't live there. Dude, it's so mucky, too. Like, I think everyone believes that New England has, like, the best summers, or I don't know. But they're all so humid and sticky and just, ugh.
Well, it's very humid, Philly and Boston. But then when you get south of the Mason-Dixon line, it's like, may as well be in Vietnam. I mean, it is absolutely unspeakably humid.
Yeah, you don't want to go any further than North Carolina.
One of the reasons I left, actually, I left more because of the cold weather than the hot weather. Anyway, who do you trust more or most? Posey, Lynch, Dunleavy? Let's go to Pat in Foster City. He's been hanging in there. What's up, Pat? How you doing, buddy? Pat in Foster City, going once. Hey, what's up, Pat?
Oh, no.
Hey, Risotto. Gone. Pat was hanging in there for a while. Pat, call back. I'll get you right in. Scott and Marin. What's up, Scott? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, this is a really good discussion to think about. I'm actually pretty happy. You got to be pretty happy if you're a Bay Area fan. I mean, I grew up being a 49ers fan, Giants fan, Warriors fan. And I think the big key has always been to me is before you get to the general managers or the player personnel people is the ownership group.
Mm.
And we've actually been pretty lucky here. I mean, we suffered for so many years with the Warriors under Chris Cohan and the 49ers with, after Eddie was jettisoned and it was just, not good.
Right.
And, I really appreciate Jed, how he's really, he matured, stepped back, hired some people, some really good people. And the Giants also have, they finally, I think they've woken up to, hey, we got to bring some excitement back to the club. I mean, this guy, Posey, was willing to step in. It's a mindset and I really do think having players in these positions that have played the game, particularly, I think especially in baseball, I really think it helps because it's a difficult game, and the players just naturally think, what is this Farhan? I know he's looking at the numbers and I'm up and down, Sacramento here and there, So you got to give Lynch obviously the more credit to this point because he has the track record. He started at rock bottom with the roster they had. I mean, they were literally, I think, the worst roster in the league.
Right.
I mean, Dunleavy, their harder job is based on where they're at. I mean, Dunleavy also, like you said, has a hard job because he's replacing the guy that won 4 titles. I mean, he was there for some of that, obviously, too. But I think the most important thing is we have solid ownership groups that get it finally. At least 49ers finally got it.
Right.
And I think that's the most important thing, that we got somebody that put the right people on the jobs. And I think all three clubs are in good shape with who they have there. And I think Buster's done a fabulous job. I mean, get a hitter like Devers like that, he carries the weight. And what I like about him, he is he was a catcher. And I think that's, he was used to dealing with people with different personalities on the staff. That's different than somebody like Derek Jeter.
Yeah,
he took over in Miami or whatever.
No, I think there's something. And thanks a lot for the call, Scotty. I gotta move a little bit, but there is something about catchers. What if in order to make my case, and we're just having some fun talking about John Lynch, Buster Posey, and Mike Dunleavy, 3 former players now running their teams, and just kind of talking about who you have the most faith in, who can guide their franchise to prolonged success. What if I said this, and this would be a case against John Lynch? He doesn't do as much as Dunleavy or Posey, because Kyle's got a lot of that responsibility with the roster and stuff like that.
How do you know that Posey does that? How do you know that Zach Manassian doesn't do that? You don't. Like, you assume, and that's fine, but
that's part of it. Like Kyle has more control over the roster than Lynch. Like, that's been reported.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Lynch isn't a really good general manager.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like but I'm going to take some.
Shanahan's not in this. Like, okay, well, Mike Dunleavy is. He has people around him too. Like, so do you not believe in him because Joe Lacob's got last say?
No, but it's not in Dunleavy's contract that Kerr has the personnel decisions. And it feels like when Lynch and Shanahan took the job, Lynch first, that, he was kind of more of a figurehead than the actual guy doing it.
But similar to Posey, when something happens for the 49ers, it goes on John Lynch's resume. It doesn't go on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's, general manager / head coach. It goes on his. And John Lynch has helped construct 2 Super Bowl appearing teams and 4 NFC Championship appearing teams from a place where they were basically ashes. That's the other part of this too. Like, I don't think that the Giants were in as bad of a position as people were making them out to be. I don't think that they were in a position like the Niners were, where they went through, 4 head coaches in 3 years. They had a 2-win season. I mean, the Niners were awful. They were the laughing stock of the division for a couple seasons. John Lynch and Shanahan, but John Lynch took over that job, and within 2 seasons, they were in the Super Bowl.
Okay, and I would say
that's why I have more faith in Lynch. I'm not saying Posey isn't great or going to be great at his job, but if the question is, who do I trust the most of the 3 general managers? It's John Lynch.
And that's your choice. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it. But what about, here's the other thing. Like, I was just thinking about, okay, they had a worse situation, the Lynch and Shanahan. Okay, well, it took them 2 years to get it right. Like, Posey had a little better situation. They're still a 500 team. And in 1 year, they're back in business. Like, I think the Giants are back in business, if you know what I mean.
I would agree with that, but the stages of the franchises to me also matter. Like, if Posey had inherited a 50 or a 60 win team, and all of a sudden now they're 10 games above 500, that's pretty incredible. But I know they've been boring, and they've been kind of just spinning in mediocrity for a couple of years, but this wasn't a bad team. Like, a lot of the players that are on this current roster, I hate to break it to people, they were on last year's team. Now, right. Posey's found a way to get the best out of them, and that's something that I think is remarkable. But it clearly isn't as if this team was just a dumpster fire a year ago. Otherwise, this team I don't think would be this competitive.
Let's go to Frank. Frank's in Atlanta. Hey, what's up, Frank?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hope everybody's doing well. I love this conversation. It's a very important conversation to have. My 2 cents. I think Buster's got the best chance for success. I think Lynch is in second, and I feel so very sorry for Mike Dunleavy because he doesn't have a chance. Buster has a little bit of a core and a chance with, trades. I think trades make it a little bit easier. The 49ers, I think they've got a good brand, and that brand can get them a few pieces. I don't like their draft structure, but Other than that, I think they're okay. The Dubs don't have a chance. They've got $80 million in dead cap space and a coach that can't develop young players. So Dunleavy doesn't have a chance.
Oh, boy. All right. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate the call. Although,
I think we can agree that his job of the three is the most difficult, right?
Yes. Although, honestly, I got to give Dunleavy the same kind of credit that I gave Posey, if for no other reason than Warriors were a playoff team last year. And they were this year. And they got to the second round. And he pulled off a trade that probably enabled all that. So, in his own way, like Dunleavy's off to a phenomenal start. But his job doesn't get any easier because of the age of the roster. Let's go to Pat. Pat's back. Pat in Foster City. What's going on, man?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I think one thing with Posey is that, I don't even know who owns the Giants. I mean, we all know who owns the Niners, and we know who owns the Warriors. And those owners, especially Lacob, are pretty involved in the team. York maybe a little less so, but with the Giants, Posey has that advantage of not only being a baseball guy, but again, I don't know who the owners are, but they're not really baseball people. So I think he's got a little more of a free rein than these other guys do, independent of the owners. So I think that's, one thing that Posey has going for him. And the other thing with Lynch, you were talking about, Posey's career and whatnot, but Lynch had, a fantastic career. I mean, he was a 9-time Pro Bowler. He's a Super Bowl champion. He's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he took Stanford to a couple really good seasons and bowl games. So, I mean, he had a phenomenal career in the NFL. So, you were talking about Posey, having that kind of status and stature and whatever. I think Lynch has got, a lot going for him, too.
I agree.
In terms of his reputation. And so does Shanahan. But I guess the other thing real quick, you were talking earlier about, are the not Niner, but Bay Area fans, are they kind of down and why are they down? And, part of it you were talking about is just the expectations. We had teams that have won championships not that long ago, and that becomes sort of the standard. So anything less is disappointing. But the other part of it, I think, at least for me, is that, Cal and Stanford have been kind of down across the board the last 5-6 years, and we weren't used to that. So I think that has something to do with it, along with the Oakland losing all their teams too. So I think there's a lot of different things that contribute to it, but I do give Posey credit, but mostly credit for he was able to spend money. The other guys weren't, Yeah. I think that's the main thing. So thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it, Pat. I do think Posey's got the most clout of all three of them among Dunleavy, Lynch, and Posey, because I feel like before Posey even took the job, he probably made it clear there's some things I'm going to do that aren't going to be things we've done in the past, and I don't want to be running into roadblocks left and right. And if that's the case, I don't really want to take the job. So I feel like, and then Dunleavy, I do, like, Lacob's there. You know what I mean? Lacob's there for Dunleavy, and Kyle's kind of there for Lynch. So I would say Posey's got more power than the other two at this particular moment. Also because he's part of the ownership group.
Yeah, he's on the board. But I also think, again, to me, when I hear that, I hear someone that he carries a cachet because of his not just achievements as a player, but his achievements for this franchise. John Lynch is a Hall of Famer. He didn't play for the 49ers. I think that people would look at Lynch a bit differently if, to our caller's point, he was a 9-time Pro Bowler, a Super Bowl champion with the 49ers. Like, I do think that matters to people because you're more inclined, Steiny, to give Posey, I get it, like the benefit of the doubt because of what you've seen him accomplish for the Giants.
Right.
And now all he's done so far is he's helped turn them around, but he's done it for the Giants. And it's like, I don't think that, let's say Derek Jeter was running the Marlins. That team stunk. But, like, the Marlins don't care about Derek Jeter. He didn't play for them. He's a great player, but he doesn't mean anything to Miami. He means something to New York City. He means something to the Yankees.
Right.
Buster Posey means everything to the Giants, and so far he hasn't led anyone astray. In fact, he's been able to turn this thing around pretty fast. So I just feel like that's where the faith, to me, is rooted. It's rooted in his accomplishments as a player and a captain on the team. And so far he's been, like, if he wasn't Buster Posey, I don't know if there would be as much faith in him right now. If his name was Dave Dombrowski, if his name was Theo Epstein,
I wonder.
I don't know if people are feeling as great about Posey. Not to say it's bad. I'm just like, I think a big reason a lot of people that I talk to feel so good about him is because he's got 3 world championships as a member of the San Francisco Giants.
So when the Giants hired Posey, I remember we said about him, what we said about Myers and what we said about Lynch. They don't have any experience doing the job. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that means everything up to that point's got to be taken from his career, from his playing career. The reason that I'm most bullish right now on Posey, believe it or not, has nothing to do with his playing career. It has to do with my perception of the Giants 18 months ago and my perception of the Giants today. And I just think he's kind of pulled him out of the mud a little bit. And I don't know how far this particular team can go, but I also look at it as, yeah, they're only 10 games over 500. They haven't accomplished anything yet. But what I'm giving him credit for right now is bringing the excitement back to this team that's been dormant. And I don't care. Throw 2021 in there.
They were still top 10 in attendance last year, though.
But come on, Evan. You can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel the excitement of Giants fans this year, and it feels a little different. Don't you think?
But I also think it's because the previous regime is gone. Like, that's a big part of it. It is Posey. There's no doubt about that. But it's Posey in comparison to what preceded him. That's why with Dunleavy, it's Dunleavy in comparison to what preceded him. That's why I think, to the caller's point, like Dunleavy did, if you want to just put the route of the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, he can't succeed because he's measured by championships. Posey is measured by a guy who would platoon his best hitter in the 7th inning. You know what I mean? Like, and then that's leaving him out as a player. Like, anybody who came in who just did things differently than Farhan is going to be embraced. But it's Buster Posey that's done it. That's why, I believe you're disassociating player from executive. But I think for a lot of people, that matters. His name.
I think you're right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Batting around the people who run these organizations, Lynch, Dunleavy, Posey, all former players, 2 of them Hall of Famers. And which one do you trust the most? Or who's got the toughest job? Or who's impressed you more than the others? Because there are a lot of similarities among those 3 guys. I would say this for Posey. I just look at it and I guess, but even before Farhan, the Giants, the reason that I'm most impressed with Posey is because I do feel like the perception of the Giants it's changing. It's changing. And like, he's the only tangible thing that has changed along with it. So they just, like, they're not doing business the same, it doesn't feel like. And that's where I give him all the credit. I'm sorry, the Giants, they weren't registering, for 6-8 years. And I think they're registering now, and I give that to Posey.
So why wouldn't you give the accomplishments of the Niners to Lynch?
Because Kyle and his duties overlap a little with it just feels like Lynch doesn't have the power that Posey has. And
he also doesn't have the spending power because in baseball there's no salary cap.
Well, the other thing about Lynch, as maybe I'm just going to use they missed the playoffs half as much as they made them. I know, I get that's a laugh, but it's also the truth. And again, who built the Niners? Was it Lynch or was it Shanahan?
Well, I think it's interesting that a big reason you feel like Posey has been so great is because he's changed the culture.
Right.
I think you can make a case John Lynch has helped change the culture of the Niners. I mean, they were they're more of a laughing stock than the Giants were last year when Lynch took over. Like from 2016 to 17, it was like they were a joke. And again, 2 seasons later, he helps construct a roster that gets you to he also is probably involved in Shanahan coming to San Francisco.
Right, because Shanahan knew that Lynch was going to work for him.
But it also takes a particular kind of person to coexist with someone like Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if another general manager would have been able to do that.
That's fair.
I don't know if John Lynch John Lynch might have been involved in a lot of these high stakes trade acquisitions. Like John Lynch might have. I don't understand why does Kyle Shanahan? Why should he get credit for acquiring Christian McCaffrey? John Lynch drafted Brock Purdy.
Well, but Shanahan, it feels to me like Shanahan's got more control over the personnel and the roster than Steve Kerr or Bob Melvin. That's what it feels like to me. So because of that,
I actually think Bob Melvin has a lot of control over his lineup.
His lineup, but what about his roster? The whole roster.
Well, he probably said, "Hey, I want Chapman here. I'm signing here for multiple seasons. I want my third baseman. And this is what else I need. Buster, I need a shortstop. I need an everyday shortstop." And so Buster goes out and gets him the best one available. It was Willie Adames. I'm not saying Bob Melvin is up there pulling strings and he's telling guys when to go up and down, but I think you are dismissing the influence that the head coaches have on what they need to succeed.
The other thing I would say about Posey is he has changed their approach. They don't platoon anymore. Or they're trying not to. They're trying to do that less.
But I don't think that's just a Posey thing. I don't think Bob Melvin wanted to platoon his players last year.
But organizationally, they've changed the way they play.
Yeah, but I think that's a whole conversation between the front office and the team.
I get it, but Posey's been able to kind of pull it off.
Because he's working with an old school manager. That's where the collaboration comes in. Look, I get you. I think it's I don't know. I feel like I would rather put my trust in someone that I've seen be able to do it and take a team to the pinnacle a little bit more than a guy who's 6 months into the job. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and the one thing you did mention was a lot of it has to do with the previous regime. Yes, but okay, so Lynch and Shanahan took over for Chip Kelly and Tom Sula. I mean, it was just 2 years before then that Harbaugh had a lot of action with the 49ers. So I get that there was a 2-year down period, but it was a franchise that had a lot of success before those two guys got here.
It's true.
So we'll put that into the equation. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Tiffany Hayes, Valkyrie's Guard, is going to come up in the 12 o'clock hour. So you don't want to go anywhere for that one. Looking forward to talking to Tiffany. We can jump back into the talk about the bosses who run these teams on the other side. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car is ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And coming up between 12 and 12:15, we're going to have Tiffany Hayes, Valkyries guard. She's going to be joining us. We are the flagship of the Valkyries, and they are now 7-6. And I still am blown away that their over-under for wins this season started at 7.5.
They could hit tomorrow night against the Liberty.
Unbelievable. Tiffany Hayes coming up probably shortly after 12 o'clock. We're talking about the 3 Bay Area franchises. And the Golden State Warriors obviously made the playoffs this year. The Giants right now are in playoff position. And the San Francisco 49ers, we'll see what happens with them this year. But there's a chance that all 3 of our teams could make the postseason this year, and that hasn't happened since 1989. And yet it still feels like there's a lot of disappointment and angst.
Well, that's what I find interesting is I can sit up here and say, you know what? I think that 2025 is going to be the best year for the Niners, Warriors, and Giants combined since 1989. And plaster that, and I guarantee people are like, this guy's an idiot. Like, what are you talking about? But not all 3 of them have had success at the same time, or in the same season. They've had success around each other. A couple of the teams have succeeded in the same year, but not all 3 at the same time.
Nope. And then we're moving along to the 3 guys who run these franchises, Mike Dunleavy, John Lynch, Buster Posey, and talking about the jobs that each of those guys inherited. Of course, Posey and Dunleavy very recently, John Lynch 8 years ago. But why do we trust these guys? Why do we trust Mike Dunleavy? Why do we trust Buster Posey? Why do I trust Buster Posey as much as I do?
Is one of the reasons because you think his job is the easiest of the 3?
No. The reason I think it's Posey is because it feels to me like they've done a 180, and it started when he was hired. And it's coincided with virtually everything. I haven't sensed very much excitement about the Giants in the recent past. I sense a lot of excitement now, and I'm giving Posey all the credit for that.
That's fair.
But I mean, I'd give it all to Dunleavy or Lynch, too.
So none of the players.
Well, I would give the same amount to the players as I would the players on the Niners or the players on the Warriors.
Well, I see that I actually don't know about, because I think anytime Curry's on your team, credit goes to him. You know, I think that the lack of a star, which is what Posey brought in with Devers, does also allow you to kind of look around and say, well, what's the difference? What's missing? Well, it's got to be Buster. You know, I do think that by virtue of his sport, his job is, it's a little easier. Like, he doesn't have to deal with a salary cap.
All right.
He's on the board. So Pasta came in during the break and said it's probably easier for him to get some things done because he is a part of the ownership group. And again, I do think the cachet that he carries, the gravitas of Buster Posey, is probably greater than your average first-year executive. You know, he has the trust of everybody in that organization. And he's earned it. But that's not often afforded, I think, to someone who gets hired in their first year.
No.
Like a lot of executives are just surveying the land. Like John Lynch has got to evaluate who he's got to get off his team in 2016-17. Dunleavy's a bit different. But his first job was to come in and cut payroll. Like, that was his first task as general manager of the Warriors. So it's a little different where Posey is able to step in and, you know what, hey, Buster, if you can get us the guys that you think are best to win, here's $500 million. Have fun.
I think that with Dunleavy and with Lynch, yes, this probably is one of my reasons why I might be more bullish on Posey, is because he is a part of ownership, and that gives him a clout with them that the other two guys don't have. Like, I envision there have been multiple times when Lynch and Dunleavy got ran into management ran into ownership issues, then they weren't able to execute their plan exactly as they wanted. I get the sense that at least right now, you're right, Posey's doing whatever he wants. Now, he's taking advice and he's taking input, but I don't get the sense that Posey's is going to be said no to very much. And maybe that's another reason why I'm more bullish on him, because maybe the Giants ownership is less likely to get into the muck and to influence stuff as the Giants. Like, I think Lacob and Jed York could theoretically muddy the waters in terms of decision-making, but I think Posey's got more independence, less reliance on them because he's one of them and he can win them over.
Well, he's also not going to get penalized for giving out a bad contract. Like, if you give out a bad contract in basketball, that hurts you for like 2 or 3 years. If you give out a bad contract in football, like let's say the Brock Purdy contract turns out to not be a good contract, that's going to set your franchise back for years because of the position, but also because he's now making 15% of the salary cap. There's no pressure on Posey whiffing on Adames. There's just not. If Adames turns out to be a bad deal, we're going to look back at it and say, yeah, that was a bad contract. But there's no consequence for it. It's not his money. It's not our money. We don't care. That's why a lot of people, I think, have been frustrated with owners across baseball. But here in San Francisco, too, it's like, it's not our money. You don't have a ceiling. You can spend as much as you want. That's what Posey has also got. And apparently it doesn't feel like it's been difficult for him to open up those checkbooks. They've been available to him.
And that's part of the reason why maybe I'm more bullish on him, is because it feels like he set up a dynamic where they can spend money, and it feels like in the past they didn't spend as much money.
Well, last year they did. I mean, they're a luxury tax team.
Truth's in Oregon. What's up, Truth?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
A whole lot. So I just wanted to chime in. This is an outstanding conversation. Love this conversation. One of the things that I was thinking is go with Buster Posey is who I trust the most. And it comes down to the fact that, like you said, they did a 180 when he came on. And there's this, freshness and there's hope. And so part of that is that freshness part.
Oh, Truth. Sounded like he was just getting there. Oh. What's up, Truth?
Yeah, so
go ahead.
With Lynch, I feel like the difference is Buster's new. He hasn't had the opportunity to do only some good things. He hasn't made any huge mistakes. John Lynch, no matter what you say, he's part of trading 3 number 1 picks to get Trey Lance.
Good point.
So has he done a great job? Yes. But there's a big difference with, Lynch has had the opportunity to do some things that weren't great as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to chime in on the other part real quick, too, is the 49ers are the golden jewel. If you're older like me, or even if you're not and you're younger and you're like, wow, I've heard about the 5 Super Bowl wins. I remember in Super Bowl 47, my brother texted me before the game, and he said, the 49ers do not lose Super Bowls. I'm not worried. And the reason why I think there's a level of dismay with 49er fans, it's not just that they've lost Super Bowls, championship games, it's how they've lost, which we don't need to go over, Kyle Williams and all the different games. But I'm just saying, it's the way that they've lost. So I think there's a level of mistrust that you can get over the hump when you don't even know the rules in overtime in a Super Bowl with a team that's built like a Ferrari, and you don't get them past that finish line. So that's my 2 cents. I think a big part of it is simply that they couldn't get the job done, and they haven't done it yet. You guys have a great day. God bless.
Thanks, Truth.
Appreciate it, Truth. Yeah, that's fair. Look, I
forgot about that. But we haven't really gotten into specific moves.
But in a way, that almost makes me feel more confident in him, because not only, Steiny, was he able to survive making a completely awful mistake, a potentially franchise-altering mistake, they actually got better. Like, they were able to survive that, and there's consequences for it, but in the time that Trey Lance was on the roster, they made 2 NFC Championship games. And he didn't play. And he's a bust, and he's gone. Like, that's a critical error, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how many people could still have as much success as the Niners during that period of time.
Well, it sounds a little similar to Barry Zito when he signed as a free agent.
But again, there's not a consequence for giving a big contract in baseball. They're just not.
Well, there is if you pay a guy all that money and he stinks. That's a consequence.
It's a stain, but you don't lose draft picks because of it. You don't get to not spend more money because of it. You don't lose a roster spot because, well, you do lose a roster spot. You give it to the player. But, like, you know what I'm saying?
I can make a case that the 49ers drafted a rookie quarterback and moved up to get him, and that's just a gamble. The Giants signing Zito, they thought they were getting somebody that resembled a Cy Young Award winner, and he wasn't even close. So,
well, they thought that they were getting 30 home runs and 100 RBI from Willie Adames.
What's your point? He's on a pace for 21 homers.
No,
what do you want?
My point is that player's still contributing. Barry Zito is not a good contract. He still pitched a big game against the Cardinals in Game 6. He still started Game 1 of the World Series, I believe. Like, he still did things that helped you win. But it's different when that has to be your highest paid, like when that's your only guy. In baseball, just because of the rules, there are less consequences for swinging and missing on a big-name free agent than in basketball and football.
So you're saying Posey, you're not giving it to Posey because his job's easy?
Easier. Look.
Well, I mean, it's easier in that you can.
I feel like people think I don't like the guy. What I'm trying to say is I believe more in Lynch because I've seen him do it. That's really why.
Okay, and
I'd believe in Posey more than Dunleavy.
How much of that has to do with the job itself and where they are?
A lot of it. Yeah, Dunleavy's in a much tougher position than Buster Posey is. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but you also kind of have to look at it. Where are they right now? Well, the Warriors might be a better team than the Giants right now. And I get it. They're older, and the Giants' 3 core guys are younger. But right now, Posey's job would be to get the Giants into the playoffs, win a round, and then that's what the Warriors did, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the difference is, all right, let's say the Giants, which is possible. I think they could get to the NLDS. They might even be able to win 2 series. However far they go, that's going to be, like the jumping off point, right?
Yeah.
The only difference is the Giants could hypothetically go out and sign the best pitcher on the market this season, or go out and sign the best hitter on the market this season. Whether they do or they don't, neither here nor there. The Warriors cannot go acquire the best free agent on the market this offseason. They can't add to what they have. The Giants will be able to add to whatever this team turns out to be. And I think that's a big reason why it's easier to have faith in the Giants than the Warriors, because the Warriors are kind of stuck. And however good this current iteration is, we'll learn tomorrow who they drafted or they take at 41. But for the most part, this is who the Warriors team is going to be next season. The Giants have a chance to add at the deadline. They have a chance to add free agents. They have a chance to evolve. The Warriors do not.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Ty. Ty's in San Francisco. What's up, Ty? How you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation you're having about Posey and specifically Posey and the Niners, one of the two favorite teams. I think I agree with a lot of things you're saying as far as Posey, the fact that his position was a catcher, and the fact that he's on the board. All the things you're saying, I think 100%. But you remember also when they won 108 games that year, when Posey was on the team, and then the next year they just bombed. I think Posey had a lot to do with that, specifically because of the regime, which, seemed like a regime that's more worried about 3 o'clock, drink your protein shake, as opposed to actual baseball. And Posey was the guy that kind of kept that going for them. And if, they had to bounce something off Posey, they're not going to the manager, they're going to Posey, right? How this pitcher's pitching, whatever, right? So I think he has a big, and plus he was a Giant, right? Yeah. So I don't have really issues with Posey, right? And like you said, 180 degree, right? Shanahan and Lynch came in as a package deal. They came in together, and the problem with Shanahan is he kind of gets over his skis a lot, and he has too much power.
Hey, Ty, I got to ask you to call back because we have our Valkyries player. So appreciate it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Tiffany Hayes, Valkyries guard. Tiffany, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, guys, no problem. What's up?
Hey, how has this season met your expectations or exceeded them?
Definitely met and definitely exceeded. I was coming in we want to win. Of course, we're a team full of gritty players who are going to play hard. So I knew we were going to eventually get it, but we are really showing ourselves right now. We got it really fast. So our expectations, they get higher and higher every game. We give ourselves more and more goals, and we reach those goals. So we set them higher the next time, and we go from there.
Tiffany, as someone who's been in this league for longer than anybody on the roster, you are in a unique position to be both obviously a contributor, but also a leader. What's it been like for you to step into that role for a brand new team and have to lead everyone both on the court but also by example?
Yeah, it's definitely different with it being a brand new team, but at the end of the day, it's still a basketball team and it's still basketball. So I'm able to take my the good things I know with leading by example and also apply that to leading with my voice more here because I think we needed a little bit more here. But at the end of the day, I think everybody's stepping up into that role as well. We have so many people that have great things to say and great things to add. So we're doing it as a team, and it's going great.
Tiffany Hayes joining us on 95.7 The Game, Valkyries guard. Are you aware of the difficulties that expansion teams have had in their first season in the WNBA?
I mean, I'm not too aware, but I know we're definitely exceeding those expectations. I think we've already broken the record for the best records for expansion teams. So, yeah, I'm gonna just say kudos to our team for being so good and go from there because we don't consider we are an expansion team, but we're not gonna play like it. We're gonna go out there and play like how we know how to play, stay together, play with each other, and keep on going up.
Yeah, I know Vegas had your win total at 7.5 for the whole season, and you're already at 7. And we had
7.5.
That's what they had. Yeah.
That's what Vegas get.
Well, we had your coach on last week, and I asked her about goals and things like that, and she said, "Well, it's we're stressing process over results, but you guys are 7-6. I mean, are you starting to come up with more tangible goals like the playoffs or making a run, or what's your mindset right now after 13 games?
I mean, after 13 games, like I said, we just want to hit our next goals. We're focused on what's right in front of us. We want to stay present. We want to enjoy each moment. We want to learn from our mistakes, and we want to go from there. We're going to keep our goals private as a team, and we're going to keep hitting them. And like I said, we're going to stick together and keep getting these wins and make our hometowns proud.
Well, Tiffany, one thing that your head coach has made public has been your identity, the idea of the theme of killers. Like that's what she's called your team, and that's kind of the way that you've played so far. It looks tenacious, aggressive, physical. When you hear head coach Nikasi say killers and when she's trying to institute that in training camp at the beginning of the season, but what does that mean to you?
I mean, we've been hearing it every day. So you hear something like that every day, it starts to become your identity. So I also think that's why we've been taking that into our games and just, being so tenacious on both ends. And what that means to me is exactly what she said. We can't let anybody, especially coming into our home, and we got to defend Valhalla. So that's exactly what I think that means. Like, we just got to defend.
Tiffany Hayes joining us on 95.7 The Game, Valkyries guard. You're obviously a WNBA veteran. You've been around a little while. In your wildest dreams, when you came into the league, I mean, could you ever have imagined playing on a Valkyries team or any team in front of 18,000 every single game?
Yeah, this has actually been a really great experience for me. I've never experienced fans like this before, and I always shout out to Valkyries fans, and I'm going to shout them out again. Shout out to you guys. I'm coming from all over in the Bay Area and showing love every single game. It's been truly amazing. I've been in this league 13 years, like you said, longer than anybody on the roster, and I've never seen anything like it. So shout out to you guys. Keep coming out and supporting every single game. We need you. You guys are the difference makers, and we appreciate you every single night.
Tiffany, I'm not sure how much you're allowed to speak to this, but I did read some comments. You're talking about the upcoming CBA for the WNBA, and I was just wondering if you could sort of expand on it. You said it's a defining moment for the league. As someone who, to your point, has been around for 13 years, who has seen some ups and downs and see where the league has the potential to go, why do you feel like this is a defining moment for the WNBA?
Yeah, I'll just I won't say too much about that. I'll just say it's definitely the league is growing, and that's why I think it's a defining moment, and we want it to continue to grow. So that's all I'll say about that.
I got you.
Hey, have you told Brandon Pajemski to settle down yet?
Nah, man. I mean, he's on our brother team, and he's coming to show support every night. And I commend him for that. I mean, he's showing big support for us. So I see him after the games. He's hugging us after the games. He's showing support for us to the games, and we really, really appreciate that. Not a lot of teams get that support from their brother teams if they have a brother team. So we love it, and we appreciate him for coming out every night.
Well, you do share a slight difference. Pods earlier this year had to play with a mask on. He said he didn't like shooting with it. He didn't enjoy it. You've been wearing the mask for some time, and it feels like you're having a little bit easier. You've had a little bit easier of a go. Like, how quickly did it take you to get used to playing with a mask on?
Oh, it wasn't quick. It was a lot of behind the scenes work, and kudos to my team who's been helping me get through that. It was definitely a kind of a hard transition, but it's getting better and better each day, and I can't wait to get out of it, but right now it's going well, so I'll just keep it at that. I don't want to jinx myself.
Yeah.
Not going.
Well, Tiffany, I mean, you guys have gotten off to a great start. You've captured the imagination of the Bay. It's been a great story so far. And Wednesday, you got the New York Liberty coming up.
We do. We want to see everybody at the game cheering us on again.
All right. We know you played them twice earlier in the year, so you owe them.
We do. We do owe them.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Continued success, and absolutely positively, you guys have caught fire, no doubt about it.
Yep. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you guys. Go Bouts. Let's get it.
All right. That's Tiffany Hayes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
She's cool.
Yeah.
She was the one who was, really in the grill of Caitlin Clark. She could defend.
She double teamed her with pods. I mean, no wonder they shut her down. All right, what's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and boy, things can change in a hurry. Evan, we've got ourselves an NBA trade. You have it in front of you? Oh. Okay. Woo.
All right, well, in that case, Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting that the New Orleans Pelicans are trading C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a future second to the Washington Wizards for Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and the number 40 pick. Of course, on the heels of one of the deals earlier involving Anthony Simons going to the Celtics and Drew Holiday becoming a Portland Trailblazer.
Now, I got to believe...
It's cooking up, Steiny.
I got to believe the Wizards now are the second team that wanted to get off Jordan Poole's money. The Warriors were first.
Oh, yeah.
And now the Wizards.
Well, the move also, apparently, for 2026, frees up $100 million in cap space for the Wizards.
Poor Wizards.
Who wants to go to D.C.?
Wonder who's a free agent at the end of next year. It's not a great class.
Curry? No, I'm just kidding.
What about... wait, do they have the $100 million now?
No, in 2020. Oh. I think it's after next year.
Yeah, I think you're right. Otherwise, man, clearing room for Kuminga.
They could. Wemby.
We had a funny... So, today, I'm reading The Ringer, Logan Murdoch.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell the first part of it, and then you put the capper on it. So Logan Murdoch of The Ringer was writing a story about the Kevin Durant trade to the Houston Rockets. And tucked in the middle of that story was just a little paragraph about Durant and his time with the Warriors. And he addressed that Kevin Durant didn't want to come to the Warriors last year. And tucked in the story, he said that the reason Durant didn't want to come back had way more to do with Steve Kerr and his coaching than any problem with Draymond Green or, a fractured relationship with him.
Yeah, the quote was, complained publicly and privately about Kerr's offensive principles.
Yes.
So his issues were more with the head coach than Draymond. And it goes on to talk about how this has been kind of a persistent issue with other head coaches. Obviously, Steve Nash was one in Brooklyn he had a problem with. Vogel, I think, in with the Suns. And even this year, he was seen screaming at Budenholzer on the sideline about some plays. But, so Murdoch writes the story.
Yep.
I think he's pretty tapped in. This is an hour ago, not even an hour ago. KD just tweeted at him.
KD has just tweeted at Logan Murdoch, who wrote a story, and in the story it said Durant didn't want to come back, mostly because of Steve Kerr.
And this is my biggest issue with KD. I think he's a great player. I think that he's going to be more of a factor for Houston than you do and maybe some other people around here. But, quote, obvious opportunity for Logan Murdoch to gain even more attention and try to revive his career by using my name in the Warriors. The audience is sick and tired of the same BS narrative. Be better. Like, what are we doing?
What's who doing?
Kevin Durant.
What's Logan Murdoch doing?
He's doing his job. That's all he's doing. He's writing a story about one of the biggest moves this summer so far. Probably the biggest one. Durant going to Houston.
Yeah.
Probably not Poole going to New Orleans. Sorry, JP. He's writing a story about how it unfolded and how it traces back to some of his issues with coaches. That's a completely fair nugget to throw in there if he's got proper reporting, which I believe he does. Like, what is your problem with this? Why does every time someone says something about KD, does he feel the need to speak on it?
I can't answer the second part about why he needs to speak on it. I will say this. That would piss me off, too, a little bit.
What?
Just, I'm Kevin Durant. I wake up in wherever you're waking up, New York City, and there's a story dredging up something that happened 5 years ago. Like, and listen, this has nothing to do with Logan Murdoch. This has to do with, like, KD. What? You can't do that. You can be annoyed, but that's who Kevin Durant is.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people don't really care much for him. It's because there's just too much unnecessary baggage with him. Like, again, just stay off of Twitter.
Well, let me ask you this.
It's a throwaway line in a story that's completely legitimate to describing why Durant might be on his, he was on the Suns, Brooklyn, his third team since he left the Warriors.
Okay, so in case you're just joining us, Logan Murdoch wrote something about the Durant trade. He mentioned that Durant wasn't a fan of Steve Kerr, and it's the biggest reason why he didn't want to come back last year. KD has now tweeted at Murdoch saying, be better, and all you're trying to do is revive your career. My question is...
He didn't say it was wrong, by the way.
That's true.
All he did was say, leave my name out of your mouth, basically.
Okay, but here's my question. Now that it's happened, are you the type of person that says, Durant is such an idiot? Like, why does he even lower himself? What's he doing? Or are you somebody that says, why would Logan Murdoch do that? Who cares? It's 5 years ago. Like, that's what is wrong with the media today. I mean, I think there's probably fans who are sick of Durant doing that, but I also think there might be just as many who are with him in terms of bashing the media or
but again,
trying to call him out.
But within the context of the story, he's trying to highlight Kevin Durant's issues with his head coaches of the past. Now, that might be a low blow, but if you're really going to go down the list, of which there appears to be actually a decent amount of evidence that I'd forgotten about, that's in there. And if that's true, that Durant actually had more of a problem with Kerr than Draymond, well, I'm sorry, that's relevant. Like, it's just relevant. If you're trying to write a story, you know better than anybody. Like, if you're trying to prove a point about this guy might actually be more of a problem than the situations that he's been in, if that's really the road you're going down, which I actually hear a lot more credence being given to the more that I read about Durant and his travels basically since Golden State, then yeah, I'm sorry that nugget belongs.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean,
but I don't like the whole KD part is just. I don't know. Like it doesn't bother me, Steiny, but it's just like why? Like why?
Because he has anointed himself the arbiter of what can be written by the media and what shouldn't be written by the media. For whatever reason, he's got an issue with the media and how they conduct themselves. And he can't let it go. He just can't let it go. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Obviously, it bothers the hell out of him. And he feels the need to address it.
Well, it's just one of those things. Like you meet a person and like you know somebody who's, I don't know, like they're not a bad guy. I don't think Kevin Durant's a bad guy. I think he's generally likable. But there's this one thing about that person who kind of just turns you off, like who prevents you from really liking or enjoying that individual. This is Kevin Durant's thing, like his quirk. It's the one thing that it prevents me from, it makes me understand why people don't really like him.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know, maybe that's too harsh.
Steiny, it's not 5 years ago. He was explaining, right, Logan Murdoch was explaining why KD didn't want to get traded back to the Warriors, and he cited that it was more about Kerr than any relationship with Draymond Green.
Which, if correct, then what's wrong with it?
It would be like, it would be like somebody highlighting one of your worst moments 5 or 10 years ago, and you don't find it relevant, even though it may be.
But I don't know if it was one of his worst moments in 2019. Like
nobody. I mean, didn't the story
they won 2
essentially
championships together?
Didn't the story? Well, first of all, did he talk? Can you read Durant's tweet one more time?
We're still on this question mark. Obvious opportunity for Logan Murdoch to gain even more attention and try to revive his career by using my name and the Warriors. The audience is sick and tired of the same BS narrative.
Okay, so it was about the Warriors more than the story about whether or not Durant could be a coach killer.
No,
that's what Durant was upset about, that he mentioned
probably.
the Warriors.
Sure, like they're not relevant in the conversation of Phoenix to Houston.
Right.
Sorry.
Logan's got to put it in the story. I get it. Because that's kind of what the story was about. I'm just saying, if I were Durant, I would have been annoyed too. I wouldn't have gone on Twitter, and I wouldn't have called him out because...
But people say things about you all the time.
Right.
It's not... Sorry, that might have been harsh. It's not like you feel the need to respond to every single person who has something to say about Matt Steinmetz.
No, that's why he's different. I don't know what his deal is. I just don't.
Anyway.
Like he's weird. Durant's a little bit weird. But yeah, so we got, you know what's funny is, how about this one? Hats off to the NBA media.
How so?
Well, Windhorst.
Like Murdoch?
Shamsharania. How about the way they were saying, yeah, you know what? There's going to be action, and it's going to come before free agency hits. Usually you wait until July 1st, which is the start of the legal tampering period, or whatever they call it in the NBA. But this year we've got Kevin Durant to the Rockets. We've got Drew Holiday to the Blazers for Anthony Simons. And now we've got C.J. McCollum and Kelly Olynyk going to the Wizards for Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey.
JP's coming back to the West.
Yeah, 2 times a year now he'll be, well, most likely.
Might be a baseball series. That's what they had against New Orleans this year.
That's true. That is what they, any of those moves surprise you at all? Well, like
a little bit, yeah.
Maybe somebody could answer this, because you asked me and I wasn't sure. What's Drew Holiday? What's Portland doing going out and getting Drew Holiday?
Maybe they think they're further along than we do. I mean, maybe they think they're a veteran point guard away. I understand why the Celtics did it. I can't figure out why Portland, like, how far are they away compared to the Warriors?
The Portland Trailblazers.
Like, I understand why the Warriors would make a deal like that, sending off a young player in Simons who has potential, but you're getting a kind of a known commodity. Drew Holiday is older. I think he's 35, and he's expensive, but you still know what you're going to get from him. I understand why a team like the Warriors would do that. I don't really get why the Portland Trailblazers would.
To me, it has the feel of when the Warriors, we're going back a little bit here, when the Warriors acquired Derek Fisher. And what I would assume is the Blazers last year were 36-46. And I got to believe that they think they can be a playoff team with the addition of a guy like Drew Holiday. They haven't made the playoffs in 4 straight years. So maybe they're thinking Drew Holiday, we get a professional in here, a veteran, a winner, a 2-time champion. We are acquiring him so that we can make the playoffs because we've got to get our young players into the postseason. That's the only thing I could figure.
Yeah, no, me too. It's like you sent out one of those young players. I mean, you traded your leading scorer, right?
That's a good question.
I think Simons is averaging 20-something. Anyways, but
you said it earlier. They probably didn't want to pay him.
No, I don't think they did. But all of a sudden now they want to pay for, I think, 2 more years and a player option, Drew Holiday. It just seems a little, I don't know. They might move him. Like, actually, if I was the Warriors, I would call Portland right now. And I would see, because Drew Holiday, by the way, I don't know if you remember, he's been a Blazer before.
I know.
And I think it's funny that he went to Boston, now he's coming back from Boston. But if you're the Warriors, I think you have to call Joe Cronin and say, dude, do you actually want to keep Drew Holiday?
Okay, so he's got 2 more years guaranteed, and then you're right, a player option.
For a lot of money.
30, 33, 36, something like that. And he is now 35 years. He just turned 35.
Yeah, perfect. He's a Warrior.
I'll tell you.
He's made for the Warriors.
How about this? And this is the first time I've ever said this in my life about Drew Holiday. I don't want him.
What?
Yeah, I don't want him.
You don't want Drew Holiday?
He's too old.
You finally...
I mean...
Wait, but last year you wanted him. There's a big difference between 34 and 35.
I don't want Drew Holiday because I don't... What do we get? 4 starters at 35 years? Come on. What are we doing?
Building a bully.
I think they're going to keep Holiday. I feel like Billups just got extended, too.
Yeah, he did.
So they feel like they're ready to emerge.
Yeah.
What if the Blazers are going to be better than the Warriors next year?
You want to bet?
No.
What? Why not?
I said maybe.
You want to bet?
Maybe. By the way,
Put
did
your
you
money
see,
where your mouth is?
You see what Tyrese Halliburton said?
I didn't.
He would do it all over again. He would play with that injury, even if it meant tearing his Achilles and missing a year. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think that's I got to take his word for it. It's how he feels, but depending on how the rest of his career goes, he might feel a bit different in a couple seasons.
That's a tough break.
Well, it's again like you never know. He was playing really well, and look, he played through it in Game 6, and he played awesome.
Yeah.
So it could have happened any time, but again, it had me thinking about Curry and like, everyone wanted to rush him back, or he would have been ready for Game 6, and I'm like, I don't know if that would have been a good thing. If he puts himself in harm's way and potentially tears a muscle, that might be the end of his career. Halliburton still got hopefully a lot of years left, but
now looking back on the Curry situation, I don't think he was going to play at all against Minnesota, even if they had gotten to that Sunday game. You know what? The vibes I was getting. Remember the God, I forget the year. Western Conference Final with Kawhi Leonard.
2017.
He came into the series a little banged up, and then he came down on Pachuli's shoe or sneaker, whatever. If you remember, there was still an undertone of, well, if you could get it to 5 or 6, then maybe Kawhi, he was not coming back. And I don't think Curry was coming back either, unless they somehow advanced. Because I do think the risk would have been not worth it. Because you're also going to have to then, so he's going to play, and then you got to win 2 straight games for him to even advance.
Well, Curry said the plan was Game 6, and I don't know if he would have got the green light from Celebrini, but that's what he said. Yeah, 415's on to me.
Yeah, he's got it wrong.
What?
Evan, weren't you the one that said Houston would finish above the Warriors?
No. Well, I said they wouldn't, and they did.
Right.
Yeah, I was wrong about Houston. There's nothing wrong with admitting that.
Yeah.
I think it is funny how, like...
I thought Houston was lousy at the beginning of the year, too. That's why you said it.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of took off when I think they got hit with an injury and were forced to start Amin Thompson. But neither here nor there. They're going to be good for a while. Do you ever notice that the audience keeps tracks of your takes better than you do? Like when you and Goo are going back and forth, it feels like other people remember what you said better than you do.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I remember what I say, all of it. And I remember what Goose says, all of it. And sometimes the listeners are wrong about what they thought they heard. That's all.
As long as you remember it the way you want to.
Yeah, no, I tell you what. No, I'm very particular about what people think my take was versus the truth. That's what's important to me. Like, I never said Steph Curry stinks. I said might be a good sixth man. That's different.
That's true.
And I can, again, claim to still be right. He would have been a great sixth man.
No. Yeah, he would have been the best. Best there ever was. I don't know. I find it funny. But it also means the audience is locked in. I think it's a compliment to them. The fact that they are so in tune with what you guys are talking about.
But I also think we do have some listeners that, try to prop up Goo. Yeah, because, sometimes his takes are, not well thought out, and then it comes back to bite him, and then a lot of listeners, because they love Goo, they try to protect him a little bit.
Well, who doesn't? But they do that to you too. In fact, the amount of times that, I've never agreed with Steiny until today. It's like, okay, all right. You don't have to overinflate his ego that much.
Well, feel free to do it if you want. That's fine. Why? You're usually going to be right. Who doesn't want to be right?
I don't know
Just
if it's
agree with me.
No, it's not about being right. Is that you neither want to be right nor wrong.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, I
have no choice but to be right.
Well, it's within the realm of possibility that enter take. That's not you stating something that you believe. That's like you saying, well, hey, Steiny, it might rain today. And then if you're wrong, you said might, so you're not wrong. And if it does rain, then you can take credit for it.
Exactly. It's called being precise with your words.
People don't like that, man.
All right, ask me a straightforward question. I'll answer it.
Are the Warriors going to win the championship next year?
No, not from you. No chance.
Is that a drop?
That was me on Willard.
Oh.
When Willard was trying to give me a cookie.
The cookies?
I was mad at him that day. Because he can't, and he tried to do it yesterday too. I've noticed that
that was before the show.
He let it go. He's been on good behavior, and then more recently he's trying to stick it to me during the crossover, and I can feel it. And yesterday was a new low when he said I wasn't listening. I didn't like that.
Wait, when was that? Well, he also came in and tried to correct you about some starting pitching thing you had on Friday, which he was a little off about.
And then the Steiny, do you know who hit the homers for the Giants? I said, yeah. Named the three guys, and I was wrong. Ramos hit the homer on Saturday. Or Friday.
You still went deep.
Exactly. Well, Willard.
Don't get down on yourself.
I'm not. That segment was sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. You traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights from the Bay. You've got easy parking, live performances, and tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was Tiffany Hayes, Valkyrie's guard.
She doesn't mind it.
No. I hope Pods knows. We're just having fun with him. I hope he's not, like, these guys really are coming down my road.
Well, that kind of is the best midline trap in the WNBA. Hayes and Pods. Right there cornering and right in front of the owner's spot.
By the way, can I tell you something that's absolutely, positively among the most pathetic things I've heard of in a while? This is so pathetic that it almost infuriates me, but it doesn't.
What is it?
And I know it's been going on. And this has been pointed out about 6 times, and I want to punch everybody who says it. NBA draft tomorrow. Warriors sitting with a 41st pick. Who do you think they'll take? They're drafting Thursday. The NBA's gone to a 2-day draft. I think it was last year. How pathetic. Thank you, Steve. You ain't the NFL, and you'll never be the NFL. Take your second round and tack it back onto the first round on the same day. Nobody is watching day 2 of the NBA draft. Nobody.
Do you watch day 2 or 3 of the NFL draft?
No, but people do.
Dude, they fly through those rounds. Like, I think the biggest thing that's come out of the second round from a draft coverage perspective was probably when Jokic got taken in the second round and they just had a picture. It was during a Taco Bell commercial. So that's why his nickname is the Big Chalupa. Because there was a commercial for a chalupa while Nikola Jokic was being selected. That's what the NBA draft is all about. That's sophomoric pasta. You got to be better than that.
Yeah, I didn't expect that from you. You're a kid that coaches little leaguers. Seriously.
That's probably the issue. Hangs around a lot of 9-year-olds.
That's definitely the issue.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Anyway, make sure you tune in Wednesday and Thursday. No, seriously, Wednesday and Thursday.
Well, we're going to be doing a draft show on Thursday night. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Who is?
Myself and I'd imagine Mark Randy.
Oh.
We got to
talk about your guy?
Well, whenever the Warriors will not be able to get my guy. Nobody has heard enough about Cedric Coward, and that's fine because he's come out of nowhere. He's a shooting star, but the Warriors will not be able to get him at 41.
He's going in the first round, you think?
He's a 6'5" swing player with a 7'2" wingspan. There's actually a story about him. So this guy, he's from Salem, Oregon.
All right.
He went to Willamette University, which is where I went to college, for a year, transferred, played 2 years at Eastern Washington, and then finished his career at Washington State. He was supposed to go play for Duke before he declared for the NBA draft. So that's how good he is. And I heard this story that apparently there was a Northern Colorado guard that was defending him, that he went to, I don't know, whoever was one of his coaches or someone, and basically told him, this guy makes me want to be a lawyer. Like this kid wanted to hang him up after being descended by this kid. Anyways, Steiny.
Yeah.
I think Dunleavy's found the heir apparent if he can get him.
Well, they have 3 centers on their roster right now. So.
Well, he's not a center.
I thought he was 7'2".
No, he's got a 7'2" wingspan. Oh, yeah.
Well, how big is he?
Put the clamps. 6'5".
Well,
yeah. They need a shooting guard.
I mean, it sounds like a guy could take minutes from Moody.
Or Pods.
No, well, that's not happening. I tell you what, we haven't done this in a while, but we're getting to that period. We got the draft tomorrow, and a lot of stuff's happening, and we haven't talked about Jonathan Kuminga in a while. And there's been some stuff out there. And the afternoon show, Willard and Dibs, had Ramona Shelburne on yesterday, covers the NBA for ESPN. And she was asked how she thinks the Kuminga situation is going to play out. He's a restricted free agent, which means the Warriors can match a salary of another team that offers him a contract, and they'll retain his rights. Or they can choose not to match and then let him go to another team, or they can sign him themselves. But this is what Ramona Shelburne said yesterday. Take a listen.
Does he really have a market? I know there's a couple of teams that are interested in him, but those would be sign-in trades. They don't have the cap space to get it done. And so do the Warriors want to even participate in those sign-in trades? If they do, what's the number? You know, it's probably 3 or 4 teams I've heard of that have some level of interest, but what is that level of interest, right? And do the Warriors want to keep him? And if so, what is the number? Is he, you know, if they make him an offer, that's less than the max or maybe even less than what he was offered last year, which I think is far more likely. Does he scoff at that and then take a really long time to make a decision and then tie up their cap space? And that presents other problems. So that's the biggest thing that you have to look for, you know, but I know that they're working on a few things. I don't expect anything massive like we've seen. I mean, Jimmy Butler was really that move, right? But the Kuminga question is going to hang over everything because it has the potential to get messy.
Has the potential to get messy.
To get messy? What do you think she means by that?
Well, I think what she means is there's clearly a timing issue here with Kuminga. And it sounds to me like if they're in their negotiating, let's say, window with Kuminga, then they've got to get that done before they can do anything else. Like they've got to get, it sounds like she's saying they got to get the Kuminga situation ironed out first, and then they can go from there. So it sounds like what she's saying is, you know, free agency comes July 1st, July 2nd, there's nothing with Kuminga, July 3rd, that it might mean that the Warriors are sitting out free agency until they do something with Kuminga. That's what it sounds like she's talking about.
Well, it sounds like that's what they have to do. Like,
right.
But when I hear messy, it's more about like Kuminga wants more money, or the Warriors don't want to give him as much, or maybe they have to. Like, how much do you think that he's worth? I don't know, but it almost feels like because they're going to eventually, either this summer or next deadline, use him as a trade chip. You kind of have to pay him more than you want to. Like, you almost just need the slot. It's one of the reasons why the Warriors were, I think, in hindsight, wise to offer that large extension to D'Angelo Russell.
Right.
Because you needed that salary slot. You know, this thing with Kuminga, he might be saying, hey, look, you need to pay me $30 million a year. And that's where I hear messy, and I'm wondering, like, is it from the Warriors side? Is it from Kuminga's side? Because I'm of the belief that he's probably going to be on the team and that they'll try to deal him at the deadline next year.
I tend to agree with you. Let's listen to Mike Dunleavy. He's running the show. What's going on with Kuminga, Mike?
Yeah, so we can start with the finals ending last night. We can start pursuing that right now, leading up into free agency. And I think we're in a good spot with it, honestly. We have the ability to bring him back. He's restricted. You know, I think there'll be good dialogue, and I'd like to figure something out sooner than later. That'd be great. But I also acknowledge with restricted free agency, these things can drag out a little bit and take some time. But I think we feel pretty comfortable with who JK is as a player and what he can do for our organization. And, we'll continue. It's a main priority going into free agency.
All right. Let me tell you what's not happening. They're not letting Kuminga walk. They're not going to have another team offer him a contract and them say, we're not matching it. Good luck to you, Jonathan Kuminga. That has not been how they've done business over the years. I think you're right. The question, here's the other thing when you asked, what do you think she means by could get messy? What if Kuminga's so underwhelmed by the Warriors' offers and he doesn't have a significant offer from another team? What if he says, I tell you what, I don't want to be here long term, so I'm signing the qualifying offer. I'll play one more year at whatever it is, $9 million, something like that, and then I'm an unrestricted free agent. What would happen then? Like, that would be, to me, it was a bad sign that he was one of the few guys to not sign the rookie extension when he was eligible. If you're telling me if he would actually play on a $9 million qualifying offer or whatever it is, he's gone.
Well, I don't think he would, but that would basically. I hear that and I hear trade me. If you're willing to play on $9 million and then just walk off, then the Warriors would have to get rid of him.
Would they?
Well, you're going to have him play the whole year and then assume that he's going to stay in free agency?
Well, maybe next year there's not a lot of money either. I don't know where Kuminga's at. But
well, the whole reason we're talking about this, it just sounds like you're kicking the can down the road. Like, I don't think the Warriors are in love with him, and I don't think Jonathan Kuminga has been in love with the Warriors the last couple of years. The reason why it's come to a head is because they ran out of time. He's a restricted free agent because they couldn't get a deal done last summer. And the only reason it feels like he's going to be on the team is so that they can use his contract to acquire someone else. Unless he suddenly blossoms at the beginning of next season. And even then, if I was JK and I'm playing well, it would kind of piss me off that, well, like, only because you paid me, now I'm getting what I feel like I should have had.
The problem with this is we really don't know how each feels about each other. You know, when Mike Dunleavy says, I think we're in a good spot. Does Kuminga think he's in a good spot? I don't know. I mean, does Kuminga... The other thing is, they're in a rock and a hard place with Kuminga. Because if you bring him back, there's no guarantee he's going to play 30 minutes a night on this team. And it's like, it's kind of his time to do... I almost feel like the Warriors might be trying to pay him like a substitute, like a bench player, as opposed to a $25 or $30 million guy.
But that's where there's obviously a disconnect.
Exactly.
Is because if you're going to go get a better player, which they want to do, then you need to pay him more. I think it was Geltzeiler that came on with you guys a month ago and said the Warriors have to be very careful about what they offer Jonathan Kuminga. Because the one thing the Warriors have a ton of are big contracts and small contracts. They don't really have a lot of mid-level contracts, which is how you go out and get a Drew Holiday or people like Derek White or maybe Porzingis is out there. All of those guys make, roughly $30 million. The Warriors, outside of Draymond Green, and I don't know if you could trade him, they don't have a ton of those contracts. And that was how they got Jimmy Butler in the first place. They combined a bunch of those mid-level deals.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So Kuminga has one team out there that has money under the cap, and it's Brooklyn. Here's the other thing. Here's what I think's most likely. I think he's gonna sign a contract for whatever, 3 or 4 years, 25-ish, and then they're going to trade him at the deadline because that's when they can get a matching salary back, not when they sign and trade him, if that's what they were to do.
Yeah, I agree. That's what basically what I was saying.
Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah, so it's okay. But Lacob has also said, I think it was in a Kawakami piece, it would be hard for me to not match dollar for dollar. To take less money than you could get, unless there's a player who, I don't know, is in the tens or teens that they really like, and the other team would be willing to take. I just think that they would have to facilitate a multi-team trade. It gets really complicated. And at the end of the day, too, I'm sure Jonathan wants to make as much money as he possibly can. So there's that aspect of of the deal too. Like, to me, I don't know if messy is how I would describe it, but I think it's more complicated. Like, the Warriors got to figure out what they want. Do they want this player on the team beyond next season?
What do you think?
I don't. I think Lacob might. I don't think Kerr does.
I don't. Guess what? I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not sure either, but that's just the way that
True.
I feel.
True. The other, I mean,
that's the language or the body language that I've read.
You know, it's funny because this is the other thing that I was thinking about, and everybody talks about this. You know, what does next year hinge on? If the Warriors can somehow make a run at a title, well, you know, what would need to happen for them to make a run at a title? Oh, they've got to be healthy. They've got to be healthy. Draymond, Butler, and Curry have to be healthy. Well, guess what? If that happens, how does Kuminga get on the floor?
He comes off the bench.
Exactly. And you can't have a guy making 25 or 30 coming off the bench. It's just, there's not a lot of those guys, if any, in the NBA.
Maybe he starts instead of Moody next year.
And okay.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
like,
I got
might.
you there. And then we're signing Kuminga to an extension. And you know what we're doing? We're crossing our fingers. We're gonna hope. Steve Kerr's gonna hope that what he thinks he saw last year wasn't really what he saw, and that in one magical year they're going to be able to play together, Draymond, Butler, and Kuminga. I don't see it, Bob. So
you're kind
I feel like they got to do something.
Well, you're wishing on a star either way. Like, if you bring him back, you're hoping that he can be an effective sixth man, bench player, in a role that he probably won't be super happy with. But I think he's been more of a professional than people have given him credit for. Or you bring him back to start, and then you're really hoping that he can just somehow take a leap. Like, either way, I think it's a risky proposition. That's why, again, I just feel like the Warriors are trying to figure out how they can maximize his value and get someone in here who is a better fit for what the Warriors do. You know, like Jimmy Butler made things far more difficult for Kuminga. He just did, because he's better equipped. He's a better player at this stage in his career, and he's already proven that he can help the Warriors win at a higher level. And that leaves Kuminga on the outside looking in a bit.
You know what I wonder is how much would this be, how much less of a problem would this be if Wiggins were still here? Because Wiggins was starting too. You know what I mean?
Wait, what?
Well, let's say they don't make the Butler trade and Kuminga just has the same kind of year. Like, I think they'd be ready to move Kuminga into the starting lineup next year if Wiggins were still here. I don't think there's no chance they're going to do that with Butler.
Yeah, I think it's also because they don't think they would have been great, or I don't know if great's the word, but like they wouldn't have been we wouldn't see themselves as a second round team or
That's
a team
true.
that was an injury away from making the Western Conference Finals, because before they traded for Butler, they were a play-in squad or a fringe play-in team.
Yeah, we'll see. Apparently it's going to, I mean, this stuff could shake out starting tomorrow night with the NBA draft.
Can I make a prediction?
Sure.
I don't think the Warriors make a trade around the draft.
Why not?
Because I think that the big domino that has to fall is Kuminga. And that's separate than the draft.
I could see Joe Lacob trying to buy a late first-round pick.
To buy one?
Yeah.
Maybe.
If they think there's a guy there, but
yeah, and someone that could help them, I don't know, kind of fill out the back end of the roster. I don't know. I feel like they'd be more inclined to get a second-round guy. It just feels like they've stockpiled a few of them. And Quentin Post is a solid contributor. Trace Jackson Davis serves his role. Guy Santos, I think, might have been a second-round pick. Like, those guys you need to fill out the back end of your roster.
Well, and they're really going to need guys that make very little money. I saw a stat. This is unreal. Right now, and it'll change, Curry, Butler, and Draymond make 90% of the Warriors' entire salary structure.
Probably.
It's incredible. Like, that's why Mike Dunleavy has the hardest job of any executive among Posey and John Lynch.
I agree. Yeah, that's why it's, if we're talking about who do you have faith in, it's not necessarily that I don't have faith in Dunleavy. It's that it's just it feels like he's in an unwinnable position. He definitely has the least flexibility of the three. I don't know, maybe Lynch now because of Brock Purdy's contract, but we're talking about getting one guy, maybe two. You've heard it from Ramona, you've heard it from other people. The Warriors are not making a big splash this summer. That's what I've gathered from listening to a lot of these analysts.
Well, it's also coming from Mike Dunleavy.
Only because just of our salary structure and the way it works with the amount of money you can use underneath the second apron, that probably restricts it more than anything for us in terms of pursuing the best roster we can. So I think we'll look at stuff. We'll look at players that we really like. It's just almost impossible for us to add players in the salary range of guys we were looking at last summer since we've added Jimmy. That would be the only limiter. But in terms of finding talent, improving this team, we're going to look under, every rock to try and do that.
So what he's saying there is they don't have the wherewithal this offseason to pursue a Paul George or a Lauri Markkanen who they would have, who would make big money. They just can't do it.
Their big move was in February. It was Jimmy. That's why now. But, I think there's still some guys. I don't know, do you like Bobby Portis?
Yeah, I do. I like Bobby Portis, but Bobby Portis can't come here if Kuminga's still here, clearly. You know what I mean?
He might be going out. I don't know.
Yeah, to me, if Kuminga's in your plans, you can't go get Bobby Portis.
Why not?
Because then there's just not enough playing time for those guys. I don't think. I wouldn't want Portis and Kuminga on the same team. I'd want one of the two, and then I'd probably rather have Portis, but
you have Portis, Draymond, you bring Gary Payton II back.
Oh God,
Jimmy, just stockpile fours.
What?
And then Kuminga just gets buried again.
That's what I don't put past the Golden State Warriors, and it sounds nasty, but it's true. Kuminga doesn't have any leverage. If the Golden State Warriors, they can't be afraid of keeping him on the team just because he's not happy. Him not being happy cannot be the reason you get him out of here for nothing. You have to keep him here until you can trade him. Because to me, nothing else makes as much sense. Oh, but you can't bring Kuminga back. He'll be unhappy. You know what? Let him be unhappy. And then we'll move him when it's more advantageous for us, which would be at the trade deadline. Anyway.
I don't know if that's a dangerous game, but to me, it's just one that, Steiny, I just hope that this doesn't drag out. Because the moment that Kuminga is signed or traded, it provides so much more clarity, I think, for what their summer can become.
Yep.
Thanks, Steiny.
No, well, I got to do something.
You got to read here?
Yes, all exactly. Right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I know it's not Friday, but something just happened that bugged me a little bit. Hey, Evan.
What's up, Steiny?
Positions Bobby Portis play?
Power forward.
Yeah, that's what I would say. 415. Kuminga and Bobby Portis play different positions. You did know that, right? Hit the pike. Kuminga's a 4. Quit holding on to this dream that he's a 3. You got to be able to handle the ball as a 3. Secondly, 415.
Or shoot.
So let's say they did play. Let's say you do think Kuminga's a 3. How's he getting on the floor when you have Portis, Kuminga, Green, and Butler? Come on. Not going to want that. I'm done.
So you don't like Bobby Portis?
I like Bobby Portis a lot. I just don't think you can have Butler, Green, Portis, and Kuminga. Like somebody, like those are...
They're going to trade him anyways.
Okay, here's the thing. If you had Butler, Green, Portis, and Kuminga, you could make a case that those are 4 of your best 5 players, and they're all forwards. Like, so you're restricting yourself from playing one guy because you got too many at one position. That would be my thing with Bobby Portis and Kuminga.
So are you? All right, we're talking about some of the decisions the Warriors have to make. Shelburne, Dunleavy, everybody's saying it starts with J.K. Restricted free agency is open. Draft tomorrow. Warriors select the 41st on Thursday. But if Kuminga's is he a priority for you? Outside of, we have to sign him because we really can't do anything else other than that.
Yeah, Kuminga's a big priority.
But is his contract a priority or is he, like the player?
I would think it's the contract. Like, if the Warriors have determined they want to keep Kuminga, well, then it behooves them to come up with a number as soon as possible and get it signed. And now, if they want to sign and trade him, it would behoove them to do it early, too, to find the player you're getting for Kuminga and then, maybe a couple pieces around the edges. So I think the Warriors' priority is getting Kuminga under contract as fast as possible and then proceeding with your offseason.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it's going to be a deal for him, and it's going to be a bunch of kind of low-level signings, and that's going to be their offseason. It's not even about, they wouldn't be able to acquire a Paul George or a Markkanen, whoever they were in talks with last summer. That's what Dunleavy referenced, but I don't even know if it's I don't even know if they can acquire a Drew Holiday. Like, he makes $35 million or close to. I don't know if they can get a player like that in here.
Not without trading Draymond, probably. Or I guess in theory, you could trade Hield and Moody. They would add up to $26 million, right? Moody's at about 13, and Buddy might be at 10. But I hear what you're saying. City Boy is on the line, and he says the solution is staring the Warriors right in the face. Hey, City, what's up, man?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, the decision is staring them in the face. And unfortunately, I don't think Mike Dunleavy has the guts to do it. But I wish he would, because look, I mean, I'm a lifelong. What's that? Go ahead.
What's the solution?
Well, the solution is you got to trade Draymond Green. I mean, you talk about trading a guy a year early rather than a year late. I mean, a year late was probably already, if I'm honest. I mean, Draymond Green was bragging this year. And yeah, I mean, if you're a 20-minute guy, maybe in 20 minutes he could be, get some of his old mojo back, but, Draymond Green, I think he was second to last in the entire NBA in turnover percentage. He turns the ball over that much. He used to be the trigger man for this offense. So when you think about read and react, you need a trigger man, right? You need a guy who can hold the rock, who can wait for the right guy to get open, usually Steph. But the fact of the matter is he doesn't great screens anymore. He doesn't – the idea that he was DPOY is laughable to me. I'm sorry. His defense at times was amazing, right? Like he had stretches where he played great. His overall defense this year was terrible. His point of attack defense was terrible. Over and over again, he was just getting blown by, right? So, look, and I love Draymond. This really isn't a knock on him. I mean, the Niners got rid of Ronnie Lott a year early rather than a year late. We can't get rid of Draymond Green? Like, come on, man. So here's the thing, though. You got to open space for the young guy. So Kuminga, to me, yes, he doesn't give you a lot of the intangibles, or maybe none of the intangibles Draymond gives you. You know what he gives you? He gives you youth. He gives you athleticism. He's a guy that you can play 40 minutes when you need to, and it's not going to kill him. I mean, he's going to give you 20 points a night for sure. I mean, if he's playing 30 minutes, he's getting you 20 points, and he might average 25 if you gave him 30 minutes. I mean, this guy is on the come, and I'm betting on him, personally. So I would rather move Draymond, get him off the roster, open up all those minutes for Kuminga at the 4, because he is a 4, and Bobby Portis is a 4. So. That guy is wrong about that. But, and you got to go get a 5, right? So my idea is you trade Draymond. Maybe maybe you got to sweeten the pot and get a 1 in there. Maybe it's a 3-team deal. You get him over to Detroit where he could really help a team succeed, But I think you got to try and look at Chicago, and you got to try and get Vucevic in here because you need scoring. You need a stretch 5. Quentin Post is not the answer. You need a veteran who can hit threes, who can rebound. I mean, you got a guy who's basically 20 and 10 in Vucevic. So his defense isn't amazing, but whatever, I mean, he'd fit the read and react system. He's going to give you buckets. And because Jimmy can't shoot, so when you have a wing that can't shoot threes, that's a real problem. When you have 2 wings that can't shoot threes with Draymond and Jimmy, it's a huge problem, which is what the Warriors ran into. So, that's my take. You got to trade Draymond. You got to bite the bullet and get him out of here, and go get Vucevic. And then you could pick up Lonzo Ball with him or something for some, veteran point guard or you re-sign Melton.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, City. I would do that. For example, if one of 2 things to me has to happen. If Kuminga's on this team, then Draymond's got to come off the bench if he's on this team. And if you can trade him, I would trade him. I would absolutely, and I don't know if it would make us better, but if the Warriors don't want any part of Kuminga, that's one thing. You know what I mean? But if they do want him and think he's got a bright future, I'd probably see if I could trade Draymond, get something we need, maybe a backup point guard or stretch athletic 5, and just start Butler and Kuminga and just live with it and go with it and see what happens. I would like that more than they re-signed Kuminga and he's coming off the bench. How about you? What say you?
I think that I think Draymond, no matter what next year, would be better served coming off the bench. I think that he's not a player that's built to play 35 minutes anymore. But in 25 minutes, he can still be really good. But he gives you nothing on offense, so he's kind of irrelevant on that end. But I can't trade him. And the reason is I don't know why you acquire Jimmy Butler if you're going to just move Draymond a year later.
Well, because the thinking would be that Kuminga replaces Green.
Yep.
And you acquire another player for Green who helps you along with Kuminga, and they, as a tandem, become better than Draymond Green and what he's been giving you. In theory.
But then you're also making a really big bet that Kuminga's that guy.
That's right. And that was kind of my presupposition.
That would scare me. Not that I don't think he could be a good player, but next season, like next year, he's all of a sudden going to take the leap into being your second or third best player with Curry and Jimmy on it. I don't know about that.
I guess. So what I'm saying is, like, I'm with City Boy. The days of Draymond can't be traded, they should be over. And now,
well, maybe, that I agree with.
Maybe
but
he's got no market, or maybe there's not a lot of interest with him. But I'm not scared of life without Draymond. I mean, you've won 46 games 3 years in a row with the guy. So it's not like you got to bite your fingernails that you're giving yourself, you're taking away any title chances. Again, it presupposes that they do like Kuminga, or that Lacob and Dunleavy like Kuminga more than Kerr. Because if Kerr's not crazy about Kuminga, but you like him, you got to tell Kuminga that this is, it's going to be Kerr's last year anyway, which I'm sure it will be. Or not sure, but so, like, I just don't think, like, we've seen Jonathan Kuminga for 4 years on a team with Green, Butler, Wiggins, but like, he's not going to play. He's not going to play with Steve Kerr coaching and Butler here and Green here. It's going to be frustration again for everybody, I think.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't trade him, but I guess I just don't believe that there's enough of a market out there to bring something back that's actually going to help you. Like, to me, if you traded him, the biggest plus is you clearing a runway for Kuminga. That's why you would do it. And to me, Kuminga's not there yet for me to give up on Draymond. He's just not. I don't think that Draymond is great anymore. But last year's team, when they were at their best, is because he was kind of the linchpin of their defense. I think he needs a center next to him. I think that the Warriors absolutely could use another wing. They could use some more shooting. But, you're looking at next year's team with a replacement level center and Jimmy Butler as your 4. Who's that team going to be able to guard? Like, one of the reasons that they were so bad is because they were outsized by everybody. Houston took advantage of him. Minnesota did. And while Draymond wasn't great, he's one of the few dudes who can defend a legitimate center or a forward on another team. Who's guarding Şengün? Who's guarding Julius Randle? And I know that Draymond got taken advantage of at some points, but they don't have anybody.
Well, let me throw a couple at you. So, if, for example, I'm just looking at guys who make around the same as Draymond. You're going to say no. So Lonzo Ball makes about 22.
Yeah.
I don't want to use him. And Marcus Smart, how about this? Let's just do it this way so it'll be a fictional player. Let's say Marcus Smart was the player he was 5 years ago. No, but it's going to be
okay. Yeah,
I'd be for trading, re-signing Kuminga, trading Draymond Green for a guy like Marcus Smart 3 or 4 years ago, and seeing how good we are. Because I'm not sure we're going to be worse than we were last year, and we might be better. I think it's possible.
Well, if it's possible, it's because Curry and Jimmy are both really good. Right?
Yes. Would you trade?
I get it. I'm just looking at a team that can't defend without Draymond Green, and I realize that he is not a perfect player anymore, but he's still the best defensive player you have. And I actually don't who's their second best defender, Steiny? Moody?
Second best defender. Curry, GP2.
Yeah, he plays 15 minutes a night.
You asked.
No, but that's the point. Your second best defensive player plays 15 minutes a game. So you're telling me you just want to remove your best defensive player knowing your second best guy doesn't even start?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
That's a pretty big risk.
Maybe. Or could you get a defender? Like, I'm just going to throw this out at you. Would you trade Draymond Green for Jakob Poeltl?
Probably not.
All right. I might because that would fit.
Well, apparently he's off the table. Toronto.
Okay.
No.
I'm just looking at guys.
It was a joke. Like, apparently Jakob Poeltl, they didn't want to involve in the Durant
gotcha.
Conversation. Toronto's like, no, sorry. Jakob Poeltl's off the table.
So he's untouchable like Pods?
I guess. Yeah.
Like, I might do something like that if for no other reason than to just open up a runway for Kuminga. You get Poeltl in here, he's a different look. And we'll try to figure out how to be a better defensive team without Draymond Green. But, yeah, I think let's go to Antonio in Oakland, Mr. Optimistic. What's up, Antonio? How you doing? Antonio in Oakland. Hey, what's up?
You hear me?
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, trading Draymond Green for once, because I've been on the boat of no, don't trade him, you got to keep him. But after that playoff performance, Julius Randle kind of handled him or whatever, and then his limited offensive play, and it's one thing like for years past, his offense wasn't that great, but at least his defense was superb, so he kind of let it slide a little bit. Plus he kisses LeBron James, but that's another reason why I want to trade him. And yeah, I don't mind getting Lonzo Ball and Vucevic in here. Why not? I'll clear some cap space too. And, Curry, he might not be the happiest of that decision, but we got to do what we got to do to get Curry that fifth ring at the end of the day. That's how I see it. But Kuminga, I don't mind trading him or keeping him. I'm like 50-50 right in the middle. He has a chance to be a star, of course, but he got to show it. And Steve Curry's hard-headed. He don't bring in the center. He don't play his top talented guys. Kuminga, I don't know, man. Hard-headed. 3 straight years of, not really being title contenders. Got to wake up, man, because when you do something over and over, what do they call it? Insanity. And you're still doing the same thing, Kurt. We need a bench.
All right. Appreciate it, Antonio. From the 408, if you get rid of Draymond, you risk losing big, and you risk losing buy-in from Steph. Let's face it, they're both going to retire Warriors. Do the absolute best you can around the two of them while you can, period. That's Cameron in San Jose. And I got to tell you, that just, you may be on the money in theory, but damn it. You can't. So you're going to keep a guy around because another guy doesn't want to play without him. I mean.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Like, I think Steph could play with anybody. The reason why I wouldn't trade Draymond is because I just don't see how you can get somebody better than what he is, really. And the whole point of trading for Jimmy Butler is to allow Curry to compete at whatever high a level. This year is the second round. Maybe it's next year. Maybe it's the Western Conference Finals. Maybe it's the first round. I don't know. But it's to allow Curry to compete at the highest level possible for however many years he has left. And unless you're telling me you're turning Draymond Green into a better player and someone who helps the Warriors win more, then I can't do it. If you name me that player, if someone wants to call in and tell me who Draymond Green is going to turn into or what kind of guy he's going to turn into, I'll totally hear that. But I don't
try.
See it. Okay.
Let me try. I'm just looking at guys. Okay.
And don't give me Lonzo Ball.
Okay, I won't.
Okay.
Because I like some of these names. Would you trade Draymond Green right now for Isaiah Hartenstein?
I wouldn't.
What about for...
I think Hartenstein, it looks really good because he's on the best team in the NBA.
All right. What about Porzingis?
Porzingis, I would think about.
What about...
And I actually owe him an apology. I used to be pretty harsh on Porzingis.
Actually, I need to see if this guy's healthy. He hasn't been healthy.
Well, Porzingis hasn't been healthy, but that's the risk you're running. Like, you're trying to get Porzingis because, like the Celtics, if he is healthy, then you're a really good... You're probably a really good team.
God, there's one... Well, I wouldn't do it, but Jonathan Isaac.
No.
I like him. Actually.
Why do you...
He got hurt, and he's never been the same, but I liked him. What about Nicholas Claxton?
Not a great quote. Claxton.
For Draymond Green. Both make about the same amount.
No.
You would for Miles Bridges, right? Oh, no, I'm thinking of Mikal Bridges.
Miles Turner, maybe.
Well, Miles Turner's a free agent, and he made about 20. What about, would you trade Draymond Green right now for Andrew Wiggins?
For Wiggins?
Yep.
I wouldn't. Now, I would. Now, what to me, what the Warriors should try to do, and I don't know if it's possible this summer.
Some great names, actually.
But I think it's more likely at the deadline. What I would try and do if I'm the Warriors is try and turn Jonathan Kuminga into Andrew Wiggins. If the Heat are willing to deal Wiggins back, and they apparently like Kuminga as a potential backup plan, from reports that I've read, to Durant, trade Jonathan Kuminga for Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, boy.
Dude, if they'd had Wiggins...
That feels like going backwards.
Yeah, it is, but you already know that he fits. He's a good on-ball defender. He can shoot the three fine. Curry likes him. Draymond likes him. I think Jimmy could play with him. He was clearly happier here.
R.J. Barrett?
No.
Tobias Harris?
No.
Jaren Jackson Jr.?
Yes.
Okay, he's making 25.
Yeah, I think it was the last year of his contract.
By the way, I got a question. How's Jonathan Kuminga going to make more than 30 when the players that are making 29 are like Porzingis is making 29?
Mm-hmm.
How can you pay Kuminga 30 if Porzingis is making 29? Tyler Hero's making 29.
Well, you pay him 30 so that you can use that money to turn him into a better player.
A $30 million player at the deadline.
Yeah.
Kyle Kuzma.
No.
Jalen Brunson. What about DeMar DeRozan?
Well, you don't have room, but you want Brunson to come off the bench?
What about DeMar DeRozan?
DeRozan.
That's something I could see Sack doing. He's on Sack, right?
Yeah. No.
Who says no? Draymond for DeMar DeRozan. Warriors or Kings?
I think the Warriors do.
I don't know why, but it just bothers me a little bit.
I hear you. And look, I get the 415. Evan, you're saying you won't trade Draymond out of fear. Can I point out you're speaking from fear? That's fair. Always a bad move. Draymond needs to move on. He's only halfway in it anyways. He's looking at his next career, broadcasting, his head not in it. Hasn't been in it for a few years. All that's fair. My point is simply I don't see them turn. Dude, if you could turn Draymond Green into Jaren Jackson Jr., I'll drive Draymond to the airport. Like, that's not what I'm talking about, is trading Draymond just to create a runway for Kuminga. That would be taking a step backwards.
Yes. Well, actually, you know what? I might have said yes too quickly.
Well, you said it.
But I'm saying I'm taking it back. Okay, I'm not okay. If they just traded Draymond Green and got nothing back, and you're just going to start with Kuminga, how much worse are you really going to be? I guess is my question.
Well, they want a playoff series.
I know, and I still think that's a 40-plus win team without Draymond.
Well, they were a 7 seed. I think they were weren't they a couple games out of
probably
being in the 9-10 game?
The other thing is, how do you view the Warriors with Draymond Green? Do you view them as a 50-win team because they were, if you extrapolate the Butler period of time out?
Well, this is it, too. It's like the West is so good that let's say you did something this summer and you took a step back. That might cost you a playoff spot.
It's true.
It's a pretty thin margin for error in the West with how many good teams there are. If they're in the East, then we could do whatever we want, but not the case.
But it puts you in the lottery.
Well, this year, you know what? Unless they can get Cedric Howard, I'm sorry, I'm out on the draft.
All right. What we got coming up next is the crossover, which means Willard's going to try to get under my skin again, and no chance he prevails. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard along with Evan Giddings. What's going on, gentlemen? How are you?
I'm doing great. Just, settling into this period between actual NBA games and this wild, wild offseason that is already underway.
Yeah. 3 trades already made. Durant, Drew Holiday, and McCollum.
Don't forget Desmond Bain.
Oh, yeah, Desmond Bain.
Desmond Bain.
Yeah. Jordan Poole on the move.
Back in the West.
Yeah.
Huh.
Man, it sent
thoughts?
A tremble through the Warrior fan base. Mark's got thoughts, and I'll save his thoughts for him because what he said on our show text thread is pretty spot on. But my take is more of a broader look at the league and what this new CBA and the apron and all these other cockamamie rules, is this really what the league wants? Do they want the Nuggets, for example, to say, gee, we're open to trading Jokic because nobody can afford anybody anymore? So, I don't know, maybe this is unintended circumstances or consequences, or maybe this is what the league wants.
I do wonder what they want. What do they want?
Do they want 7 champions in 7 years?
Maybe. I mean, maybe they do. Like, parity for the NBA is not a bad idea, but is it almost at the expense of, whether it's a major market team or any team, is it at the expense of them being able to sort of like do good business, right? If they're really good at drafting and they're really good at culture and people want to be there, but like you have to send people packing even though you don't want to. I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about is maybe, and this is obvious, there's no team good enough out there right now to repeat. Or there hasn't been a team out there good enough to repeat since the Warriors. And I think there's something to, I think for whatever reason it's gotten harder to repeat. Like in the NBA, I don't know if I can speak to other sports, but it feels like psychologically they've talked themselves into that it's such a grind to win a title. And the season's so long that there's just a natural letdown the following year, and it's just hard to get back to where you were. I think we kind of saw it with Denver. Boston maybe was the outlier if Tatum doesn't get hurt, but I don't think the Oklahoma City Thunder are unbeatable.
I think what they wanted was what we saw in the West, which is the 2 and the 8 seed are separated by 4 games.
Yeah, something like that.
So, I mean, realistically, there's a lot of teams in the West that would have had a shot. You can make it. There are a lot of people might have thought the Clippers were the 3rd best team in the West this year. They just happened to catch Denver in the first round. And cream rises, and I think the West is in a tough spot, but that's kind of what the league wants. Meanwhile, the East is just unfortunately decimated by injury. But I actually do think that when they set out to, strip down a lot of these big dynastic groups and not allow homegrown teams to keep their talent, I think they did want 7 different champions in 7 years. I don't know. Now, maybe they're rethinking it now because it's like, oh, well, there's actually a lot of waning interest and no one really knows who's going to be good and who's going to keep who. But I think this is what they wanted.
I guess on the surface, but something Mark and I have talked a lot about is that very notion you just described, which is homegrown stars. So you draft a guy, the player's good, and then you pay him, and then once you pay him, that's pretty much it. You're not going to really be able to pay him again unless you want to run it like the Warriors are now, which is 2 guys who make an exorbitant amount. Draymond makes a good amount, and then you're going to surround them with vet men and drafted cheap talent, or you go the other way, OKC, which is, you had all these picks, and you hit on a bunch of them, and you got Gilgeous-Alexander, and so you're able to build it that way. But my big issue with the league is like what happened today with Washington and New Orleans. So they basically make a trade. It's a bad team trading with a team that's even worse. And, I don't even know who got out ahead. Washington clearly wanted off the pool money.
Right.
And now they're going to have a ton of money next year. So what, tough guy? What are you going to do about it, Washington? Nobody wants to go there. So you're going to have $100 million under the cap, and nobody wants to play for you.
Well, I have to look at next year's free agent class, but they might have looked, I don't know, they might have looked at everybody and said, there's only going to be 2 teams next year with money, and there's 3 big free agents. So even if they don't want to come, they're going to take our money. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Bobby Marks, when he joined us before, said a couple weeks ago that he's estimating at least 10 teams next year will have money. Yeah, this year there's only the one. It's Brooklyn. They're the only team with money, which is why if you're Jonathan Kuminga, all roads lead back to Kuminga, as you know, Mark. But if you're Kuminga, you're kind of screwed that this is the year where you're hitting the market because nobody's got money.
Yeah.
Washington setting up for Doncic? Luka Doncic?
Schlenk gets another chance at it?
In the capital?
Go to the Eastern Conference. If I'm a star, that's actually what's pulling me. But I also think any team can become attractive again. You just have to.
Look at the Warriors.
Yeah, you have to have good young talent, and then you have to show yourself as quality organization that makes good decisions and is willing to pay their players. If you do that, it's not like we're talking about Washington, D.C. We're not talking about Milwaukee. We're not talking about Oklahoma City. And, oh, by the way, look at those organizations. Oklahoma City just won a title. Milwaukee is a few years removed from one. So Washington can become a destination as well. I think the country is so small now that, especially in the NBA, I was so struck by, and this was baseball, but when Blake Snell joined the Giants last year, and our city for 2 years is freaking out about this idea. Well, everybody hates San Francisco, and nobody will come here because Tenderloin, right? And Fox News, and everyone's freaking out about this completely made-up thing in my mind. And so Blake Snell becomes one of a very few, somewhat big names, high-priced guys. They choose San Francisco, and they're like, why'd you choose here? He goes, I don't care where I play. We're barely even in the city that we play for.
Yeah.
My wife's got to figure it out especially on a 1-year deal. My wife's got to figure it out for 8 months. Other than that, why do I care where I play?
Snell doesn't do it for me.
Well,
I guess what I'm saying is,
but look at the Giants now. Are they more of a destination than they were even a year ago?
Yes.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So Washington can do that too.
No, I hear what you're saying. I just meant when we talk about the free agents that the Giants missed out on, and then the one they got in Adames, or even the one they were gonna get in Correa. I don't put Snell in that class because he was just a 1-year deal.
Oh, I agree.
But having said that, they got Chapman, but they were able to re-sign him, which means he wanted to be here.
I guess, but why did he want to be here? I would bet. Yeah, do I think he likes the Bay Area? Sure. I think he likes Bob Melvin. I think he likes now the direction of the organization. I guess my point is when guys are looking at where to go, the city in which the team plays is going further and further down the list of why they go there.
I think for me, looking at the NBA, number one on the list is who do you have?
Exactly.
What do you got?
Yeah. Right.
Who do you have on your team? And if you're Washington right now, you don't have anybody. So,
but you're Washington.
Right.
I mean, that's not.
And you're in the East, which gives you a better chance to, get one guy and be better.
We know the teams that are going to have Sacramento is classically this. Sacramento in NBA culture is going to have a harder time convincing somebody to come than Washington, D.C., for sure.
Yeah, fair. But I do think that it comes down to who's on your team. And looking
I agree.
At next year's free agent list, it's a fascinating list of the who's who. It's Lillard and LeBron. It's KD, Trae Young, and Luka. It's Kyrie and Harden. I mean, a lot of these guys are, toward the end of the rope guys, but
or hurt.
Right. Well, in a year, Kyrie won't be hurt.
Right, but when you have one of those injuries in your 30s,
depends. KD's come back pretty well from his.
Like you mentioned Lillard, so he's not going to play next year. So
right.
What's that contract like when he goes out on the free agent market next summer, having not played and have already had his 35th birthday?
And honestly, looking at his deal, he'll opt in to 58.5. It's a player option. So if I'm Dame, I'm going to go ahead and opt in now and say, I'm going to take next year off, and then you can pay me 58.5, and we'll see how I'm doing. But just the list of names like 5 years ago, wow, it's a who's who. And now, I mean, even LeBron, who I was pointing this out to our team earlier, his NBA career is old enough to drink. He's been in the league. This will be year 23, I think. Because I was going through doing a little bit of a dive today on NBA drafts because the draft is tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
And not quite a deep dive yet. I'm kind of, still in the shallow end, but just looking at the history of number one overall picks and, how many of those guys have turned out to be busts since LeBron.
Right now, you're essentially still using a snorkel. And you'll eventually put the oxygen tank on.
No doubt. The scuba. But
gotcha.
I was just looking at some drafts because I was today years old when I realized that Cooper Flagg has a twin brother.
Oh,
I don't know
does
if
he?
Yeah.
Apparently so was I.
His name is Ace. So I was looking at Cooper Flagg, and he has a twin.
Flagg is a really
Ace
cool name.
Flagg?
Pretty cool.
That sounds like a cartoon.
Ace 1 minute older than Cooper, and I was just looking at his numbers.
Yeah, what's he doing?
I think he might still play for the University of Maine, but he averaged like 2-1 in high school when they won the state championship at Monteverde. So it just had me thinking about like twins, because you would assume like, Amen Thompson and his brother.
Right.
Twins, both first-round picks, legit, the Lopezes, the Collins twins.
How about Dick and Tom Van Arsdale?
There you go. I didn't see that one getting in the show today.
Yeah,
the Barry brothers.
They're not
They're
twins.
not twins.
No, that's right.
They're twins.
And there's like 14 of them.
Twins.
Exactly.
Taylor and Tyler Rogers.
Yeah, good point.
There's a good one.
So
Yeah.
I think it's probably more common that both twins are pro athletes than one is and one's not. It just had me thinking today about the brothers Flag.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, caught me off guard.
Yeah, if he's averaging 2 points a game, his name is not Ace Flagg. His name is Cooper Flagg's brother.
Well, it might be Deuce.
Deuce.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't even know if he still is what are they, the Bears? University of Maine?
Black Bears.
Bears.
The Black Bears.
Got a great hockey program.
Like the Diner.
I do wonder how many people are going to be locked in on the draft tonight just because... Tomorrow, sorry. Just because, who the number one player is, and then outside of that is, they got a second day now, so the Warriors are drafting on Thursday.
Yep.
It's not the NFL draft. It doesn't have the same. Even the second day in the NFL draft feels like more important than day one of the NBA.
Tomorrow night doesn't even make the top 2 on my remote control list.
Hold on.
Tomorrow
you going Valkyries
easy.
again?
Actually going.
Oh,
going to the Valkyries.
Going Valkyries.
And then you'll have Giants on the side.
And the Giants will be across the parking lot.
Yeah, on the phone.
Yeah, or whatever. But no, if I were home.
Set your alerts, though, for when the Warriors pick.
Well, they don't even pick tomorrow night.
Yeah, Thursday,
second round.
And I know you went. I know you went through that earlier.
Yes,
they could buy it first. They could buy it first.
I heard you. I heard you get very upset at that fact. In fact,
it's dumb.
I agree.
Thank you. Let's leave it there.
You're not the NFL.
No, don't worry.
Exactly.
Don't worry,
exactly
Steiny. I'm going to be on my best behavior
Thank
today.
you.
Don't worry.
Appreciate that.
You got it.
Mark, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
It's even more laughable than the NBA having a 2-day draft is the NHL. They have a 2-day draft, and I'm sure you guys are locked in on when the NHL draft is.
100%.
Yep, it's on Christmas Day.
It's actually Friday.
Okay.
It's Friday.
Christmas in July.
Round 1 Friday, Sharks are picking second, and then rounds, I think, 2 through 7, all on Saturday.
Damn.
And one final hockey note.
Sure.
Congrats to Joe Thornton, Hockey Hall of Famer.
I saw
announced today.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty cool. So
it is funny how many, all the other sports have watched the NFL draft become such a thing. And it's not even just like, okay, are you watching day 2? Are you watching day 3? Do you see how many people show up to this thing now? Remember the one in Nashville a couple of years ago where the whole city just absolutely went bonkers. And so you're watching all of the other leagues are trying to rework their drafts. Major League Baseball now does a big television thing as to where that draft used to be a rumor. You had to hear about that. You had to read about it a day or two later. And there were 50 rounds not that many years ago. So it went on forever and you read about it. But they're all trying to catch the NFL, and what you said earlier, Steiny, is right, which is they're not going to.
No. I forgot what I was going to say.
When did they start moving it out of New York? Didn't it always used to be in New York City?
Draft? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to have to find it on Street and Smith's magazine when it came out at the beginning of the season.
Feels like it's been about 5 years now.
I feel like at least, because remember we went through the whole COVID thing where they were like doing the draft from coaches' homes.
That's right.
Right.
Bruce Arians out back.
Belichick had his animal there, and McVay and what's his name? The other the guy who was with Arizona for a while, was it Kingsbury?
Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Steiny's boy.
These fancy dudes on their couches in their big LA homes, and everybody was like, "Ooh, look at these bachelors."
Yep.
Yeah, that was actually fun because that got weird. Like we got to learn a little something about the coaches,
right,
and who they are in their off time. That was kind of fun.
Markieff and Marcus Morris.
Yep.
Somebody saying Sabrina Ionescu has a twin?
I think it's a twin brother.
Oh, here we go, Grant.
Correct, brother. Eddie.
Eddie.
What does Eddie do?
He played low-level collegiate basketball, but didn't make it into the pros.
Now, Granny, what's your
I think he played at the City College of San Francisco.
That's not low level.
Okay, my mistake.
Okay.
I mean,
JUCO?
JUCO's not low level.
Jimmy Butler went to a JUCO.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Low level does not mean there's something wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't like the term.
I mean, if we're on
Still
95.7 the game,
Division
if we're talking
III,
about a
low-level basketball.
2-year university, I think it's low level. Like we're the home of the Warriors, Steiny.
Yeah.
Stop it.
What?
Just
it's after 2. This is our show now.
Okay.
We don't have to behave anymore.
Well, before you run out the door,
if you never reach that level, you can't call it low. How about that?
That's I kind of agree with that.
Really? Well, we better just
only
because
I played low-level baseball.
Yeah,
so
I was a low-level player too.
Yeah,
I played very low-level basketball and baseball. How about that?
It's all
Very low
relative,
level.
right?
That's true.
You know,
It doesn't.
Division III still counts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
This means got drafted tomorrow.
Gosh, I had something to say, and I can't think
But
of it.
while you're thinking of it,
Okay,
I
thanks.
think you'll like
Sweet.
this. A little bit of trivia, because I know you love trivia. 2003, LeBron James, number 1 overall. Who did the Warriors take in that draft, Steiny, with the 11th pick?
Nemanja Nedovic.
That is a hilarious guess.
What year was it? What year was it?
2003. 2003.
Now, he was a little after that.
Yeah.
Let's go with. I'm going to go with
11th pick.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I have a guess, but I'm gonna save it.
The year before, they took Mike Dunleavy with the number 3 pick. And then the following
not
year.
Vonteego Cummings.
Oh, no. Vonteego was way before.
A little lower. Kalena.
Yeah. Oh,
No.
I mean.
So they had Dunleavy and so they drafted Dunleavy, Murphy, Arenas.
Richardson, Murphy, Arenas.
Richardson.
And then the next year, Dunleavy, Steve Logan. And then the following year, they took Derek Zimmerman in the second round.
Gosh, I remember him.
And then with the 11th pick, they took Michael Pietrus.
Oh, Air France.
That's right.
I liked him.
That's
Air
right.
He was good.
France. You know the story about Steve Logan, don't you?
He was Maryland, right?
Yeah, no, Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So it was I guess the Warriors had the last pick in the draft, and I don't know why. But anyway, Minnesota had gotten docked. Remember Joe Smith, the illegal contract?
Sure.
So they took a pick away from Minnesota. So, that's it. The Warriors had the first pick in the second round.
Yep.
And they picked Steve Logan. And his agent was like, yeah, we'll take that salary slot of the 30th in the first round because it was the 30th overall pick. So give us that slotted one. And the Warriors were like, no, he's the first pick in the second round. He doesn't get a guaranteed contract. No, he was the 30th pick, which makes him a first. And he never played a game for the Warriors.
He never did.
Never played a game. Held out, got traded, never played. I don't know what happened, but
never played in the association.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right here. That was Yao Ming, followed
Mike
by
Dunleavy,
Jay
third.
Williams.
Yeah.
Motorcycle accident, Mike Dunleavy, who turned out to have a nice career. Like, if you take a step back and forget his years as a Warrior, he He ended up having, what, a 14-year career?
He had a lot of longevity.
Yeah, 15 years anyway.
That sounds very Warriors at that time.
That was
even though I guess you could make the case they were proven right.
I feel like most people think about him as an underachiever, though.
Steve Logan?
No, Dunleavy.
Yes. Well, that's that was because he was the third pick in the draft.
Yeah, and he was an accomplished college player.
But the problem is back then, anytime anybody came like that, he could be Bird. He's not Bird.
Right.
But Dunleavy.
Thanks.
If you look, do you have that draft up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dunleavy wasn't a great pick, but I seem to remember the only guy who really was Caron Butler, who was picked at 10. If you remember, he fell. But who drafted after Dunleavy? It's not going to be a who's who of all-stars.
Nene Hilario.
He was all right.
Good play.
17 years. I mean, good long career. Amari Stoudemire.
Oh, boy.
Shout out microfracture.
He was the 9th pick, I believe.
Yes, he was. And then Caron Butler, you mentioned. And then Bosjan Nakbar.
Played briefly for the Rockets.
Yuri Welsh.
Former Warrior.
Juan Dixon.
Marilyn Turpin.
Kareem Rush, former Warrior.
Missouri.
Number 20. Quintel Woods out of Northeast
He was a
Mississippi Community College.
High school player.
Tayshaun Prince.
That's low level.
Yeah, that's well done. Dan Dickow went
Gonzaga.
28. Yeah. And then you get to Logan, first pick in the second round.
That was compelling radio.
I mean, it's fun. And
I think it's so much fun.
Yeah. And the one thing that I like about the NBA draft is even if your team's not picking in the first round and ours is not, every single pick will be traded. Like, other than the first pick, right? You would imagine that Ace's brother goes to Dallas and they don't trade him. But every other pick, it seems like it's a pick and trade or a trade then a pick. So it's at least kind of fun to follow that.
And except for it's a trade. Like, I love trades that are 2 sentences or less. Honestly, like on draft day, you get trades where I can't get to the end of them before I get bored. And I'm like, I don't want to read about this anymore. I don't want to know who got the draft rights to somebody overseas, and then this will be protected 8 years from now when we don't even know if we're going to be alive. Like, I hate those trades. So I'm appreciative of the NBA trades so far. I understand them. I get them.
No, they'll be the over-under on trades that you will not have heard of the next day is about 3.5.
Exactly.
And then the names you don't recognize at all is going to be like 2.5.
Trades are like coffee orders at Starbucks. You get like 5 or 6 words. And then if you're still talking, you need to get out of the way because somebody behind you just wants an iced coffee.
That's it. 2 words, iced coffee.
Please. Frappa mocha with the double slip whip. Like, get out of the damn way. Somebody else knows what they want. That's all.
Yeah.
It's got to be a Larry David, I would think.
Probably.
Yeah.
No doubt.
By the way, do you guys not like, it's funny when you're talking about the Warriors kind of, I guess, lowballing their draft pick, Steve Logan years ago. It brought to mind this thing that I just saw, and I guess it came out on the Pablo Torre podcast, but it's basically it's evidence in an NFL hearing that's ongoing about collusion.
I heard about it.
And quarterback contracts. Does this bother anybody? Listen to this exchange. This comes from 2 of America's great sports owners texting one another. One of them is Michael Bidwell of the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
And the other one is Dean Spanos of the San Diego/LA Chargers.
I know where this is going.
Holy crap. I mean,
a couple of big spenders, those two.
Oh, boy, they loved doling it out. All right. So this is right after the Cardinals signed Kyler Murray.
All right.
To that contract that he currently has. Remember all the controversy about that, all the language and everything.
Call of Duty Kyler.
Right. So Spanos texts Bidwell and writes, "Congratulations on signing Murray." Bidwell hits him back, "Thanks, Dino. These QB deals are expensive, but we limited the fully guaranteed money and have some pretty good language. Thankfully, we have a QB that's worth paying." Spanos, your deal helps us for our QB next year.
Herbert.
Bidwell, I think many teams will be happy with it once they have a chance to review. Cleveland really screwed things up, but I was resolved to keep the guaranteed money relatively, air quotes, low. How's it grab everybody?
It's a business, Mark.
It is.
But neither of these gentlemen are that smart to have this be out there with a paper trail, because that is collusion, essentially. That is you working together to celebrate how you were able to keep a contract down and how Cleveland is so dumb. It strikes me that way, but these types of things, they happen every day, I would imagine, from these owners. But these two just got caught.
I mean, it's the Chargers.
Evan knows all about
it. It doesn't shock me at all to hear that, but it's just kind of the way things work. Like, that's why they're owners. Their job is to suppress the wages of everyone else around them to make sure they make the most money possible. That's the way that I feel like most sports owners operate. So to hear them admit it to one another, they could have done it over text. They probably do it on their yachts. They do it in their owners' boxes and at suites. Like, it is damning, but it is not shocking, I guess.
I don't know. It's funny. Like, when you define what an owner's job is, what goes through my mind is, hasn't it already been proven that doesn't work? Like, why would you do it that way? I would argue, in fact, it's the reverse that makes the value of your franchise go up. The valuations for the WNBA came out today. Guess who's the number one valuated team in
Valkyries.
the entire league? Of course. And so now Joe Lacob has the highest priced WNBA team and the highest priced NBA team, and he's been accused of winning checkbook championships. So, like, suppressing salaries is not the way. That's not how you make the most money.
Well, not unless you get every single team to buy into that.
I think it's very odd that that'd be the first thing that goes through an owner's mind. Thanks, Dino. Boy, these are expensive. Expensive? This is chump change for you.
I mean, we were doing a little of this today with Lynch and Posey and Dunleavy, and we straggled a little bit into front office and ownership. I think by and large we got pretty good owners here in the Bay, don't we?
We do.
And maybe that's where I'll sign off.
Jed York has certainly improved his standing with people.
Yeah, until they go 6-11 again next year. Then we got a problem.
And
Mark.
Giants ownership did not have my trust until a week ago. Current Giants ownership, I think, had a lot of questions. But that helped last week.
We had Posey's on the board.
Hey, Posey's set up a culture in 11 months.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right, there you go. All right, gents. That's going to do it. It's woo.
Yeah, thanks for staying.
I'll punch the overtime clock today.
Our show's almost over.
On
Really
95.7, The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Let's do this damn thing. 888-957-957 is the number. George Contos is on the show today. You know what this Jordan Poole trade is? I love these. These are my favorito. I love these. Jordan Poole's trade, and for those of you who didn't see it go down, the Pelicans and the Wizards get together on this one. And Grandy, hit me if I've got any of the particulars wrong. CJ McCollum.
Yep.
Kelly Olynyk
on the move,
and a second-round pick.
Yep.
In exchange for Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and another second-round pick. Just one of them is this year, and maybe one of them's next year, right? Okay.
Sounds about right.
Something like that.
Sadiq Bey did not play this year, torn ACL.
Sadiq Bey changes teams every 4 months. he is involved in more deals.
Wasn't he a Warrior for like 5 minutes last offseason?
On Twitter, he was.
Okay.
Like
he was a Twitter warrior,
yeah,
right?
before we knew that he was getting rerouted, he was in that Wiseman
That's right.
GP2 trade. So he was a Warrior, and then he wasn't a Warrior, but I actually think it was all one thing. But Twitter thought he was a Warrior for about 7 minutes. Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Yeah, that's correct. But the Pelicans is a future second-round pick to the Wizards. The Wizards are sending the 40th pick in this draft to New Orleans.
Thursday.
Yeah.
So, yes. Okay, so this year versus next year. My favorite thing about this trade is the same thing that I would say about Kyle Shanahan. And here's where I'm going. I love it when the league tells you what they think about something versus what the rest of the world thinks about something, because those things don't always match. And I think that that's interesting. I think that's interesting. The league just expressed to you, and yet another franchise expressed to you, and there are Warrior fans out there who I think could benefit by hearing this, they just expressed to you, yet again, what they think about Jordan Poole. And I get all of the background here, believe me. He will always, and I get it, he will always be a sympathetic figure in this city because of the way it went down. But I also think that far too many Warrior fans still believe that Jordan Poole is not on the team because Draymond Green punched him, and therefore people couldn't get along and they had to get him out of town. I've never believed that that was the story. I believe that he's out of town because the likes of Steph Curry and others felt that they would be a better basketball team going forward, number one. And number two, the same thing that the Wizards told you today. We look, and what's the number? It's in the neighborhood of $30 million?
This year it is, absolutely.
Okay. All right. The Wizards, just like the Warriors told you, with that $30 million salary slot, we would like to turn that into air as quickly as possible. Cap space, if you will. We would rather have that than have Jordan Poole. That's what the Warriors did, and that's what the Wizards just did. And the league is telling you what they think of Jordan Poole. And I don't think it matches with what a lot of Warrior fans still think of Jordan Poole and the romanticism of him because of the way things went down.
Understandable. And, you know, if you're the Pelicans, you look at this trade and you think, okay, we would rather have Jordan Poole for 2 years and see if it works. And Sadiq Bey is also a young player, even though he's coming off a torn ACL. So you're New Orleans and you have an opportunity to offload CJ McCollum, who only had 1 year left. And in exchange, you get a young player, Jordan Poole, who might be a good fit for you. So for New Orleans, for me anyway, it's a pretty low-risk move. It's only 2 years of Jordan Poole, and you get Sadiq Bey, and I think he only has 1 more year on his deal. And you offload CJ McCollum, who was not somebody who was really factoring in what you were trying to do in New Orleans. The head-scratcher for me is Washington. It's already a wave of the white flag for this upcoming year. They're basically saying, we can't wait to get that juicy cap space after 1 more year. And McCollum he's a player, but Washington's got pretty much nothing else. You already got rid of Kuzma, and now you bring in McCollum, and you get rid of Jordan Poole. So
you clear the decks and you tank, and you get a bunch of space. Sure. I don't know what their other option was. It's not like they were in a position to do anything about it coming this year.
That's fair.
Right?
And I do think that looking at the league, that's one of the bigger problems is, it's not even teams tanking once the year starts. Now we're tanking a year in advance. And Travis Schlenk is in the front office, and so he probably looks at this and says, what you're talking about, Mark, we don't have any other real options, so let's just strip this thing down to the studs and, play a year with McCollum and see if we can't get a nice high lottery pick and then turn that thing around and maybe make a move.
I am fascinating to me because of how many times, no joke here, in the last 6 months as the Warriors tried to become a playoff team, tried to become relevant again, tried to maneuver, tried to, quote, maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's career. How many times did we hear someone go, God, isn't it funny? The type of player they need is, like a Jordan Poole type. And we heard that all the time. And look, if that's your opinion, that can be your opinion. I find today fascinating for two reasons. One is the league is telling you that they feel very differently about this player than some fans do. And then the other thing that pops into my head is what you kind of brought up on the crossover. I don't know that I understand this CBA. Like, I get it. I can read. Yeah. I understand, but I don't know if you're getting the desired consequences. The draft is not here yet. Free agency is not here yet. And we have seen no fewer than 5, 6 big names switch teams already. And I don't know that all of the trades, in fact, I'd argue the majority of the teams that are involved in those trades from one side or the other, their motivation is financial. And that's it. It's not like Boston, I don't think, is like, you know what we need to get over the top is Anthony Simons. That's not what Boston's thinking.
Right.
Boston is thinking our best players hurt. Let's get some of this money out of here. This is too much. So, right, we signed Tatum, we signed Brown. Now some of the Tatum money is going to be lost.
Yep, Porzingis.
Yeah, Porzingis. We got to clear the books. Aprons. That's what Boston's thinking, and I think that sucks.
Yeah.
They're the Boston Celtics. I want teams like the Celtics, Warriors, Lakers, if not all teams. I want them motivated by how are we really good at basketball next year. But that's not what these teams are doing.
And also, how can we keep our core guys? And I made this list about 2 or 3 months ago, anticipating these days. I was writing down the teams that have 3 or more players making $30 million or more. And if you run down this list, you're finding these teams are the ones that have made these trades. Boston had 4 players in that category. Houston had 3. They've made a deal. New Orleans had 3. They made a deal. Phoenix had 3, of course. They've made a deal. And on it goes. You've got Toronto, the Knicks, the 76ers, even Denver today talking about, it's not out of the question. It's
right.
They're just words, but even that being spoke into significance and into existence that, the Nuggets aren't totally closing the door on trading Nikola Jokic, the best player on the planet, and it's because they too have 3 guys making 30 or more million.
Just to throw out there, because I'm sure there's probably people at work that just went, wait, what?
Yeah.
What did you do? The Denver Nuggets are talking about trading Jokic. Their owner today in front of a microphone, which was the mistake. You can think this, just don't say it into a microphone. He basically was talking about the CBA, and to summarize it, he's essentially saying, look, if you spend this much on too many players and then one of them gets hurt, you're immediately then kicking into the unthinkable, which would be trading number 15. And he's talking about Jokic. This is it. His name is Josh Kroenke. Take a listen.
For us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. We're very conscious of that, pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
Okay, so, and again, he knows the rules. He's not saying, I'm not sure if it's a hard cap. I think he's basically, the question probably was something along the lines of, are you treating that second apron as a hard cap? So, look, this is boring to me. That's honestly what I want to tell the NBA. There's not a damn fan out there that can tell you what the apron is.
Or how much it is, or what are the penalties and all the rest of it.
They don't know what the number is. They don't care. They don't understand the rules behind it. This is driving the league right now, and it's boring. And it's a mistake if that's what you were trying to do, I think.
I agree, and it makes it so you have to explain to people, why did you just trade Drew Holiday? Well, it's because of the second apron. It's like, I thought you liked Holiday. I thought he was a good player. Well, yeah, he's got to go because he makes too much, and we can't afford to get into that second apron. What?
If you got any reaction to all these trades, the CBA situation, Dunleavy talked about it yesterday. We got some stuff that Anthony Slater told our morning show, the Joes, earlier today. We want to play for you about all of this as it pertains to the Warriors. So that's coming up next. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast, make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. We take your calls next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for new vodka. I hope you've tried it. If you haven't tried it, I suggest you do this here pretty soon. Coming up this weekend, summer's here. Maybe you don't even need to wait for the weekend. New vodka, which is spelled N-U-E vodka, an award-winning American-made vodka that I really think you're going to love. It's not at a price point that's going to
no Jordan Poole.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I think it was 152 today. I track it. First time Kuminga's name comes up.
Okay. You tracking it?
Yeah, 152
Oh,
today.
you tracking?
I'm
All
looking.
right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
One show we made it to about 5:53, and then you went out of your way to just say his name.
Yeah.
Keep the streak alive.
Kuminga!
Yeah, that's right.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga.
What up, JK? Yeah. Look, he is relevant right now. He is the key to the entire Warriors offseason, so we have been told. But I think one of the more fascinating pieces of Jonathan Kuminga right now has nothing to do with where this story has been, and Steve Kerr hates young people, and Shams Charania, and all the things that we've all been through the journey together. One of the fascinating things is we're about to find out what the rest of the league thinks.
Yep.
We've never known that before. I have no idea what the rest of the league thinks. You know what I mean? Like you could listen to Warrior fans, and depending on which one you pick and which one you listen to, you could believe that someone is hiding around the corner with a $40 million per year offer. And then you could also believe a different Warrior fan that says nobody will pay $1/4. They will not make a phone call. They will not make a phone call about Jonathan Kuminga. He's worthless.
Pretty fascinating.
I mean, that's the gap.
Completely. Like, he's worthless to, you need to give him $200 million for 5 years because he's the future.
He's him.
And it's, some people have opinions in between, but the majority of people are in one of the two camps of, he's amazing, you can't afford to let him go, or, he just doesn't get it and he doesn't fit with this team. So I do kind of like the way you're phrasing it, where you're going to find out from the rest of the league what they think about him, and it's not a completely fair metric because of the fact that so many teams don't have money.
No doubt.
And as we're looking at the landscape of the association, so many teams are doing what we're seeing New Orleans and Washington do, which is, I want an expiring, I want to get out of some of this money, and we need to save and avoid the second apron and all that other nonsense. So it's not a true measurement for Kuminga because there isn't that much money that's out there.
It's not comprehensive, but it's something like I took from Ramona Shelburne in the conversation we had with her yesterday, where she said there's like 3 teams interested. I'm like, oh.
I think 3 or 4, she said, but
3?
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. 3 or 4, huh?
Right. Yeah, 3 or 4.
22-year-old on probably in a spot where you could get him for less than half of the max, and 3 or 4 teams are interested. Oh, that's not none.
Right.
But it's not 12. I find that interesting. Again,
Yeah.
I just, you're right. It's not comprehensive, but I like to put all of these things together. Like, there's a lot of these examples, even in our own city. Like, every time we get to free agency, who was my man? Aaron Banks. That one was weird. Like, that one, what did he get from the Packers? Like $70-some-odd million?
Yeah, he had a lot.
It's like, okay, the league was on one this year.
4 years, $77 million.
Okay, the league was on one this year about offensive linemen. And I thought that was an overpay for Aaron Banks, but that's what the market brought him.
Yep.
I've tried to make this point about Kyle Shanahan, quite frankly, and Steve Kerr for years.
What about Jalen Moore, backup lineman for the Niners?
There you go.
Got 2 years, $30 million from the Chiefs.
The Chiefs would like him to maybe be their left tackle.
Blindside protector of Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly. This stuff happens all the time. And the 2 head coaches who get a whole lot of hand-wringing here in the Bay Area, and I get that because our emotions are involved. These are our favorite teams. But I would love everyone to understand the space between the opinions of Bay Area sports fan on Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan versus the way the league looks at those 2 men is large.
Depends on which fan, but you're right.
That is a big gap.
Well, if you look at the league and any of these anonymous polls and you want to talk about who's the best NFL coach or who do you most want to play for, he's in the top 5 every time. And same thing with Steve Kerr. So fans can have their opinion, which makes all of this so great, and it's fun to be a fan and all the rest of it. But the one guy's won 4 titles, and the other guy seems to be right in the mix a lot of the time, 2 Super Bowl appearances as well. So, the league will tell you if the Niners decided at the end of this upcoming year, if they do go 6-11, like Steiny says, and the Niners decide that they're going to part ways with Kyle Shanahan, he gets a job within probably 24 hours.
Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as a coordinator, maybe as a head coach, depending on the timing of it, Kyle Shanahan gets snapped up immediately. Same thing with Steve Kerr if he wants to keep doing it. When Steph and Draymond and Jimmy are done and Steve Kerr ostensibly would be done, if he wants to go coach somewhere, he's going to get a job.
I thought that we saw one last week that actually, now this is an example where it matches. It matches. You never know what a Major League Baseball team actually thinks of one of their prospects. You never know, right? MLB.com can do their list. Baseball America can do their list, but the teams that, they know. The team knows what's going on down there on the farm, what a player's good at, what he's not good at, what they really think about his future. That's one of the things that was maybe the most underreported part of the Rafael Devers acquisition was the fact that you've got all of these fans. We're out here doing Bryce Watch. We're having on minor league broadcasters to tell us, okay, what does Bryce Eldridge do at 6 o'clock? And then what did he do at 6:30? We're freaking out about Bryce Eldridge. I don't know what the Giants actually in their heart of hearts think about Bryce Eldridge, but I do now because the Boston Red Sox called with Rafael Devers. Rafael Devers, a 3-time All-Star in his 20s. And they said, we want Bryce Eldridge, and the Giants hung up.
Yep.
So the Giants think the same as you do about Bryce Eldridge. That is a non-starter, and we think he's a future star.
And it's interesting to think about that in light of Kyle Harrison.
Yes.
Now, it doesn't mean that the Giants thought that Harrison wasn't going to be anything, but when the ask was for Kyle Harrison, it became a yes. And, you attach Hicks to it and then a couple of prospects who, you don't really know what they think about Tibbs because he's still playing in low A at the time. Now he's up in double A. So at some point you do have to part with things, but they were more ready to part with Kyle Harrison than Bryce Eldridge. So that tells you a lot for me about, where they thought Kyle Harrison was.
And a little bit over a year ago, the word untouchable was used when describing Kyle Harrison. Yes, by a different regime.
Yeah.
But he was called untouchable a year and a half ago.
And part of it is circumstantial because the Giants do have a lot of pitching in the lower levels. So you can afford to part with Kyle Harrison more readily because you do have other people who can take his place down the road. And with Kuminga, it's a little bit of a different vacuum where, the Warriors can think something about him based on what they need right now. And, they could trade Kuminga while still thinking we'd love to keep him, but we need to get something now that fits better than him. So it's not a complete, statement on how they feel about Kuminga, but the league will let you know in this restricted free agency period what they think of him.
No doubt. And that's one of the things I'm waiting for. That's one of the things that stood out to me in this Jordan Poole trade today. He goes to the New Orleans Pelicans along with another player and a pick for C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a pick. One's 1 year, the one other pick is the next year. We mentioned Anthony Slater coming on the roast, and then we're going to go to the phones. Here are the two things that Anthony Slater said that as they apply to Jonathan Kuminga. First of all, this idea of a sign and trade or their plan or whatever. Here's what Slate said to Joe and Joe this morning.
It's tough for me to see a sign and trade at this current moment materialize that is appealing enough for Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob to pull the trigger. We'll see. They got to be creative and they can go looking. And I think the fact that Kevin Durant didn't go to Miami is helpful in the Kuminga market. I think the fact that Brooklyn still hasn't used a bunch of its cap space should scare the Warriors a little bit because that's one team that could offer sheet him and really kind of take them into a tricky, scenario. But still, it's just considering the market dynamics, there is a very obvious argument that bringing Kuminga back and revisiting this come December, January, maybe trading him when you can trade him at his full salary could make more sense.
Okay, which is kind of the scenario you brought up yesterday and liked the best.
Yeah, a sign and then trade. Yeah. Not a sign and trade, but you sign him to whatever, and then you get the full amount of that value back in a trade at the deadline or before the deadline and whatever. And maybe you realize after 50 games with a full camp and Jimmy being here for a camp, maybe you figure out it actually works.
Yeah, maybe you want him.
Right, that's possible, right?
Or maybe his value tanks.
Good.
Maybe his contract looks like a bad one, but that's my worry. My worry is you're kind of flying blind, which is Like, how do you figure out this number right now? I have no idea. How do you sit down with Jonathan right now and figure out a number? What are we basing it on? Are you basing it on the 20-ish per game that you know he could score if you played him? Are you basing it on the fact that you chose not to play him? Are you what are you basing it on? I have no idea. And Ramona told us yesterday, whatever the offer is, it's likely to be less than what the offer was before the year.
Agreed.
And he didn't like that offer.
Right.
So I don't know why you would like this offer.
Well, you may not like this offer, but if nobody else makes a sheet, like Slates was just saying in that cut, like an offer sheet, if there are no offer sheets out there, well, then Kuminga's a little stuck with what the Warriors are going to offer him.
Yeah.
You get what you get, and you don't get upset at that point.
Yeah,
and
but you do get upset.
You do. And, he could always just decide he doesn't want to play, or, there's things that he could do to make it difficult. But if the offer is $20 million a year and that's just what it is, hard to walk away from $20 million to play basketball.
It's a lot of guaranteed money, especially if we're talking about it being 4 years or who knows what it'll be. Okay, here's the other one from Slates, and this is one that I think a lot of people want to try to sink their teeth into. Does Steve Kerr even want Jonathan Kuminga back?
I think it depends on what the alternatives are. What's the sign and trade options? Would he just want Jonathan Kuminga to walk away on an offer sheet and bring nothing back? That's bad management from a guy who used to be a GM. Certainly, I think there are ways that Kerr and others would prefer to tweak the roster in a way that, feels to them maybe like it better suits a championship pursuit next season. But Jonathan Kuminga is a talented asset with tools that can help any team, including at times the Warriors last season, including in the second round when, you'd probably say he was their second best player in the second round of the playoffs. And you don't want to just let that go for nothing. And the alternatives right now, we'll see what materializes, but the alternatives aren't necessarily that appealing. So it might be a Jonathan Kuminga coming back.
Did you hear what his voice did there at the beginning of that?
A little bit of an uptick.
Right.
Uptick.
Yeah, the voice goes up.
Yeah.
So, I remember where we heard that once before. Listen to Slater. Does Kerr want Jonathan Kuminga back?
I think it depends on what the alternatives are.
Okay. Yeah. So remember when we asked Steve Kerr, and I forget, honestly, what the exact question was.
Right.
But the question was something along the lines of, do you feel like this whole Kuminga situation, do you feel like this can work going forward with the Warriors? And it was the exact same little vocal thing. I do.
Right. I do.
I do.
Right.
Yeah. It depends.
Right. And Slater's answer is absolutely spot on, which you don't want to have this end with you getting nothing back. And that would be, Brooklyn comes in with an offer sheet, you don't match it, Kuminga's a Nets, and you get no compensation for him. So, is there a way that you can sign him and then keep him and get the value back up a little bit, then trade him, or sign him and keep him and have him go on to have a long career as a Warrior? There are many other things you could do to make this work outside of you lose him for nothing. That would be mismanagement.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hi, Doug. Thank you for calling. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Enjoying the show.
Thanks.
I think I'm going to switch it around to what Willard said earlier, what you said, Mark, and we found out what the league thinks about Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
How about we found out? How about we found out what the league thinks about T.J. McCollum? Okay. In an offhanded way, you were once again dissing Jordan Poole. Here's what I want to say. He was a goofball. He's a talented kid in college, but he was a goofball. He came up. He was a goofball. He went back down to the G League. He got his act together. He came up, and he was a different player. I think that what happened was it was just clear who the team valued more. This future Hall of Famer, all-star, championship deliverer who can be just a horrible actor to the point where he threw his own Finals MVP away with the way he acted in 2016, or this kid who could thrive within the structure that was imposed upon him by the Warriors. I think that's what we saw in 2022. We saw how good he can be when he actually had a structure that he had to fit into.
Okay,
and he
but
did it well.
But Doug, first of all, Doug, you lost me with your comment about the Finals MVP in 2016 thing. Who are you referring to?
Draymond.
Got it.
Draymond would have been Finals MVP if he hadn't been Draymond.
I see.
Okay. He couldn't control himself to that, but he was going to be the Finals MVP. Okay.
Look, Doug, you're welcome to the opinion you have, but the point I'm trying to make today is now Jordan Poole is involved in a transaction where none of these Warrior emotions are involved. None. There's no Draymond, there's no Chris Paul, no Steph, no Steve Kerr, no fan base, no nothing. And you can make this about C.J. McCollum if you want. It works both ways, quite frankly. C.J. McCollum is a very highly paid player who is also about to turn 34 years old. He is on the downside of his career. Still a productive player, not a nothing in this league. But here's the fact that's not arguable, Doug. 2 franchises, because this is really what the Jordan Poole trades have been about, both of them. 2 franchises decided that $30 million salary slot over the next couple of years is more valuable as an open space thing, an unknown, than it is being actually Jordan Poole. And Doug, you're welcome to feel however you want to feel about the past. That part to me is inarguable, and if you want to make that me criticizing Jordan, go ahead. I'm comfortable with that.
Let me just say one thing.
Sure.
Let me just say one thing. Okay. Again, I think that within the Warrior system, when he had to play within it, you had to come off the bench today, you substitute for Clay, you start today. The kid did a remarkable job. What we saw was how the Warriors, long ago, long before that, decided that we'll do whatever Draymond Green wants. And there are reasons for that because he's great. But we're gonna do whatever Draymond Green wants. And the reason he's not on the team, as well as he played and how he really helped deliver, this is Jordan, helped deliver the championship in 2022, Draymond doesn't want him here. And then he goes back out to another team, and he's never going to show his potential like he did in 2022. And he actually would have been probably better if he stayed with the Warriors now. Because he's, as I said at the outset, he's a loose goofball, and that's what we're seeing, and it's unfortunate.
Well, and Doug, you and I see very differently why he's not a Warrior. You think Draymond Green made that move? I don't. I don't think that Joe Lacob and Bob Myers at the time and Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr, I know that people think that they have cowered in front of Draymond Green before, and you probably have some points. That to me, that is a tiny piece of this story as to why you would move on from a major 9-figure contract that you signed. Draymond wanting that to not be the case is not enough.
No, that's not even, I think, a part of the conversation. You looked at Jordan Poole and the contract you signed him to, and you realized that, he probably was not a great basketball fit currently for what his situation calls for. And, you ended up getting Chris Paul, and you hoped that worked, and it didn't work. And, that might be a trade that down the road comes back to haunt you a little bit because you did have to give up your first-round pick in 2030. So that pick is coming up here in about 5 years. You're not going to have it. So.
Protected. It's protected.
This one is...
Yeah, I think it's protected.
Okay, fine. Which, it might be protected at that point if you're a bad team. And then it gets conferred the year after. It doesn't mean that you don't have to give it.
No, correct.
But,
correct.
It's just... The thing that you did, you rolled the dice hoping that Chris Paul would be the point god for you and he would fit better than Poole, and so you did that.
Well, you said something earlier that I want to make sure we highlight, make sure everybody heard, because this was said directly to me. Like, you mentioned the idea of watching all of these teams around the league right now who are begging out of, if they've got a third player, making north of, say, and I think
30.
30.
Yep.
I'm telling you that was directly said to me. The day of the Jordan Poole trade. Directly said to me.
Right.
NBA teams with the new CBA are not going to have 3 people making over $30 million per year on their squad.
Exactly.
Period.
And
now you're watching it.
Well, in this upcoming Warrior team, they technically should be on the list because the average of their top 3 is way more than 30.
For sure.
They've
Right.
got number 1 and number 4 on the books in the whole league next year, and then Draymond making about 27. But for the sake of the exercise, I didn't put them on because they didn't have 3 or more. But Boston had 4. They've already traded 1. And Phoenix had the big 3. They've already traded 1. The Pelicans had 3. They've already traded 1. So we look at all these other teams, and Philly's an interesting one because they have 3 with Maxey and Joel Embiid if he even decides to play basketball anymore. So there are other teams. Minnesota's one too. They've got 3 guys, and how long can you sustain that with, like you talked about, the CBA?
Not very long.
Yep.
That's what NBA people are telling me, and that's what their actions are telling us as well. Let's go to Larry in Lafayette. Hi, Larry. Thank you for calling.
I'm going to say I'm a Jordan Poole fan, and I definitely understand that it's not all Draymond Green, but Draymond Green has been involved in this a few too many times for me, and with other players like KD. And the thing I would say is that Chris Paul trade, for whatever reason, why didn't we do something with that after? Because we got nothing for Jordan Poole now. We let Chris Paul walk away for nothing. That was a horrible loss.
So, why don't I attempt?
Trades are hard.
Yeah, Larry, thank you. Why don't I attempt to you don't have to like this, but the Warriors would disagree with you that they got nothing for it. What the Warriors got for Jordan Poole, and I remember we talked about this at the time, and I get it. If you're a fan of a basketball team, you care about the basketball, so you care about the person that you got back. The Warriors did not. The Warriors, what they got for that trade was $30 million in space a year later. It's the exact same thing the Wizards just did. What did they do? You think they want C.J. McCollum? Do you want to know why C.J. McCollum is attractive to the Wizards today? Because his contract is up a year earlier
than Jordan Poole's. Exactly.
That's it. They got $30 million to clear off of their books. That's what they got. And therefore, I could easily start moving this down the road and tell you that you're not fitting Jimmy Butler today if you hadn't had cleared Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. You wouldn't have Jimmy Butler. So that's what you got. That's what you got.
Essentially. And, that's why when we look at some of the commentators like Shams Charania saying this is going to be the craziest offseason in history, I do think you're going to see more of these type trades where we could run down all these contracts, and the Embiid one is particularly bad because he's got 4 more years. He's at 55 this year, and it goes up, up, up from there. So Philly's going to have to do something with their situation because they're paying too many guys huge money. So I do think you're going to see more of these high-priced guys start to fly around.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I'll have some fun coming up next. Did something happen with Luka Doncic with the Lakers yesterday that we'll tell you about, and then maybe sort of apply it to what we got going on here with the Warriors and with the Giants and with the Niners and anywhere else you want to take it for that matter. We'll explain all that next. We're always here for your calls. 888-9570. 888-957-9570, that is. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
So check this out. Dan Wojcicki.
Okay.
Dan Wojcicki.
Yep.
This is a longtime NBA reporter. And he is reporting that Luka Doncic has been incredibly committed to his conditioning since the Lakers were eliminated from the playoffs. Luka's dropping significant weight.
Okay, I saw this.
Luka's had about enough of everybody making fun of his cigarettes and alcohol. It's a great old Oasis song, by the way, too.
Cigarettes and alcohol.
Cigarettes and alcohol. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, there's a piece of me that almost feels badly for Luka here because I'm sure that, I don't know, maybe he wanted to do this anyway. It feels like he got publicly body shamed into doing this, is how it kind of feels. Would Luka be doing this if this didn't become a huge story? If he didn't get traded from the Mavericks, is Luka committed this offseason?
Don't know. You would hope the answer is yes, but you can never tell. I do know that immediately after the trade, the first reports coming out of Dallas were out of shape, not dedicated, like you said, cigarettes and alcohol and fried food, and just watching him, yeah, you could probably tighten things up a little bit.
Yeah, we could all drop a few.
Sure.
All of us, right? All right, hang on. More on that in a second. We are interrupted by this live breaking Giants news. We go over to Mark Grandy in the other room.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
This comes courtesy of our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich. He writes on Twitter that the Giants have announced Bryce Eldridge has a right hamstring strain and will miss 3 to 4 weeks.
Yep.
He pulled up while running the bases over the weekend in AAA.
I actually, I did not know the 3 to 4 weeks part. I knew that he left a game this weekend with a hammy.
The hammy.
But we had not had the, okay, go see a doctor, what's the answer thing. Bryce Eldridge had 6 hits in his last 11 at-bats. He was starting to percolate a little bit, Dibs.
Yeah, but no, that percolation now will quiet back down 3 to 4 weeks.
3 to 4 weeks.
I mean, that puts you post-All-Star break, and it feels to me less and less likely now that he will even come up at all this year. You know?
I mean, the Devers thing kind of put the brakes on that anyway, didn't it?
A little bit, but if he's tearing it up, then you at least bring him up in September as and maybe you still do that when
happen.
when the AAA year ends. You might as well pop him up here for some pinch hit at bats, maybe.
Yeah, come on, get some major league shower shoes and get on the planes and learn how the whole damn thing works.
Yep, no harm in that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
A bit of bad news here. 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, it's a bummer. 3 to 4 weeks, but he was 6 for his last 11 with 3 doubles.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the OPS back up over 700. Dibs.
Now, have they come home yet? Or are they still? Because I know that it was an 18-game road trip because the Tacoma series got flipped.
Right.
It was supposed to be back in Sac, so I don't even know if he has ever played this year in Sacramento.
Their first home game after that long road trip is tonight.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't make it.
No.
Yeah.
Damn. All those people that bought those tickets because.
Yep.
God, that sucks.
Yeah, the Dodgers affiliate is in town too.
Man,
that really sucks. That sucks because I bet a bunch of people were like, "Honey, you want to go see Bryce Eldridge when he comes back?" And now Bryce Eldridge is going to watch the game with you. That's too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you get a free A's ticket or something like that.
Something.
If you bought a River Cat ticket. The River Cats Farm Club, the A's, also plays in that building when the River Cats aren't there.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder which ticket is more expensive. Hotter, or even more expensive.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it. Was there anything in the world more nauseating than what the A's did yesterday?
With the groundbreaking?
Oh, my God. It's just like you all. It's when you come out of your houses that all you're going to do is annoy people. That's it. You know it. If you're John Fisher, you're like, yep, it's Monday and everyone hates me again. Let's go get on TV and have confetti fly around in my face with the word Vegas next to the A's and see if everybody can hate me even more. And then they do it.
Yeah.
It's just like, why are you celebrating? Nobody wants to come to your party. Nobody.
Well, what are you supposed to do?
I don't know.
I mean,
just do it.
You're not going to hide from it. This is your thing.
Yeah.
You're going to do the groundbreaking.
Just do it.
Yeah, they did. I'm looking at the picture right here. There's 8 of them in suits and helmets and shovels.
You don't need to tell anybody that you're going to be there.
And do you really
Just do
need
it.
a helmet when you're indoor to do a groundbreaking? Like, safety first, I get it, but
there's no cranes here yet.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with you. The helmet is for effect. It is. Gosh, they should have had the A's in their game yesterday actually wear those kind of helmets too, as opposed to normal batting helmets.
Right.
That would have been a fun way to commemorate the whole thing. That I would have actually watched. That's funny.
Yeah. Or maybe you give out a shovel to the first 1,000 fans in Sacramento.
Or maybe the A's just swing shovels for the day.
Not bad.
It's not like anybody cares if they win. I mean, he doesn't.
Right.
So, anyway. What, Lucas? What?
There are A's fans out there.
I understand that. I'm talking about the people who run them. It's not like anybody who works for them cares if they win. Is that an inaccurate statement?
That's probably inaccurate. I mean, people who work for the team, of course they want them to win.
Again, the people who run the A's. Do you think that last night or tonight or whatever, I don't even know where they're playing tonight, you think they're like, man, we need a dub tonight?
You tell me John Fisher's not grinding over every at-bat?
John Fisher doesn't even know the names of the starting lineup. I guarantee it.
They're in Detroit tonight, by the way.
Okay.
Facing the Screwballer.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough assignment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good night for John Fisher. The A's are an underdog. Anyway, we can move right along. So back to Luka. Here's what this got me thinking. So Luka's making some changes. Luka's losing weight. In fact, the exact quote is that he is shifting his normal offseason plan. He spent a month away from on-court work to focus more on his body, which actually loops into the conversation we had yesterday. Good. Stop playing basketball. It'll keep you healthy. Doncic has, quote, looked visibly slimmer in photos and is now back working out with Slovenia, readying himself for the Eurobasket competition later this summer, which will, of course, now head right back to the other part of the conversation, which is you're playing too much basketball.
Yeah, well,
but whatever.
You got to represent your country.
I guess. Eurobasket.
It's big. It's a big deal over in Europe.
So I hear.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Luka's making some changes, and it got me wondering, and we'd really love, come on, fire it up. 888-957-9570. Any Bay Area sports personality. This could be player, coach, whatever. Hell, if you want to make it a radio host, fire away. What change would you like to see any Bay Area athlete make? Luka is getting slimmer. I bet Laker fans love it. What change would you, and pick anyone you want, what change would you like to see that Bay Area athlete make?
Yeah, there's a lot you could draw from. And, our thread earlier, Lucas actually beat me to it when he talked about Draymond yelling at officials. I'd like to see Draymond Green just not get technicals anymore. And, and I know that's a huge ask, and his texts this year were down.
Yeah.
He's getting fewer texts than he used to, but
I get it. I don't share the opinion for some odd reason. I don't want him getting kicked out of games, but, I want Draymond talking to the refs. Somebody's got to. He represents the team.
Yeah, but
he's the voice.
Steve Kerr told us on this very program that it doesn't work. Yelling at the refs, it doesn't work. So I don't think that there's any efficacy that you can look to and, see when a player yells at a ref and you get a tech that all of a sudden the calls go your way.
I don't know. It doesn't work in the moment. When you go argue a foul call, they're not going to switch the foul call. But does it redirect their focus for future possessions in the rest of the game? I wonder. I mean, there's no way to really kind of measure that.
Right.
But I wonder. First thing that popped in my mind is I would like Brandon Aiyuk to delete his accounts.
His social media accounts?
Yes. I'm not at the point yet where Grandy was, where I think he would like Brandon Aiyuk to relocate He would like Brandon Aiyuk to move to a new city. I'm getting there.
Yep.
I would like to start with delete your accounts. Get off of social media. It is not helping you right now.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones I came up with.
Yeah, it's a good one. And I do think that relocation at this juncture would be far too expensive for the 49ers based on what's remaining on the contract. But one more year of Brandon, and then, yeah, if things don't go well this season, I do think that the out in the contract is not as demonic if you get through one more season. But I'm kind of between you and Grandy. I'd say I'm closer to Grandy as far as, just Brandon Aiyuk even being on the team anymore.
How about if Brandon Pajemski would just chill at a Valkyries game?
It's down a notch. Just a notch.
Just bring it down one or two clicks.
Deminsky.
And I don't,
Yeah.
I mean, that one's kind of just in tongue in cheek.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
Pazemski.
They asked, who came on with Steiny and Guru? Tiffany
Hayes.
Tiffany Hayes came on. They asked her. Steiny goes, "Hey, do you want Pods to chill out?"
And what was the answer?
First of all, she laughed. She gave a good hearty laugh. It was almost like, I hear you.
You guys want to hear it?
But yes.
Yeah,
what did Tiffany say?
Here it is.
Hey, have you told Brandon Pajemski to settle down yet?
Nah, man. I mean, he's on our brother team, and he's coming to show support every night. And I commend him for that. I mean, he's showing big support for us.
Yeah, so I thought the laugh was, yeah, he's kind of out of control. But then the words were like, but I can't say that. He's supporting us.
Yeah.
He's a warrior.
That's right.
Yeah.
On our brother team, which is great,
Okay, 888-957-9570. What change would you like to see any Bay Area athlete make? We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're also sponsored by Safeway. A lot of texts coming in that I definitely want to read. But if you want to call us, we'd love to take your call right now. What change would you like to see any Bay Area athlete make? I got a few more to throw out at you, too. 888-957-9570. Fire away. Let's have some fun with this on Willard and Dibs.
a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We threw this question out, and I'm not kidding you. 3 of the first 4 people who texted us with regard to one change you'd like to see a Bay Area athlete make, 3 of the first 4 texts would like Steph Curry to lose some years on his age.
Lose some years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Get younger.
Yeah.
Steph Curry be 27 again.
That'd be cool.
That's the change they'd like to make.
I was thinking about a Steph Curry one, but it's, probably not going to happen. And
what's that?
Just stop being so perfect. Like, not that I want to have him, get caught up in a legal issue, but like everything he does is like awesome.
Is it too perfect for you?
It might be.
I will tell you, sitting at a Warrior game last year and sitting with lovely Christy, and they showed Steph on the board. It was just like a timeout. He's on the bench. They showed him on the board, and she just kind of smiles and starts shaking her head. And I was like, what's going on? And I can't remember exactly how she said it, but she's just like, good Lord, he is just so many things. He is so handsome. Yep. He is so talented. He is so the center of everything going on here. And I'm like, do you need me? Do I need to go for a walk for a second?
Pretty much.
You need a beer? What do you need to, like, snap out of that thing that you're in right now? But anyway, yeah, like I think it goes along the lines of what you're saying right now.
Right, and it's obviously tongue-in-cheek, but
course.
When you think about it, yeah, really good-looking, best shooter ever, better than scratch golfer, loves his wife, loves his kids, humanitarian, changing the world. Enough.
It's
enough
like,
already.
Well, doesn't it make you sometimes be like, what's going on in there?
Gotta be something.
Gotta have something.
Gotta be
dude.
something.
He's like something. There's got to be something.
Right.
Some vice.
Yeah.
Is in there somewhere.
Yeah. Maybe he only feeds his dog dry dog food. Uh-huh. Something like that,
I pretty much only feed the dog.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I don't have a dog, but it's got to be something.
I put a little wet on top.
He doesn't clean his fish tank weekly. He just does it once a month. Those poor fish, It's got to be something.
Something.
But
maybe not.
Right, and it's, to have him here and have it be that long, I get it. It'd be great if he were 32 or 33 again.
Jason in Burlingame texted in and said he would like Steph Curry to stop doing lazy one-handed floater passes.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's right. I've had enough of this Steph Curry, Mr. Perfect. He turns the ball over too much.
Yeah, you can't have that.
Nope.
No, that is something, though. Like, when you're watching the Warriors and there are times when he gets into that mode, it's like, trade him. But it's just, watching it can get a little frustrating.
Let's see. 510 said I would like Purdy to have the confidence to audible.
Okay. Well, what Kyle would say to that.
What would Kyle say to that?
Well, the structure's not there and stuff for him to, make those calls. Everything has 2 different options and stuff. And so, it's not that he can't audible. It's just that, and stuff. And the plays are built in a certain way. And so he's going to go ahead and run the play and stuff.
I can't wait for football.
I can't either. No, the system is not built for audibles.
And it's also, I think you could argue that Brock Purdy got a little too loose last year. He threw the ball downfield more than anybody in football. And it didn't end up being great. Stick with the plan. But then again, they didn't have all the people, and the plan wasn't working the same way.
Exactly.
But anyway. Also, has anyone else had this problem? Because the person that texted in about Purdy, at first it said, I would like Purdue to have more confidence to audible. Does Purdy autocorrect to Purdue if you're texting somebody about Brock Purdy?
Don't know. Depends on what you...
Let me try this. Right?
Like, I think that I've texted you guys so much about Brock Purdy that Brock Purdy's now in my phone as Purdy.
Yeah, same.
But if if you're not using Purdy a lot in your texting, maybe it does go to Purdue.
I think that's our response to the 510 texter. You need to be texting more about Brock Purdy.
Right. And then
you're not texting enough.
It'll just pop up as Purdy.
Unless your child goes to Purdue, then it's okay.
Yeah.
But other than that, Purdy should not be autocorrecting to Purdue.
unless you have a thing for Will Purdue, former NBA big man.
That would be a different problem.
That would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's been out of the league for quite some time now.
Will Purdue. Someone in the 707 would like George Kittle to cut his damn hair.
I thought about that, but
did you? Does that bother you?
No, but I was just thinking about like for example, Fred Warner. Like, what do you want Fred to do different?
Oh God.
Other than don't break your ankle.
I'd like Fred to get out of my daughter's head for a minute.
Yeah, she's a fan.
That's not Fred's problem. That's my
Right.
daughter's problem.
And McCaffrey, like Trent Williams. Do you want Trent Williams to be a little bit younger too, or And Trent came to camp this year, OTAs, first time in like 10 years, he said.
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty cool. But, I mean, thought about Jake Moody. Like, I'd like Jake Moody to actually make field goals.
Okay, stop missing field goals.
But he may not even be the kicker. Like,
he really might not.
Greg Joseph could beat him out. That's going to be a camp battle here coming up.
T from Oakland would like Brock Purdy to get taller.
Yep.
I mean, I was actually, and look, you can go wherever you want on this. I was, in the moment at least, focused on some things that could actually happen, not like Steph Curry.
Right.
Steph Curry reverse age. Brock Purdy, could you grow? 808 would like Draymond to have his vocal cords removed and remove his cranium from his butt.
Wow.
They didn't say butt.
Right. That's a little harsh to me.
It's harsh.
I mean,
I'm reading someone else's words.
I know, but why would his head be in his posterior? And, he's coming off of all defensive team, first team, and 4-time champ. I don't necessarily think that his head is located in the southern region.
Draymond is such an interesting character. Have we ever seen this in professional sports before? I don't know that I've ever seen a player have as much negativity surrounding him while also having won multiple championships in a city. And, oh, by the way, never worn another uniform. Like, Draymond is a very, very special case. 4 rings, no other uniforms. Homegrown, drafted player, second rounder, an unbelievable story. And I don't think that sports radio reactions speak for the way people feel about Draymond Green. I think he's got plenty of fans in this fan base. But there is also plenty of frustration. You remember that summit we did in the East Bay where it felt like that assembly, small sample, but that assembly of people was more than 50-50 that they wanted Draymond off the team. I don't know that there's a comp to Draymond. The success on the court and the sort of
mixed reviews from the fan base. To put it lightly, I just was racking my brain of other just teams that went out and had that much success and that many titles. And think about the Spurs, for an example, Mark, and like Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Ginobili, Parker, Kawhi. You'd be hard pressed to find a bigger group of aw shucks, like just gee whiz kind of good guys. It seems like none of them, even Kawhi is just kind of quiet and goes about his business and just wins titles. And
Tony Parker dated Ava Longoria, and that was like, whoa, this is super racy.
Yeah.
It was just dating.
Tim Duncan got a lot of money taken by his first wife. He was kind of victimized by an embezzlement scheme. But again, that's not like, I don't know, punching a teammate or getting suspended from the finals.
No. This one made me laugh. Thank you, 262. They would like Jung Hoo Lee to get a helmet that fits. That helmet does, first of all, it falls off a lot. And second of all, it is after every single pitch that he adjusts it. That hand goes up to the top of the helmet and readjusts it after every single pitch. I wonder, and because Jung Hoo, right, because of the language barrier, we don't hear a lot of interviews with Jung Hoo. Someone should ask him, though. Like, is that comfortable to you? It feels like it would be super annoying and distracting.
To have a helmet that's just gigantic on your head.
It's just bobbling around like you're a bobblehead and it's flying off every time you do something. And when you swing, it covers your eyes. It feels like it would be really annoying. But
That's what he likes, apparently.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like that snug fit of a helmet.
Yeah,
on
that
the
could
cranium.
be a little. Yeah, it could give you a migraine sometimes.
Yeah,
be a little constrictive.
While we're in the Giant space, I would like Bob Melvin to stop calling so many bunts. And the other night or last game, little safety squeeze against Boston, it worked. But I'd like to have a lineup where you wouldn't have so many bunters. Like Fitzgerald's not there anymore, but he was the king of the bunt.
Well, he's a good bunter.
And great bunter. Yeah, but like most of the teams don't bunt as much as the Giants. They're actually fourth in baseball. I told you I was going to do a little bit of a look.
I knew you'd look it up.
Yeah.
They're fourth in baseball in bunt attempts?
Sacrifice bunts, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't mind, in general, I don't mind the bunt, but to me it's situational. I freaked out about one particular bunt earlier this year. If the bunt says to me that the person at the plate is incapable of actually generating the ball out into the field, then that's annoying. That's frustrating. But if the element of surprise, like you even said it worked.
Yep.
If it works, then
bunt it up.
Rock out.
with your bat out. With your bat out.
Yeah. Let's see. 808 would like Camilo Duvall to get addicted to uppers.
Wow. That seems
he does always look like he just wants to go to sleep. Camilo Duvall looks like every single person that I've ever, when you walk into any college apartment, that's what people look like. That's what basically males from the age of 17 to 22 look like at all times.
Just a little tired, a little droopy. Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. And it's like, dude, you're closing a 3-2 game. Come on, man. Are you here? But that's just the way he is.
Yeah, the demeanor.
It probably helps him.
Exactly.
Low heartbeat.
Sure. I mean, I can't imagine being in that spot with that much pressure, and a lot of times you have a very small margin for error.
Someone with the 408 did not hear the start of our segment and said, I'd like Brandon Aiyuk to quit social media.
Okay.
That was my very, very first thought. Agree. Let's see. Someone wants to go out of the area and have Mahomes switch to baseball, like his dad.
Yep.
That way the 49ers would have 2 more championships. So, whatever. Keep them coming. What change would you like to see a Bay Area athlete make? 888-957-9570 is the number. This might even be from our previous conversation, but let's go to Sam the man in Lafayette. Hey, Sam, what's going on?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm a first-time caller.
Hi, Sam. Thanks for calling.
First-time caller. Listening a few times before, but I got my 2 things. 2. One is that I would say that the 2 things what I would like to see in the Bay Area change are 2 things on San Francisco 49ers. First, I would like to see Christian McCaffrey, off injured, super player, not do what most athletes do when they're coming back from an injury. I would like him to not overtrain, not overcompensate, not do too much.
Okay.
And the second part of that part is I would like Kyle Shanahan to take this player who has a history of injuries and not run him into the ground like he did 2 years ago. That's my wish for that. And then the second thing is, you had a caller earlier you were talking about Draymond, and I think the Warriors actually thought a lot of what's his name?
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole, because didn't they give him a $120 million contract? I think it's just that it turned out he and Draymond couldn't coexist on the same team. But I think the Warriors thought that this kid, when he came back up from the G League, was pretty good. Anyway, those are my 2 disparate thoughts. Listen to you guys. Really enjoyed listening. Great show. Thanks for taking the call.
Sam, thank you. I don't think the Warriors didn't like Jordan Poole. I also don't think that when someone signs a contract, that's automatically a visual of how much the team loves them. Sometimes it is about asset management. Look at what we're doing right now with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yep.
Everybody's talking about
Could they sign him? What's the number? Could they sign him to $20 million a year? Could they sign him to $25 million a year? And then the next breath, they're like, do they like him? Do they even want him? And no one's giving a straight answer on that, by the way. The answers to that question are like, well,
I do.
Yeah, they do. But, there's a lot of other stuff going on in there too. So you're not going to let assets walk for nothing. So sometimes you sign them to the deal that you feel the market is calling for you to sign, and then you deal with what happens next. And that's what the Warriors did. They signed him, and also the world changed right after they signed him.
Right.
That was part of it. And then they felt like that contract would be better to get out from under. And so that's what they did.
It was 4 years and 140, and they signed it right before the 2022-23 season, which he was only making 3.9 that year. And at the end of that year, things had gotten to a spot where you couldn't have him on the team anymore. You felt like you couldn't have him on the team anymore. So the next years when the contract kicked in, you never actually had to pay him even $1 of that $140 million. Right. Washington took the first two, and now it's going to be New Orleans to take, in theory, the second two.
Yep.
And the Kuminga piece is interesting because you may end up signing him for more than you have to in the interest of then trading him at the deadline. And in other words, if you could maybe get him for $20 million a year, but you sign him for $25 million a year and then you trade him at the deadline, that would help you get $25 million back, as long as that contract that you sign him to isn't a deal breaker in someone else's eyes,
No, I totally hear you. I just wonder, my concern with all of that stuff is, how does the world change between now and then? You're trying to figure out what the number is. That's already hard enough. Let's say they come up with the number and they do it. And then the next question goes to, okay, well, are they going to play him a lot? Are they not going to play him a lot? If they do play him a lot, is it going to work? Like, what does his value do between now and then? And the Warriors could have their hands on that in theory. It's like, well, you could play him a lot, pump his numbers up, but are you going to do that at the expense of early season victories if you're still feeling the same way? You're right, Steve's already on record. This is not someone that I can just go play 35 minutes a night and win right now in the NBA, not with this group. It's not how they feel. You can disagree, but that's not how they feel. So anyway, the whole thing just feels very complex, and I'd agree with it completely if there was a way to freeze his value. Sign him to a number and then freeze that value and have that still exist in December or January. But my God, there's a lot of things that can happen between now and then.
Tons, including injury and including him not being in the rotation. And then, you sign him to that contract, and then you realize that you're not going to play him enough to even have that value be worth it to another team. Because if you sign him to a 3 or 4 year deal, then the acquiring team is going to have to like the player. The deal today with McCollum, that's an expiring contract. So you can take that on realizing it's just 1 year. Even if we don't love the player, he'll be off the books in a year. If you took on Kuminga's contract and it was 3 or 4 years, then you're going to have to like the player, even if the contract isn't that big.
Totally. But yeah, that's the way. And I wonder if, I don't know, I wonder if that sort of changes the way people look at history, because I still hear people so often, and they're not wrong, they're like, they traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Why would you do that? No, they traded Jordan's contract for Chris's contract, I think is a more accurate representation of what they were doing. And Chris's contract was going to be over in 1 year, and Jordan still had 4. And that's what the Warriors were after. It would have been nice if that returning player was like a younger player and a player that fit better and all that. But it was Chris Paul, so it was not like the worst thing in the world in terms of fit.
Unfortunately, he had to give up a couple of picks and 2 players who are no longer in the league in PBJ and Ryan Rollins. So,
God, are they out of the league?
I think so. I mean, they might. Baldwin Jr. might still be around. I think
Ryan Rollins is in the league. He was on the Bucks.
Oh, okay.
Played in the playoffs this year.
Oh, that's right.
He started in the playoffs.
That's right.
Once Dame went down?
Yeah. I feel like they've both still got jobs. I don't know exactly what they're doing. Let's see. Patrick Baldwin Jr. right now is in the Clippers organization on a 2-way. He's in the G League in the Clippers organization.
All right. Man, and he's 22 and he's in his third organization.
Yep.
That's it's not always a good sign,
Not
Mark.
the greatest sign.
Nope.
It's not the greatest sign. Let's see. 510 says, how about I would like Kate Upton's husband to get a win? That would be different.
Be nice, yeah.
He's going to try again tonight.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
Super Bowl or try again. I'm going to go down there and get this thing done myself.
All right.
Yeah. I'm going to go down
It's City Connect, right?
Yes, it is.
City Connect Tuesday.
Yeah, maybe that's what Justin needs, a different jersey.
Yeah, it might be it.
We'll give it a shot.
Get out there and, father of two now, he and Kate. Congratulations from the Willard and Dibs experience.
Is that what, their baby?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that was, I didn't get any info on what happened.
Yeah, I think it was a son. I can't remember the name. It's
Is that his first son?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, wow. Well, he's definitely going to win tonight then.
And his daughter, I believe, is like 7 or 8. So a little bit of a gap between the kids.
He's going to win one for the family.
Be nice.
Yeah.
And, he might be the last hope of anybody to win 300 games in their career. And he's quickly running out of time. He needs, I think, 32 wins. And he has 0 this year. So you're going to need to start winning some games here.
I don't think he's going to get 32 more wins.
Be hard. I mean,
that's not going to happen. You don't get that many wins anymore. Like,
right.
You don't get that many decisions anymore. Like, a great year is 15 wins. This guy would need 2+ seasons still. And
he needs 38.
Oh, God, there's no way. He's 43 years old.
Yeah, so? I mean, not that old. I mean, was it...
that's not happening.
Bartolo Colon, didn't he pitch well into his mid-40s?
Well, nobody knows how old he was.
Right.
He might have even been in his 60s, but it didn't matter. That's a set aside. There's no way Justin Verlander's winning 38 more games.
By the way, second child, first son, you're correct, Dibs. Bellamy Brooks Verlander.
Hey!
Bill Bellamy Brooks?
Just Bellamy Brooks.
BBV. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't BV isn't that a wine? BV.
BV?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I think it is.
Beaujolais Vineyard or something like that?
And let's see. And it's also B and V is the place we always go to out there on the Sonoma Square.
Okay.
B and V Whiskey Bar and Grill. Favorite place out there in Sonoma.
All right.
All right. So Justin's really getting into the Bay Area culture.
Loving it, yeah.
All right, babe. All right. Yeah. I got Justin for his first W tonight.
Okay.
The Marlins are in town. Come on. Name a Marlin. Do it. Grandy, come on. You play fantasy baseball. This might be cheating. Without saying Jazz Chisholm and Luis Ariz used to play for the Marlins, name a Marlins starting player.
Sandy Alcantara.
No, a starting position player for the Miami Marlins. Lucas?
You know I'm actually
There
pretty
you
good at
go.
this game. Kyle Stowers.
Who?
Kyle Stowers, their young power hitter. Bleach blonde hair. Big lefty.
How many homers?
He got up to a really hot start. He probably has double digits. About 10, maybe.
Okay. All right, that's exciting. Speaking of the Giants, actually, as George Contos is coming on in a half hour, I want to get to something Giants-related after a full week of Rafi Devers and what everybody's reaction was to that. So we'll do that coming up next, 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We will ask more questions in a half hour. George Contos will be on this program. The Miami Marlins are in town. I did as shallow of a dive as I can do.
Okay.
I don't like deep diving. And that's true, and that's not just a radio bit. I'm for real. I don't like going way deep under the water. No. First time I went snorkeling in Hawaii, I almost hyperventilated. I'm better at it now, but I'd like to be where I can breathe.
Yeah.
And by the way, when someone asks me, like, what do you find intimidating in this world? Because I'm not a scaredy cat. I don't like, you know what I mean? I'm 50 years old. There's no anxiety out in the world to talk to people and all of that stuff.
Right.
The ocean.
Like
intimidates the hell out of me.
Wading into the ocean or swimming in the ocean.
The ocean. It's so freaking powerful.
It's big too.
If true.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really big. Like, people will talk about all the little things that can happen out there. You got the undertow.
Yep.
You got the tsunami, these things you can't even see them coming. And then, like, I am classically kind of a land lover. First time I went surfing out in Hawaii, tried to take a surf lesson out in Hawaii. Yeah, nope, I'm going to go ahead and swim in, and I'll wait for y'all because I'm starting to feel nauseous.
Oh, wow.
Just sitting out here on the waves. Yeah, like, not my thing. So the ocean intimidates me. All kinds of things in there. You know what I mean? You don't even know what you're going to step on or whatever.
It can be intimidating.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying I won't go in the water, but it's a lot.
It is. I love the ocean, and when I was younger, I was big into body surfing. You get out there and you get beyond where the waves will break, and then you swim and try to catch one, and I would do that hours and hours and hours. But, nowadays, getting a little older, Northern California, I'm not about to go to Stinson, for example, and like peel off the clothes and get the shorts on and get in there. It's about 57 degrees in that ocean.
Yeah, it's a little, you're not going to want to do it here. It's chilly.
It is.
It's a little chilly.
But the ocean, I had no idea.
Yeah, the ocean.
So you did a shallow dive, is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. I think I did. I did a very, very shallow dive. This is based on the Giants record. But hold on a second. Before we go into that shallow dive, let's take a different dive into the world of breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, the Boston Celtics have gone and done it again. Kristaps Porzingis is on the move. This is a 3-team trade. The Boston Celtics, Atlanta Hawks, and Brooklyn Nets are finalizing a 3-team deal that will send Porzingis and a second-round pick to the Atlanta Hawks. That's where Porzingis will land. Terrence Mann, Atlanta's number 22 pick, are going to go to the Nets. And then the Celtics, boy, you want to talk about the finances of this, are basically getting a second-rounder and George Niang. That's what the Celtics are getting for Kristaps. George Niang and a second-round pick.
Wow.
Money.
That's right.
Yeah,
and,
that's it.
We talked about it before, and I have my list here of the 10 teams who had 3 or more players making $30+ million, and Boston's off the list.
Yep, they had 4.
They had 4.
Now they have 2.
Exactly, and one of the 2 that they have is out for the year with a ruptured Achilles. So, man, Boston goes from a title, almost had a chance to win 2 if it wasn't for that darn Steph Curry guy.
Right.
And next thing you know, you are dismantling your team, at least for the time being. And, the rebuild is going to be around Brown and Tatum. And how do you feel if you're Jaylen Brown right now, where, your running mate is out, and now 2 of your other high-priced guys have been dealt?
Right. You're very, very rich if you're Jaylen Brown, and you're not going to win next year, and I think that was probably already evident. Even if you keep Kristaps and Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum's out, and the Celtics are not. This is not catching anybody by surprise. They needed to financially reboot, and the Jason Tatum injury probably only accelerated those thoughts, would be my guess.
Absolutely. And it probably made it so you were going to dismantle more than just one of your high-priced guys. If Tatum wasn't hurt, maybe it's just Porzingis that you deal, or maybe just Holiday. But now that you don't have Tatum, you take 2 of your top guys salary-wise and you trade them. And so now it's a full reset for Boston this coming year.
I really do wonder, and we'll get back to the Giants here in a second, and George Contos is going to join us at 4:15. But now that we've got another one of these, and what if this? I think this is 5 sort of very newsy type trades since last Sunday in 9 days. Because I think it was last Sunday that Desmond Bane got traded. It was the same day that Rafael Devers came to the Giants. So that was 9 days ago. Desmond Bane was first. And since then, you've had Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis, the Jordan Poole trade earlier today, and obviously Kevin Durant. You've got all of that before we even get to the draft.
Yep.
Is this, you know what I mean? I got Russell Crowe bouncing around in my brain right now. If Adam Silver were sitting here right now, is this what is he looking at everybody going, are you not entertained? I don't know if this is what you wanted. I really don't. I don't know if this is what you wanted.
Well, it's the player movement era, and it's the player empowerment era, except for now when you're in this spot and you have these teams that are spending so much money on their salaries that they get into the penalty portion of the various aprons, and so you got to make these moves. And I'm just looking at the list of salaries for next year, and Kevin Durant is number 4 on the list. He's been traded. Lillard is number 6. He's going to be out. Tatum's number 9. He's going to be out. And you go all the way down and through this list, and a lot of these guys who are making the huge money, you might be on the move. Philadelphia is a team that I'm just fascinated by. Can you really afford to spend that much in salary on a team that's really not that good? So
yeah, I don't know. Again, the Celtics with this move are now officially out of the second apron. So I know that is the goal. That's what they were talking about with the Cronkies in Denver. That's what got this conversation going. Yeah, Grandy, what's up? What do you got on this?
Well, okay, so what's going to the Nets I think might be most interesting for the Warriors, because the Nets are one of the only teams out there that has cap space to sign Jonathan Kuminga. They gave up essentially no money, no players that are making any money. We don't know exactly where the picks are coming from. My guess would be they gave up a second-round pick or 2, and they got back Terrence Mann, who is making $15 million each of the next 3 years. So this cuts into their cap space.
A little. They
not a ton. They still have cap space, but they have less room now.
For sure. This, in my mind, my mind was already in this place, but Brooklyn is not going to come break off a huge offer to Jonathan Kuminga.
Probably not.
I don't think they were anyway, and this furthers that. They are not going to walk in and go, okay, Kuminga, 4 years and $120 million. They're not going to do that. And that was the worry. So I agree with you, Grandy. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga's agent, this is not a good trade for me. This is not a good trade. This removes even more leverage, if you will.
In some ways, but just looking at what Brooklyn has on the books for next year, without this trade, they were at $64 million in total. which is about what Steph Curry's going to make. So,
right.
You've got Nick Claxton making 25, Cam Johnson's making 20.5. And that's pretty much it for your commitment. So even though you're giving man $15 million a year, you still have a healthy dose of money that you can throw at Kuminga if you want.
You've got room, but you would have to think that if you're going to go out there and spend that amount of it, you would have to think that that's like your future dude. And I don't think they do. And we were already hearing. Bobby Marks said it to us 3 weeks ago. Like, doesn't sound like Brooklyn. Like, would Brooklyn get in on these conversations if somebody wanted to facilitate sign-in trades and things like that? Yeah, Brooklyn can get in the conversation. Is Brooklyn coming with the Thunder? I don't mean the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, if Brooklyn,
are they about to bring the wood to this conversation? No.
But if they come with, I don't know, let's just say it's 4 years and $100 million, $25 million per year.
I don't think they're going to do that.
But let's say they do.
Okay, let's say they do.
Do the Warriors match that? Would the Warriors match $25 million a year for 4 years of Jonathan Kuminga, with the risk of what you were talking about before? Like, if you do want to then, pivot off of Kuminga at the deadline, is his value going to be commensurate with what that contract is?
That's a tough question to answer.
I think that's the number where it starts to get a little queasy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If it's 4 years and 80 total, you match that, $20 million a year. I think that's an easy match for the Warriors.
Probably, but I also think the Warriors, based on what we're hearing and what we're watching them do, I think the Warriors are comfortable that is not going to happen. The scenario that you just laid out. Yeah, I think the number you lay out puts it in an interesting spot, a debatable spot for sure, maybe a little bit uncomfortable, but I really believe that what the Warriors really don't want to do is let him walk for nothing. But I think they sit here today, based on everything that we've heard in many, many NBA circles, they are not concerned that Brooklyn or anybody else is going to walk in and do that. $100 million for Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm fascinated, and what you said earlier is totally accurate about the league's going to let you know what they think of Jonathan Kuminga based on, what contract offers come or don't come for Kuminga. But I also think that there's a certain amount of resetting that teams out there are going to have to do. And, I don't want to dwell too much on Philly, but you look at Maxi's making 38 next year. You've got Paul George, who's making 52, and Embiid's making 55. So if you're Philadelphia, can you really afford to have those three big salaries? And, other teams that have a lot of those high-priced guys, it feels like there's going to be some belt tightening around the league.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we're watching.
Right.
That's what we're watching
so
right
you're Kuminga, and you're a restricted free agent in a marketplace where not a lot of teams are looking to just shovel hundreds of millions around anymore.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I've gone back and forth already 5 times just in the last 2 weeks as to whether or not I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to be on this team next year. I fully hear where you're coming from. This idea of the most likely scenario is that he gets signed to some kind of number that makes everybody maybe either comfortable or only a little bit uncomfortable, and then you revisit this whole thing down the road if things don't change, if they don't get better between all sides. I hear that. I could see that. But I also think if that happens, it's only because the sign and trade scenarios are so complex. I do think that if the Warriors could find one, they would like that. I think that's what they would like to do. I think they'd like to go in a different direction. I just don't know if there are any other directions.
Yeah, and I do think if they went the sign and trade route, it would most likely have to involve another player leaving the Warriors to make up some of the money to where, if you sign him to a $24 million deal, you're only getting $12 million back in player, and that's not the kind of player who's going to really come in and help you.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it would be a complex, layered deal with multiple teams and all of their interests coming to the party. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, Granny, what's up?
You guys have been talking a lot about the impact the CBA is having on these teams making all these trades, and that's, of course, the motivation for the Celtics, who are now out of the second apron. If you want to see firsthand how important cap space is. The Nets, one of the only teams with cap space, are getting a first-round pick. They are being awarded a first-round pick just for making this trade happen. They're taking the extra money that allows this trade to work, and for doing that, they're getting a first-round pick. That's how eager these teams are to get out of danger in the aprons. They're willing to give up picks to make it happen.
Yep. Yeah, the number 22 pick in the draft is what Grandy is talking about. Is going to the Nets.
And that is Boston's pick, essentially?
No. Well, no. It's
Atlanta's
right now
pick.
It's Atlanta's pick, and Brooklyn gets it. So what Atlanta wants, I mean, if you really, the second-round picks or whatever, these are throw-ins, these are pieces, George Niang, whatever. But essentially what you're seeing is that Boston wants to get out from underneath the money of Kristaps Porzingis. Atlanta is keen on getting another piece down low and actually a good player in Porzingis. And then what the Nets are doing, the Nets are just jumping in to take on some money because they're able to do that. But the reward that they get for doing that is the number 22 pick in this year's draft.
Right.
So you are rewarded if you will just show up with some money.
That's right. Just show up with money and just house some salary, and we're going to give you a first round pick to help facilitate this deal. And you look at Atlanta now, and Boston comes off my list. Atlanta goes on the list as a team that has 3 players making $30 million or more.
Who's the other?
You've got
Trae Young, obviously.
Yep, and Kristaps. And
who's the third?
Trae Young. I just had it a second ago. Wait for it. Jalen Johnson makes exactly 30. So,
jeez.
Yeah. And
Jalen Johnson makes $30 million.
And then 30 and 30 and 30 and 30.
Good Lord.
It's 30 for 30 for 30 for 30.
Yeah.
Until 2030. So, yeah, Atlanta. And I guess if you're Atlanta, you add a good player in Porzingis and you think, maybe we can go for it in the Eastern Conference where...
I mean, the East is a mess.
Right. So if you're Atlanta, maybe you think, this is our chance to go for it, jump into the fray by adding Kristaps.
Look at the Eastern Conference teams right now. Like, just roll through what you're looking at with what's happened, okay? The Eastern Conference teams that sort of matter as well. You know what I mean? You got Washington getting rid of Jordan Poole. They're getting out from under some money, whatever. Like, Washington's not going to contend next year. Charlotte's not going to contend. But you see what Brooklyn's role in all of this is. Cleveland, largely, at least in this moment, they're still intact, but they sort of got exposed as not what we all thought they were in the playoffs. Here's Boston. They have just gotten rid of 3 of their top 4 players, one of them to injury, 2 of them are off of the team. The New York Knicks are still looking for a coach. The Indiana Pacers just lost Tyrese Halliburton for next year. The Bucks just lost Damian Lillard, and Giannis might request a trade. The Detroit Pistons are super interesting, but they're young. And are they ready to move up? Maybe. Orlando becomes the most interesting sort of riser in the league because they've got young, good players and then just added Desmond Bane. Then you get to Miami. They were in the Kevin Durant hunt, didn't get him. And then next on this list, the number 9 seed is the Atlanta Hawks.
Yep.
And is it crazy to think that they could be a top 5 seed next year?
It's not crazy
at all.
No, nothing's crazy in that conference. Like Washington, okay, you're probably not going to be great. And Brooklyn, I don't even know if you'll have enough players to field a team at this pace. But the other one's Philadelphia, and I keep dwelling on them because they've got 3 highly paid players who could be stars. And, if they can all ever be healthy, if Embiid is healthy enough to play basketball and Paul George has anything left, Tyrese Maxey had a good year doing it by himself. So I guess Philadelphia could emerge as a team on the rise in the Eastern Conference.
I mean, any of them could, yes. But, I mean, Philadelphia, they're their own planet right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because of the money that's tied up into somebody who sits more often than he plays. And I have no idea where that's going to go next. It didn't sound like the season ended and they're like, yeah, we got to figure it out. He'll be back next year. Doesn't sound like that at all. Sounds very much like something that's going to dog him for the rest of his life.
$55 million this year, then 58, 62, and a player option for $67 million.
Jeez.
Hello, Joel.
Absolutely incredible.
Some big cheddar.
All right, George Contos is going to join us in less than 10 minutes. By the way, This whole Bryce Eldridge is out 3 to 4 weeks thing with the Giants. Coupled with that was a press release from the Giants that also had an update on Matt Chapman's injury.
Okay.
Would you like to hear it?
Would love to.
Okay. Right hand inflammation for Chappie. He is going to start swinging the bat today. I think, though, the best case scenario for Chapman was a return like kind of the first week of July. Well, here we are heading into the last week of June. And could we see him in a week and a half? If he's already swinging the bat today, we'll continue. He's already been doing ground ball work. Positive developments. And I know that a lot of Giants fans are waiting for the new look lineup to really be the new look lineup.
Right.
Which feels right now like Casey Schmidt takes over at second base. Chapman is back at third base. And you can continue to mix and match your first baseman until Devers is ready to play there, and then Flores can go right back to being the DH. And poof, there's your lineup. There's your everyday lineup.
Pretty exciting. And, especially the way Schmidt's been hitting the ball. And, Yaz over the weekend with a big fly again. And Jung-Hoo Lee, hopefully he can snap out of his little mini funk. Elliot Ramos is maybe the most exciting at-bat on the team. So you start to really look, not 1 through 9, but 1 through 7.
Well,
right?
I thought this, 1 week now of Rafi Devers in town. He's played 6 games. Are the numbers overwhelming? They're not overwhelming. They're also not bad. He hit 1 homer. He had a number of extra base hits. He drew a number of walks. But that conversation that started in the crossover yesterday about Devers is here, but same old Giants. He still had a hard time scoring runs. And I was like, boy, that's an interesting take. I mean, it's still baseball. Just because Rafi Devers is on the team, I guess I'll put it this way. I thought the lineup looked and felt totally different. I thought the whole week was totally, and I know they only won 3 and lost 3. It wasn't like a stunning start to the homestand. They only scored 6 runs in that entire Guardian series, but then they came out and scored 9 on Sunday in kind of a score fest.
Yeah.
3 home runs in that game. I'm more going by feel rather than the statistical result of 6 games. And I was like, yeah, you're still the Giants. It's still Oracle Park, and it's still baseball. If you were worried that the 3-2 baseball game is going to now leave San Francisco, don't worry. That's still definitely here. They're still going to be about pitching and defense more than anything else. But to think, Devers is here, same old Giants, I was like, is that your takeaway? I thought the whole thing, just watching the lineup turn over and whatnot, was a completely different experience.
No doubt. I'm with you. And, the Sunday game is obviously the anomaly. And I was joking on the thread, this place is a bandbox because both teams were just launching the ball. And it was the weather. The wind was blowing out. And it was hot. And then the wind was blowing out. And so everyone was able to get in there and feast. But just what you're saying, I feel exactly the same thing, which is just watching the lineup and, seeing who's in there. And this is without Chapman, obviously. He's not back yet from his injury, but the lineup feels like it's more of a threat until you get to the bottom. And, Fitzgerald, who's not here anymore, and heck, Bailey, his next hit might be his first hit, and, Koss. And so you do still have some automatic outs at the bottom, but when Chapman comes back, and if Casey Schmidt can maybe not keep this up because he's been unbelievably hot. But
yeah, he's going to slump. I mean, they all will. That's the other thing I'd say. When we go, oh, man, when they get to the last 2 or 3 in the order, it's some doldrums down there. I'm like, I think that's pretty true for all teams.
Most teams, yeah.
Maybe not the Dodgers. Maybe not a couple other teams out there. The Cubs, they've got a great offensive club. But I don't know many baseball teams that are scaring you right now in their 7, 8, 9 hole.
Yeah, there's a difference, though, between scaring you and just being mostly automatic outs. And I know we always talk about Bailey and, the defense is so good. You can handle him struggling, but what's he at now? $191? It's can we get you to 225?
I mean, it's higher than it's been.
Right.
He was hanging around at 170 for a while.
Yeah.
But I hear you. To me, what, and this is why I think Tyler Fitzgerald is now a member of the River Cats. What really matters down there in the bottom of the lineup, those guys come up with people on a lot, and you have to put the ball in play.
Yep.
There's too many guys down there. Bailey is an offender, but he's Patrick Bailey. Tyler Fitzgerald was an offender, and so now he plays minor league baseball. Like, you cannot swing and miss at every single pitch when you're down there. You've got to hit a fly ball when there's a runner at third and less than 2 outs. You have to hit a ground ball up the middle or do something. Get this thing in play so that you can keep moving runners 90 feet and get them in, because the top of the order has been doing a better job of generating a lot. So I'm with you, but Chapman comes back. If Schmidt holds up a little bit, then, one of those 7, 8, 9 people now becomes like either Schmidt or Jung-Hoo Lee or someone like that's going to be hitting in the 7 hole pretty soon.
And you hope that Willie Adames can, continue to try to get his season back to what we were expecting, which is a little bit better than this.
All right, we'll talk it all out with George Contos, who joins us next. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
I don't feel that way about tonight. Tonight is Justin Verlander's first win for the Giants.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Lock it up.
Yock it in.
Yep. You need to be yocked in tonight.
Verlander wins in the City Connects. They're going against Cal Quantrill. Cal stinks. He does. His ERA is almost 6. This is a Giants game tonight. And Justin's going to get his first win, and he can celebrate it with his new son. That's the plan. And I'm going over to the game to make sure that they do this right.
Yeah.
Okay?
Bring home a win, Mark.
This is on me tonight.
No
okay?
doubt. Yeah.
I promise you. This I promise you. And I also promise you that we're about to have a conversation with the person who is going to analyze this game both before it starts and after it ends on NBC Sports Bay Area. That is none other than former Giant reliever George Contos joining us on the River Islands guest line. Don't you feel it, George? Tonight's Justin's night, don't you think?
You sold me. Listening to that, I'm all on board with all the things that you just said, other than the fact that Cal Quantrill, who went to Stanford, might have a little bit of extra energy pitching in front of a home crowd for him, so to speak.
Yeah, does extra energy, you tell me, does that make you pitch better? Like, that dude is getting hit all over the yard for 2 years running now.
You know, I'll tell you what, every time that we would go to Chicago, I always felt like I had better stuff just because I knew I had family, friends, teachers, anybody that had ever really rooted me on that was either watching the game or at the game. So I always had a little bit of extra stuff. But I agree, Cal Quantrill is going to get smoked tonight.
Yeah, and the only bummer for the Giants is that they had an off day when you're coming off a game where you just lit up the Boston Red Sox. How tough is that to go from, swinging a hot bat to having a day off at home and getting back up on the horse today?
I just think off days are momentum killers. You played a really good second and third game against the Red Sox, and then you just run right into this off day. But this is the way the schedule falls. And like you mentioned, we got Justin Verlander on the mound tonight. I think he's going to get his first win. The offense, I was just over at the ballpark. Some of the boys were doing some early hitting. Flo, Willie, Raffy, they were all out there smoking the ball all over the yard. So I think everyone's in good spirits today with the Marlins coming into town.
George Contos joining us on Willard and Dibs. All right, 1 week into the Raffy Devers experience, how does the lineup look different to you?
It just looks deeper, and we're looking at this lineup right now without Matt Chapman in it. So that's a huge omission from what I think is a really long, deep, powerful lineup. I mean, he likes hitting in the 2-hole, so you'll have Elliot Ramos probably hitting 3 or Willie Adames hitting 3, and then you got Elliot, Chappie, Flo. I mean, there's so many guys in that lineup, and what it's going to really do is, regardless of where you're at, you're not going to really want to give Raffy Devers too good of pitches to hit. So he's going to get better pitches to be seen by whoever's hitting in front of him, Yastrzemski, whoever's hitting behind him, Willie or Chappie. It just gives everybody a chance to hit better pitches and to drive in more damage.
What are you seeing from Willie, not only since Devers came, but over the last couple of weeks? Are you starting to see him turn the corner and be more like the hitter we remember from him previous years?
I think so. I mean, he just looks like he's having a good time again, not pressing as much. He was doing some of that stuff while he was working on his timing, working on his leg kick, and I think some of that has finally started to kick in. So what you're going to see out of him is just a guy who, again, he's going to get better pitches to hit with Raffy Devers in that lineup. And once he comes around, and he's the guy that we heard Bob Melvin talk about it just in his post-game interview, I want to say it was 2 days ago on Sunday. He's not doing what he expects of himself or what kind of the expectation was when you look at the back of his baseball card. And he's a guy who's working really hard, and I think that he's going to really hit his stride here in the second half, and this offense is going to get going to complement the good pitching that this team has.
George, let's talk about this pitching staff a little bit, because they've had a wonderful first half, and the bullpen is among the absolute best in baseball. To what degree do you feel like that is fully sustainable, or have they just had some things go their way so far?
I mean, you're talking to a guy who I think the bullpen pitching staff in general was definitely our strength when I played for this organization, 12 through 17. So do I think it's sustainable? Absolutely. I mean, you have several guys down there who are well deserving of being all-stars in Randy Rodriguez and Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval. They've all pitched incredibly well. Eric Miller has been doing a great job from the left-hand side. Ryan Walker, I was just with him this morning over at the ballpark, and he's in a really great frame of mind. I expect a big second half out of him. The only thing that you're going to want to try and do, and obviously it's hard to do until you lock up a postseason spot, is try to get these guys a breather, because I expect this team to make a deep run in October this year.
Do you think they need another lefty down in the pen, or can they do it with the staff that they have out of the bullpen?
Well, they've been doing it with that staff, and Eric Miller is doing a great job, but you have some of those right-handed guys. Randy Rodriguez is one of them. He's an absolute weapon. He can get lefties or righties out with the way that his stuff works. He's got that breaking ball. That's a really good change playing slider to complement that 100-mile-an-hour fastball, 98 to 100. So obviously, look, you'd want to have another lefty if really need be, if some of these splits from the righties got a little bit worse against the left-handed batters. But I think this bullpen has been doing such a great job, and I don't see that subsiding anytime soon.
George, I also wonder, speaking of pitchers and whether or not anybody needs to be added, Verlander went through an injury, and the Giants had Kyle Harrison. Well, they don't have that kind of depth anymore. From bullpen options to AAA, what do the Giants do if there's another injury in the rotation?
Well, first and foremost, you cross your fingers that there's not, obviously. But, Landon Roop's done a great job. Obviously, he threw that rubber match the other day, did a great job. Hayden Birdsong, I've always really, really liked how he went about his business. Everything revolves around him with just his fastball command and being able to get ahead of hitters. And then, you have Wisenhunt that's gnawing at the bit, a good lefty that has the ability to I know he's never pitched in the big leagues before, but from what I've seen from him and his numbers and his video out in AAA, he's a absolute stud with that fastball changeup combination. So I know that bringing him up, starting his clock would be one of those things that unless it was absolutely necessary where you had to fill a hole. I think they are just fine, though. Jelly can start. Tristan Beck can start if you needed a guy to fill into that 5-hole. So you're not really in dire straits, God forbid somebody would go down out of the rotation.
Is there any concern about innings limits for Roop and Birdsong? Certainly guys who, by the time you get to August and September, might be in uncharted territory with innings.
That's always a concern, especially with young pitchers. I mean, you want to see guys not really exceed their innings limit from the year before by more than about 50. But there are ways that you can start kind of combating that. You can really not let the innings creep up. Even in an efficient start, you have the pitching depth on the bullpen side with guys who can eat up innings, where you can curtail some of those innings a little bit. But this is what you need to do at the major league level. We knew in spring training that these guys were going to be fighting for spots in that rotation, and the expectation is that they can go out and they can compete and pitch a full season.
George Contos with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. George, especially since you were over there at the ballpark taking a look at things. Where's everybody taking ground balls? Like, have you watched Rafi Devers over there at first base yet? And what kind of timeline do you think they're working on there?
Look, I think that they want to get him as comfortable as possible at first base to get him out there as soon as they can. But as we've heard him say, we've heard Bomel say, we've heard everyone talk about it, they are not going to put him at first base until he feels comfortable with that new position. Now, as a pitcher, I've never really had to go learn that, but the spin coming off the ball, all of that sort of thing is opposite of what it was always like for him at third base. So until he gets the hang of that, I definitely don't think that they're going to rush him over there. It'd be nice to have him have the ability to play some first base, but I think that that'll probably start sometime in the second half after the All-Star break, once they felt that he has had some ample reps and he's not overthinking and putting pressure on himself over at first base. And then, look, I mean, obviously we just saw the move with Tyler Fitzgerald getting optioned. I think that it's pretty telling, at least in my opinion, of what happens when Chappie comes back. You slide Casey Schmidt probably right over there to second base. He's done a great job. The bat is absolutely on fire right now. And the kid's just an athletic guy that he can play anywhere. So it really gives you the ability and the freedom and breathing room to try some new things with being able to put him at second base.
No doubt. And he, like you said, he's been hitting it so well of late. You got to have the bat in the lineup. Patrick Bailey not having the kind of offensive year that people would want. How important is what he's doing behind the plate to justify him being below 200 with the bat?
Well, look, I mean, the pitching staff has done what they've done, obviously, and you give them a significant majority of the credit. But, Patrick Bailey has done a really good job of working with those guys and making them feel comfortable when they're on the mound. And look, we saw it with Buster for a very long time. The pitcher-catcher relationship is incredibly important. When you're on the mound, you have to have a lot of confidence in the pitch calling and the ability to block, keep the ball in front of you, catch and throw, all of that stuff that Patrick Bailey does, really, really well. So you'd like in the second half, starting today, ideally, for that bat to come alive and for him to have some more production with the bat in his hand. But it's really hard to think of what he does, like what he brings to the table from the catching side if the team didn't have that right now.
Yeah, listen, I'd love to explore this a little bit more, George, because just coming from sort of a layperson standpoint, we hear from Giants fans all the time, and there is a lot of frustration with regard to the offensive side for Patrick Bailey. I know the team's stance, which is that this job it's kind of like having two jobs, and the more important one is kind of controlling the pitching staff. But to what level is that sort of taking him away from maybe the offensive work that he needs to do? Like, what do you see? How do you see this whole picture?
I mean, look, I can't disagree. I think that when you've seen what he's capable of, when he first came up his first couple of years, the bat was a plus. It was definitely a con. He handled it well. I think, look, when to your point, he has to do two jobs. He's got to focus on his ability to hit and be productive at the plate. And then he also has to do the pitchers' meetings and the starting pitcher and the strategy for the game. And he's going to work on his catching stuff because he has to do that behind the plate when you're involved in every pitch thrown in the game. So I totally agree. I definitely don't think that the bat is something to ignore. He definitely, over the last few weeks, I know he's worked a little bit with Will Clark because I've talked to Will about it, and they've had some conversations, and he's gone out and done early hitting, and I know that he's done a lot of these things to try and get himself back on track. And he's definitely a guy that if they can get his bat rolling again, it just makes the lineup that much deeper. And a lot of it has to do with confidence. When you're not rolling well, it can take a toll on you. The guy's putting in the work. He's getting the things that he needs to do done before the game to prepare. And it's just a matter of him having a good couple games or a good series to get that confidence back, because this game is a lot in between the ears. And when you're rolling well and you believe that you're going to get hits, those hits start to fall.
Is it made even more difficult, the fact that he is a switch hitter? So not only do you have to try to maintain one swing from one side of the plate and run the pitching staff, but now you got to try to deal with two different swings?
I think that he's just been doing it for so long. I wouldn't call it a burden. I think it's definitely extra reps that you have to take because you have to keep yourself fresh from both sides of the plate. I definitely wouldn't call it an extra workload on him because he's been doing it for such a long time. But, yet again, it's one of those things where when you're rolling right and you have that confidence and you have just a bloop fall or you hit a game winner or you drive a couple in, you go to the bat at the plate at bat next time, and the ball doesn't quite seem like a golf ball coming, and it might seem a little bit bigger with that confidence rolling a little bit better.
George Contos with us, Willard and Dibs. All right, I'm going to ask this one because of a couple things going on with the team right now, and I wonder to what level you can relate. Justin Verlander just had a baby over the weekend. Sean Jelly has an off-the-field situation, family-related, that I think some Giants fans know about, and they're all dealing with that. My question to you, George, is this, which is when stuff is going on off of the field, whether it's positive or negative, how does that affect the game that's going on that night?
It's interesting. I think that this is one of the greatest things about playing a team sport is that whenever you have something going on, whether it's positive or negative off the field, you get to go to the ballpark and you get to walk into that clubhouse, which is the sanctuary. You have 25 other guys that are around you that can help take your mind off of whatever it is that's going on and help you focus on your task at hand. And obviously sometimes it's more difficult than other times, but you have the support system of all the people that are in there with you pulling in the same direction for that day and that season and whatever it may be. So obviously, look, there are things that are, intangibles that absolutely have an effect on how you perform day in and day out. But the one thing that I can say is whenever a guy's going through something positively or negatively, you do have the support system of the other guys, whether it's the little nook where your locker is, whether it's pregame conversations that help take your mind off of whatever it is. So I don't think that it affects the team. I think that, everybody, for whoever it is, has something going on usually. But when you walk in the doors of that clubhouse and you have the support system of your teammates and the guys that you spend a significant amount of time with throughout the course of a season and the year, it can make things a little bit better.
George, great stuff, man. We'll be watching for you both before and after the game tonight, and we thank you so much for jumping on with us today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Okay, there it is. George Contos with us, talking Giants baseball as the Miami Marlins get to town. Justin Verlander back to the mound. City Connect jerseys, whether you like them or not, are going to be on their backs tonight.
And Verlander looking for that first win of the year. And, I liked what he said about, the clubhouse being a sanctuary and guys trying to pick each other up. And, the Sean Jelly situation is really bad, and we don't know all the details. And Verlander obviously coming back off after being on paternity leave and the distractions that go with that. But, you get back in the clubhouse and everybody's getting ready for a ball game. Hopefully you can get to that spot where you can compartmentalize and just go out and do your job.
I mean, that's absolutely the hope. And I know some people might be going like, what's the Jelly situation? Well, you can check it out for your own. I don't want to go too deep into it. It's a family situation. His wife put some stuff on social media recently with some accusations, and apparently they're going through a divorce, and the Giants are looking into it. Bob Melvin has said that publicly, and that's kind of where that's at. So anyway, beyond that, we'll see where that goes, and we'll see where the depth of the staff goes. It is interesting that, Kyle Harrison gets sent out in that Devers deal, and the reaction that day, I remember it, we all felt it, was like, dude, no problem. Like, that's great. That's a great hole. But, it does take, count to 3, 3, 2, 1, and you're like, what happens if Justin Verlander's neck starts tightening up again? Who's starting that baseball game? I was interested to hear him bring up Carson Wisenhunt's name.
Yep.
I mean, maybe he is on the doorstep of getting a call up if the Giants do need another starter. Or maybe they do address that depth at the deadline. We'll see.
Right, and, he mentioned that you can go with Tristan Beck, and you can certainly go with Sean Jelly when he's able to, work through his off-the-field issues and his problems. And, I was fascinated by the idea of Birdsong and Roop and where they are and where they're going to be innings-wise, because Birdsong threw 100 innings 2 years ago, and this year he's only at, I think, 50 innings so far early in the year, and Roop is the one that's going to be a little closer to his max. He's thrown 76 innings, and Roop threw 107 3 years ago. So if these guys continue to stay healthy and pitch, you likely will get into August, late August, and they're both going to be past their max innings that they've thrown in their young careers.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are the things. But I was telling you earlier, I did this really, really shallow dive.
Yeah.
Super, super shallow dive. But here's what I came up with. The Giants are going to the playoffs this year.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's your shallow dive?
Yeah. Go ahead and lock that in.
All right.
It's just a numbers thing. Do you think the Giants right now, when you look at them, are you like, that's a really good team?
Yeah.
Or are you like, this is a good team?
I mean, we're splitting hairs in terminology,
okay.
but
yeah, right.
Are they one of the, what would that be, 6 best teams in the National League? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, would you be surprised if they played sub 500 baseball for a lengthy period of time?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they get to the end of the year and they wind up 81-81, that would be a disappointment.
How about if they just play 500 baseball in the second half?
In the second half starting now, essentially?
Yeah.
They have 90 games left, roughly.
Well, no. At the end of this Marlins series, they're at the halfway point.
81. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you just play 500 the rest of the way, that's fine. It'd be a little bit disappointed, but you'd be a playoff team.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
I don't know what the exact number is, obviously, to get into the playoffs. If you want to be really safe, I can't imagine 88 wins doesn't get you there. 88 wins is going to get you there, right? That's going to be a postseason team. You're going to get there with 88 wins. Well, that's 44-40 the rest of the way. 44-40 is 88 wins. And I have a very hard time believing that the Giants over an 84-game period are not going to win 44 games as constructed. Sure, players can get hurt, things can go sideways, I get it. But in this ballpark, with this pitching staff, and now having a legitimate and real lineup that you can put at people, I just have a hard time believing that they're not going to play 500 ball the rest of the way. And if they play 500 ball the rest of the way, we got postseason baseball here in San Francisco.
Yeah, last year you needed 89 to get it into the wild card. Padres had 93, Braves and Mets each with 89. So, I mean, 90 probably gets you into the safe zone. And
so that's the super safe zone.
Yeah, you think. And, you know, I haven't looked at all the years since they went to this cockamamie 3 wild card format. But, yeah, I would expect them the rest of the way to at least play 500 ball. And the way that this team is constructed, with health, of course, obviously. I mean, if you lose a couple of your real aces, Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, well, now all bets are off.
Yeah,
but
now things are different.
This team is built to hit when they don't pitch and pitch when they don't hit. You now have a legitimate two-way threat of a team where, you know, like the Sunday game, for example, Robbie Ray was not awesome, and the ball was kind of flying around.
Well, and the defense was absolute crap behind
horrendous.
Him.
Yeah. I mean, both ways. They had one line drive. The guy just
ridiculous.
Straight whiffed on it. So that was just a weird game, but you won it, and you got 9 runs. And so I do think this team is built to win more than just 3-2.
Yeah, by the way, can we just as a quick aside on the whole defense thing, what was that?
Elliot Ramos?
No. The throw back to the mound from Bailey. What was that?
I don't know.
You see the play? It was right before the Ramos drop out in left field.
It went like over his head, right?
No, he threw it and it went like halfway to the mound, and then it just rolled under Robbie Ray's glove, and the runner at second base took off and went to third. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I know the Giants won a game on a Little League home run earlier this year.
Right.
I'm like, I don't know how many times this really looks like Little League. That really looked like Little League. Patrick Bailey. Like
what happened? The ball just got stuck in his hand?
I don't know if it slipped or what, but it just went straight in the ground, rolled by Robbie Ray. And that's the one thing I do feel like with this Giants team, there are moments defensively. There are certain guys I do not feel this way about. Matt Chapman is clearly one of them. Even Casey Schmidt, I'll give him this kind of grace. I think Dom Smith over there at first base, super interesting guy. Yaz, I really love his defense out there. Jung-Hoo Lee as well. But there are certain guys where I'm like, dude, are you focused? Are you there's a lack of focus sometimes. Willie Adames looks like he loses focus sometimes. Elliot Ramos in left field looks like he loses focus sometimes. And my God, that play, Bailey and quite frankly, Robbie Ray just got lazy for a minute and completely lost focus.
Yeah, and then Elliot Ramos in left field is an adventure. I think defensively, it's a little scary for me. And, didn't properly cut off a ball, which guy was going to get to second anyway earlier in the series, and then that one's just a fly ball. Like, you're there, you have a glove, catch it. He scares me out in left.
Makes some good plays, too, though.
Yeah.
He's an athletic guy out there. But you're right. His routes sometimes are interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Also, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It has already been yet another eventful day in the NBA. We will get back to exactly what has happened, what it means for the Warriors, and, oh, by the way, what it means for one high-profile former Warrior. 888-957-9570 is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs.
I don't care. Well, first of all, I don't really care. I haven't given that any thought.
He deserved it. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I want to talk about sports opinions.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want to talk about sports opinions?
Yeah. I don't want to share any opinions, at least not in this moment.
All right.
I want to talk about opinions.
Don't know where this is going.
Well, I'm going to defend you. That's where it's going to start.
You defend me?
I'm going to defend you.
All right. This is a nice change.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Do you know what the silliest thing to say in sports media is?
The silliest.
When someone has an opinion.
You're wrong.
No, I mean, that's right.
Right.
The silliest response, and that's the nicest word I can come up with, because I don't like you're all listening to our show. I would really, really appreciate it.
And you don't like the word stupid or stupidest.
But please do not say to other human beings when we're talking about sports, and this goes for the athletes themselves, this is a ridiculous response. Well, you couldn't do any better. Well, right. So the text that just came in, tell Dibs to keep quiet about Ramos. His bleep ass couldn't do any better. I love that I bleeped out the word fat because you're not. But I don't think body shaming is not okay. So there's that.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
So yeah,
he's right. I couldn't do that.
Thank you.
I'm 57 with a bum knee.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So we're not.
I'm not allowed to talk about the fact that he has a hard time catching fly balls because I can't do any better.
He has taken some poor routes lately. Yeah, apparently. I don't know. So I was like, you're all listening to sports radio. Do you understand that if you go with that point, we all just go home?
Right.
There's no point in anybody talking about anything if in order to talk about it, you have to be able to do it, or at least in the past, you were able to do it. That would mean that only ex-professional athletes can have fun with sports and talk about it and have a feeling about it.
Right.
Wow.
And
that's ridiculous.
And then if you change the subject to football, and if you are a former baseball player, then you don't get to talk about football because you never did that. So,
right.
And you could even take this a step further and say to the texter, you can't do what I do, so you don't get to tell me how to do what I do.
Correct.
Because I don't know what you do, but you don't do what I do.
By the way, I don't want to step out of turn, but my guess is that Elliot Ramos could not do this.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are some athletes who can, and then there are some media people who can play really high-level sports.
Yeah, Guru hit a home run at our softball event.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Crushed it.
I mean, allegedly.
I might go viral.
Were you there for it? Did you see it?
I saw it.
Yeah, I believe him, but I wasn't there yet.
Yeah.
I came right after, and my God, he was very activated by the idea of getting me to believe that what had just happened. Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
And I'm like, I believe you.
There was some conjecture about whether or not it actually went over the fence or if it.
Of course.
Hey.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a nebulous fence. It wasn't like, over the wall in left field, gone, a home run.
A nebulous fence.
There was a fence, and then there was the other fence.
No, I remember exactly what
I've retreated from my previous stance. It was a home run.
Of course.
Well,
I wasn't there, but of course.
I was.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't.
Go on.
Yeah.
Out of here.
I do know this.
Yeah.
During the batting practice portion, I intentionally hit about 17 ground balls to Bonte Hill, and he caught maybe one of them.
I'm not. I've done too much on this already.
I'm hitting fungos because I'm a slappy hitter anyway, and I was intentionally going his way.
I know you were.
And he was. It was a bit of a struggle.
He's having a rough day.
Rough go of it.
Or maybe that's just, I don't know if this is the only time I've seen him with a glove.
Yep.
Maybe that's just who he is.
That's right.
Yeah. I said the last thing I was going to say about that performance when I said that Marco Luciano showed up and yelled, catch the ball. Like, geez, what the hell's going on out there?
Yeah.
But anyway, moving right along.
Right.
Yeah, don't do that to people. Don't do that. We're here. We love sports. You love sport. You couldn't do it either. You couldn't do that. You couldn't do this. We couldn't do whatever the hell you do. Maybe. I don't know what you do. But, I don't understand why that is a thing when we're talking about sports. I don't know if that's true with anything in life. If the mailman doesn't get the mail there on time, are you like, well, look, I've never done it before, so I'm not going to be mad that the mail hasn't showed up since last Tuesday because I really don't know what the mail people go through. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't do that with us. We don't do that with any business.
No.
With the waiter or waitress does not.
I was thinking about the cook, the chef.
Like you're not.
The chef.
And this is actually true. This is true because I have worked in restaurants and y'all don't know what the hell's going on back there because there's a lot going on back there. But you don't care. The food needs to come out on time.
And be good.
Cooked correctly.
Right.
And taste good. Or else you got action. And you're going to have something to say about it. Nobody's coming out. You couldn't cook this any better.
Right.
So you don't get to have an opinion. Silliness. That's all. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
Appreciate it. And, you can, fat shame if you want, but I'm actually not that fat.
You're not. You're not fat.
If he's going to refer to my fat blank, that's like the least fat part of me. So you're wrong.
Some good follow-up text.
Good.
It's all good,
like
Dibbers. Tell that texter to eat Schmidt.
Yeah, it's become my my favorite malaprop on this show, which is Casey's last name in place of the real S word.
Yeah.
That I've only said once on this program.
Well, I was excited
and not in a while.
when you texted me. I was out and about when Casey hit his home run.
And I said that ball got Schmidt on.
Ball, and that made me very, very excited. But then something bad happened. I didn't tell you about this because I was out running errands.
Yep.
And the Giants were ahead by a run when I started the errand. Okay?
Okay.
And then I see a text that says that ball got Schmidt on. So in my mind, the Giants are cruising. They're already ahead. Dibs is hitting me with that got Schmidt on.
Yep.
So I'm like, hey, we're probably up by like 3 now, And I'm like, in a Giants game, that's it. The game's over. If you get a 3-run lead with this bullpen, Giants win. And so I think I might have been at Costco or something, and I'm doing Costco, which is a whole journey in and of itself. Got to do every aisle. There might be 8 boxes of cereal that you didn't know you wanted.
Yep.
And so you got to get those things.
Same thing every aisle.
And then I get back to the car, and I take a look, like I open up the phone, and the Giants are down 5-4.
Yeah.
And I was mad at you for a second.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which was not your fault.
Thanks.
But your text made me think that something was happening that wasn't happening.
Yeah, the hopes got high.
I felt disappointed.
And next thing you know, whack.
Yep.
Score some more runs.
And everything was okay again.
Yeah, they got 4 runs in the 7th and flipped that thing right around. But it was just one of those weird days where I was able to avoid going to yet another one of these 3-year-old birthday parties. You get a toddler and you get invited. And so my wife gave me the pass. And so I'm just sitting at home. I'm sitting at home by myself and I'm just watching the Giants game. Happy Dibs on Sunday. That was pretty cool.
Well, that's excellent. That's excellent. Okay.
So, I was more into the game than I normally am when I'm chasing after my daughter or, doing this or doing that. So I was able to just yak in and enjoy it.
So here's the other thing I wanted to say about sports opinions. And this goes back to how we started the show. And, okay, Jordan Poole was kind of the inspiration for this discussion. And if you are just, getting off work for the day or whatever, there have been more interesting NBA trades. Kristaps Porzingis is a member of the Atlanta Hawks. And then earlier this afternoon, Jordan Poole became a member of the New Orleans Pelicans. The deal there is Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey, along with a future, or do I have who's getting the 2nd-round pick this year, the Pelicans or the Wizards? And then who's getting the future one? Someone's getting one now, and someone's getting one next year.
I'll check. Give me a second.
Nobody cares. Anyway, you get the idea. Yeah. But Sadiq Bey and Jordan Poole are going to New Orleans. C.J. McCollum and Kelly Olynyk are going to the Washington Wizards. And what popped into my head was, Well, there we have it again. That's the second NBA team that looked at Jordan Poole's contract and went, I think we would rather have an open $30 million salary slot than have Jordan Poole. And I get it. I know where we've been as a radio show, where Jordan Poole has been, where the story has been, and so I well know that people are well aware I'm not the biggest fan of Jordan Poole. And I think that there was a lot more that went into that trade that had to do with finances and behavior, much more so than the punch and all the things that we do know about that. But here's what I'm getting at. I think it would be smart for every sports fan, sometimes instead of just gathering your opinion based on what you see on TV, but also try to gather your opinion based on the opinions of the people who are actually there living this and doing this. And this is what leads sometimes to the things that, and I know it gets to people sometimes when I'm like, hey, Kyle Shanahan's awesome and Steve Kerr's awesome and right, they're awesome and they're all awesome. The point is this is kind of when Farhan Zaidi actually lost me, because I was very much on his side for years. But I arrived at a spot where I noticed all of the people who work for the Giants and their morale was in the crapper. And I'm like, oh, those are the people who are there. They know what's going on, and they're not liking what's going on. Maybe I should listen to that, because we are forming this opinion from the outside. I would argue that's happened a lot through the last handful of years with regard to Jordan Poole, for example. There's a lot of opinions from the outside. Watch what's happening on the inside. These people aren't dumb. Their jobs are literally dependent on them making good decisions. And what you're watching is teams move on from Jordan Poole multiple times now without really getting a whole hell of a lot in return, other than the promise of open money. That's now happened twice.
Right.
I think that that's significant.
It is in some ways. It's also the nature of the league right now, where a lot of franchises do this based on either financial constraints or restraints, rather. That's what we've seen Boston do. They traded Porzingis today. They traded Holiday earlier in the week, and it's primarily because of the money part of it. So Washington, yes, they get back, C.J. McCollum in exchange for Jordan Poole, and he becomes an expiring deal. And so, yeah, you do that because you probably weren't thrilled about having Jordan Poole for 2 more years at that money. And if you are in a spot where you want to reset your team and reset your finances, this is just basically what you do. And I do think that the more you look at the Kuminga situation, like you said earlier, the league's going to give you an idea of what they think of Kuminga. And the Warriors will too, whether it's, they match an offer that comes in or they don't, or they make their own offer to him and however much that's worth, or they trade him. I think the Warriors have a good idea how they feel about Jonathan Kuminga, and you're going to find out on the outside.
I wonder what it is. And Anthony Slater was on with the morning show. We'll play you some of his commentary on all of these sort of behind-the-scenes Warrior situations here in just a moment. First, let's remind you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Our number is 888-957-9570. Would love to hear your opinions on all of this. But yeah, that's kind of when I look at a lot of this stuff, I look at Jordan Poole. You're absolutely right. The Jonathan Kuminga thing is going to be next. I have felt this way very much about Kyle Shanahan. That's one of the reasons the Brock Purdy thing is actually really difficult. One of the reasons I think that the Brock Purdy conversation continues to sustain the way that it does is there are a lot of people who are like high level in the NFL and on the inside, and you'll get a variety of opinions. You can get Greg Cosell, who comes on our show every week, and his entire world is based on watching film in the NFL, and it has been since he was 2 years old. Okay? And he will tell you that Brock Purdy is a very, very good quarterback. But then there's plenty of people, like there'll be DBs who are in the NFL now, and they're like, that dude
I know
he's
exactly.
a product of the system.
Exactly. I know where he's going. He's going over the middle of the field. I know what to do. And that's why I find Brock so damn fascinating. But there are a lot of other people where it's like the league will tell you, the people who are there and they're on the inside, they know what's going on. I don't think we've arrived there yet with Kuminga. And these next 3 months will tell a very big story about what not just the Warriors think, but what the rest of the league thinks of him.
I think the Warriors have arrived at that spot. I think that they know how they feel about Kuminga after 4 years, and they're in a spot where they get to wait. They get to wait and see if there will be any other offers for Kuminga as a restricted free agent, and they have the right to match or the right to not match. And so I don't think that the Warriors are going to be blindsided by any possible contract that's out there. I would bet that they have a number that they'll be comfortable paying Jonathan Kuminga, assuming they even want to keep him at all.
What do you think that number is?
For the Warriors?
I mean, I know I don't care what Joe Lacob spends. Everybody's going to eat, and it's fine. But I am of that mindset where it's like, what you pay him, that sort of sets the table for if you're going to have any other maneuverability. It also sets the table for what your role is going to be for him going forward. You can't pay this guy $24 million a year and then be like, all right, back to the bench with you. Like, you can't do that. No. That would be dumb.
Agreed. Unless even if you did that, you'd have a hard time trading him at the deadline then. If you'd be telling everyone, hey, these guys getting DNPs again. I think about the deals that were signed in his draft class. And the most notable one right now is Jalen Green, who got 3 years and I think $100 million, and that's $33 million a year. And you had other guys like Cade Cunningham got the max, and Franz Wagner, he got the max.
Yeah.
Moses Moody got 3 and 39, same draft class, also in the lottery. So there's been a wild disparity in those contracts. And I think that the number is probably closer to $20 million a year for Kuminga.
So it's interesting because some of those names you brought up, there's a lot of commentary there. Cade Cunningham is the central focus of the Detroit Pistons organization. Franz Wagner is at least second. Maybe he moves to third with Desmond Bane in town. Banchero is their dude, but Wagner is definitely a piece around whom they are building. Jalen Green, you can say, hey, this is what he got, but the Rockets already offloaded it. And I know you'll say, no, that was about Durant. Right. It was also about Green. The reason they wanted to go get Durant is because their playoff series against the Warriors exposed that Green is not ready to be a $33 million a year player who can score consistently. There's a night where he can score, but Jalen Green, let's be real, he didn't prove himself in that series to be anything different than buttered. Buddy Hield also had one night where he's like, this is my night. I'm going to take over. And he did.
I'm Batman.
But then other nights,
I saved the day.
You really did, buddy. But other nights he didn't do anything and was unplayable. And so that became a contract that the Rockets didn't want anymore, which is why this was a double win for them to get Kevin Durant.
Yep.
Like, they get a great player. I know he's older, but they offloaded a contract that, quite frankly, was too high. And so, I don't know. It's funny. When I throw that out there, you said somewhere in the neighborhood of 20. First text comes in, 510 says 18 mil per year. My buddy Craig just texted me when he threw it out there, and he said it's 25. Like, these numbers they sound all similar, but they're actually not. There's a big disparity there. 25 feels hot to me.
Way hot.
I don't think that he's got enough leverage to get 25. I don't know how many other people are out there with any offers. So,
yeah. Well, just thinking about it as far as, the other guys in his draft class, and a lot of these players are just better. They've done more. They've had more opportunity. They're flat better. Jalen Suggs, for example, 5 years, $150 million. That's 30 on the average. He's a good player.
Yeah,
he's done more than Kuminga. And Corey Kispert, 4 years, $54 million. That's $13.5 million per year. That feels a little low.
That's Moody plus.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would say it's between Moody at about 13, and I don't think it's going to be as high as 25. I think it winds up being about $20 million a year.
Yeah. Well, so listen to all this. First of all, Anthony Slater. Does Steve Kerr want Kuminga back?
I think it depends on what the alternatives are. What's the sign and trade options? Would he just want Jonathan Kuminga to walk away on an offer sheet and bring nothing back? I mean, that's bad management from a guy who used to be a GM. Certainly, I think there are ways that Kerr and others would prefer to tweak the roster in a way that, feels to them maybe like it better suits a championship pursuit next season. But Jonathan Kuminga is a talented asset with tools that can help any team, including at times the Warriors last season, including in the second round when, you'd probably say he was their second best player in the second round of the playoffs. And you don't want to just let that go for nothing. And the alternatives right now, we'll see what materializes, but the alternatives aren't necessarily that appealing. So it might be a Jonathan Kuminga coming back.
I mean, what I hear there is, yes, it might well be that the easiest thing to do is to keep Jonathan, but no, it's not ideal. It's not the perfect world scenario for Steve Kerr and the Warriors. So says Anthony Slater.
Yeah, because the ideal would be he was amazing and you would have extended him by now and you'd have him, and then you wouldn't have to worry about a sign and trade where you only get 50 cents on the dollar back. So you got into this spot where you probably know what you want to do with Kuminga, but sign and trade is not really an option right now unless you want to take 50 cents on the dollar. So
well, yeah, again, I think we think of that always when it's like Jonathan for some other person. Like these deals, as we're seeing, are often many teams long, many sentences long, many draft picks long. If there's a sign and trade, I don't think it's a small deal. I think it's a big one. I think it's I think there's a lot of people involved, which would kind of mitigate that whole 50% on the dollar thing.
It would, but if you start to think about who you can aggregate in a deal with Jonathan Kuminga, and you're not going to use Jimmy Butler or Steph, and you probably won't use Draymond Green either. Now you're dealing with, I'm Batman, Buddy, buttered healed.
Moody.
He makes about 9.
My name is Buddy.
Moody's making 13. So these are the people that would have to be a part of a deal.
Slater agrees with you. Sign and trade for Kuminga, difficult.
It's tough for me to see a sign and trade at this current moment materialize that is appealing enough for Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob to pull the trigger. We'll see. They got to be creative and they can go looking. And I think the fact that Kevin Durant didn't go to Miami is helpful in the Kuminga market. I think the fact that Brooklyn still hasn't used a bunch of its cap space should scare the Warriors a little bit, because that's one team that could offer sheet him and really kind of take them into a tricky, scenario. But still, it's just considering the market dynamics, there is a very obvious argument that bringing Kuminga back and revisiting this come December, January, maybe trading him when you can trade him at his full salary could make more sense.
I mean, can we take a step back on this? I already think this is not in a great tone. It really isn't. I mean, and I'm going to play for you next what Ramona Shelburne said to us yesterday. This is not the way that you want to bring in a free agent, okay? And I know that he's already on the team. But if you're going into an offseason where you fell short and you want to improve your team, and they do, and you also know that if you bring back Jonathan Kuminga, that's pretty much it for your, I felt that sort of moves this offseason. And anybody asks about anything Kuminga related, this is how I would sort of characterize the tone.
Exactly.
That's the tone.
Yeah.
That's the tone. Hey, did you go on that blind date last night? I did. How'd it go? Oh, God. Well, we're not doing another date then. But that's the tone to all of this in terms of, do the Warriors, are they into this? You want Jonathan Kuminga on the team?
Does he really have a market? I know there's a couple of teams that are interested in him, but those would be sign-in trades. They don't have the cap space to get it done. And so do the Warriors want to even participate in those sign-in trades? If they do, what's the number? It's probably 3 or 4 teams I've heard of that have some level of interest, but what is that level of interest, right? And do the Warriors want to keep him? And if so, what is the number? Is he, if they make him an offer, that's less than the max, or maybe even less than what he was offered last year, which I think is far more likely. Does he scoff at that and then take a really long time to make a decision and then tie up their cap space, and that presents other problems. So that's the biggest thing that you have to look for, but I know that they're working on a few things. I don't expect anything massive like we've seen. I mean, Jimmy Butler was really that move, right? But the Kuminga question is going to hang over everything because it has the potential to get messy.
Okay.
Yep.
And I heard Shasky said this morning, and he gave me a good laugh because Spadoni's like, see, it's got the potential to get messy. He goes, what the hell would you call it the last 2 years? It done been messy.
It's been kind of messy.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been a lot messier had he been somebody to speak out, or
totally.
We had the one thing report through his agent that he wasn't really happy,
That
and
was
then
2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Beyond that, he's been pretty much a great teammate and hasn't really been somebody to cause problems, even though, down the stretch this year, he's getting handed DNPs and he misses 2 months with a really bad ankle injury, which turned out to be the worst part of his year because he was starting to cook. He's playing great. And, whether or not that would have continued with Jimmy coming here, that was a huge blow for Jonathan Kuminga to miss those 2 months.
No doubt. But you're right. He deserves a ton of credit for how he handled this year. A ton of credit for the fact that when he got healthy, he started to play, and then come playoff time, the man found himself benched. And he said nothing. He deserves a ton of credit for that. With a contract offseason looming, that took a lot of restraint. And I will forever remember that for Kuminga, whether he's on the team coming up or not. So he deserves a huge feather in the cap there. But going back to kind of the original point, I don't know how in this situation the Warriors and their fans are supposed to come away from a re-signing of Jonathan Kuminga excited. I don't know how everyone's supposed to do it because the Warriors have coached us into a spot where A, the whole thing is confusing, and B, they've clearly made it known behind the scenes that it's like, it's not perfect. It's not really what we want to do. Might have to do it. Nobody wants that. That's not exciting. That's like a trip to the dentist.
Little bit. And the other piece is, even if they do sign him, it doesn't mean that he's going to be a Warrior past January or February, It just means that they signed him and they're going to try to make it work. And if they do sign him, Mark, and we get to February at the trade deadline, all this is going to come back to the surface of, are the Warriors going to shop Kuminga?
Oh, boy.
Because we've been through that.
Of course.
They reportedly had a deal with Phoenix for Kevin Durant that would have been Jonathan Kuminga on the way to Phoenix. So they've been trying to shop the player already, and now they're in a spot where he's restricted, and they sit back and they're going to see what happens.
Well, I mean, you pointed this out too. If the dynamic is everyone, and again, over at old Boringville, which is that the NBA, I remember the days when they would highlight LeBron James and Steph Curry. Now they highlight the second apron. Awesome. I'm having a blast. Are you? But anyway, if this is the whole plan, we've got to stay out of the second apron. And the definition of that is you don't want to have three people making north of $30 million. And the Warriors don't. But Draymond Green is damn close, and if Jonathan is too, isn't that kind of the same thing? Like, yeah, we don't have three people who make over 30, but we've got four who make over 25, and two of them make over 50, and one of them makes 60. Doesn't that, I don't know, man. That feels preventative to me, especially when it doesn't sound like that's who you want on your team.
Right, and it's also preventative when you start to look around the association and you see the teams who are really good, OKC, for example, they don't have that. They've got 8 or 9 really good players, and so you're going to really be top heavy no matter what. And your highest paid players are also 2 or 3 oldest guys. So you got to find a way to get some youth. And here you have a guy who's 22 who has been good at times. And if you do let him go, you got to make sure you get somebody back who can help you immediately, and somebody who's, young enough to play a lot of basketball.
888-957-9570. Always love to take your calls on whatever we're chatting about. Demetrius in Union City is next. Hey, Demetrius, what's happening, man?
Hey, Mark and Dan, how you guys doing?
Well, we are just great, Demetrius.
So great. And, I'm great, too. I'm looking forward to meeting you guys this weekend and having a round of golf with you. I actually won the Cass Creek contest.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you super. Yeah. First of all, congrats, and we're excited to meet you too. We're gonna be out. Yeah, like we're gonna let people know what you're talking about. We're doing our show on Friday at Cash Creek, and then we're gonna have a Friday night after that, and then we're gonna wake up Saturday and we're gonna play golf. And I think Zucci Main and Demetrius must have been the winners. Demetrius, did they already ask you to select who you're playing with?
They did not. I called up and I found out there's 2 foursomes, but I don't know who I'm playing with.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right. I mean, we could do this right now if y'all want.
I mean, hey, are you any good at golf, Demetrius?
So I'm not bad. I haven't golfed for a little bit. COVID kind of slowed me down. My brother's coming from Arizona, so he's going to spend the weekend with me, and we're going to have a little mini vacation sensation, if you will.
I like that.
So I'm okay. Haven't golfed for a little bit, but we've been practicing. We've been going back and forth, and he tells me he's going to the range, so we'll be okay.
Okay. Do you like to, I don't know, do you like to place a wager on the course, Demetrius?
Oh my goodness, no! I'm not going that far.
All right. I just want we're just gathering information,
a little bit of vetting,
gathering information. Well, Demetrius, if you end up playing with me, awesome. If you end up playing with Dibs, awesome. Either way, we look very forward to meeting you on both Friday and Saturday. So go ahead, Demetrius. What was the?
I got to tell you, I got to tell you something. I drive for UPS, so I pop my earbuds in, and you guys are the best 4 hours of the day, man. You just help me get through it every day. So I listen to you every day, and you guys are righteous, man. I appreciate you.
Well, we appreciate you.
Yeah.
Let's listen to you a little bit. What do you got, Demetrius?
Oh, so you know what? I actually wanted to chime in on the whole athlete in the Bay Area, the thing about something that you would change. I know it's picking on the man, Steph, just a little bit, but if he would slow down with the mouthpiece when he's at the free throw line and timeouts a little bit, it's really become a distraction for me. My girl sits there and watches the game with me, and over the last couple of years, it got worse and worse, so now I'm focused on his mouthpiece. I'm listening to her, and I'm like, can you just stop it already, man? Just the mouthpiece is a bit excessive.
Interesting
right,
one.
yeah.
I mean, well, Demetrius, first of all, again, thank you for listening, for your comments.
And congratulations.
And congrats. And we cannot wait to meet you out there on Friday and Saturday at Cash Creek. The mouthpiece thing, though, I mean, look, he's not the only one that gets, like, bugged by it. I know other people who are like, oh, this is unsanitary, having that thing just all over the place, in your hand, in your mouth, chewing on it, whatever. But then again, I mean, I don't know, man. That's Steph Curry's thing. And whatever the hell your thing is that makes you make all of the free throws or whatever, do that. I'm not going to get bothered by that. That's his thing. It's like Teddy KGB and his Oreos, man.
That's right.
You're not taking that thing out.
No, and there are other habits and rituals that other athletes have had that are far more off-putting and disgusting than that one. Was it, I think, Moises Alou? What he used to do to soften his hands.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if I know that.
He would relieve himself on his hands in order to provide softer skin.
Okay.
So there's that.
Hey, whatever works.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, so the mouthpiece doesn't really bug me. And he is number one all time in free throw percentage. Steph Curry.
I don't know if anybody. I feel like nobody really does this anymore. It kind of obviously became something that bothered people. But like, would you rather watch Steph Curry chew on a mouthpiece or watch a baseball player chew on a chew and like spit brown saliva out of their mouth for half the day?
Yeah, just straight up tobacco.
Right.
Yeah, I would rather watch a guy work the mouthpiece.
I agree.
And yeah, because you get that big chaw. That's never something I got into.
Oh,
chewing tobacco. I think I'm 0 for 0 lifetime on a dip.
0 for 0.
Yeah, it just
looks so gross.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. All right, Joe in Nevada. Hi, Joe. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
on my way out to Stone Tree. Gonna try to get a quick 18 in.
Man, a quick 18 at 5:22. Look at you, Joe.
It's pretty wide open, so we'll see.
All right, good luck to you.
Yeah, hit him straight.
Thanks, fellas. So, I mean, the Curry farmer's tan on the golf and Curry subject. He comes back in October, and he's always got the worst farmer's tan. So that's one great thing. But Kuminga, so Steve Kerr basically called him a losing player in the offseason, and I don't want to misquote it, but I'm pretty sure the words were, you can't play heavy minutes and win with a guy like that. And I was trying to think what type of insult that is to a professional athlete. I think it's almost like if you called someone a bad parent. How do you call someone a losing player and come back from that or bring them back on the team? And if they do bring him back on the team, with Kerr's not playing him and not thinking they can win, doesn't it speak to some organizational butting of heads that doesn't really look good for the team and the working relationship of the head office? Because there's no way that Kerr would think that he wants to pay a guy this type of money to not play him. So I have to imagine that's someone else's decision if he is brought back, and then what? It just seems like an untenable situation.
Yeah, Joe, you bring up some very fair points and hit him straight, Joe. Thank you very much for the call. Here's kind of what I would say. There's a few things there. Organizational butting of heads. I would bet, yes. I absolutely would bet yes. That they're on some level. I don't know how intense it is. We know that Joe Lacob loves Jonathan Kuminga. We know that Steve Kerr is, and probably Dunleavy and others and whatnot are not. And again, it's not that they don't think he's a good player, but they don't think very highly yet of the fit. I don't know that Steph Curry and Draymond Green think all that highly of the fit.
You don't know. And
don't know.
All you can do is look at what has taken place. And last year, down the stretch, in really big spots, really important games, they did not have Jonathan Kuminga play basketball.
Right.
And so, is that something that comes only from Kerr? No, it's the staff and it's everybody involved in that side of it. I don't think that Joe Lacob, for example, calls down at halftime of a game and says, look, Kerr, this is my guy. I like this player. You better play him or else.
Look, Kerr.
You know what I mean? It's the level, if there was some tension behind the scenes, ultimately, Joe Lacob is a smart man. You're going to let the coach do the coaching. And
I hope.
Well,
yeah.
And the other side of it, though, is if the owner does like Joe Lacob, if he likes Jonathan Kuminga a lot more than the coach, well, you can make it so the player's here longer than the coach. You could sign Kuminga. He's the one who's going to give out the contract. It's not going to be Steve Kerr.
That's bad ownership, in my opinion, if you do that. That's kind of what happened in Phoenix.
Right, but it depends on where you draw. Are you drawing a line in the sand? I don't think that that's the case.
Ownership is there to approve or disapprove of financial maneuvers. They are not there to dictate them. That's my opinion. I don't think that works when owners are the ones going, that's who you should sign. That's who you should draft. That's who you should not sign. I don't think it works. Jerry Jones does that. Great. You're the most expensive team in sports. You haven't won in a generation and a half. Don't do that. And I don't think Joe Lacob does a whole lot of that. I think he's got a big voice in the room. He's not easy to work for. That's what we've heard. He's big-time alpha. But I also think he's largely letting the people that he's hired make the decisions. I think sometimes he's prodding them to make certain decisions and whatnot, but putting pressure on them. But I don't like if an owner is the one who's actually making the call on who to sign, who not to sign, and all of that stuff. It should be brought to them, and then they should
yay or nay.
Sign off or not sign off.
I wonder about the draft part of it because, we don't know who was the biggest fan of the James Wiseman pick, for example, but you took a guy who had only played a tiny bit in college.
This is James Wiseman.
He was a project, and you draft him, and then you turned around and you did the same thing with Kuminga, a guy who had never played college and just from the G League, and Moses Moody, 1 year of college, a young player. I wonder from whence those picks came, because it doesn't strike me as something that Steve Kerr necessarily loved, because he went out and didn't really play those guys a ton.
Right. So that brings me to the other part of what Joe just brought up. Okay, I have a little bit. Let's discuss this idea that Steve Kerr called Jonathan Kuminga a, quote, losing player. And he didn't say that was a direct quote, but he said, I don't know how else to interpret it, because what Steve essentially said was, I can't play that guy 35 minutes a night and win. Here's the context of that, because that was on this show. And I think what Steve is saying is that, first of all, he's 22 years old. So if I'm playing him 35 to 38 minutes a night, I'm asking for 25 or 30 points a night from him. That's an NBA one. Like, that's a role that is like you are leading the team. Is Jonathan ready to lead that team deep into the playoffs as an NBA one? I think actually all of us would agree. No, he's not ready for that right now. But the secondary piece of it is something that was a conversation that you got into with Steve in one of our talks, which is the idea of Jonathan has to have the ball in his hands in order to be at his highest power. And we've gone over this so many times. That job is not available here. So I think what Steve is saying, I don't believe he called him a losing player. I don't even think he really meant you can't play him high minutes and win in the NBA. I don't think he can play him 35 to 38 minutes here and win in the NBA, because you will essentially, you will have set up a scenario where you don't know who needs the ball. You don't know who's going to get the ball. You don't know what you're trying to accomplish on every possession. And that butting of heads and that sort of not being able to figure out how that works, at least not yet, is not going to win you basketball games. And I understand why that's difficult. That's like to go down that road and not have people go, oh, he doesn't like Kuminga. I don't really see it that way, but I get why people do.
Yes, and I would add the piece of, if you do have that player and that job is already taken, which it is, then you would want the player to be really good at other things that you absolutely need to be a part of a winning team: rebounding, defending on ball, defending off the ball, passing, hitting the open three, etc. And these are things where I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga, in their eyes, has developed enough or dedicated himself enough to doing that. And interesting what you say about, a young player being a team's one. And I'm looking at his draft class. Cade Cunningham, number 1 overall. In year 4, he's been there one the whole time. Yep. And this year, he finally got that team to the playoffs. Now, they weren't a winning team in the playoffs, but Cade Cunningham's a far more developed player than Kuminga. And yep, I could run down all the rest of these names, including Jalen Green, who wasn't Houston's one, but they've already moved off of Jalen Green. And on down the list. You don't find players who are young in the league who are ones on their team and lead that team deep into the playoffs. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. And then further complicating it is obviously the scenario the Warriors find themselves, which is you have championship-proven players, generational players, epic players, top 10 all-time players type things going on in this organization. I think that's what Steve means. Listen, I don't want to speak for him. Everybody gets to translate it the way they want. I don't believe Steve Kerr said or even thinks that Jonathan Kuminga is a losing player. If he thought that, he would not be on the team. That's what I think.
Agreed. And, you would have tried to make a move before you get to where you are now, which is, you're waiting for another team to make an offer, and you'll either match it or you won't. You can sign and trade. You're in a spot now where there's a lot of different ways you can go, and you just kind of have to play the waiting game to see what other teams think of Kuminga. And one other one to watch is Josh Giddey. Same draft class, didn't get one of those rookie extensions. He's in Chicago, and he'll probably get an offer sheet from some team, maybe not, or the Bulls will give him a deal. And based on how much he gets, I think that'll help frame the Kuminga parameters, because Giddey's a much more developed, better player than Jonathan Kuminga right now.
Yeah. Well, again, and that goes back to our original point and what I'm sort of like on the down low excited about this NBA offseason is some of it is this ridiculous second apron and we're all just trying to shed money stuff. But the rest of it is there are a number of players out there, and Kuminga is one of them, where there's been so much debate for so many years. He's this, he's that, he's worth this over here. Well, now we're going to find out. This is almost like going to arbitration. Like we are going to an objective party, and it is called the market. And the market will let you know what someone is worth. And a lot of times we go into situations with the wrong idea about that. I've done that. I bet you've done that when it comes to negotiation time. I bet everybody listening has some sort of experience with the idea of, man, this company, they can't do anything without me. Like I'm not replaceable. I do this, that, the other. And then you get to contract time, or you take a look at what's going on around you in the company, and someone's got a spreadsheet halfway across the world, and you realize, oh God, everybody's replaceable. And you don't have the leverage that you think you have. And I would predict that that's what's going to happen here with Jonathan and his agent.
He has very little leverage because of the restricted nature of his free agency. And the second piece of that is there don't seem to be a lot of teams out there willing to part with a lot of money for any player, let alone Jonathan Kuminga. So he's a little stuck, and he has to also play the waiting game. And, you know, he's hoping against hope that some other team out there offers him a big bag, and then the Warriors either match or they let him go. But we're going to find out all this probably in the next, I'd say, week or so.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you just brought that up. I wonder if everybody is thinking that way. Like, July 4th is next Friday, and everybody knows what July 4th means in the NBA. Like, there's all these memories of these big bangers that have happened on or right around July 4th. And the Warriors do want to get this done very, very quickly. In fact, Mike Dunleavy talked about that just a couple of days ago.
Just clarity, right? Roster clarity in terms of what else we need to add in free agency. Also, what we have to spend in terms of minimums, exceptions, those different types of things. So I think that's the sooner the better for everyone. His sake too, I would say, I would believe. But restricted free agency can be a little different. So we may have to be patient.
Sooner the better. We might have to be patient, but good for him, good for us if it's early. And he also added that right after the draft, which is Wednesday and Thursday, that's when he expects the Warriors to be active.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways we can go. We've got some free agents that, are priorities. We got to handle that. But some of that stuff may lean into trades and other things. I mean, obviously, we got wound up into a big deal last summer, multi-team trade. And so anytime you get into free agent stuff and you start looking at exceptions and cap space and all these things, it lends itself to it. We'll be opportunistic. I think with our cap and strategy group, those guys are really good. So we'll look at everything. And it's hard to say right now, though, honestly, as far as like what's out there, what could happen. But we'll definitely be in the mix. I mean, I think we've shown a history of doing that.
We'll definitely be in the mix. And yes, you're right. Like this might not be next week. This might be this week. Granny might need the breaking news sounder while we're at Cash Creek on Friday.
June 30th, each NBA team may begin negotiating with all other upcoming free agents. And the day after the finals, you can start to negotiate with your own free agents from your roster. So
they're doing this now.
Right.
It's happening right now.
Well, and I think that, you're dealing with Kevon Looney and GP2 as well. You have their bird rights, and, you're probably already in communication with Jonathan Kuminga. And, man, I wonder what that number is, where they're actually starting their starting point for whatever offer might be out there. It's all going to go down very quickly, I think. Because if you get to June 30th and you get into like early July, like you were saying.
Next Monday, by the way, is the date you're talking about.
Right.
Yep.
And Ramona made this point earlier about, if it does drag out, then you start missing out on free agency.
Yeah, and they don't want that.
Right.
They don't want that. Mike Dunleavy, when they say it, like, that's always my rule. When you hear them say it out loud, it's actually probably about 10 miles down the road already. If you hear Mike Dunleavy say out loud, we want to get this done quickly, one of two things is happening. He's either prepping the world for this is going to happen quickly, or he's imploring Jonathan Kuminga and his agent to chop, we want to do this quickly. That's why he said it's good for him too. But they keep throwing in the caveat that, but yeah, this could drag out. Ramona's like, it could get messy. I don't know. And for those of you, like, it was funny. I don't know if you heard. Did you hear it in the morning show today when they were doing?
I missed it now.
Yeah, they're doing the whole kind of like, what topic do you love talking about? What topic do you? And obviously, there's two things in the last, say, 12, 13 months of this city that I think are topics that really just, in a way, they sustained, and at times they wore people out.
Yep.
And one of them was Brandon Aiyuk last offseason.
No doubt.
And the other one is Jonathan Kuminga, quite frankly, off and on for 2 years. But this,
I would add in the Brock Purdy as well.
Well,
the debate about how much is he worth, and is he worth 50? Reset the market and all the rest of the nonsense we went through.
What's he worth? I don't care about, but like, is he good, or to what level? I'll always find fascinating, because at the core of that whole thing, it's one of the greatest stories in the history of sports. The last pick in the draft, and 3 years later, he's rocking $53 million a year. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
Right?
Pretty sweet for him.
Yeah. So anyway, I do think the one thing about the Kuminga thing is it keeps regenerating. It continues to regenerate itself. This story is about to take a turn. And it's either him changing addresses or the Warriors finding a way to fix a number to him and then keeping him. And then everybody's got to debate, well, now what do you do? Now what do you do? Because you can't sign him and then keep doing with him what you did before.
I mean, you're allowed to use your phrase, but I don't think that does anybody any bit of good. And like Ramona was saying to us yesterday, Ramona Shelburne, if you do sign Kuminga, that might be just about it for you in your free agency. So is that good enough, Warriors, for you to just bring back JK?
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast. Draft ahead, Warrior offseason, all of the guests. Download the app. Make sure you subscribe to the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru and Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570 is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs.
I'm okay. I definitely have my shares of eating. Oh, sorry.
No, we'll allow it.
I'm a Giants fan. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm going to boogie on out of here and get over to Oracle Park. We're having one of those weeks, brother.
Yeah.
We're going to be down there in Mission Rock 2 nights in a row.
You're going 2 nights.
We're going Giants tonight and Valks tomorrow.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
And then Friday, we're on out at Cache Creek.
Yeah, this is an out and about week.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm saying?
Big time.
You want me to say something to Pods?
Not really.
I don't know where I'm sitting yet.
Yeah.
But I could, if we're close enough, I'd be like, sit down!
Podsminski.
Yeah, I could do that.
Dominski.
You could.
I take requests.
Podzinski.
Like I'm looking at all of this week like
Podolski.
Like an assignment.
Podzinski.
Tonight I got to go get Verlander.
Pozemski.
Dude, your shams is
Podzinski.
The Poughkeepsie Kid.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
The tone of your shams is so good. It's really
Thank you.
It's restaurant
Pozemski.
Yeah. I mean,
Pozemski.
I'm good for one-word impersonations, and that's about it.
Yeah, you got Kyle Shanahan with
and stuff.
Yep. And Shams.
What are you asking exactly?
Well, we're not sure, but Pozemski.
I'm still confused by your question.
Oh gosh, yeah. And then you make that noise with the politician. What's his name? Yeah, that guy.
Howard Dean.
Yeah. I keep forgetting his name.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah. So it's assignment week. I got to go get Verlander a win tonight.
Okay.
We got Pods to chill out tomorrow night.
Pozemski.
And then on
Pozemski.
On Friday, we just need to make it happen, y'all.
Yep.
I'm excited about Cache Creek.
I am too. I've never been in the casino. I've never stayed in the hotel. I have played the golf course.
I have never been to Brooks, California.
You're going to love it.
It's going to be hot.
Well,
it's going to be I looked. It's going to be hot.
Is it? So
oh my God.
You go north on 505 and you take it might be 46. I can't remember what highway. And then you just drive. And you're driving like back toward Santa Rosa, like toward those hills, and you just wind your way through for about 15 or 20 minutes, and you're like, where are we going here? Then you go around one more corner, and there it is. Oh, up on a little hill, and it's like, man, this is nice.
Does anybody, the golf course is called Yochadehe? Is
Correct.
that right?
Yep, Yochadehe.
Yochadehe. What is, I don't know what the genesis of that is. You know what that is?
Well, I know that it's on Native American land,
Right.
and so I'm sure it is.
I don't know what it means. I want to know what it means.
Well, you got to Google it.
Yeah. Or I just ask when we get out there.
Makes sense.
Get a hat that
You got to
says-
Google it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So anyway, yeah, that's what we're doing. And I mean, man, you want to talk about? We're just blending all the favorite things together.
Yep.
Like we get to do a show and meet the people, and then I'm told that there might be some gaming. On Friday night. Some food.
There'll be a dinner for sure.
We got a reservation already.
Yep.
You know what that is.
It's a reservation sensation.
And then, I don't know, maybe like late night in the hot tub or something like that.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you and I are on different trajectories for this Friday night at Cache Creek.
Because you're going solo bolo.
And I will be.
I'm bringing my person.
Awesome. Yeah. And you guys are going to have a great time.
Exactly.
I'm going to be tucked in early, and I'm going to be racking some Z's.
Oh, man. We're going to be out late. We might make it to 11. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I might be actually back in bed by 6:05.
I get so tired on Friday nights.
Oh.
No, but I'm going to get my third wind on this one.
Nice.
Because that sound of the ding, 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 that gets me going. That gets me going.
And I was just
Major, yeah. And
I was just looking at the website to see what sort of table games they have, and they got a bunch of table games, and they got slots.
Oh, could someone? I'm so glad you brought this up. I would love someone to explain this to me. Because I actually did the same thing you're doing right now. I did this last night. Because I haven't been to a casino that is on Native American land in a long time. And I know that years ago, you had to pay to play in blackjack. And I have been assured that that is no longer the case. However, I also very much enjoy playing craps. And I was having this conversation with the lovely Christy last night. I was trying to explain to her what California craps is. Because at least, again, I could be all kinds of wrong. My understanding is you're not allowed to use dice in California.
Right, no dice.
No dice. But they have craps. So what I years ago saw them do is they would put two of them blackjack shoes out there, and then they would fill it up with only ace through 6. And some guy or girl would just flip the cards. And I'm like, do you want to talk about how to pull the romanticism out of craps? Oh, my God. Like, come on, baby. Yeah, come on. Let's go. 22 shooter, whatever. And someone's like, and that's it. It's like, no, you got to roll the dice. So I read that they figured something out where they inserted the cards into like clear blocks.
Right, that are shaped like dice.
That are shaped like they're like big boxes. They're much bigger. And our people, or at least maybe the employees, are rolling these boxes out there, and then whatever card is face up, it's essentially the same thing, but it's no dice.
Yeah, no dice.
Why the hell can't we use dice? What the hell does that do?
I don't know.
Great question.
You're still ostensibly playing a game of chance. You're gambling on what number is going to appear next.
It's the exact same thing. It's just not as fun.
Yeah. I'm looking at the website, and it's Craps-themed card game. Craps-themed card game. And they also have a roulette-themed card game.
Yeah, like if that's not the non-alcoholic beverage of gambling games,
that's a great
I don't know
take.
what the hell it is. It's like, this is a beer-themed drink. It's not beer.
Right.
But
if you drank like 90 of those zero alcohol beers, you might catch a buzz.
You will get
because there's a
wasted.
tiny trace in there.
There is, which is also strange.
Yeah.
Non-alcoholic drinks have alcohol in them. Go figure.
What? Are you kidding me?
Not kidding.
It looks like a lot of fun. They do have blackjack.
I know. The blackjack will be regular.
No hate, but it's really like the underdog of gambling games because it's all legal. It's just, loophole.
But why? Why do we need a loophole? Just do it. Just do it. Don't allow somebody to build this little gizmo where you're like, okay, like I'm going to have clear plastic and we'll slide a 2, a 3, and a 4, and you can roll that. It's like, just roll the dice. What the hell's the difference?
Yeah, I'm with you. And it's a little bit like,
I just don't understand.
Like sports gambling in California. We can't have that, but you can bet on animals riding other animals, which I do. You can bet on like player props.
Yes.
Isn't that gambling? Like
apparently not.
Sports fantasy and whatnot, or daily fantasy.
Well, no, I do know that if you're talking about like underdog and prize picks and whatnot,
right,
that they have successfully argued that is a game of skill, not a game of chance.
Gotcha.
And therefore, it is not subject to the same sort of like odds that you would find in a casino where somebody is just handing you cards. But it's a game of skill to know that Jalen Duren is going to get them 10.5 boards tonight.
Okay, right.
That's a game of skill.
It's not a game of chance in that, he could get into foul trouble.
Exactly.
And, it's fascinating the things that we are able to rationalize as okay and other things that are not okay.
Completely.
Like dice. Ooh, scary dice.
Yeah.
But, cards and slots and all the rest of it.
I don't usually eat tons of desserts on weekdays. You should have seen me rationalize that sucker. I'm going to eat it. When I went into the kitchen before the show today